Like, share and subscribe fanfiction audiobook channel. Thanks for support. Chapter 1. Qin Feng wears a golden yellow supersuit with an explosive head, and is wearing a special martial arts uniform. He is enlightened in front of him, and has empty words behind him. He looks listless and doesn't wake up. While looking at some long-legged Yanma passing by, I just feel that life is really incredible. It wasn't actually the life he wanted. He is obviously an otaku who just wants to play games, eat and wait to die. As a second-generation demolition with 20 apartments in his home, he has no pursuit and can live a lifetime in comfort. Result. Woke up one morning and crossed over. It's okay to cross the sea, and he has become a star country Chinese. Don't ask why Xingguo is used, and don't ask which country Xingguo is, make up your own brains, river crabs. Moreover, this is not an ordinary star country, this is a star country where superhero walks all over the place. If you take a newspaper, you can see a lot of pages about Spider-Man. Fortunately, I am an orphan in this life, so I don't have to worry about calling strangers parents. His parents in this life, it is said that while watching a movie in the cinema, they met a certain star country fat man who took revenge on the society and were shot to death. 20 or so hapless men were also shot. As for why this has the head shape of a supersuit, it's because gold finger, bro. After Qin Feng crossed into this world, he obtained a gold finger just like the traversers under the control of China's mysterious network department. But his gold finger is not a supersuit bloodline or something, but he can transform. Can transform into a supersuit. Plus, it's not just supersuit. Instead, it can randomly become all the powerhouses in the heavens and the world. The time of each transformation can be maintained for 1 day, and a new transformation will be replaced every day. After each transformation, it is said that he can inherit the power of the previous transformation to a certain extent. Advertisement. The reason why it is said to be said is that when I wake up from the bed in this world early in the morning, things that I can transform into automatically appear in my mind, and I also automatically know some things that I can inherit power. As for whether it is, Qin Feng doesn't know. Anyway, he will only know a little. He will be strong. He could clearly feel that his body contained incomparably terrifying energy. If he wanted to, he could just step on this planet and explode it with 1 foot. This is a powerful performance to some extreme. Life is really lonely as snow. If I become cruel, the planet will blow up for you. In addition to the surging power in his body, he also automatically acquired a lot of combat experience and various martial arts techniques. What turtle school qigong? What 100 times realm king fist, what air dance, what teleportation, mind control, what supersuit transforms into various forms, in short. He's actually a supersuit who has grown up. Even if Thanos snapped his fingers frantically, Qin Feng could calmly express that he was afraid that I would lose. In addition to obtaining the above series of powers, Qin Feng also found that he was particularly able to eat. This time his destination is a buffet restaurant. Get ready for a big meal. Test how much you can eat in the form of a supersuit. Can a buffet restaurant be closed for food? Soon Qin Feng arrived at his destination. Then pay for the tickets and start eating. Advertisement. What seafood, steak, what barbecue, drinks. There are no restrictions. The stomach seems to have become a bottomless pit. No matter what food is swallowed, it is quickly digested and decomposed into energy. In addition, he eats at a very fast speed. He waved his hands and turned into after images, and soon he saw some other people eating around him, stunned. It also attracted the attention of the waiter, and then the boss was shocked. While I couldn't help taking out my mobile phone to take a video, I couldn't help but hold my heart, and my heart ached. It was also when Qin Feng was feasting, eating, and drinking, and the shocked expressions of the self-sufficient restaurant owner and others, and constructed a perfect and harmonious picture. Boom! Suddenly, a deafening roar sounded. Under the deafening roar, the ground shook and the mountains shook, followed by the sound of an explosion, with the violent impact of an explosive wave, smashing the glass doors and windows of the buffet restaurant at once, and then a large amount of glass. The slag rushed towards many people in the buffet restaurant, and some people were about to be sad. Among them, Qin Feng, who is eating and drinking, also bears the brunt, and belongs to the scope of being affected. This kind of situation made Qin Feng very unhappy. What's going on with this treadmill? Didn't you see you were eating? Who, so immoral, to disturb while eating? His brows instantly wrinkled, followed by a flash of electric light on his body, and a force radiated from his body, instantly shaking the smashing glass slag into dust. Without seeing any action, he suddenly appeared at the entrance of the cafeteria. In a flash, he appeared above the cafeteria, standing in the air. Stand with the air. Qin Feng suddenly saw that not far away, a tall green fat man wearing only a pair of underwear, muscular Qiangza, or the Hulk, was grabbing a truck and smashing it in various ways. After smashing it around, I don't know if it was Qin Feng or something else. A car was suddenly grabbed by the Hulk towards Qin Feng, who was above the sky. Qin Feng. Chapter 2. Facing the approaching car, Qin Feng just pouted, followed by not dodging or evading. his right hand formed a fist and punched out. Boom! Bang! Then the roar exploded, and with the explosion of the roar, the car that was thrown by the Hulk was directly punched by Qin Feng. What is that? That blonde-haired guy can actually fly in the sky. He actually blew up the car with one punch. Is this a superhero? Or a mutant? As Qin Feng smashed the car with one punch, many people around escaped or watched, and suddenly saw this situation, and many locked their eyes on Qin Feng. When their eyes fell on Qin Feng, shock and suspicion appeared on the faces of many people. If in Qin Feng's original world, someone could fly in the sky like this is absolutely unacceptable to many people. But in this Marvel world, although such a thing still shocks many people, it is not unacceptable. Because in this world, there are mutants. Full of all kinds of mysteries. When many people were shocked and surprised, there would be several gunships in the sky. At the moment, the people in the gunships also completely noticed Qin Feng. The camera system of the armed helicopter also filmed Qin Feng and sent it back to a military base. These Qin Feng do not know. Advertisement. After he smashed the car with one punch, his eyes continued to fall on the Hulk. Although he was not interested in fighting with the green fat man or anything, this guy interrupted his meal, and now he smashed him with a car, thinking he was easy to bully. SHH. The next moment, Qin Feng rushed towards the Hulk as soon as he showed his body, tearing the air, like a golden electric light, suddenly appeared in front of the Hulk, and then turned his body and turned his right foot into a battle axe. He slashed down at the Hulk. In the face of his slashing, the Hulk instantly sensed the danger, waved the truck in his hand without hesitation, and confronted Qin Feng. Boom! Bang! Then the roar exploded, and the truck swung by the Hulk was bombarded directly. At the same time, Qin Feng's feet also slashed on the Hulk's body, instantly slashing the Hulk in half. The body sinks into the ground. At the same time as the Hulk fell into the ground, the surrounding ground was cracked inch by inch, and a large number of ravines appeared. What? How can that be? So strong! Where did this man come from? He actually hit the Hulk into the ground all of a sudden. What a terrible power! In such a situation, those around who saw this scene and knew about the Hulk were extremely shocked. At the moment, there are many star soldiers in the surrounding area. This street is also quickly blocked. Roar! Advertisement. However, although the Hulk was blasted into the ground with most of his body at once, he did not lose his combat effectiveness because of this, but suddenly shouted, and with a violent drink, I saw him slap the ground with both hands, actually jumped up from the ground. While jumping up, his right hand formed a fist and attacked Qin Feng. Qin Feng's expression didn't change, his right fist collided with the Hulk's fist. His little fists look hilarious compared to the Hulk's fists. However, while it looks funny. However, when the fists of the two collided, they immediately saw the Hulk's figure fly upside down and smashed to the ground. Roar! After the Hulk smashed to the ground, the angry roar sounded from his mouth again, and at the same time as the angry roar sounded, Qin Feng clearly felt that there was a powerful force rising from the Hulk's body. This guy is increasing his power. The more angry, the stronger the power. This Hulk is really the same as what Marvel described. Qin Feng looked at the Hulk with interest, then moved his body and took the initiative to attack the Hulk. Boom boom boom! Boom bang bang! Boom! Qin Feng turned into golden lightning and kept bombarding the Hulk. The roars continued, and the attacks kept falling on the Hulk. Although he did not exert his full strength to suppress his own power, if it was an ordinary person or something, he would definitely have been beaten into meat sauce and powder by his attack. Even if it is steel or something, under his fist, it will definitely shatter. But the Hulk completely endured such attacks. Although he was suppressed, he didn't die, and the more suppressed, the more angry the Hulk became, and his strength obviously became stronger. But although the Hulk was angry, his fate did not change at all. I saw Qin Feng in the middle of the attack, and he knocked the Hulk flying again, and then without waiting for the Hulk to get up, he grabbed one of the Hulk's legs with his hand, and followed the bang bang bang. To the ground. Swirl. Chapter 3. The Hulk roared and struggled, but no matter how hard he struggled, it didn't work at all. Can't break free at all. Even if his power kept exploding with anger. Where did this man come from? The Hulk was actually crushed. Omega, this is not true. How can it be like this? Is this really the Hulk that we can't do anything about? This scene made many people stunned. Many soldiers responsible for arresting the Hulk were shocked. The Hulk is Dr. Bruce Banner, a member of their military, who turned into such a monster because of testing gamma bombs. They have fought against Dr. Bruce Banner many times. In the past, they could only wait for Dr. Bruce Banner to vent. After he calmed down his anger, the battle would not end. This is the first time, seeing Dr. Bruce Banner in the green in a giant state, he was beaten like this. This guy is getting stronger and stronger. Forget it, his activities are almost the same. Keep going. If you can't control your power and blow up the planet, it will be troublesome. It's time to end this farce. Qin Feng snorted. After a while of the Hulk, I felt that the Hulk was getting stronger and stronger, and there was no desire to continue fighting, and there was no ink, and then focused on attacking the Hulk's head. With a blow far exceeding the power of the Hulk now, he hit the Hulk on the head and knocked the Hulk stunned. After knocking out the Hulk, Qin Feng didn't pay much attention to the surrounding situation. With a movement, he suddenly rose into the sky and flew directly out of the current planet. Advertisement. Appeared in outer space. And plunge into the depths of outer space. Soon appeared in an uninhabited planet area. After appearing here, Qin Feng tested his current strength. With just one punch, one of the planets was bombarded by him. A large number of meteorite groups were directly blasted into powder by the aftermath. Fists, legs, elbows. Turtle School Qigong Wave. Qin Feng completely transformed into a cosmic beast, creating a cosmic storm in the void. Demonstrated incredible power. Just following his test, Qin Feng suddenly narrowed his eyes and saw a void in front of him. Suddenly, a large number of sparks turned into halos. Almost at the moment when the sparks turned into halos, Qin Feng felt the fluctuations in space. Then, I saw a person wearing a golden robe with a bald head, who could not see the specific gender, and suddenly walked out of the circle of light. She looked harmless to humans and animals, not the slightest danger. But how can it be a simple person who can appear in the void so strangely? And with her appearance, Qin Feng recognized each other almost immediately. Sorcerer Supreme, Ancient One. That's right, I am Ancient One. Ancient One answered calmly while standing in the void. What is the purpose of your presence here? Qin Feng. You are dangerous. Ancient One. Then you are here to deal with me. Qin Feng. Advertisement. No, I'm just here to observe you. As a past person, I'll give you a piece of advice. Please use your power well. Ancient One. You don't need to say this, I also understand. It's you, I'm very curious, since you can see your own destiny, why are you willing to die? For you, the world really has no love for you, can it? Qin Feng, he said calmly, and after saying this, he looked at Ancient One curiously. He was curious about this when he first saw the movie. Hi. Qin Feng's words made Ancient One startled abruptly, and then looked Qin Feng up and down with a strange look in his eyes. Can you also see into the fate of others? Ancient One. Secret. Qin Feng. Oh, yes, you are very special, I can feel that there is an incomparably huge energy in your body, and there is no limit, it seems to contain infinite potential. For evil, the world collapses, for good, it will benefit all ages, nor know how you got this power. Ancient One. Qin Feng shrugged, who knows how it got here? Oh, don't you even know yourself? This is a bit interesting, are you interested in learning magic with me? Ancient One's eyes moved, and he said. You are not afraid that I have learned magic, and I will be even more lawless. Qin Feng. With your current strength, there are not many people who can resist you. What's the difference between learning and not learning? Ancient One. Compared to learning magic, you haven't answered my previous question, why are you willing to die? Qin Feng. Birth, old age, sickness, and death are the laws of nature. I have lived for such a long time, why can't I die? Ancient One. Just because of this. Qin Feng. Or else. Ancient One. Don't blame yourself for borrowing the power of darkness. Qin Feng. You even know this. You are really special. Among the many fates I have spied on, I have seen countless lines about me, but only death is the perfect line. Ancient One. Chapter 4. You are too negative. If you are just because of Dormammu, you don't need to die at all. Although Dormammu is powerful, it is not invincible in the current universe, let alone in the heavens and the world. Death is not necessarily the best place to belong. Qin Feng. You don't understand. When you reach my realm one day, you will understand. You are still too young. Buddha said that if I don't go to hell, who will go to hell, you will understand sooner or later. Ancient One. Qin Feng, then I may never understand, well, I won't write with you anymore, I'm going home to watch TV. As for learning magic, I'll look for it when I'm interested. I just want to eat, sleep, and beat Daodu. After saying this, Qin Feng didn't leave any ink, and suddenly performed teleportation, disappearing from the spot. Directly back to Earth. Seeing Qin Feng disappear like this, Ancient One was a little surprised. Not only was he surprised by the ability Qin Feng displayed, but at the same time, he was also surprised by Qin Feng's behavior. Now that she knows that she is the Sorcerer Supreme Ancient One, she naturally understands her power. Now that she is willing to teach her magic, he is actually showing no interest, which is very interesting. In her long life, she has met countless people. There are all kinds of personalities. But the people she talked about, without exception, wanted to learn from her after seeing her ability. Whether it is used for self-protection, or for the benefit of mankind, to help others, I want to learn from her. Only the person in front of him looked unmoved. She really felt that Qin Feng was really not interested. Advertisement. In a room. Qin Feng appeared here, with a thought, the TV in the living room turned on automatically, then he sat on the sofa, and then the refrigerator not far away automatically turned on, and a bottle of Fat House Happy Water flew towards him, and he gave it to him. The child was caught in his hand. Learning magic? Maybe when I watched a movie before, I was really moved. But now Qin Feng is really not interested. With his strength at this meeting, the planet can explode, and Thanos doesn't care when he comes, and he still learns some magic. Even if this power is only temporary, after today, he can only inherit some power at most, but every day, he transforms into a different person in the heavens and the world, inheriting the power of the different powerhouses in the heavens and the world. Super Soon is awesome though. But compared to many other powerhouses in the heavens and the world, such power is not the limit. Since you only need to lie down and inherit to become stronger, why should you study? Quietly be a salted fish, is it not good to upgrade while lying down? When Qin Feng was in such a salty fish mentality, the phone he placed in the distance suddenly rang. Seeing this, Qin Feng glanced at the phone, and the phone flew towards him automatically, and he gave it to him. Caught in the hand. Hey, Qin Feng, why didn't you go to school today? Qin Feng connected the phone as soon as it flew over, and as soon as it was connected, a softly audible voice came from the opposite side. Hearing this voice, Qin Feng's mind couldn't help but appear the appearance of a pretty big beauty. That's Susan Stone. Advertisement. Maybe this name, some people will be unfamiliar. But if it is an invisible woman, then it must not be unfamiliar. Susan Stone is an invisible woman, one of the Fantastic Four, but now in Qin Feng's memory, it seems that she has not yet become an invisible woman. As for how he met the invisible woman, in the predecessor's memory, the predecessor's parents had a good relationship with Susan Stone's parents before they were shot, and the two families often walked around. After Qin Feng's parents died, Susan's parents also took care of him in various ways, and they also proposed adopted him, but was rejected by the predecessor, and also let Susan Stone and Jonathan Stone often enlighten him and take care of him. The predecessor was raised with Susan Stone and Jonathan Stone. My head hurts a bit today, so I skipped class and will go to class tomorrow. Qin Feng. It's really a headache? You don't want to learn from Jonathan. Susan Stone didn't believe it. Well, don't worry, I know. Qin Feng. Well, I'll find you that night. Susan Stone. No need. Qin Feng. What's the matter, are you inconvenient? Susan Stone. No. Qin Feng. Then it's settled. Susan Stone said and hung up. Qin Feng couldn't help rubbing his brows with his hands. Chapter 5. With the current appearance, I don't know what Susan's expression will be when she sees it at night. However, unless he doesn't contact him in the future, he will find out about him sooner or later, so Qin Feng has a little headache and ignores it. Think so much dry wool. Can you eat? Then continue to watch TV. Half an hour later, the phone rang again. As soon as Qin Feng thought about it, the phone flew from the coffee table, hovered beside his ear, and automatically connected the call. Hey, man, I heard that you didn't go to class today. As soon as the phone was connected, a hearty voice with a smile suddenly rang. Jonathan Stone. The call was from Jonathan Stone. That is the Jonathan who will become the Human Torch in the future. Susan told you. Qin Feng. Hey, isn't it, Susan just called to ask if I took you out to play, which caused you to ask for leave today. Isn't she slandering? Jonathan Stone. And then what? Qin Feng. Then it's definitely going out together. Since you didn't have class today, it's just right. I'll take you out to have a good time. I just have a game to participate in. I'll take you to open your eyes and see the new technology I've recently practiced. Jonathan Stone. No time. Qin Feng. Don't, man, I'm already outside your room, open the door quickly. Jonathan Stone. Almost as soon as Jonathan Stone's words fell, the doorbell rang. Seeing this, Qin Feng was speechless, and then he didn't open the door or anything, but when he thought about it, he saw that the door opened automatically. Advertisement. Hey guy. Almost as soon as the door opened, I saw an extremely handsome young man in a leather jacket, suddenly pounced, his hands clasped together, and hugged towards the door. Then, obviously, there was an empty space. Fell directly to the ground. Ouch! Jonathan fell to the ground and suddenly cried out in pain. At the same time, he was puzzled, wondering why he didn't hold Qin Feng, and then turned his eyes to the front. When he looked at it, he saw that he was sitting on the sofa. Qin Feng watching TV. After seeing Qin Feng, he immediately opened his eyes. Shocked. Dude, you. What kind of look are you? Are you cosplaying? Who are you cosplaying? Why have I never seen it before, and why do you remember playing cosplay at home? Jonathan said in surprise, saying he got up from the ground, and after getting up, he couldn't help looking at the door. Since Qin Feng was sitting on the sofa, how did the door open? No. When did the door close? What the hell? Qin Feng shrugged, looking like he had no comment. Seeing this, Jonathan didn't ask much, but walked quickly to Qin Feng, and then grabbed Qin Feng's hand involuntarily. "Let's go, buddy, hurry up, let's go out together." As he said that, he pulled Qin Feng up from the sofa. Qin Feng was speechless, but he didn't refuse. Then he walked out of the door with Jonathan and came outside the house. When he came here, he saw a very cool motorcycle parked here. After arriving here, Jonathan took off a helmet from the motorcycle and handed it to Qin Feng. When he handed the helmet to Qin Feng, he couldn't help but look at Qin Feng's golden explosive head and laughed out loud. Advertisement? Bring your own. Seeing Jonathan grinning, Qin Feng glared at Jonathan. Seeing this, Jonathan didn't say much. He put on his helmet and got on the car. Qin Feng also stepped on the motorcycle directly. Almost as soon as he stepped into the car, he heard Jonathan say, "Sit down." As soon as the words fell, the buzzing sound of the motorcycle's oil sounded, and as soon as it was released from the fire, the car shot out violently. Almost after the car shot out, the speed of the motorcycle kept accelerating. Jonathan is definitely a standard biker. In Qin Feng's memory, the predecessor also followed Jonathan to participate in the game that Jonathan said. The so-called competition is actually an underground motorcycle race. All kinds of cool motorcycle acrobatics or something. In short, it looks cool, but once you get careless and you end up with a physical disability, it is normal for you to die on the spot. But even so, many young people like to participate in such activities. Because cool. Very stellar. And Jonathan is the star of this underground motorcycle race. Because of his handsome looks, flamboyant personality, and good driving skills, he has a lot of fans. In the past, the predecessor sat on Jonathan's back seat. As Jonathan kept accelerating, he couldn't help but feel nervous. He couldn't help holding the rear frame of the motorcycle tightly with both hands, or hugging Jonathan or something. Now Qin Feng, of course, once you feel nothing. They can fly out of space at once. What is the speed of this motorcycle? Chapter 6. Jonathan Stone, who was riding the bike, didn't feel anything at first, but when he kept accelerating for a certain period of time, he suddenly realized that something was wrong. In the past he had reached a certain speed. Qin Feng will either be nervous and tell him to slow down. Either grab his clothes directly, or hold him or something. But today, his speed had already surpassed that of the past, and Qin Feng didn't seem to react at all. So I couldn't help but look back at Qin Feng. When he saw Qin Feng's calm expression, his eyes became more eccentric, and then looked at Qin Feng quite curiously. "Dude, are you overcoming the fear of speed? Are you not afraid today?" "What should I be afraid of? You are not fast." Qin Feng. Not fast. Jonathan was startled, then glanced back at his dashboard, which clearly exceeded the speed of 104, and was speechless for a moment. In the past 100 times, Qin Feng felt that it was fast, okay? Now 104 are still unhappy. Is there a problem with his memory, or is there a problem with the watch of his motorcycle today? After being speechless, Jonathan didn't say much and continued to drive. And Qin Feng didn't say anything, just sat in the back seat indifferently and looked at the surrounding scenery. In this case too. Suddenly, Qin Feng's eyes narrowed suddenly. Advertisement. I saw a motorcycle that looked like a skeleton in front of me galloping. On it sat a burly man in a leather jacket and trousers. The speed of his riding is not slower than Jonathan at all, and this is not the most important thing. The most important thing is that with Qin Feng's current strength, he perceives that the person in front of him is not an ordinary person. There is a special power in it. Gives a vicious feel. When Qin Feng was observing the motorcycle like this, Jonathan also saw the speeding motorcycle in front of him. His eyes lit up, he accelerated without hesitation, and caught up with the motorcycle. Keeping pace, Jonathan Stone smiled and said to the burly man, "Hey, man, where did you get this motorcycle? Did you customize it yourself? It looks cool, how about a comparison?" In response to Jonathan Stone, the burly man gave an indifferent glance, and then he saw the motorcycle riding the burly man, accelerated suddenly, and jumped out in an instant. "It has character, I like it." Jonathan Stone's eyes lit up, and then he also accelerated to catch up. The two jumped up instantly. The speed is constantly increasing. Jonathan kept accelerating, and the whole person fell into excitement. But no matter how fast Jonathan accelerated, he couldn't catch up with the burly man. And when Jonathan caught up to a certain extent, suddenly, a shocking thing happened to Jonathan Stone. I saw that the motorcycle driven by the burly man, the motorcycle wheels, suddenly burned with raging flames, which instantly spread throughout the motorcycle. The entire locomotive changed shape at this moment, and at the same time, the person riding the locomotive also turned into a flame man at this moment. He galloped away at once, pierced through the void, and a sound barrier erupted, obviously exceeding the speed of sound, and instantly disappeared from Jonathan's sight. What? In such a situation, Jonathan, who was chasing after the burly man, opened his eyes instantly. Mutant. I'll go, this guy cheated. Jonathan Stone was speechless. Advertisement. Now it is not a thorn torch, and he does not have the strength, he can only watch the burly and strong man disappear, but he can't help it. Compared with Jonathan Stone's speechlessness, Qin Feng recognized the identity of the burly man before. Ghost Rider. Johnny Blazer. A person who made a deal with Mo Faith, the Hell Demon King, and was entrusted by Mo Faith to peep. It turned out to be him. No wonder I thought it looked a little familiar before. Should I say that it's really a superhero of Marvel, or should I say, I'm lucky, I went out today and met two famous people in the Marvel world. After Qin Feng recognized the other party, there was a sigh of surprise in his eyes, but although he confirmed the identity of the Ghost Rider, Qin Feng didn't use his power at all to catch up with Jonathan. Recently, there are more and more mutants. I don't know how these guys get their power. It's really a bit of a rogue to use ability for every car. Just when Qin Feng's thoughts turned, Jonathan Stone said angrily. Hearing Jonathan Stone's words, Qin Feng couldn't help but looked at Jonathan Stone with a strange expression, and made Jonathan Stone, who turned his head, look completely hairy. What are you doing looking at me like that? Is there anything wrong with what I'm saying? Jonathan Stone. I just hope that one day in the future, you can still remember what you said today. Qin Feng shrugged. If he remembered correctly, Jonathan, after gaining power in the future, he used his power in various ways, which was quite ostentatious. Jonathan was puzzled, and then there was no ink, and he continued to drive the motorcycle. Then 10 minutes later, on a highway overpass, Jonathan and Qin Feng came here and stopped, and when they stopped, they both looked forward to each other. In front of me, a man with his whole body turned into flames, holding two flame chains, was fighting an incomparably huge amount of praying mantis. The mantis exudes evil aura all over its body, like a demon. As for the person holding the flame chain, it was Ghost Rider. Chapter 7. It's him. The mutant from before. What is this guy fighting? Such a big mantis, and why is there black aura on his body? It makes me feel a bit like a demon. Obviously I have never seen such a thing before. Big mantis, but my first impression is that it is a demon. It's too strange. Qin Feng, do you feel this way? Then Qin Feng and Jonathan stopped to watch the battle ahead. While watching the battle, Jonathan asked Qin Feng with a strange look. Well, I have the same feeling, that mantis should be a demon and ran out of hell. Qin Feng. The devil from hell. Since he came out of hell, how could he meet this guy in front of him, and, the power displayed by this mutant seems to be a bit like this devil, is it also from hell? Jonathan. Who knows? Qin Feng shrugged and didn't tell Jonathan the situation of Ghost Rider in detail. After shrugging his shoulders, he followed Qin Feng and said to Jonathan again, come on, don't you still have a game? Well, don't look at it, get out of here quickly, or the bridge will break if you don't cross it. Although Jonathan really wants to stay and watch the battle, after all, watching the battle at such a close distance is more exciting than watching a blockbuster. He has already taken out his mobile phone to shoot, but Qin Feng said that the bridge is about to be broken. However, his expression changed, and he immediately looked at the bridge deck. When he saw Ghost Rider collided with the attack of the Mantis Demon, it kept spreading to the bridge deck, and there was a constant explosion sound, and there was a time when the bridge deck was broken. The pupils suddenly shrank. Well, let's go quickly. Jonathan put away his mobile phone, and then continued to start the motorcycle without hesitation, preparing to take advantage of the battle between the two and pass through their position. Just as Jonathan was about to pass through the area where Ghost Rider and the Mantis Demon were located, he heard the Mantis Demon who was fighting with Ghost Rider, suddenly jumped up, forced another attack from Ghost Rider, and slammed towards Qin Feng and Jonathan were attacked and stepped on one of the cars. As I stepped on the car, I saw that the glass of the car burst instantly, and at the same time, the roof sank a lot. Advertisement. Mother. There was the sound of a loli crying, and it sounded from the car. At the same time as the sound sounded, the car door opened instantly, and then a blonde woman covered in blood, hugging a little loli with the same blonde hair, rolled out of the car in embarrassment. Out. Mom is fine, Annie, don't cry. After getting out of the car, the blonde woman said to the blonde loli. It's alright? Quack, how could you be alright? As soon as the blonde woman's words fell, she saw the greedy demon stepping on the top of the car, and suddenly laughed evilly. At the same time, she waved her right forearm violently. The knife attacked the blonde woman, and it was about to pierce the blonde woman. Once the blonde woman was pierced, the little loli would inevitably be pierced with it. Hateful. Such a scene made Jonathan's pupils shrink, and he cursed out loud. While cursing, he started the motorcycle without hesitation, and was about to hit the flying car. However, just as he was about to hit the flying car, he saw the man in the back seat Qin Feng, suddenly disappeared from the back seat, and suddenly appeared in the place where the Mantis Demon was, standing in front of the blonde woman and the blonde loli. While standing here, looking at the greedy demon with cold eyes, he casually stretched out his right hand and grabbed the right forearm swung by the Mantis Demon. Qin Feng. Such a scene made Jonathan suddenly open his eyes. I couldn't believe my eyes. Whether it was Qin Feng's strange appearance or Qin Feng's act of grabbing the right forearm of the Mantis Demon, he was shocked. Advertisement. Even an ordinary praying mantis, both forearms are extremely sharp. Moreover, the mantis demon in front of him is extremely huge, reaching a height of 4 or 5 meters. Its right forearm is even more cold, and it is extremely sharp at first glance. During the battle with the demon knight just now, Jonathan clearly saw the greedy demon. With just one slash, the alloy guardrails of the overpass were cut off. Such an attack, falling on a person and beheading a person in half, is definitely an easy thing to do. He couldn't help worrying about Qin Feng. When Qin Feng was worried, the mantis demon saw Qin Feng suddenly appear and grabbed towards his own attack so ignorantly. His face was also humanized, and he waved his right forearm more vigorously. It seems that he has seen the end of this human being who does not know whether to live or die, and be torn apart by himself. It is very happy to see such a scene. I chopped off this guy's body, devoured his soul, GGG. Chapter 8. The next second, the evil smile of the mantis demon came to an abrupt end, because it found that the right forearm it was waving, after waving it down at Qin Feng, did not appear as it imagined, and it was split into 2 halves. The scene where the internal organs fell, but the human being in front of him firmly held his right forearm with his hand. How is this possible? This simply makes the mantis demons can't believe it's true. When it was shocked, in the next instant, its body suddenly rose into the air, and Qin Feng grabbed the mantis demon's right forearm, swung it up, and then... boom bang bang! A series of roars sounded, and the body of the mantis demon was smashed on the ground by Qin Feng. Smashed it to the point where blood spurted. Its blood is not red, but green. Screaming. This is Qin Feng? When did Qin Feng have such a strong power? This guy is lying to me. He is not a cosplay at all, but a mutation. He also became a mutant. I didn't even see it. You agreed to be ordinary people together. How did you gain power quietly? Jonathan stared at Qin Feng with a stunned expression, his face speechless. While speechless, there was a look of joy in his eyes. Happy for Qin Feng. Although Qin Feng was out of the level of an ordinary person, it was a bit shocking to him, but this partner who grew up with him suddenly became so strong, which made Jonathan very happy at the same time. Compared to Jonathan's shock, Ghost Rider at this meeting was also a little surprised. This time, he is maintaining a fast rushing method. When he just saw the mantis demon attack the mother and daughter, he was also ready to rescue the first time. However, everything happened too fast, and he had no time to rescue. Qin Feng appeared first and caught the attack of the mantis demon. Go up, let him also be unable to rescue. He didn't fall to the ground until Qin Feng slammed the mantis demon for a while. Advertisement. After falling to the ground, his eyes were strange. When Jonathan was racing with him before, he had a deep memory of this blonde, afro-haired guy in the back row of Jonathan. After all, with Qin Feng's current style, it is impossible to walk on the street without attracting attention. It can be said that Qin Feng's current rate of return is absolutely 100%. Damn human, let me go quickly. I am a hell demon, how dare you hit me like this, I will tear you apart, and then swallow your soul. An angry roar came from the mantis demon's mouth sounded. Although it was smashed and screamed again and again, it obviously did not give up resistance and surrendered. Boom bang bang. It was answered by Qin Feng with a series of more violent smashes. I make you want to swallow my soul. I asked you to threaten me. I made your voice so loud that it affected my hearing. Qin Feng said angrily while swiping, that under this round of smashing, he directly smashed the mantis demon until his body twitched and blood spurted frantically. When Qin Feng stopped, he couldn't move. You. The mantis demon looked at Qin Feng angrily, with obvious fear in his eyes. Magdan. Who the hell is the devil? How can this guy look more like a demon than it is? It hurts. It hurts to death. The body is going to fall apart completely. Advertisement. Do you still want to be beaten? Qin Feng looked at the mantis demon coldly. Hi, human, I remembered this matter today. I am a subordinate of the Demon King. When I go back to hell, you will wait for my terrible revenge. Mantis demon. Qin Feng looked at the mantis demon in front of him with the eyes of a fool. This guy was beaten so badly, and he continued to threaten and speak harshly. How does this brain grow? Could it be that after being a demon for a long time, his brain is broken? In other words, even if the mantis becomes a demon, it still has no brains. After looking at the mantis demon, I saw Qin Feng flick his right hand, and the mantis demon's body was suddenly thrown into the sky. Almost at the same time as it was thrown into the sky, Qin Feng's body rose into the air. Appeared next to the mantis demon like a shadow, and then made a fist with his right hand. Bang! One punch. Immediately, a terrifying force erupted, instantly swallowing the mantis demon. Do not! The mantis demon screamed in horror, and then its body exploded violently, turning into powder. It was completely destroyed by Qin Feng's punch. The power contained in this punch is even more terrifying than the explosion of a nuclear bomb, but it is completely concentrated on one point, so it does not cause any terrifying damage to the surrounding area. But even so, the Ghost Rider on the ground couldn't help but shrink when he saw such a scene. This punch made Ghost Rider with regenerative healing factor feel a certain pressure. I don't know how painful it will be to be hit by such a punch. Chapter 9. Moreover, at this moment, Ghost Rider felt a deep danger from Qin Feng's body, as if the power exerted by this person in front of him was not his limit at all, but only a very small part. The sense of danger he would give himself was stronger than that of Mo Faith. What's the matter with this person? Ghost Rider's thoughts turned, very puzzled. And Qin Feng didn't look at Ghost Rider after he killed the Mantis Demon. After he killed the Mantis Demon, he landed on the ground indifferently, and then his eyes fell on the blonde mother and daughter next to him. When he looked over, he saw the blonde woman, with obvious fear in her eyes, and subconsciously protected the blonde little Lolita behind her. Obviously, the kind of violence Qin Feng showed just now somewhat frightened the blonde woman. It was the blonde little Loli who was protected by her, showing her head from behind the blonde woman, and then sweetly said to Qin Feng, "Big brother, are you superhero? You are so cool, thank you for saving us." Qin Feng smiled, then didn't say much, didn't care about the blonde woman's performance, and returned to Jonathan's position. "Man, you are hiding too deeply, and you have such a strong power. Tell me honestly, have you become a mutant?" Jonathan waited for Qin Feng to walk in front of him, and slapped Qin Feng's mouth with his hand. Then asked curiously. "Anyway, it's not an ordinary person. As for the specifics, I don't know what's going on." "Qin Feng. I suddenly regretted taking you out. I was going to take you to the arena to show you my amazing performance, but why do I always have a feeling that if you are racing too, you will be in the limelight? Take it. Jonathan. You think too much, I'm not interested in racing." Qin Feng shrugged. "Why, don't you think speed is very passionate? With the strength you just showed, driving a motorcycle, no matter how fast you are, there should be no problem, and you will definitely be able to make some cool things. Action. Jonathan. Advertisement. The speed is really exciting, but the speed of the motorcycle is too slow." Qin Feng. Slow. Jonathan was startled. "In the future, you will know. Don't talk about this, you are still going to the competition. If you don't, I will go back and watch TV right now." Qin Feng. "Competition, why don't you play? It's all out. How can you not go?" Jonathan said. "Since we're going, then don't drive." Qin Feng said angrily, and sat in the back seat again. Seeing this, although Jonathan still had a lot to say and a lot of things to ask, he stopped talking nonsense and started the car again. And many more. At this moment, Ghost Rider suddenly spoke to Jonathan and Qin Feng. As he spoke, he saw him riding a bike to the side of Jonathan and Qin Feng. "Why, big man, you want to try again, can't you? I won't come with you this time. You cheat, it's not interesting at all." Jonathan watched Ghost Rider approach, and immediately said to Ghost Rider angrily. The Ghost Rider of this meeting has already put away the hellfire on him. Both he and the motorcycle he was riding were back to normal. As your friend said, ordinary motorcycles are too slow, and there is no passion at all for competitions. I just teased you before, otherwise, you may not even eat ashes. Ghost Rider. Cut, it's not because you have ability. Jonathan. Since I have ability, why can't I use it? If you are not convinced, you can also use ability. Ghost Rider. Advertisement. Jonathan was speechless again. He really wants to use ability, but does he have it? No. There is no such thing as a woolen thread. Ghost Rider didn't care about Jonathan's speechlessness. He then put his eyes on Qin Feng, get to know Johnny Blazer. While saying this, he extended his hand to Qin Feng. Qin Feng. Qin Feng glanced at Ghost Rider's outstretched hand, and then reached out and shook it. The two of them just shook hands normally, and they didn't test each other's strength. After shaking hands, they let go. You are very powerful, and among the creatures I have seen so far, you feel the most dangerous to me right now. Ghost Rider. Is it more dangerous than Mo Faith? Qin Feng. You know him. Ghost Rider. One of the 7 devils of hell, how could I not know? Qin Feng. Chapter 10. If it's pure power, I can feel that you may be stronger than him. However, Mephisto is not only powerful in pure power, he is best at playing with souls. Ghost Rider took a deep look at Qin Feng, then said. Really? Qin Feng shrugged and didn't care. The 7 devils of hell? What are the 7 devils of hell? What are you talking about? While listening to the conversation between Qin Feng and Ghost Rider, Jonathan looked suspiciously at Qin Feng and Ghost Rider, puzzled. Asked. Literally. Qin Feng. So, Qin Feng, you are more powerful than that hell demon now? Then, even if you die and go to hell, you can be a tyrant in hell. Jonathan. Qin Feng didn't know whether Jonathan was cursing himself to death or what he was doing. If Qin Feng is really going to die, then he will go to hell and be a demon king. Ghost Rider on the side laughed. Amazing Qin Feng. Jonathan. Okay, can you stop all kinds of 666, this is not the Jonathan I am familiar with. Qin Feng patted Jonathan on the shoulder angrily. Hey! Jonathan smirked. You suddenly stopped us because you didn't just want to get acquainted with me, right? Qin Feng turned around and looked at Ghost Rider again. Of course not, I'm just here to give you a warning. Ghost Rider. What warning? Qin Feng. Next, watch out for Hell's vengeance. Ghost Rider. Didn't that demon just be blown up, how could Hell still take revenge? Before Qin Feng could answer, Jonathan asked in awe. Advertisement? Although Qin Feng blew up the demon, it's true, but the demon is a product of Hell after all. It has special abilities and cannot be completely destroyed by ordinary power. There was a remnant soul that escaped back to Hell just now. Ghost Rider. Okay, I see. Qin Feng nodded, not paying much attention to such things. Although Hell demons are powerful and true, it is difficult for Marvel's Hell demons to step out of Hell and come to Earth, and they dare not step into it easily, because their power will weaken as they leave Hell, and only Hell is their base camp. It is the place where their power is at its peak, and there are many powerful people on Earth. If they break in, exert power or something, they will basically be discovered immediately. Sorcerer Supreme like Ancient One, who secretly maintains the crisis of the Earth, is even more impossible to allow them to mess around on Earth, and they will appear at the first time. As for the general trash fish demon, Qin Feng doesn't care too much. Even if the Super Saiyan form is over today, I don't know if it will exist in the future, but even if it passes, it will still inherit some power, and even some inherited power is definitely better than ordinary ones. Mutant is strong, not to mention tomorrow, the strong person he transformed into may not necessarily be weak. As early as the first time he crossed over, he had already realized that he could randomly transform into a powerhouse in the heavens and the world every day. Strong? What a strong man! The powerful are naturally the strong. Only those with power can be called strong in the heavens and the world. Seeing Qin Feng like this, Ghost Rider shook his head and didn't say anything more, but said, leave a phone call, if you have something to contact in the future. Ro. Qin Feng did not refuse, and then exchanged contacts with Ghost Rider. Not only did they swap, but at the same time, even Jonathan switched contacts with Ghost Rider. Advertisement? Although it was Qin Feng who Ghost Rider wanted to befriend, Jonathan was on the side, and Ghost Rider still didn't ignore him. Then see you next time. After exchanging contacts, Ghost Rider started the motorcycle, said to Qin Feng, and was about to leave. For Ghost Rider, the purpose of his life now is to find a way to kill Mo Faith. Kill the devil. Evil. However, it is too difficult to kill Mo Faith, and with his strength, he cannot easily enter Hell, so he can only wait for Mo Faith to come to the door. He believed that Mo Faith would come to him. After all, his soul had already been traded with Mephisto. Leave as soon as we meet, buddy, it's not good for you, I'll have a drink later, anyway, depending on your situation, it doesn't matter. Don't you say I'm too slow, we'll go to the stadium for a good comparison later, as long as if you don't use ability, look at my speed. Jonathan stopped Ghost Rider. Ghost Rider was startled, and subconsciously looked back at Jonathan and Qin Feng. Turning his eyes, he followed, okay, then I will accompany you to play. If you lose, don't cry. Cut. Jonathan gave Ghost Rider a middle finger, then started the car, and took Qin Feng out of the way. When Ghost Rider saw this, he didn't hesitate and started his motorcycle to keep up. In an instant, the two motorcycles shot out, leaving the sight of many people around the overpass. Chapter 11. I have to say that Jonathan's motorcycle stunt ability is still very good. When Qin Feng and others came to the motorcycle arena that Jonathan said, Jonathan showed quite good ability. In the case where Ghost Rider does not cast special abilities. Almost won Ghost Rider. Qin Feng was not surprised at all about this ending. Even if Jonathan doesn't use special abilities, after all, he is far superior to Jonathan in terms of physical reflexes, coordination abilities, and guts. Jonathan has not yet obtained the ability, some extremely crazy actions, even if he has the intention to do it, but when he does it, he will have a certain degree of fear. Ghost Rider, on the other hand, has no taboos. And his exclusive motorcycle can be combined with other people's cars originally. Jonathan's so-called almost win over Ghost Rider, Qin Feng can clearly see that Ghost Rider deliberately let Jonathan. Qin Feng noticed such a thing, but Jonathan didn't. At the same time, in the underground motorcycle arena, the large number of spectators watching the game, the beauties, also did not notice it. Each one couldn't help screaming with excitement. Shout! Both Jonathan and Ghost Rider's driving skills made them excited and excited. After the race was over, it was moving towards Jonathan and Ghost Rider. Then, both Jonathan and Ghost Rider are welcome. Even Qin Feng, who doesn't have a racing car, exudes a special temperament because he is with Jonathan and Ghost Rider, and Qin Feng is also very handsome, and now he has turned into a Super Saiyan. And also made many sister papers approach Qin Feng. Well, anyway, hug left and right or something. Advertisement? No one suffers. I have to say, just in this regard, the underground motorcycle racing is really good. It's no wonder that many boys' shoes are hard at work. Not to mention that it is particularly powerful, even if it is far superior to ordinary people and has a few unique skills, it is enough to attract the attention of some girls who are keen on car skills. The three stayed here for a long time. Until 10 o'clock at night. After several phone calls from Susan, Qin Feng rode a motorcycle, said goodbye to Ghost Rider, and hurried back to the house with Jonathan. The reason why he was driving was, of course, because Jonathan had been drinking. Although Jonathan had an attitude that even if he drank, he would have absolutely no problem driving, but Qin Feng still did not let him drive. Do not drive after drinking. This is definitely something. Although Qin Feng also drank, he is now a supersaiyan. With his physique, the wine he just drank had no effect on him at all. Then, Jonathan saw why Qin Feng said he was driving very slowly before. On the way back, Qin Feng fully reached the top speed of his motorcycle. Speeding up. Like lightning. Soon returned to the housing position. Advertisement. After returning here, I saw an equally cool locomotive parked outside the house. A blonde girl with a sexy body and long hair like a waterfall in a leather jacket and pants was leaning on the motorcycle. Hug in both hands. This girl is Susan Stone. Jonathan's sister. Hey, Susan. When Qin Feng stopped the car, Jonathan, who was in the back seat of Qin Feng, said hello to Susan for the first time. You said that it wasn't you who took Qin Feng out. What's the matter with you smelling of alcohol? Looking at your situation, did you take Qin Feng to the race again? Susan glared at Jonathan. Hey. Jonathan smirked, and then said, Susan, we are not children anymore, can you stop being so strict, especially can you stop being so strict with Qin Feng? People who know, understand that you are here help Qin uncle and the others to take care of Qin Feng. I'm afraid Qin Feng will learn badly, but I don't know, I thought you were playing fiancé training and took Qin Feng too seriously. Oh, sister, let go, let go. As soon as Jonathan finished speaking, he suddenly cried out in pain. It turned out that Susan suddenly stepped forward and pinched the flesh around his waist, twisting it hard. Qin Feng couldn't help laughing when he saw such a situation. In his memory, the predecessor had a really good relationship with Jonathan and Susan. Although the predecessor is smaller than Susan and Jonathan. But it is because of being small that he is more cared for by Jonathan and Susan. You're still laughing, didn't you say it all, let you stop hanging out with Jonathan, this guy will bring you bad. Susan saw Qin Feng smiling, and then looked at Qin Feng, and Bai was not angry. He glanced at Qin Feng, and then said to Qin Feng curiously, also, Qin Feng, what are you wearing? Cosplay? Wait, it seems that it is not just as simple as cosplay, the muscles on your body are obviously better than what I saw before. You were perfect when you were there. As Susan spoke, she approached Qin Feng, then stretched out her hand and pinched Qin Feng's arm, the muscles in her mouth, abdomen and other positions. Hey, it's really a lot better. What's going on here? Qin Feng. Chapter 12. Qin Feng has mutated. Before Qin Feng could answer, Jonathan, who was beside him, smiled and said to Susan. What? Mutation. Susan was startled, followed by what is the situation? When he said this, he looked at Qin Feng solemnly, with obvious worry in his eyes. It's not a bad mutation, it's just suddenly awakening a special ability. Qin Feng said. Is it a so-called mutant? Susan. It's similar to mutant, but not the same. Qin Feng said. Oh, that's good, that's good. Although mutant's ability is good, many of them are resisting mutant now. Qin Feng, if you become a mutant, if other people know about it, they will definitely bring it to you in the future. Come to trouble. Susan. Alright, with Qin Feng's current strength, it's fine if he doesn't trouble others, how can others dare to trouble him? Today we met a guy who can turn into a fireman, known as Ghost Rider, that man is having said that, with Qin Feng's current strength, even if it is the Hell Demon King Mo Faith, in terms of strength, it is very likely that he is not Qin Feng's opponent. Jonathan on the side said again. The Demon King of Hell, Mo Faith. Isn't that a legendary existence? In the world, is there really a Hell Demon King? Susan was shocked. Hey, I used to think it was a legend, but I heard what Ghost Rider said, so it should be true. That guy had a deal with Mephaith, and it is said that he sold his soul to Mephaith to get a special gift. Ability. Jonathan said. These are what he heard from Ghost Rider after drinking with Qin Feng and Ghost Rider. It's incredible, then Qin Feng, what kind of power do you have now? Susan exclaimed, then looked at Qin Feng again, and asked curiously. You want to know? Qin Feng looked at Susan with a half smile. Well. Think. Susan. Advertisement. Then, let's take you to experience it. Qin Feng said, suddenly he put his arms around Susan's waist, then rose into the sky, and instantly flew into the sky. By karma. Seeing Qin Feng take Susan up into the sky like this, Jonathan's eyes widened instantly. Although I have seen Qin Feng showing good strength before, and I have also seen Qin Feng throw the mantis demon into the sky, and then suddenly explode the mantis demon, but at that time Qin Feng just exploded in the sky after the mantis demon, it fell on the ground. At that time, Qin Feng did not show the ability to fly freely. What a cool ability, so enviable. Jonathan sighed. That is such a power, I am really envious. As a person who pursues speed and passion, Jonathan naturally also wants to have this flying ability and experience another kind of speed and passion. On the other side, being brought to the sky by Qin Feng and flying at a super fast speed, Susan's beautiful eyes couldn't help but widen. Then he couldn't help but put his eyes on Qin Feng's face. There is joy in his eyes. Seeing this little brother who has been taken care of by her since childhood grow stronger, she is happy from the bottom of her heart. Qin Feng took Susan, and after flying in the sky for a while, he flew back to the house with Shushan. After falling here, I saw Jonathan said to Qin Feng for the first time, "Hey, buddy, it's me, hurry up and take me to experience the excitement of this special flying sky. I don't have the hobby of a man's flight." Qin Feng. Advertisement. Jonathan opened his eyes wide, and then looked at Qin Feng resentfully, "You can't do this. In your words, you are a typical guy who prefers S**x to friends." Qin Feng shrugged. Then the two were invited into the room. The three got along for a while. It was almost 12 o'clock, Susan and Jonathan stood up from the sofa, ready to leave. "I'll take you back." Seeing this, Qin Feng said to the two of them. Susan was going to say that it was too late, but thinking that Qin Feng could fly now and would be back soon, she did not refuse. So the three of them walked out of the room. After walking out of the room, Qin Feng rode Jonathan's motorcycle, took Jonathan and then drove side by side with Susan, riding each other's motorcycles, and drove back to where they were. After sending the two back, Qin Feng waved to the two of them dashingly, and then suddenly disappeared from their sight. Appearing again, Qin Feng has already used teleportation to return to the house. After returning here, Qin Feng picked up the phone and checked the time. 2 minutes to 12 o'clock. According to the information he obtained, 12 o'clock every night was his new transformation time. Super Sun has already experienced it, and I don't know who will transform into next. Qin Feng's eyes flashed, and he was also curious about the next transformation. In addition, he also wanted to know when he, after finishing the current transformation, how much power can he inherit. Chapter 13. 2 minutes is very short. Qin Feng just sat on the sofa and listened to half of the song. Time passed suddenly. 0 o'clock came suddenly. Almost as soon as he arrived, Qin Feng found that the Sun Wukong Super Sun power he had acquired was greatly dissipated. Compared with the previous time, his power is like the difference between a drop of water and the sea. Not a level of existence at all. Before him, he could crush countless of him now. It can kill a lot in one go. But even so, Qin Feng at this moment is also far more powerful than ordinary people. At this meeting, he inherited the fighting ability and cultivation ability of the Monkey King Super Sun, and also inherited a certain strength, obtained strengthening, and mastered the use of Qi. At the same time, the Turtle School Qigong, teleportation, air dance, and free will, etc., will also be fully remembered and can be used. Based on his current combat power, Qin Feng estimated that it should be stronger than when Sun Wukong drank the super divine water. After all, it's just the King's Fist and Zai Zai Jiagong that can be regarded as super killers. In addition to the above benefits, Qin Feng still has a very deep feeling in Qin Feng's current situation. As long as he works hard to practice the exercises and exercise his body, then he will be able to incarnate into a Super Sun again before stepping in the peak state of Sun Wukong. Advertisement. This feeling is quite strong. I don't know if it was an illusion or what. Just when Qin Feng's power was degenerating, Qin Feng didn't wait for Qin Feng to feel that his power was weakening. Following a large amount of information, it was suddenly instilled into his mind. A powerful force also rushed into his body. At the same time, a special box suddenly appeared in front of him in the void. In addition, his Super Sun golden explosive head shape also turned into a soft blonde hair. Awakening the 8th sense Saint Sea Glacier. Sweat. With such a situation, Qin Feng also suddenly knew who he was transformed into today. Saint Sea Glacier. Glacier, one of the Bronze 5 little powers. Although Binghe is not the protagonist Sea in the Saint Sea, but this will transform Qin Feng, but also awakening the 8th sense of Binghe. In terms of strength, it is naturally very powerful. At this moment, Qin Feng clearly found that he had a lot of fighting experience about Glacier in his mind. At the same time, various training methods, fighting ability, and nirvana. Diamond Star Fist, Aurora Lightning, Forgiveness of the Goddess of Dawn, Absolute Zero, etc. Is this the Saint Seiya's little universe? After discovering such a change, Qin Feng murmured, subconsciously immersing his mind in his body, feeling the changes in his body. Easily discover your own little universe. In terms of strength, after a little observation, Qin Feng already understood that the Glacier he transformed into today cannot be compared with the Super Sun Wukong who transformed into yesterday. Advertisement. After all, the Son Goku of yesterday is the Son Goku in various forms of the Super Saiyan. Powerful to the extreme. And now Glacier, although awakening has the 8th sense, is already equivalent to the realm of God. But in terms of combat power, it is still not as powerful as Sun Wukong. Definitely, even if it's not as awesome as Sun Wukong. With the strength of the 8th sense now, it can be regarded as very strong. In addition, Qin Feng now not only has the ability of Glacier, but also inherited from the transformation of Sun Wukong, the King of World Fist, Zai Zai Jai Gong, teleportation, etc. Qin Feng's combat power is even more in Glacier. On the basis of the original, it has improved a lot. Compared with the top bosses in this world, although it is not as good, it is still quite good. Ordinary mutants or something, in front of Qin Feng, only got hanged and beaten. Even Wolverine, Spider-Man, or something, Qin Feng can still hang them. Okay, today's strength is okay, wait for another time during the day to test how strong it is, and how cool the moves like Diamond Star Fist are, then. It's time to go to bed early and get up early. If you have good skin, you won't be bald. After feeling his own strength, Qin Feng followed without any ink, ran to take a shower, and then went to sleep. Sleep till dawn. It was the phone's ringtone that woke him up. Chapter 14. Qin Feng picked up the phone and saw that the caller's name was Lightning. Seeing this name, Qin Feng was stunned subconsciously. Lightning. The Flash. Wait, no, it's Thompson. My high school classmate, and my current college classmate. He's a school football star, a very popular guy. Plus, he's the one who got Spider-Man Tiny Parker. After being stunned for a while, Qin Feng remembered who Lightning was from his predecessor's memory. Qin Feng couldn't help but look weird when he remembered the Lightning. Because according to his memory, his relationship with Lightning turned out to be very good. And he also bullied Spider-Man with Thompson. Alright. Qin Feng couldn't help feeling a little ironic. It is said that Spider-Man's children's shoes are either super criminals or superhero. Most people who travel through Marvel are friends with Spider-Man. Result. He turned out to be the one who bullied Spider-Man. And it was also with the memories of this meeting that Qin Feng remembered that according to the memory of his predecessor, Thompson was taught a lesson by Spider-Man some time ago. Advertisement. After thinking about this, Qin Feng was suddenly a little curious, what was the purpose of Thompson calling him, and he answered the phone immediately. Qin Feng, aren't you coming to school today? Go to school. Hearing this, Qin Feng, who was just about to ask Thompson why he called, was startled for a moment, and then suddenly. Yes, he is now a student. Really going to school? I didn't go yesterday because I just crossed over and didn't get used to it. And today I forgot, well, it was purely because I didn't get used to it. Before he crossed over, he had already passed the age of school. Liberated already. Result. Time traveled, and now I have to go to school, which is nonsense. Qin Feng, you don't have a cold, are you ill? Why did you go to school? You still have a puzzled tone, haven't you woken up completely? Thompson. I fell asleep for a while. Qin Feng. Oh. Thompson replied. Did you call just to inform me to go to school? Qin Feng. Well, I also want to talk to you. Thompson. What do you want to talk about? Qin Feng. What the hell is going on with that guy Peter? Why did he suddenly become so powerful? Did he pretend to be weak before, or did he suddenly mutate? He became a mutant or something. Besides, what do you think I'm going to do next? For how to treat Peter Parker? Thompson. If you don't want to be beaten, it's naturally because you should let go of the past. Definitely, if you're not afraid of being beaten, you can continue to bully him. Qin Feng. Advertisement. What about you? Dude, don't forget, you have bullied him before. Although Peter's guy doesn't seem to have revenge on you recently, I think he will get rid of you sooner or later. Thompson. Then I'll talk when he cleans up. Qin Feng. Aren't you afraid of being beaten? Thompson. Then he needs to be able to beat me. Qin Feng. Hi. Thompson was puzzled, obviously not understanding what Qin Feng meant. Okay, let's stop talking about this, see you at school later. Qin Feng changed the subject and said a word to Thompson, and was about to hang up. Wait. Just when Qin Feng was about to hang up, Thompson suddenly stopped Qin Feng. Do you have anything else to do? Qin Feng. Yeah. Thompson replied. What else? Qin Feng. Actually, apart from what I want to ask you, what should I do to Peter Parker? I'm still thinking about one thing recently, and I don't know how to choose. I'm quite confused. As my good friend, I naturally want to hear it. Your opinion. Thompson. What's the matter? Qin Feng was a little curious. I want to go to the military. Thompson. Join the army. Qin Feng's eyes moved, and then the thoughts in his mind turned. Yes. Although Thompson did bully Peter Parker when he was a student, he later settled his suspicions with Spider-Man and went to join the army, and he was still in the army. When participating in a certain battle, in order to save his teammates, his legs fell below him. His knee was amputated and he became a crippled man. He eventually participated in the military's Rebirth Plan 2.0, became the host of Venom, and turned into a Venom agent. Why did you suddenly think of joining the army? Qin Feng was a little curious. There are two reasons, one is that I have always longed for the military, and the other is that I lost face by being cleaned up in front of so many people by Peter, but although I lost face, it also made me understand, I'm actually not as good as I thought, so I want to go to the army for further education. Thompson. Chapter 15. How about Qin Feng, do you think I should join the army or not? Before Qin Feng could answer, Thompson asked Qin Feng again. This depends on your own choice. If you really think you are interested in joining the army and really want to go to the army for further study, then I think you should go to the army because of it. Qin Feng thought for a while and followed. To Thompson. It did not perfunctory Thompson anything. So, thank you Qin Feng, I understand, I invite you to dinner at night, and I don't know when I can have dinner with you next time. Thompson. You have made a decision. Qin Feng. Thompson. Oh. Qin Feng responded and said, that's it. Okay. Thompson. So Qin Feng hung up the phone. After hanging up the phone, Qin Feng couldn't help shaking his head. Judging from Thompson's last words, Qin Feng already understood that Thompson had already made a decision when he called, and he was going to join the army. The reason why I called Qin Feng to ask Qin Feng actually just wanted one more person to agree with him to join the army, to make him more determined, or to think that what he was doing was more correct. If this guy goes to the army, I don't know if he can become a Venom in the future, but even if he can become a Venom, I'm afraid it will be a few years later. Qin Feng's eyes flashed, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and then he stopped. To think about such things. Jumped out of bed. Follow along with brushing your teeth, rinsing your mouth, and washing your face. After everything was done, Qin Feng looked at the handsome face in the mirror with a smile on the corner of his mouth. His face in this life is really handsome. Although the blonde hair at this meeting was not as good looking as the black hair he was familiar with, it was not an eyesore. Advertisement. In addition, he will be transformed into a glacier, and there is an extra coldness on his body, which looks even more mysterious. After looking in the mirror for a while, Qin Feng walked out of the door and rode a bicycle towards the school. If I remember correctly, my current situation is that after I finish this semester, I will have to do an internship and find a job after my studies. Moreover, if the credits are completed, I can graduate early. Go to review the campus life first, and see the stars. How is the campus life in China? If you can, then continue your studies. If you can't, then finish the credits early and graduate directly. Or simply graduate directly and not go to class. Anyway, for me right now, class is meaningless. Rather than go to class, go get some money. By the way, when it comes to money, it seems that the money left by the parents of the predecessor is running out. If you don't want to eat dirt, or rely on Susan and the others for relief, you really have to find a way to get money. However, in terms of money, it shouldn't be difficult. After all, the fastest way to make money is written in the Constitution. Although I'm not going to be a criminal or something, but if I work part-time as a superhero and get some money by the way, it doesn't seem impossible. What's faster than picking up gangsters and getting money out of their hands? Looking for a drug dealer or arms deal, it seems that you can get a lot of money, right? Why don't you just take action against some large gangsters? It's a pity that I forgot about such a thing yesterday. Otherwise, in my Super Saiyan form yesterday, in the universe, I can just find a planet with a lot of gold and bricks, and I can get a lot of money if I act recklessly. Qin Feng was rushing on his bicycle while his thoughts turned. Then he came to a breakfast cart location. I saw someone selling burgers here. This breakfast cart is doing great business. There will be a lot of people lining up to buy. Advertisement. According to the memory of the predecessor, the burgers in this breakfast cart were very good, so after he came here, he was going to buy it and try it. After waiting in line for more than 10 minutes, it was Qin Feng's turn. Skill to pay, choose burgers, eat with Qin Feng, and prepare to leave the breakfast cart. Result. Boom. Before Qin Feng left the breakfast car, an explosion sounded 100 meters away from the breakfast car. At the same time as the explosion sounded, a large number of gunshots also sounded violently. Then, there were 3 cars galloping frantically. As the cars galloped, at the window of each car, there were armed men with their faces covered, shooting with automatic rifles. The man they shot was a man in a Spider-Man suit hanging from a cobweb and approaching them fast. Well, that guy is Spider-Man. Seeing such a situation, Qin Feng was calm. In the world of Marvel, this kind of thing is simply too normal. Ordinary people are living in dire straits. Every day, there are various terrorist attacks in major cities, evil bosses, mutants, bank robbing, treasury robbing, and sabotage. It is really not easy for the predecessor to live safely until the age of 20. Not only is the predecessor not easy, but a large number of ordinary people in this world are actually not easy. After all, they don't know when the city will be destroyed, or the world will be destroyed. Or they don't know the day when they will suddenly be slapped with an ordinary snap of fingers, and they will be wiped out. Chapter 16. While eating a burger, Qin Feng watched the battle in front of him. After watching it for a while, it was a little boring. Although when I watched Spider-Man movies before, I felt that Spider-Man was still very powerful. But now that he has successively received the combat experience of Sun Wukong and Bing He, and the fighting style of the Spider-Man in front of him, no matter how you look at it, they are all immature, or naive. Although the move looks a bit cool. But it's all bells and whistles. It is obvious that the problem can be solved simply and quickly, but Spider-Man has been working on it for a long time, and he does not know whether he is showing his strength, attracting more fans, or is it really that weak. Just chased a few cars, but the cars didn't stop quickly, but instead, they kept creating traffic chaos during the chase, and many passers-by's vehicles and buildings were beaten into sieves. Sure enough, in this Marvel, the hardest thing is ordinary people. Fortunately, when I traveled to this world, I have gold finger, not ordinary people. Otherwise, in this world, unless I earn as much money as Tony Stark and have banknotes ability, otherwise, you will inevitably face a crisis of death at any time. Being disabled, and dying is simply a normal thing. Under Qin Feng's observation, the cars driven by the militants were still galloping. The militants were still shooting, and they not only shot at Spider-Man, but also deliberately attacked others around them. So that Spider-Man had to rescue others around him while dodging their attacks. Then, advertisement. Those who were rescued by Spider-Man naturally looked at Spider-Man with admiration. And the militants were also satisfied that their means delayed Spider-Man's capture of them. It's completely a scene of hello, everyone. Seeing such a situation, Qin Feng had no desire to make a move. After watching it for a while, he finished eating the hamburger and sat on the bike again, ready to leave. But just as he was about to leave, he saw the void in front of him, and suddenly sparks flickered, and the little sparks turned into halos. Qin Feng had seen such a scene once before and felt familiar. Then I saw Ancient One, wearing a golden robe with a bald head, walking out of the circle of light. Qin Feng was a little surprised when Ancient One came out. Why are you here? Don't say it, you are here to find me again. Qin Feng said to Ancient One. You're right, I did come here specifically to find you. Ancient One. Why? Qin Feng. Do you have no desire to take action when you see the battle in front of you? Ancient One didn't answer, but changed the subject and asked Qin Feng. Isn't there already a little Spider-Man shot? Qin Feng. Advertisement. But he will obviously be held up, and he won't be able to solve things in a short time. Ancient One. Although he was dragged, don't you think he enjoyed it? Those militants attacked the surrounding people, and then little Spider-Man had to give up their concentration on arresting them and go to rescue the surrounding people. After the people around them were rescued, they all worshipped Spider-Man more. This is a very harmonious scene of hello, and everyone. I don't think such a scene has points that I should take action. Qin Feng. Your opinion is very unique. Ancient One couldn't help but smile at Qin Feng after hearing this. I'm just stating a fact. Qin Feng shrugged. Your savvy is very good, do you really want to learn magic from me? Ancient One. I don't want to. Qin Feng said without hesitation. Why not? I can feel that your situation is very wrong. Although today I can feel that you still contain extremely powerful power. If you exert it, the current planet can't bear your power. As for you yesterday, you are obviously a lot weaker. Have you made a mistake in your practice? Maybe I can help you. Ancient One. You can't help me. Qin Feng. How will you know if you don't try? Ancient One. But I don't want to try. Ancient One, instead of coming to me to learn magic, why don't you go to Stephen Strange? He is your perfect heir. Whether you want to give up your life or survive, he will definitely a good heir to Sorcerer Supreme, with amazing magical ability. Qin Feng. Chapter 17. Stephen Strange. Ancient One's eyes moved. That's right. Qin Feng. You are really special. I can see through my destiny because I borrowed the power of darkness to see through my own destiny, so I can see the existence of people related to me. How can you see through such a fate? Ancient One. Secret. Qin Feng. Hehe, it's really a very curious secret. Do you really not want to learn magic from me at all? If you are willing to learn magic, I will definitely teach it. Even if you want to learn time magic, I will not stop. Ancient One. You don't have the same philosophy as mine. I don't have the idea of who to die for, or for something, and I don't want to carry the burden of your line. Learning magic from you and becoming the Sorcerer Supreme is destined to be to protect the earth and bear a lot of responsibilities is too tiring, not what I want. Qin Feng. You can also just learn magic and not become the Sorcerer Supreme. I just want you to learn magic and not have to make you my heir. Ancient One. But I don't believe you, although you are right, but if I really learn magic from you, I will definitely accept your love. If you can't think about it one day and die on purpose, even if I don't want to take responsibility, you have to carry this pot. Qin Feng glared at Ancient One. The old man was very bad. Even if the Ancient One in front of him was a woman from a movie and TV drama, the old woman was very bad. Ha ha ha. It's really interesting. Qin Feng, you are really interesting to me. In my long assignment, this is the first time you are so interested in me. Ancient One suddenly laughed. Even if you are interested in me, I like young girls, not you. Qin Feng. Advertisement. Little guy, even I dare to tease you. I really don't know whether to call you bold or youthful. Ancient One shook his head with a smile, and then suddenly stomped his feet, almost at the moment of his stomping. I saw that the entire space suddenly changed. Qin Feng could suddenly feel that the current space was completely different from the previous space. Mirror space. After discovering this situation, Qin Feng's eyes moved, and he was a little curious, and then he subconsciously looked around, and could clearly feel that in this space, everything here is still. Yes, mirror space. Ancient One. Are you going to teach me a lesson? Qin Feng. No. I just want to test how strong you are, and let you see the power of magic. Come on, little guy, let's do it. Since you're not interested in magic, I'll let you feel it. Interest. If you don't show the strength that makes me satisfied today, don't blame me for keeping you in this mirrored space. Ancient One smiled and looked at Qin Feng. When the words fell, he held his right hand in the air and held it down. I saw magic power overflowing from her right hand, followed by a flash of light, and a fan composed of magic power appeared in her hand. Holding the fan, she put one hand behind her back, looking at Qin Feng calmly and comfortably. At this moment, it seems to be in communion with heaven and earth. At this moment, she gave people an incomparably mysterious, vast, and unfathomable feeling. Qin Feng. At this moment, Qin Feng was a little speechless. I used to read Marvel novels and so on. The protagonists who have passed through are all shameless and go to Ancient One to learn magic. As a result, I am not interested in learning magic, but Ancient One came to him to learn. This will make him learn. I even got him to the mirror space, and I really don't know what to say. Advertisement. While speechless, Qin Feng also shrugged, just as he was about to test the strength of Glacier's 8th sense. Since the Ancient One actively wants to test his strength, let's fight it. It is said that the Saint Seiya with the 8th sense is the realm of God. Qin Feng also wanted to know how strong the Saint Seiya felt was. Since you want to test, then do what you want. Qin Feng said lightly, and almost as soon as he said this, there was an extremely terrifying burst of cold energy on his body. When the cold air broke out, both hands danced. Diamond Star Fist. One of the glacier fighting abilities, was suddenly displayed by Qin Feng. Almost as soon as it was displayed, a terrifying light erupted from Qin Feng's hands. It fell like snowflakes, and it was also as beautiful as stars. The white snowflakes like pearls and jade were scattered, as if to freeze everything, and the mirrored buildings around it. All of them suddenly turned into ice sculptures at this moment. A terrifying attack, like a violent storm, enveloped the Ancient One. Chapter 18. Bang! Almost as soon as Glacier hit the blow, the frozen buildings around it exploded violently and turned into powder. At the same time as the building exploded, the strong force completely enveloped Ancient One. Very good power. In the face of such an attack, Ancient One's eyes flashed with admiration, and with a wave of the glowing folding fan in his hand, there was an explosion of magical power, colliding towards Qin Feng's attack. Boom! Bang! The ground shook, and a deafening explosion sounded suddenly. Under the explosion, Qin Feng's attack collided with Ancient One's magical power, creating a terrifying energy storm that swept in all directions. Under such a sweep, Ancient One's body flickered with light, and a shield appeared, but the violent force that rushed towards her seemed to be directly separated from her, failing to hurt her in the slightest. As Marvel's strongest Xeon magician on Earth, the power of the Ancient One is absolutely terrifying. She is proficient in all kinds of magic. Space, summoning, protection, long-range attack, teleportation, etc. If she wanted to, she could actually cast time magic. In the movie, she dies only because she doesn't want to live any longer. Otherwise she could not have died. Although I don't know who is stronger than her and Thanos. Advertisement. But at least, Thanos really didn't come to Earth when she was sitting on Earth. After all, Time Gem is always in her hands. Just when Ancient One resisted Qin Feng's attack, Qin Feng's figure disappeared from the spot in a flash, rushing towards Ancient One at an extremely astonishing speed, the speed far exceeding the speed of sound. P.S. Explain, it's just a tentative power. The author knows that the 7th sense can be the speed of light. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Ancient One, his right hand formed a fist, and he slammed a blow. Although Ancient One, the Sorcerer Supreme, not only has long-range attack, but also the melee ability is quite good, but no matter what, magician's melee ability must be entered into the warrior. In terms of physical strength, few are more powerful than warriors. Very fast, but not fast enough. Just as Qin Feng's blow was about to land on Ancient One, he saw Ancient One smiled and dropped a sentence. It disappeared in place, and reappeared on the top of a building in the mirror space. Impressively displayed the teleportation ability. However, as soon as she appeared here, she saw that Qin Feng also used the teleportation inherited from Sun Wukong, appeared on the top of Ancient One's head, and slashed his right hand into a palm. SHH. Then Ancient One's figure suddenly disappeared again. Qin Feng followed her as soon as she disappeared. I saw only two people, and they kept appearing all over the world in the scene space. Either in the sky or on the ground. Both of them appeared quickly. All kinds of instant movement. Advertisement. If it was someone who was not mobile, he had been hanged and beaten long ago under this elusive ability. But whether it is Ancient One or Qin Feng, in this kind of instant movement, no one can do anything to the other. Although Qin Feng's speed is very fast, he can't predict where Ancient One's next teleportation will go without urging his full strength. After chasing for a while, Qin Feng stopped on top of a building, facing Ancient One far away. Little guy, with just such power, you still can't do it. Show your true skills. Otherwise, you won't be able to touch even a single corner of my clothes today. Ancient One looked at Qin Feng with a smile. Your strength is really good. Qin Feng praised, and he was not affected because his previous strength was originally a temptation. Since you want to see my true power, then you need to be careful next time. Qin Feng praised, then followed the conversation, and then he didn't try any more, and directly stimulated his eighth sense. Almost at the moment when the eighth sense was exerted. Alaya consciousness liberation. At this moment, I can clearly feel the changes of all things in the world, see the origin of the world, and understand the laws of the operation of all things in the world. It seems that I can know the past, present, and future, voice and dialogue with it. The soul is one with heaven and earth, everywhere. This is the eighth sense, the realm of God. Even if this mirrored space is not a real space, it is just a mirrored space of the real world. But at this moment, Qin Feng seemed to have penetrated the essence of this space after activating his eighth sense. Although he just stood calmly in the void, the heaven and the earth could not bear the existence. As long as he wanted to, the void could be broken at once, and the dimensional space could be opened. Chapter 19. With the activation of the eighth sense, Qin Feng, at the moment, clearly felt that the power in his body had skyrocketed a lot. At this moment, he has a strong feeling. Even if it is a planet, or even a galaxy, if he explodes with all his strength, he can freeze it and blow it up. This power is already very strong. Huh? This kind of power. It's really incredible power. Obviously from the situation just now, the little guy in front of him is a lot weaker than he was yesterday, and it's not on the same level at all. But now, as he doesn't know what kind of means he has used, the power contained in his body has suddenly reached a rather astonishing level. Ancient One looked at Qin Feng in surprise, comparing Qin Feng's current situation. Of curiosity. Just when he was curious, Qin Feng glanced at Ancient One and punched it. It was obviously just an ordinary punch. But it gave Ancient One a completely different feeling than before. Reach the speed of light. Qin Feng's attack has already reached the speed of light. Ordinary people, even mutants and some cosmic races, may not be able to react. Ancient One's face turned pale, and the protective cover opened. At the same time, teleportation was cast and disappeared from the spot. But as soon as she disappeared, Qin Feng's attack followed her where she reappeared, overwhelming the sky, and the attack reached the speed of light. Let her not be able to escape. Boom. Then the attack landed on her body, and there was an explosion that shook the sky and the earth, and with the sound of the explosion, I saw the body of Ancient One flew out and hit the ground. On top of the building was hit and exploded. Then she fell to the ground. When she fell to the ground, magic light flickered under her feet, and the magic star array of stars resolved the power of the landing. When she resolved the power, she saw that there was no injury on her body. Her magical protection obviously blocked Qin Feng's attack. Advertisement. Even if she was hit from the front, it seemed that she was thrown into the air, but Qin Feng's attack did not actually attack her. What a fast speed! Your attack actually reached the speed of light. Ancient One looked at Qin Feng with a smile while dissolving his power, his eyes full of surprise. It's just that you're surprised, there are faster ones. I'm really going to make a real move. Pay attention to yourself, don't die. Qin Feng said. The words fell, and both hands waved, and then, brick and stone star fist. The terrifying cold air suddenly erupted, and the entire planet was enveloped by the cold air. At the same time as the cold air was enveloped, the attack that surpassed the speed of light was overwhelmingly shrouded toward the Ancient One. The buildings on the entire planet instantly turned to dust. At the same time as the building was turned to dust, a terrifying force enveloped Ancient One. Ancient One's figure flashed, and it disappeared from the place, on another planet. Just when she appeared on another planet, I saw that the planet Qin Feng was on before exploded directly, and at the same time as the planet exploded, there was an attack that penetrated the dimension, and continued towards her from the dimension. Covered up. Ancient One's eyes flickered. Space magic urges. With her as the center, unfold layers of mirror images, swallowing all the power drilled out of the dimension. Layer after layer. It shattered hundreds of mirror images before blocking the power. Seeing that such an attack by himself was resolved by Ancient One again, Qin Feng's face did not show any surprises either. The mirror space is the mirror image of Ancient One. As long as Ancient One does not want to die, as long as the mirror image is not broken, she cannot be killed. It's an amazing attack. If it weren't for the power you showed in this mirror space, even I couldn't resist it. With the punch you just punched, even my magical protection might not be able to resist. Stay, if you get hit in the front, you might die. Ancient One looked at Qin Feng who appeared in front of him with admiration. So, why do I have to learn magic again? Qin Feng. Hehe, okay, I originally wanted to stimulate this little guy, but I was taught a lesson by this little guy. In terms of strength, your strength is really strong. If I confront you head on, I'm not really your opponent, but I'm a magician, and close combat is not my strength, so I won't be passive defense. Ancient One laughed. Advertisement. At the same time as he smiled, his figure flashed and disappeared from the spot. Almost as soon as she disappeared, a large number of cities suddenly appeared around, surrounding Qin Feng. While surrounded, a large number of space portals suddenly appeared, and magic powers poured out from the space portals, attacking Qin Feng, and each magic power pouring out was enough to destroy a planet. Qin Feng's expression remained unchanged, absolute zero. With him as the center, an extremely astonishing chill suddenly erupted, freezing the space and freezing everything. The rushing attacks were all frozen at this moment. Then the bang exploded and turned into powder. Okay, I won't play with you anymore, the competition is here. Qin Feng urged Absolute Zero to freeze the attacks, and immediately dropped a sentence at Ancient One. With a random punch against the void, on the basis of penetrating the essence of the mirror space, one punch breaks the dimension, and suddenly a space portal is forcibly punched out, revealing the scene on the other side of the space portal, which is impressively the real Earth. After the space portal was played, Qin Feng stepped out of the space portal and returned to reality as soon as his thoughts moved. Seeing this, Ancient One couldn't help laughing, then put away the weapon, then lifted the space portal, and returned to reality. Isn't this just finished warming up, why don't you fight? After Ancient One returned to reality, he appeared beside Qin Feng and asked Qin Feng. You're not my enemy, just test it, and then fight. I'm afraid that if I can't keep it, I will kill you. Qin Feng. Hehe, although your strength is very strong, you still can't kill me. Ancient One. Under normal circumstances, it won't kill you, but what if you set up a set to touch porcelain and deliberately seek death? Qin Feng. Ha ha ha, what a smart little guy, I'm really getting more and more interested in you, little guy, sooner or later, you will learn magic from me. Ancient One. You're thinking too much. Qin Feng shrugged, followed by riding his bicycle, and walked forward without paying much attention to Ancient One. Seeing this, Ancient One didn't chase, but glanced at Spider-Man who was still fighting the militants. He didn't see any movement from her, a space portal appeared in front of him, and then stepped into the space portal and disappeared. Apparently, the Ancient One also has no interest in meddling in Spider-Man battles. Chapter 20. When I didn't activate the 8th sense before, I thought that the power of the Saint CEO was just like that, but I didn't expect that the 8th sense was stimulated, in that state of communion with heaven and earth, but the power was so amazing. In addition, I have to admit that Ancient One's ability is very special. Mirror space, really good. Great for testing strength. Don't worry that you can't control your power and blow up the planet all at once. As Qin Feng rode his bicycle forward, he turned his thoughts, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Have some interest in the magical powers of the Ancient One. But even so, Qin Feng is still not ready to learn magic from Ancient One. He didn't want to be a teacher or something. At the same time, I really don't want to accept the favor of others. Just like what he said to Ancient One before. He didn't want to be pitted by Ancient One. That's not a joke. No one can understand the idea of Ancient One. Clear. If he really thinks Qin Feng's strength is good and he has more contact with her, it would be a sad thing to throw the blame on Qin Feng. Sorcerer Supreme or something. Let the one who was originally supposed to be the heir of Sorcerer Supreme be the one. As for him Qin Feng, forget it. Advertisement. It is also because of this that Qin Feng suddenly stopped after seeing Ancient One starting to prepare to counterattack. He was really afraid that once the real fire broke out, or the battle became more and more fierce, if he couldn't hold back, the Ancient One would be courting death for the Ancient One. Ancient One died. Then there is a huge black pot on his head. Better to stay away from Ancient One. And judging from what Ancient One said when he just left, Ancient One clearly had that kind of thinking. Horrible. Luckily it was quicker to withdraw. Bang. Bang bang bang. Under Qin Feng's thoughts, a series of gunshots sounded. When the sound sounded, I saw the militants fighting against Spider-Man. One of the militants in the car surpassed Qin Feng's at the same location. While passing, a militant emerged from the window and shot Qin Feng's side abruptly. On Qin Feng's side, he is the only one who is still riding a bicycle. As for the others, they have long since been hiding. So the bullets of the militants locked Qin Feng. Following this situation, I saw a cobweb suddenly rush towards Qin Feng's position at an astonishing speed, towards his back. Depending on the situation, it was clear that he wanted to stick to him, and then smash him. Hold up! In such a situation, Qin Feng couldn't help but turn dark. What the hell is going on in this world? Is his face black, or what? I wasn't ready to take care of anything, and as a result, disasters always fell from the sky. Yesterday, when I ate at the buffet, the glass shattered, a large number of attacks attacked him, and the Hulk made trouble. Went to the racetrack with Jonathan, met the Mantis Demon again, now had breakfast, passed by, and met the terrorist attack again. Advertisement. This is a little bit wrong. At the same time as his face darkened, Qin Feng let out a cold snort, and there was an explosion of cold air, freezing all the bullets that rushed towards him, causing them to turn into ice and fall to the ground. At the same time as he was on the ground, he grabbed the cobweb with his backhand and grabbed the cobweb. With a force, he saw that he was about to use the cobweb to pull Qin Feng into the air, so as to avoid the armed forces. The Spider-Man of molecular bullet was pulled in front of him uncontrollably from a distance. Bang! Unprepared, Spider-Man, who was pulled over, fell directly and ate shit. Spider-Man's eyes widened. Then he raised his head to look at the person who pulled him over. Qin Feng. It's you. As he raised his head, Spider-Man also recognized Qin Feng at once. When he recognized Qin Feng, it was quite incredible. Subconsciously exclaimed. As soon as he exclaimed, he quickly shut up. Only then did he remember that he was dressed as Spider-Man, not Peter Parker's true face. Under normal circumstances, he should not know Qin Feng. Then stand up from the ground as if nothing happened, and leave the place. Although he would be very curious, how did Qin Feng pull him over all of a sudden? But at the moment is not the time to chat. Moreover, he should not reveal his identity in front of Qin Feng. That's when Spider-Man is. The militant who attacked Qin Feng was surprised when he saw that the bullet he fired was unable to hurt Qin Feng, and also saw Qin Feng pulling Spider-Man to his side from a distance. However, for a moment, their eyes lit up, and they took advantage of this opportunity to shoot Qin Feng and Spider-Man frantically. Chapter 21. Humph. Seeing this, Qin Feng snorted coldly, and with the cold snort, he saw the bullets that were rushing towards them turned into ice lumps again and fell to the ground. At the same time as the ice lumps fell to the ground, only the cold air was seen. He also ran towards those cars. Suddenly, one of the cars was frozen into ice. Both the car and the people inside were frozen into ice sculptures at once. What is this? That rascal. That guy is also an ability. Run. Such a scene made the militants in the other vehicles change their expressions, and then they were about to run away. But, without giving them a chance to run at all, they also followed in the footsteps of the first car in an instant, and they also turned into ice sculptures and were frozen at once. Seeing such a scene, Spider-Man was stunned for a moment, with surprise in his eyes, and then subconsciously put his eyes on Qin Feng. Maybe the people in the distance don't understand how these militants were frozen, but the Spider-Man beside Qin Feng could clearly feel the chill that erupted from Qin Feng's body. The cold air made him feel threatened. Qin Feng is also an ability? Could it be that he was bitten and mutated by something like him? Advertisement? Or, is it a mutant or something? Spider-Man was very curious at this moment. It made him want to ask Qin Feng. Although Spider-Man has been very happy since he became an ability, he can act as a superhero. But Spider-Man actually wants to find someone to talk to, and wants to find someone to share his success and his ability. But before him, there was no one to talk to at all. As an ability, isn't it necessary to hide your true face? There are so many bad people in the world. If something goes wrong, even if you don't have a problem yourself, your family will be sad if there is a problem. Moreover, sharing secrets with others is also prone to things. Moreover, if you share it with ordinary people, people might think he is showing off. There is simply no equal sharing. But this moment, seeing Qin Feng also show such power, Spider-Man naturally felt that he had found his own kind. However, although Spider-Man was very curious, he took a deep look at Qin Feng, followed by half a sentence without saying much, and suddenly launched cobweb towards the distant building, followed by his body into the air, 3 or 2 strokes. Disappear. Seeing this, Qin Feng didn't leave Spider-Man behind. He rode his bike indifferently and walked towards the school. This time Qin Feng moved forward without any problems. Soon came to the school gate. Advertisement. When he came here by bicycle, he didn't know if it was a coincidence or if Peter Parker was waiting for Qin Feng on purpose. When he arrived at the gate of the campus, Peter Parker also happened to ride a bicycle to the gate of the school. Seeing this, Qin Feng didn't pay much attention to Peter Parker, just put the bicycle away and walked towards the classroom. Wait, Qin Feng. Peter Parker stopped Qin Feng as Qin Feng walked forward. Anything? Qin Feng stopped, turned, and asked calmly. Long time no see, why didn't you come to class yesterday? Peter Parker. Didn't we just meet you just now? Why, you take off Spider-Man's clothes, so you don't see it before. Qin Feng. What Spider-Man? Peter Parker's pupils shrank and followed. Okay, it's useless for you to hide in front of me. I'm pretty sure that you were the one who fought those militants like an idiot on that big sister just now. Qin Feng. Idiot. Peter Parker was taken aback. Yes, or Joker. Qin Feng. Why do you think so? Peter Parker looked at Qin Feng angrily. If he was told that before he didn't get ability before, it would be fine for him to endure it. Now he is a Spider-Man admired by a large number of people, and he has a lot of fans. Under such circumstances, some people even call him an idiot, Joker. This cannot be tolerated. Why, you don't think you are an idiot, Joker? Qin Feng looked at Peter Parker lightly. Naturally not. Peter Parker. Ever since you mutated into a Spider-Man, you have been up and down. When your superhero fights crime, although you fight crime, it's really good, but don't you think there is something wrong with your fighting method? It's full of loopholes. Just kidding. Qin Feng. How is that possible? Peter Parker. Chapter 22. How is that possible? Let's just say that you dealt with those militants today. Don't you think that your approach is full of loopholes? With your mobility, you will be restricted by them, making you like a firefighting agent. Like a staff member, saving people everywhere. I don't even know if you are immersed in the worship of those people after you rescued them, or if you are too rookie and too novice. Based on your abnormal situation, if you exercise well and pay attention to your current situation, you will definitely be many times stronger than you are now. Instead of being like now, it is very difficult to deal with small troubles. Don't just think about eating your own physical abilities. It is best to find a place to learn combat skills and learn more. Qin Feng glanced at Spider-Man, then raised his foot and left. Spider-Man's face was pitch black. Today, he has gained strength and got rid of his status as a Diozi. No longer the cowardly bullied him. Worshipped by so many people. It is superhero reported by major newspapers. As a result, Qin Feng actually said that he was full of loopholes and was a rookie. It really annoyed him enough. Humph, who wouldn't say hi, it sounds like you're better than me. Spider-Man. It's totally fine to hit you. Qin Feng stopped and said again. Arrogant. Spider-Man. Are you arrogant? Okay, don't leave after school, find a place to practice, see if I'm arrogant. Qin Feng said another sentence to Spider-Man with a half-smiling smile, then continued to move forward and increased his speed. Who's afraid of who? Spider-Man responded. In the past, before he gained power, he really didn't dare, but now, he has absolute confidence. Advertisement. After responding to this sentence, he quickly followed Qin Feng. No way, he and Qin Feng are not only college classmates, but also classmates. If you want to go to class, no matter what, you still have to go with Qin Feng. Then, nothing else happened. Both Qin Feng and Spider-Man are in class normally. It was not until after class that Thompson found Qin Feng. Dude, why did you think of dyeing your hair and getting blonde hair? Besides, how come your hair has grown so long in just one day? Could it be a wig? After Thompson found Qin Feng, he was curious about Qin Feng asked. This hair is not dyed. Qin Feng. Not dyed? Then you went for a hair transplant. Thompson. You can take it. Qin Feng. Thompson was speechless, and didn't bother much about this matter, but said to Qin Feng, Man, why did you come to school with Peter Parker? Could it be that Peter Parker has troubled you just now? No, I just met at the campus entrance. Qin Feng. Oh. Thompson. It's your decision to join the army, so what are you going to do with Parker? Reconciliation, or continue? Qin Feng changed the subject and asked Thompson. Before you didn't come to school, I thought about it carefully, that I decided to reconcile with him. Do you think I'm very embarrassed? Thompson. It's not that you're not brave, but that you're mature. Qin Feng. Oh, so you support me in reconciling with him? Thompson. Advertisement. Didn't I persuade you to resolve the conflict with Parker on the phone before? Qin Feng. I thought you were just talking. Thompson. Of course it's not like saying, well, if you want to reconcile, you can go to Peter at this time, or you can go to him after school. It just so happens that I have something to do with Peter after school. Qin Feng. You have something to do with him? What? Thompson widened his eyes, very curious. You'll know after school. Qin Feng. Then I'm looking for him to resolve the conflict after school, and by the way, invite the two of you to eat together. Thompson said. Also. Qin Feng. After saying this, Qin Feng and Thompson stopped discussing this topic, but talked about some other things. Most of the time, Thompson was talking and Qin Feng was listening. While listening, Qin Feng was looking at the situation outside the teaching building, looking at those enthusiastic and unrestrained youthful girls, and looking at those girls who were fashionably dressed and dressed very sexy. From the current situation, college life is still very good. Time flies. After school in the afternoon, Qin Feng left the school on a bicycle with Peter Parker and Thompson. After the three left the school, they went in the same direction. Then came to an abandoned factory. After coming here, Thompson looked puzzled and didn't understand what Qin Feng and Peter Parker were going to do. Chapter 23. Qin Feng, Parker? What are you going to do? After arriving here, Thompson couldn't hide his doubts, and immediately asked Qin Feng and Parker. You told me not to leave after school, are you actually trying to save face for Thompson? Following Thompson's question, Peter Parker also asked Qin Feng. Just after school. He just followed Qin Feng's words and did not leave immediately, but waited for Qin Feng. Unexpectedly, Qin Feng also brought Thompson with him. Although I was a little curious at the time, Thompson and Qin Feng had always had a good relationship before. So he just thought that Qin Feng might have told Thompson that he was Spider-Man, and was going to help Thompson clean him up. What to save face? No, that. Parker, I want to admit to you that I was wrong. It was true that I was young and arrogant. I did a lot of wrong things, and I always bullied you. I'm sorry. Thompson was stunned. Followed quickly and said. Since the decision to apologize has been made before, Thompson will not hesitate. Apologize. Peter Parker was stunned when he heard Thompson's answer, and then looked at Thompson with a strange expression. I really didn't expect that Thompson would suddenly say this. In his memory, Thompson has been a star on campus since high school. He is extremely dazzling. He once made him envious and even admired, but after this guy bullied him in various ways, he also envied him, but there is also a great dissatisfaction. With what he knew about Thompson, he really couldn't believe that Thompson would suddenly apologize to him. Advertisement. It's rare. Parker, are you unwilling to accept my apology? I apologize to you sincerely, and I didn't have any bad intentions. Besides, I also want to invite you to dinner, because I won't be going to school tomorrow. I'm going to the military. Thompson. What? Join the army, are you going to drop out? Peter Parker was startled. Yeah. Thompson nodded, and then added, so, Parker, can you forgive me, I'm really sorry for some of my BD behavior before. I accept your apology. Peter Parker was stunned, and took a closer look at Thompson's apologetic face. After thinking about whether Thompson was deliberately lying, he thought about it and accepted Thompson's offer. Apologize. Thank you. Hearing Peter Parker accept his apology, Thompson's heart was relieved, and a smile appeared on his face. The whole person became more relaxed. After laughing, he then looked at Qin Feng again. Qin Feng, is there any misunderstanding between you and Parker? You watch it for now, and you'll find out later. Qin Feng shook his head, then turned his gaze to Spider-Man. Come on, Parker, we don't want any ink, you're not denying what I said. If so, then I'll let you see if I can hang you. Humph. Peter Parker snorted coldly, then looked at Thompson subconsciously. Thompson is my friend. Sooner or later, I will know that I am an ability. We don't need to hide from him in our battles. Besides, haven't you and him also settled the quarrel? You still don't know that Thompson is actually you Spider-Man I'm a fan of, I admire you very much. Qin Feng. What? Ability? Spider-Man. Qin Feng, what are you talking about? You mean Parker, he is Spider-Man. Thompson suddenly widened his eyes, quite excited looking at Qin Feng. After speaking, he looked at Peter Parker excitedly. Seeing this, Peter Parker immediately understood that it seemed that Thompson didn't know that he was Spider-Man, nor that Qin Feng was ability. Parker, are you a Spider-Man? Thompson quickly asked Peter Parker, seeing that Qin Feng didn't answer immediately. Advertisement? Yeah. Peter Parker nodded without denying it. It's really Spider-Man. This is incredible. Parker, you're timid. I'm sorry, I didn't mean you were timid, I mean you used to be timid. It's not right. Anyway, I can't believe Parker, you are Spider-Man. I really admire you as Qin Feng said. The series of things you have done recently are all so cool. You are so handsome. Thompson looked at Peter Parker frantically. Seeing that Thompson, who once bullied him, was now looking at him with an incomparably fanatical look, Peter Parker's eyes couldn't help but become strange at this moment. While his eyes were strange, the expression on his face was also red. This feeling is really weird. Seeing such a scene, Qin Feng did not interrupt the two, but gave them some time to talk. After the two talked for a while, Qin Feng said to Peter Parker again, do you need time to equip your Spider-Man clothes? You are so confident that you can kill me? Your attitude is really arrogant. Peter Parker said unhappily. That's because I have arrogant capital. Qin Feng. Then you take it. After Peter Parker finished speaking, he jumped up suddenly without any nonsense, and jumped to Qin Feng's side all of a sudden. His right hand punched Qin Feng's face with a punch. Because he had seen Qin Feng cast ice ability, Peter Parker did not use his full strength, but he used half his strength. With a punch, the air was torn apart. There is a sonic boom. Chapter 24. As far as punching power is concerned, the attack power of Peter Parker's blow is definitely formidable. Ordinary people, or generally some mutants who are not physically strong enough, can't bear his punch. Bang! In the next instant, a roar sounded, and when the roar sounded, Qin Feng jumped out of his body, and his right hand made a fist. It was the last punch that hit Spider-Man in the abdomen. Superior. Although at the moment Qin Feng beat him, Spider-Man felt the danger by relying on the spider telepathy obtained after the mutation, and subconsciously wanted to dodge, but he was punched by Qin Feng before it was too late. The body flew out like a cannonball and smashed hard on the ground in the distance. There was a roar. How can that be? After Peter Parker was knocked to the ground, he looked at Qin Feng in disbelief. It's too weak, and the attack is weak. It's still so slow and full of flaws. When I say you're weak, am I wrong? Qin Feng looked at that face lightly after punching Spider-Man away. Spider-Man with a shocked expression said, "Humph." Spider-Man hummed, followed with a slap on the ground, and his body bounced up. When he bounced up, this time it was fully powered, and it attacked Qin Feng at a speed that was far more astonishing than before. Then attacked Qin Feng like a bombardment. In the face of such an attack, Qin Feng was carrying one hand behind his back, and with his right hand, he completely caught Spider-Man's attack, making Spider-Man's attack completely unsuccessful. And after receiving a few attacks from Spider-Man, he suddenly seized Spider-Man's flaws and punched him in the body, knocking him back. Almost at the same time as he repelled Spider-Man, Qin Feng followed Spider-Man like a shadow, and then kept attacking Spider-Man. Every punch is as fast as lightning, and the speed is astonishingly fast. Although Spider-Man's spider telepathy can make him sense danger, his super reflexes can also make him react quickly and deal with it. But he was too immature. In terms of combat experience, it is pitifully weak. Advertisement. The battles he has experienced, as far as he is concerned, are all playful battles, and he has never met a powerful master. However, the Sun Wukong combat experience and the Glacier combat experience Qin Feng obtained were actually inherited from the battles of various powerful characters. Whether it's Sun Wukong or Glacier, they're definitely battle-hardened. And their opponents are still formidable. So, crush. Crush. Punch to the flesh. Spider-Man is like a sandbag, constantly being beaten passively. Qin Feng attacked his face, mouth, back, and body. Although he tried his best to resist and tried his best to reverse the situation, it was useless at all. How can that be? How so? Is the difference that big? Spider-Man was extremely shocked, his face was very ugly at this moment, and there was obvious panic in his eyes. Such a scene made him recall the scene when he didn't get a mutation and became a Spider-Man. Before him, in front of Thompson and others, it was not like this. Even if he is bullied, he has no strength to resist. And now, he has that feeling again. This feeling is so powerless. Advertisement. Do not. Spider-Man drank in his heart, he didn't want to go back to the past. Under the roar, he fought even harder, but... and eggs. Under the suppression of Qin Feng, his resistance was still so pale and powerless. This is not a series battle at all. Even if Qin Feng didn't even use fighting ability moves like Diamond Star Fist, Spider-Man still couldn't beat Qin Feng. Not that Spider-Man's mutation ability isn't strong enough. But his development and application of his own ability is not strong enough. Just like the situation in the One Piece anime, there are many people who eat devil fruits, but if you are not strong enough to develop devil fruits, even if you eat a super high-level devil fruit, the strength you can exert, that's it. That's what Spider-Man is now. At least, as far as this Spider-Man is, it is. He hasn't experienced enough quality combat, nor has he experienced specialized training. His fighting skills and combat control are pitifully weak. In just a few moments, Spider-Man was bruised and bruised. This. Thompson on the side couldn't believe his eyes when he saw such a scene, his eyes widened, staring at such a situation. This is incredible. He had no idea that the Spider-Man he admired would be so powerless in front of Qin Feng. Chapter 25. After being hanged and beaten one after another, Spider-Man saw that his fists and feet were not as good as Qin Feng. With a sudden wave of his left hand at the factory ceiling at the upper left, cobweb sprayed out, giving his body a shot. The child pulled and bounced into the air. Obviously, he is not going to be reckless with Qin Feng, but is going to fight Qin Feng in a roaming way. Innocent. But his body had just been ejected into the air, and before he could stay away from him, an indifferent voice came into his ears like a shadow. At the same time, Qin Feng suddenly appeared beside him, the right leg turned into a whip, the body twisted, and a whip hit Spider-Man's body. Suddenly, Spider-Man's body suddenly flew out. Boom. Bang. Spider-Man hit the ground hard, knocking the ground into a deep pit. After hitting a deep pit, Spider-Man lies in the pit. No more bullets came out of the pit. It wasn't that he was hit hard by Qin Feng's blow, but at this moment, his confidence was hit like never before. Even if he continued to run out, so what? If he went out, he was afraid that he would still be hanged and beaten. All face is lost. The battle with Qin Feng made him feel powerless. While Spider-Man was lying in the pit, Qin Feng fell to the ground and did not continue to attack, but just stood indifferently on the ground. Qin Feng, this. Is Parker all right? Advertisement. Seeing such a situation, Thompson stepped forward quickly and said with some concern. Don't worry, although his strength is weak, he can still resist the ability. Qin Feng said lightly, looking at the deep pit, and said again, why, are you going to play dead in it? Or are you going to pretend to be an ostrich and bury yourself in that pit? Following Qin Feng's words, Spider-Man jumped out of the deep pit. After jumping out, he looked at Qin Feng with a sullen face. You won, you are right, I am indeed a rookie, it seems that I am not suitable to be a superhero, I have swelled recently. The Spider-Man at this moment was deeply affected. He really didn't expect that under such a beautiful situation, he would be beaten again by this child's shoe who had bullied him. And the other party didn't even show his full strength at all. He had seen Qin Feng's ability to freeze other people's bodies. Obviously, Qin Feng's fundamental power is the ability to freeze people. But in the fight with him, Qin Feng didn't use that kind of power, but he could hang him without using that kind of power. If it is used, how can he beat it? Although, he will not even be seriously injured, it seems that as long as he keeps carrying it, as long as he does not admit defeat, he can go on forever. This is a fight, not a life and death fight. Being beaten like this, he still doesn't admit defeat, his face is not that thick yet. Knowing to admit defeat is not hopeless. Although your current attack is indeed full of loopholes, it is still possible to be a superhero. What you lack is exercise. Since you can't fight ability, and the battle is immature, you can't finish it if you don't practice. Qin Feng looked at Spider-Man lightly and said. Exercise. Spider-Man was startled. Yes, exercise, or development. Your development of your own strength is too poor. You can't even use 1% of your body's strength now, and you are wasting your special ability in vain. Qin Feng. Advertisement. Then Qin Feng, are you willing to give me some pointers? Also, what you just performed was Kung Fu. Spider-Man's eyes lit up, and he looked at Qin Feng and said. Guiding you. Qin Feng narrowed his eyes. I just wanted to teach little Spider-Man a lesson, but I never thought about teaching little Spider-Man or something. But this will make little Spider-Man want to accept instructions, and it seems that it is not impossible to point him. It seems to be not bad to train a Spider-Man out. If a little Spider-Man learns to be angry, what kind of strength will he show? Or what kind of power can a Spider-Man who has developed a small universe display? There is so much meaning. However, pointing others, teaching apprentices, etc., seems to be quite troublesome. Do you want to give pointers? Qin Feng's thoughts turned, and there was some confusion. On the one hand, training little Spider-Man is a lot of fun. On the one hand, tuning is a hassle. It's a really confusing choice. I know, you learn Kung Fu, you have to apprentice, Qin Feng. I can apprentice to you too. Spider-Man looked at Qin Feng with squinted eyes, didn't speak for a long time, quickly changed the conversation and opened his mouth. He said to Qin Feng again, his eyes were sincere and sincere, revealing expectations, and, hesitant. Chapter 26. Being defeated so easily by Qin Feng, Peter Parker deeply felt the difference. The apprenticeship at this moment is serious. Apprentice. Hearing this, Qin Feng couldn't help but look at Spider-Man strangely. Although I have just been tempted, it is said that Peter Parker has the ability. But he just wanted to train him, he really never thought about accepting apprentices. As a result, Spider-Man actually wanted to apprentice. Qin Feng couldn't help but feel a sense of irony. Parker, do you know what it means to be a teacher? Qin Feng. You can learn your skills. Spider-Man. Ha. It seems that you don't know. When you go back and find out, you can talk about whether you want to apprentice. Well, Thompson, the matter between me and Parker is settled, then, let's go to dinner. Qin Feng smiled dumbly, and then looked at Thompson. With Qin Feng like this, Spider-Man was stunned. I don't understand, what is the purpose of Qin Feng asking him to understand? Isn't apprenticeship a way to learn? What else? However, although he is confused, he is also ready to wait until he goes back and carefully understand what it means to be a teacher. If there would be a person here, then it must tell Peter Parker. Advertisement. Apprenticeship means that one day is a teacher and a lifelong father, brother DEI. Like real skills or something, without a strong connection, who will pass on you. That, Qin Feng, I also want to learn from you. When Spider-Man was puzzled, Thompson heard Qin Feng's words, but at this moment, he did not answer immediately, but also looked at Qin Feng with a bright face. Even Peter Parker became a Spider-Man and wanted to learn from Qin Feng. Then he naturally didn't want to miss this opportunity. And this moment, Thompson also suddenly had the idea of not joining the army. What did he want to join the army for? One is to defend the country, and the other is to become stronger. In today's peaceful era, in fact, defending the country or something is not enough for him, and what he wants more is to become stronger. What you want is further education. Since Qin Feng was strong from the beginning, then following Qin Feng can become stronger, ahem. It would be better to follow Qin Feng to become stronger. Even Spider-Man is so powerful that he wants to learn. Qin Feng's ability must be very powerful. If he went to the army, he would definitely not learn such skills. Qin Feng was speechless for a moment, then looked at Thompson with a strange expression. Aren't you going to join the army? Well, if you are willing to teach me, ahem, I won't join the army. Thompson said embarrassedly. Can you not think about whether it's one out? Qin Feng. Advertisement. Don't blame me for this, it's really a man. The strength you show is too strong. Since you are so strong, it is the right decision to follow you to learn your skills. Thompson. You are different from Parker. Parker has mutated. Whether it is physical strength, reaction speed, or attack power, he is already very strong. He wants to learn from me. You don't need to spend too much time, but it is completely different. You are too old, and it is too troublesome to teach you, so you should go to the army yourself. Qin Feng. Ah, the gap is so big. Thompson opened his mouth wide and said with a look of loss. I'm just stating a fact, let's go, eat, don't think too much, join the army when it's time to join the army, maybe, you joined the army, and you also got an adventure. Qin Feng patted Thompson's shoulder with his hand. And then walked towards the outside of the factory. Thompson looked at Qin Feng's back and hesitated. Followed by a sudden sigh. After sighing, he couldn't help but look at Spider-Man who came forward. Shaking his head, he also followed Qin Feng. And many more. Just as Thompson stepped forward, Peter Parker stopped Thompson. Thompson, do you know what Qin Feng means by apprenticeship? Spider-Man. I don't understand this either. You should ask someone of Chinese descent. Thompson was stunned, and then smiled bitterly. Oh. Spider-Man nodded, and then he didn't ask any further questions, and then moved on. Parker, are you really a Spider-Man? Thompson, however, asked Peter Parker again as he walked on. Didn't I just admit it? Peter Parker. But, I still think this is too incredible. Thompson. I also think it's incredible, everything is like a dream, but if you think about the strength Qin Feng just showed, you won't be surprised. Even if I'm Spider-Man, it's not like I can't beat Qin Feng. Moreover, the strength Qin Feng just showed is not even half of his strength. I really don't know how strong he would be if he really showed his full strength. Peter Parker. What? Thompson's eyes widened. Chapter 27. Under Thompson's shock, the three Qin Feng left the factory. Then I found a place to eat. Although Thompson wanted to change his mind. But Qin Feng was unwilling to teach him, and there was nothing he could do. So today's meal is destined to be a casual meal. I don't even know when the next time we will meet. Thompson was drunk that night. He was finally sent back to where he lived by Qin Feng and Spider-Man. After Thompson was sent back to his residence, Peter Parker and Spider-Man rode each other again and left Thompson's house. While they were leaving, Spider-Man kept looking at Qin Feng, hesitating to say anything. Just say whatever you want, don't keep looking at me, I'm not used to being watched by a man, look again, be careful I beat you. Qin Feng said to Peter Parker. Qin Feng, how did you get this ability, did you learn it? Or did you mutate like me? Spider-Man asked curiously. You can wake up overnight. Qin Feng. Just get some sleep? Mutation. Spider-Man. Who knows? Qin Feng. What about your combat experience? How did this come about? Spider-Man. It's also enough to take a nap. Qin Feng. No way. Spider-Man's eyes widened and his mouth widened, and he looked at Qin Feng with a stern look. It's not fair. It's just a matter of mutating, how can even the combat experience still be the same to sleep? Too cheating. So, you shouldn't want to learn from me, right? Qin Feng said with a smile. No, I still want to learn from you. Spider-Man. Why? Qin Feng. You're better than me. Spider-Man. Advertisement. It's quite savvy, but that's the same sentence. You go back and understand what it means to be a teacher, and then you come back to me about the matter of being a teacher. When that time comes, I'll consider whether to accept you, or teach you some skills. Qin Feng. Oh, I see. Spider-Man nodded, a little disappointed, but although he was a little disappointed, he was also grateful. Whether Qin Feng refused all of a sudden, that at least shows that he still has a chance. Instead of being rejected directly like Thompson. In the past, Thompson and Qin Feng had a good relationship. Thompson was rejected directly, but Qin Feng did not reject him at once, but said that his ability was good, which means that he at least had certain conditions to impress Qin Feng to teach him his ability. As they chatted like this, they moved forward. Suddenly, Qin Feng frowned. Spider-Man's pupils also shrank suddenly. At this moment Spider-Man suddenly sensed danger. When the two of them were in this situation, they saw the surrounding street lights suddenly flickering frantically. When the street lights flickered wildly, suddenly, a large number of black auras rose into the sky and filled the surroundings. When the black aura filled the air, a large number of black quagmires suddenly appeared on the ground. Under the appearance of that black quagmire, I saw a special monster walking out of the black quagmire. These monsters all look like mantises. Each body is huge and tall. The lowest one is more than 2 meters high. The tallest one is 10 meters high. What are these? Seeing such a situation, Spider-Man was stunned for a moment, not understanding what the situation was. When Qin Feng saw such a situation, he recognized their identities. These are hell creatures. Qin Feng. Hell creatures? Hell, you say? No, is there really hell in this world? Spider-Man's eyes widened. Why can't there be hell? Qin Feng. That's right, whoever allows you can only have your world, the earth, there can't be our hell, but the rulers of countless planets, all of you guys die, but they will all go to hell. Up to a dozen Mies Mantis demons said abruptly. Obviously overheard Qin Feng's conversation with Spider-Man. What are you hell creatures doing here? Spider-Man. Advertisement. Whatever you do, what else you can do, it will definitely kill you. If you dare to kill my bra sacks, you will all die today. The greedy demon with a height of more than 10 meters said coldly. Spider-Man's eyes widened, his face full of confusion. When has he killed any of the bra sacks? This is totally incomprehensible. Confused, he couldn't help but look at Qin Feng. Since he didn't kill it, it might be Qin Feng. Qin Feng actually killed a demon. This is really so cool. This is a demon, a legendary creature. Compared with the force of ordinary criminals, it is much higher. Following Spider-Man's gaze, Qin Feng shrugged slightly at Spider-Man, then looked at the greedy demon with a height of more than 10 meters and said, "What if you kill a group of trash fish? Kung Fu takes care of you." Insanity. Arrogant. Stupid humans. You are courting death. Kill him, tear his body, devour his soul. Yes, shred his body and devour his soul. Kill. As soon as Qin Feng's words fell, the surrounding mantis demons drank violently, and they were extremely angry with each other. With the violent drinking, a dozen or so mantis demons were immediately seen, rushing towards the positions of Qin Feng and Spider-Man at the same time. When rushing up, they waved their sharp arms, the cold light surged, and the air was torn apart. Crack, cut. At the same time, there is an evil hell magic that erupts from them. It looks very ferocious, dangerous, and terrifying. Ordinary people, just seeing such a scene, will definitely be stunned, or scared to pee, their legs will be weak, and they will not dare to fight against them at all. Moreover, the surrounding meeting is not just as simple as a dozen mantis demons. Looking around, there are as many as 100. Chapter 28. Diamond Star Fist. Seeing the dozen or so mantis demons rushing towards him, Qin Feng just glanced at them slightly, but his expression did not change at all. After he glanced at them, he immediately opened his posture, danced with both hands, and then punched out a diamond star punch. Immediately, snowflakes fluttered, the rays of light were dazzling, and the terrifying cold energy attacked at the same time towards the dozen or so mantis demons who were rushing up. Just a moment, I saw the bodies of the more than 10 attacking mantis demons turned into ice sculptures strangely. Then, bang! It exploded directly into powder. What? How can that be? How so? It's not true. What is going on with this human being? The remaining mantis demons around looked at Qin Feng with wide eyes and couldn't believe it was true. When they couldn't believe it, Spider-Man couldn't help but open his eyes at this moment. Although when he fought with Qin Feng before, he was very clear that Qin Feng did not show his true skills. But, to be so strong. More than a dozen mantis demons, who looked obviously not weak, attacked at the same time. Each one made him feel the pressure. Result. In just one click, Qin Feng was blown away. It's also incredible. This power is too scary. Advertisement. Kill him. Tear him apart. Kill. Under these circumstances, the mantis demons were shocked, then roared, and then charged towards Qin Feng again. This time, dozens of them rushed together. The momentum was even more astonishing than before. In addition, in the process of rushing, there is a mantis demon, which specifically locks Spider-Man. Diamond Star Fist. In response to the attack of these mantis demons, Qin Feng once again hit the Diamond Star Fist. Suddenly, an astonishing chill broke out, dazzling rays of light surged, and snowflakes swarmed. Then I saw those mantis demons who were attacking, whether they were attacking Qin Feng or Spider-Man, they were all frozen again and succeeded in ice sculptures, and then they were hit by powerful forces and completely collapsed. Not a level. Like a turkey dog. It's exactly like the difference between an ant and a god. The strength of the mantis demons in front of Qin Feng is too weak. Hateful. How can this guy have such amazing power? Damn it, they killed my clan one after another. Die. The mantis demon, which was more than 10 meters high, could no longer sit still when he saw such a situation. Just 2 waves, it didn't shoot. Because it is the strongest among this group of mantis demons. But this will see his subordinates being beaten to death one after another, but he no longer dares to stay still, so he roared and rushed towards Qin Feng alone. When roaring, 2 huge amounts of forearm waved, the forearm slashed through the air, the cold light flickered, turned into a piece of training, carrying an incomparably astonishing power, like a big mountain, in front of him, will be hit by his 2 huge the amounts of the forearm will be slashed and exploded at once. In terms of strength, the strength he showed was much stronger than the strength of the other mantis demons that rushed up just now. Whether it's speed or attack power, it's the same. Advertisement. Still so weak. Qin Feng glanced at the attack of the giant mantis demon, and shook his head speechlessly. The power of this mantis demon is still too weak to be seen at all. Although it is stronger than those mantis demons just now, it is actually no different from them. So. Masonry Star Fist. Qin Feng didn't use any other fighting techniques, he was still just punching out the most basic masonry stars, and the mantis demon's body was frozen again, and then it was abruptly bombarded. The boss is actually dead. Escape. Run away. Retreat. As the huge amounts of mantis demons were killed, the bodies of the remaining mantis demons trembled violently. It was a trembling of fear. Then, without even the slightest hesitation, they ran away. One by one, they quickly opened the connection to hell, wanting to re-enter hell. But before they could escape, the ice ring fighting ability was prompted by Qin Feng. With him at the center, he used the terrifying ice air to shroud the remaining mantis demons at a very amazing speed. In the blink of an eye, he froze them all, and then exploded with a bang. When they exploded, the surrounding ground was completely frozen and turned into an ocean of ice. It's like coming to Antarctica all of a sudden. Spider-Man next to Qin Feng felt the cold at this moment, his eyes widened, and he looked at Qin Feng in shock. When Qin Feng broke out of this ice ring, Spider-Man found that he also had a feeling of being almost frozen. In fact, this is not a near miss, but Qin Feng specifically let him freeze, otherwise, the Spider-Man at this moment would be frozen into ice if he was caught off guard. Chapter 29. With the ice freezing ring, even some sanctuary soldiers, powerhouses, and the like will be frozen, not to mention the Spider-Man who has not fully developed his ability at all. The explosive speed is fast and the lethality is amazing. Definitely a great skill for team fights. And this is because Qin Feng suppressed his strength. If he didn't suppress it, the entire city would be frozen in an instant. And not to mention the city, the entire planet, and even the surrounding planets, Qin Feng can make him completely frozen in an instant. Once he activates the 8th sense, he in the state of the 8th sense is God. It is natural that God can destroy the world. Definitely, if Qin Feng really exploded with that kind of power, those powerhouses hidden on the earth would not be able to do nothing. Not to mention Ancient One. It's impossible for a sentry alone to sit idly by. The strength of sentry, in Marvel, can be considered very good. So strong. Qin Feng, your strength is terrible. Seeing that the mantis demons were all killed by Qin Feng, Spider-Man was shocked and looked at Qin Feng with emotion, he was shocked. A pair of eyes, looking at Qin Feng is extremely hot. I have to say that this kind of damage similar to magic attacks and spell attacks is really cool. It looks a lot cooler than he can only fight physically. It's okay, if you develop your power and learn some special combat skills, it will be very easy to do such a thing. Qin Feng. Can I do this too? Hit a lot of people with one punch. Spider-Man's eyes lit up. Although he has been fighting criminals in various ways recently, catching criminals. Advertisement. He is also confident that he can kill some people with one punch. But he really can't do things like Qin Feng, who can knock out a lot of demons with one punch. Besides, definitely, he didn't want to kill either. It's not difficult to develop and learn. Qin Feng. Please give me some fighting skills. Spider-Man's face turned pale, and he said to Qin Feng with a longing look again. It's the same sentence, wait until you go back and understand what it means to be a teacher. Qin Feng shrugged, and then left on a bicycle. Seeing this, Spider-Man followed suit. Along the way, Qin Feng was asked various questions. Qin Feng will answer some questions that should be answered, as long as it is not too troublesome. It's too troublesome, so of course it's ignored. After walking for a while, the two parted ways. After all, they live in different places, so how could they be on the same road all the time? 10 p.m. Qin Feng returned to his residence. After returning here, he turned on the TV and sat on the sofa. Another bottle of Fat House Happy Water flew towards him from the refrigerator and was opened by him in his hand. Judging from today's test, I really underestimated the power of the Saint Seiya. Glacier, a Saint Seiya who has awakening the 8th sense, is really not weak. If the fighting power is fully utilized, a galaxy can freeze. Destruction, this kind of power, in the Marvel world, although it is not the top, but some ordinary gods, it can definitely be easily killed. Qin Feng's thoughts turned and ended some summaries of today's test power. It will be 12 o'clock, and there are still 2 hours. For these 2 hours, should I stay at home and watch TV, or should I find something exciting to do and make some money? Or should I go to the kingdom of God? Look at Brother Hammer. After summarizing his own strength, Qin Feng's thoughts changed and his thoughts spread. Seriously, he wasn't enjoying himself today as far as the use of power was concerned. Although he fought with Ancient One and showed good strength in Ancient One's mirror space at that time, the strength shown at that time was not the limit of his strength. Advertisement. Even ordinary strength can't actually be displayed. This is true even if the 8th sense is stimulated. He just unblocked the 8th sense at that time, and randomly hit the diamond star punch and performed absolute zero. But it was all used for a while, and it didn't work. If the power is fully exploded, the strength displayed is far more than that simple. With Qin Feng's thoughts turning, Qin Feng followed suit. Just staying at home like this, waiting for 12 o'clock to arrive, is a bit sad. Don't go to Tiangong. Although you can go to see Brother Hammer in advance, he is not a fan of Brother Hammer or anything. He just wants to see how strong Thor, as a Thor, is in this real world. Also, I would like to know how strong Odin is. But going to Asgard with the current strength, although it is not said that he will be left behind by Odin. But it seems that it is a troublesome thing to go rashly. Let's talk in a few days. So, for now, let's go to play the autumn wind first, just go to superhero and get some money. Try to get the money to buy a big villa. Luxury car villas, mates in groups, this is life. A smile appeared on Qin Feng's mouth. Then, as soon as he thought about it, he saw the box that appeared with him today as he transformed into a glacier, suddenly appeared in front of him. Chapter 30. This box is no ordinary box. This is the holy garment. The box that appeared together after he transformed into a glacier early this morning. Although the holy garment appeared at that time, Qin Feng didn't watch anything carefully. After all, he had just gotten into Goku's Super Saiyan form at the time, and it was 12 o'clock, and he didn't want to get more ink. And when I woke up during the day and went to class, naturally I didn't pay attention to it. Until now, at 10 o'clock in the evening, in another 2 hours, the transformation state will end. Under such circumstances, Qin Feng naturally had time to pay attention to the holy clothes box. He looked at the box a little, followed Qin Feng's thoughts, and immediately saw a set of sacred clothes that flew out of the box and was put on him at once. This sacred garment exudes a dazzling light. Almost as soon as he was wearing it, Qin Feng suddenly had a strong feeling that his own strength had increased many times in the moment he was wearing this holy garment. At this moment, his power is far from being comparable to when he is not wearing the holy clothes. I didn't expect this holy garment to be a holy garment, tisk tisk tisk, not bad. Qin Feng was a little surprised when he looked at his new look, but he was relieved after a little bit of surprise. The sacred clothing was originally the battle clothing that the blood of the goddess and the saints raised to the infinite small universe, 8 senses, and it was the closest to the god clothing. Only 5 of the protagonists in the story got it. And Glacier is one of them. After being slightly surprised, Qin Feng followed the thought and disappeared from the spot. Advertisement. The next moment appeared above the sky. After appearing here, Qin Feng's figure flashed, suddenly surpassing the speed of light. Without teleportation, just relying on speed, he can instantly reach any place on Earth he wants to go. SHH, SHH, SHH. Qin Feng was flying non-stop, soaring in the void. Ordinary people can't see his existence at all. It is the speed of light after all. In a flash. Even some mutants can't lock him down. Everything seemed to be extremely slow in front of Qin Feng. In the moment when others can't react, he has been able to do a lot of things. Speaking of which, in the current world, there are only a handful of people who can achieve this speed. The average superhero, capable of supersonic speed, is already quite good. By the way, superluminal flight, in Marvel's setting, can travel between the past and the future. So can I also travel through the past and the future now? Coupled with my 8th sense, it was difficult for me to perceive at first. The past, present, and future can penetrate the essence of the world, and when the two are combined, then I should be able to do it. During Qin Feng's flight, his mind opened wide and his thoughts turned rapidly. This is not his random thinking, but in the Marvel world, there are indeed some people who have done such a thing. Quicksilver has done just that. In addition, the Flash of DC next door, but also often do such things. If it's really possible to go back to the time before, does that mean that I can actually inherit the power of the glacier forever? I keep traveling to the moment when I can transform into a glacier, whenever I want to end my transformation. Just go back to this time point again. Qin Feng felt that his brain hole had broken through the sky. Advertisement. Couldn't resist trying it out. However, after turning this thought around for a while, he still dismissed it. Immerse yourself in the day. Although this day, with the interference of his time and space, the story of each day will be different, but no matter what, it is still that day. This kind of thing that has not grown up and can only be caught in one day, is fresh at the beginning, but it will definitely be very boring after that. And the non-stop shuttle time seems to cause very bad things. So, forget it. Qin Feng stopped the flight after performing such a high-speed flight for a while. Then came to a pier. When he came here, he saw two groups of people here. A transaction is in progress. One of the group of people, dressed in suits and leather shoes, dressed in black. The other group had tattoos on their arms and mouth. Now they are checking each other's goods. One side checks the money, the other side checks the drugs. Soon, both subordinates nodded to each other's boss. So both bosses are satisfied. Chapter 31. As the bosses on both sides are satisfied, the two sides following the transaction are ready to leave. However, just as they were about to leave, I saw a light suddenly descend from the sky, and with the light falling from the sky, the next moment, they all opened their eyes. I saw a person suddenly appeared in front of them. A man in special armor. This person is naturally Qin Feng. Who are you? As his eyes widened, someone followed Qin Feng violently. While drinking violently, both sides of the transaction also pulled out their guns and aimed at Qin Feng. The person who came to collect the money. Hearing their answers, Qin Feng said to them with a smile. To take money? You want to take our money? Kill him for me. One of the fat men with a shaved head and a cigar in his mouth suddenly said to the gunman behind him. Following his words, he immediately saw the popular players behind him shooting Qin Feng. The bullets rushed towards Qin Feng like a tide. Facing these bullets, Qin Feng stretched out a hand and waved it lightly, but he only waved lightly, but he saw that the bullets that attacked were caught by him with his bare hands. Advertisement. With his current physical strength, let alone bullet shooting, even if the nuclear bomb explodes, can't hurt him in the slightest. What? This guy actually blocked the bullet. Damn it. This guy is a mutant. Kill him to death for me, shoot at full strength, shoot. Seeing Qin Feng catch the bullet with his hand, the fat man with the cigar sank, became extremely ugly, and roared at the people behind him. Under the roar, the subordinates increased their attack efforts. Then, humph. A cold hum sounded, and with the sound of the cold hum, I saw that the bullet that continued to shoot was suddenly frozen into a lump of ice and fell to the ground. Qin Feng was the center, and shrouded the gunmen who were shooting. Just a moment. All shooters turned into ice sculptures. The fat man who was holding a cigar was left with his mouth wide open. The cigar he was holding fell to the ground, and his legs couldn't help but soften. At the same time, the eyes looking at Qin Feng were also full of anger. Killing intent. Damn mutant. Don't let him leave here alive. When he leaves here, he will definitely pay to hire mutant and kill this guy, damn. The fat boss roared in his heart. Then in the next instant, his body was also frozen into an ice sculpture. Advertisement. His eyes made Qin Feng very unhappy. Since he has the intention to kill, then this guy should die. Boom bang bang. The next moment, I saw that all the people who had been frozen into ice sculptures turned into powder. As they turned into powder, Qin Feng made a move and saw a box that fell to the ground and fell into Qin Feng's hands. It is a huge amount of cash from previous transactions. As the money fell into Qin Feng's hands, Qin Feng opened the box and glanced at the box full of Xingguo banknotes, then closed the box and turned his gaze to the people in black suits who had not done it before. Looked. When he looked at it, he saw that those people's pupils shrank subconsciously, and they all tightened the guns in their hands. There was obvious fear in his eyes. Dude, you took the money, and we didn't do anything to you. You should be able to leave. Don't worry, you can just take the money. We will never say anything, and if I have anything else in the future. Trading, buddy, you can continue to come and get money, we can cooperate completely. A middle-aged uncle who looked very attractive in a suit with his head erect, said to Qin Feng with a smile. When the middle-aged uncle said this, although he had some fear in his eyes, he also had confidence. He thought that the person in front of him would leave because he would take the money and would not do anything else. Haha. It was Qin Feng's smile that answered Qin Feng, and then Qin Feng rose into the sky. With Qin Feng soaring into the sky, the middle-aged uncle breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, he was also thinking in his heart. Once he left, he would immediately find a channel to investigate this guy. But he just breathed a sigh of relief, but his expression froze immediately, because he and all the other men in black around him suddenly turned into ice sculptures, followed by bang and followed in the footsteps of those before them. Collapse. Chapter 32. In just over an hour, Qin Feng appeared in many places in the world. And his harvest is also quite huge amounts of. Got a lot of money. It was like 11:40 when the time came. Qin Feng stopped his behavior and returned to his residence completely. When I came back here, I saw a lot of suitcases in the room. Basically every box contains money. The reason why it is said that basically every box is money is because some boxes are filled with gold bars, masonry, jade, and so on. It has to be said that there are too many criminals in this world. There are too many rich people. With ability, it's really easy to make money in this world. Qin Feng couldn't help but smile as he looked at the amount of money around him. Sure enough, robbing the rich and helping the poor, Being a superhero is the fastest job to earn money. Although he robbed the rich to help the poor, he was helping his own poor, but wasn't he robbing the rich to help the poor? As for being a superhero, he did kill a lot of drug dealers, gangsters, terrorists. That's not what a superhero is. Definitely, if you say that superhero can't kill people, and if you kill people, it's not superhero, then take it as if he didn't say it. Other superhero are maintaining their bottom line. Qin Feng will not judge anything, as long as they do it differently. Advertisement. After looking at the money for a while, Qin Feng put them away and ran to take a shower. Although I got a lot of money, if I want to spend the money, I have to wash it. It seems that I have to find someone to wash the money. Qin Feng lay in the bathtub. While taking a bath, I turned my thoughts. Thinking about who to find money laundering tomorrow. One name after another was spinning in his mind. There are decent guys like Tony Stark and villains like Justin Hammer. To say that looking for Tony Stark is actually the easiest way to launder money. After all, the Stark group is very rich, and it is quite easy to launder the money. But he has no friendship with She Stark, and he ran to him to launder money, which is naturally untenable, and She Stark would not do such a thing. So, compared to decent people, in fact, villains like Justin Hammer, money laundering is the easiest. As long as it benefits him, he is absolutely willing to do it. Or go directly to some institutions that specialize in money laundering. However, after turning his thoughts a little, Qin Feng finally locked a person. Harry O.S. Harry Osborn was Spider-Man's classmate, and naturally his classmate. Accessible at school. Forget it, don't think about it too much. Banknotes are not very useful for large-scale use, but gold bars, diamonds, and jadeite can be sold. Qin Feng thought about it, and then too lazy to think about anything. With money in hand, there is always a way to use it. Advertisement. Soon Qin Feng's bath was over. He came to the living room and sat on the sofa while waiting for the new transformation situation. I don't know who it will be today. Time passed, and it soon reached 0. Almost at the moment when it reached 0, the power in Qin Feng's body suddenly dissipated again on a large scale. The power belonging to the glacier suddenly dissipated, leaving Qin Feng to inherit only a small amount of energy. Part of the power, however, the fighting abilities such as Diamond Star Fist, Frozen Ring, etc., as well as methods such as small universe cultivation, as well as combat experience, have been completely inherited, but the sacred clothing has not been inherited. Definitely, even if there is no sacred clothing, in terms of power, the power inherited after this transformation is combined with the power inherited after the previous transformation. It is obviously a lot of increase in combat power. As the power belonging to Glacier dissipated on a large scale, a stream of information suddenly poured into Qin Feng's mind. Almost as soon as the information poured into Qin Feng's mind, a power suddenly appeared in Qin Feng's body. That power cannot be compared with the previous Glacier, but it is quite strange and special. With the emergence of such power, a battle suit suddenly appeared in front of him. A red battle suit. Hung Kao has a battle suit with a lightning logo. The Flash with super speed power, Barry Allen. Khan, the person who transformed today turned out to be him. I just experienced the superlight flight yesterday, and I had the idea of transcending time. Time-traveling Barry Allen. With this change, Qin Feng suddenly knew his transformation situation today. After knowing this, Qin Feng was a little speechless. He had already experienced the superlight flight yesterday, and now he has transformed into Barry Allen. Even if he has the super speed power, Qin Feng is not very interested. The only thing that makes him feel good is that his hair has finally turned black. Chapter 33. After a little perception of his transformation situation today, Qin Feng clenched his right hand into a fist. This grip. Qin Feng can clearly perceive that in terms of physical strength, although his transformation today is far superior to that of ordinary people, his physical strength cannot be compared to his yesterday's. Definitely, although it can't be compared with yesterday's self, it is also much stronger than the genuine the Flash. After all, in addition to being the Flash, he also inherited some of Sun Wukong's Super-Sun ability and Glacier's ability. Although it's a little weak, if combined with the power of the King of the World and the small universe, in terms of strength, although it has dropped a lot compared to yesterday, it is still okay. To things. Definitely, even if I transform today as a person without ordinary power, with some Super-Sun power I originally inherited from Sun Wukong, plus the power inherited from Glacier, it is not a mutant, you can randomly provocative. Qin Feng felt the power in his fists and murmured. Following his thoughts, he suddenly tried to open the small universe according to the method of opening the small universe inherited from Glacier. Boom! Almost instantly, Qin Feng sensed the situation of the small universe, and then opened the small universe all at once. With the opening of the small universe, a surging power is suddenly generated in the body. At this moment, Qin Feng seemed to have penetrated the essence of atoms. With a clear perception, you can unleash amazing power with just one punch. After he opened the small universe, he followed Qin Feng to let out his anger again to protect his clothes, and then the Flash's super speed was used. Advertisement. SHH. suddenly disappeared from the spot. It turned into lightning and ran straight out of the room. During the rush, although Qin Feng did not wear the flash battle suit that appeared in the room, the ordinary clothes he wore did not spontaneously ignite because of the super fast speed. In this regard, the flash battle suit is optional for Qin Feng. In addition, that style is too coquettish. It's not what Qin Feng likes either. After going out and running around the city, Qin Feng quickly returned to his residence. Generally speaking, today's transformation can be done. Although it is also an existence that can reach the speed of light, today's transformation and yesterday's transformation are two different feelings during the running process. Today's transformation situation can be fully developed by combining the power of supersions and the power of the small universe, so as to burst into stronger power and master more means. Qin Feng realized after returning to his residence. The feeling that I just went out to run and punched, while my thoughts turned. Then, he simply studied his current physical condition in this way. Combine Qi and small universe for research. As far as Qin Feng knows, the first generation of the Flash cannot fly. Barry Allen, in the TV series, although there is a short flight, it seems that there is no flight like other superhero that can fly. Normally, this is unscientific. Beyond the first cosmic speed, one must be able to fly. The speed of the Flash has long surpassed the speed of the first universe. Advertisement. The reason why I can't fly seems to be because my body is too weak, and if I fly into the air for too long, I will die from lack of oxygen or something. Anyway, there are some disadvantages. However, now I have inherited the Qi of Sun Wukong, mastered the use of Qi, and the small universe method of Glacier. After the small universe is opened, I can originally have psychokinesis, flight and other methods. Therefore, under the combination, it is not difficult to want to fly at a high speed. Qin Feng's research took more than an hour. Soon, he achieved high-speed flight. With some of the abilities and experience he now has, that wasn't difficult at first. In fact, to achieve high-speed flight, he did it in just a few minutes. The air dance technique was originally able to fly. Combined with the speed of power, he galloped in an instant. The reason for tossing for more than an hour was purely to develop some other abilities. Today's experience and yesterday's and the day before yesterday's experience are completely two different feelings, whether it is Sun Wukong's Supersun, or Glacier's eighth sense, it has reached the level of gods, and even surpassed the level of gods, then this kind of realm, naturally I don't need to study anything, because originally it is basically equivalent to invincibility. The Flash ability inherited today is different. Not invincible. If you want to be safer, combine other means that you have inherited, an ability to merge and develop, which is definitely a matter of course. This kind of research actually made me feel a little stuck. After tossing for more than an hour, Qin Feng stopped tossing and let out a long breath. The expression on his face would be a bit weird. Chapter 34. The essence of human beings is really fragrant. Before, I just prepared to lie down and upgrade, not to practice. As a result, this time I couldn't help but immerse myself in the study of strength. Cough, cough. Qin Feng, while his face was weird, he couldn't help but cough a few times. Then Qin Feng really stopped doing more research and went to sleep. P.S. Let's talk about the transformation of the protagonist. The transformation does not become weaker and weaker, but random transformation, strong and weak, definitely even the so-called weak, can hang a lot of people in the current world, plus the protagonist you can inherit strength every day, and you will increase your strength on the basis of the original transformation. It is not what some children's shoes think, and it keeps getting weaker. In short, this book is invincible. The next morning, Qin Feng went to school with ease. Riding my bike again, I'm going to the nice breakfast car location yesterday. However, he just walked out the door. His face was startled, and his eyes couldn't help but look surprised. I saw that there was a person outside his door. Peter Parker. Little Spider-Man, it turned out to be outside his house. This will be little Spider-Man, straddled on the bike. Parker, why are you here? Qin Feng asked Peter Parker curiously after seeing Peter Parker. I understand what mentoring means. Peter Parker. Advertisement. Oh, then tell me. Qin Feng. A teacher for one day is a father for life, right? Peter Parker. It seems that you really understand, so what then? Qin Feng. I found that I couldn't do something like that. Peter Parker smiled wryly. You came to me just to tell me that you can't do that. Qin Feng looked at Peter Parker in surprise. This answer really surprised Qin Feng. Although Peter Parker, even if he really wants to apprentice, Qin Feng will not accept it. Maybe he thought about training Spider-Man at first, teaching Qi or small universe or something. Let's see what level little Spider-Man's strength will increase after learning these things. But that's just a thought. Do not pass the law lightly. Although he obtained these exercises, the cultivation methods are all incidental to the transformation, and it looks very easy. But this does not mean that he will really easily pass on these cultivation methods to others. At least the current little Spider-Man has not reached the level that Qin Feng would agree to teach him his skills at once. No, I don't just want to say things like this, I also want to ask you, is there any other way to teach me some skills? I don't need to learn your core skills, I learned about it yesterday at that time. I specifically asked some Chinese people to ask them about the conditions for your masters to teach other people's skills. It is said that only direct disciples who have been apprentices can learn real skills. But if it's just some ordinary skills, it doesn't need to be a teacher. Peter Parker shook his head and looked at Qin Feng with some anticipation. Advertisement? Ha, that's kind of interesting. Qin Feng couldn't help laughing when he heard this. You are right, apart from apprenticeship, there are indeed other ways, for example, to work for me, or to be my little brother or something. If I think you are good, I can give you some pointers, but I have no idea of letting others work for me, and I have no idea of accepting others as my younger brother, so. Qin Feng didn't finish his words, but shrugged at Spider-Man. Can't you just give me some pointers? Peter Parker. Why do you have to ask me to guide you? There are many masters in the world, you can go to a martial arts gym to learn by yourself, whether it is to learn martial arts, or other countries' boxing and fighting skills, it is all possible. With your current physical condition, it is not difficult to quickly increase your strength. Qin Feng. I thought about it, but after seeing your power yesterday, I couldn't help but feel that if I didn't learn combat skills with you, I would regret it for the rest of my life. Peter Parker smiled wryly. Spider-Man's words surprised Qin Feng. After a little bit of surprise, Qin Feng looked Peter Parker up and down, and then thought about it. Well, if you insist on asking me to point you, it's not impossible. Recently if you are short of a sandbag, if you want, you can use it as a sparring coach for me, is there any problem? No problem. Peter Parker nodded without the slightest hesitation. Although sandbags, sparring, or something, it is very bad at first glance. But as long as you can learn the skills. Seeing that Spider-Man agreed so easily, Qin Feng couldn't help laughing dumbly. He didn't trace anything, and rode his bike forward. Seeing this, Spider-Man also followed. Parker, I hope you don't regret it next time. Qin Feng saw Spider-Man follow, and said another sentence to Peter Parker. I won't regret it. Peter Parker. Haha. Qin Feng gave Peter Parker a bright smile. Chapter 35. Qin Feng and the two were riding bicycles and did not go to school immediately. Instead, they went to the breakfast cart and bought breakfast according to Qin Feng's plan to go out. Although Peter Parker had already had breakfast before he came. But seeing Qin Feng like this, he couldn't help but bought another breakfast. Since you are sure to be a sparring partner, then we will not go to school first, but go to yesterday's position, exercise our muscles and bones, no problem. Qin Feng said to Peter Parker while eating a hamburger. No problem. Peter Parker's eyes lit up and he said without hesitation. Then the two came to the abandoned factory where Qin Feng and Peter Parker died yesterday. After arriving here, the two put their bicycles away and followed them to an open space. After arriving here, Qin Feng moved his hands and feet. Seeing Qin Feng like this, Peter Parker was stunned for a while, but he moved subconsciously. Be careful. As Peter Parker moved his hands and feet, Qin Feng suddenly said a word to Peter Parker, the words fell, his figure flashed, and he disappeared from Peter Parker's face, making Peter Parker's pupils shrink, and instinctively felt that there was danger behind him, subconsciously dodged to the side. But, bang! Before he could dodge, Qin Feng slapped Peter Parker on the back, knocking Peter Parker out. Advertisement. Your reaction is too slow, and the sense of crisis is not enough. At the same time that Peter Parker was beaten, Qin Feng's voice sounded again, and at the same time as the voice sounded, Qin Feng suddenly appeared when Peter Parker was beaten. In the flying position, before Peter Parker landed, he whipped Peter Parker out, hit Peter Parker on the body, and sent Peter Parker flying again. Then, boom bang bang! A series of roars sounded, and Peter Parker's body kept taking off, taking off. It was also with the non-stop takeoff and takeoff that Peter Parker understood what Qin Feng said before, making him a sandbag. This is really a veritable human flesh sandbag. Qin Feng's speed was so fast that he couldn't react at all. Moreover, every time Qin Feng hit him, it made him feel a lot of pain. In just a few moments, Peter Parker was hit with a white shot and fell to the ground. How, do you regret it now? So, do you still want me to point you? Qin Feng said to Peter Parker with a smile after Spider-Man landed. I don't regret it, Peter Parker said through gritted teeth. It's good if you don't regret it. If you want to beat someone, learn to be beaten first. Since you and I are not in a master-disciple relationship, naturally, if you want to learn your skills, you can only learn in this way. Although being beaten is very painful, as long as you can in my attack on you, gradually reduce being hit by me, then your progress will definitely be great. Qin Feng said again to Peter Parker with a smile. Said rudely and rushed up again. It's a blow to Peter Parker. Definitely, it's not just as simple as beating. In the process of beating, he is also pointing out some of Peter Parker's shortcomings. Under this kind of guidance, Peter Parker showed his amazing ability after mutation. He became more and more adaptable to beatings. At the same time, his speed of dodging became faster. In addition, he also performed certain defenses. Advertisement. But it's useless, even if he adapts quickly, it is naturally impossible not to be beaten in a short time. So, 2 hours later, when Qin Feng announced to Spider-Man that today's sparring was over, Peter Parker was completely slumped on the ground, unable to move. Definitely, not really immobile. But at this moment, he didn't want to move at all. Every muscle in my body is in pain. Not only muscle pain, but also bones. Seeing Peter Parker like this, Qin Feng had a smile on his lips and thought to himself, although the current little Spider-Man has tragic combat experience and is immature against ability, but facing my constant beatings, although it is screaming and screaming in pain, but in the process of screaming, he never begged for mercy, never stopped the fight, and his temperament was still okay. However, his ability to endure like this makes me a little surprised. In the memory of my world, if I remember correctly, little Spider-Man's uncle is not dead yet, and he has not received the chicken soup of his uncle's greater ability, greater responsibility. It is reasonable to say that, he's not mature enough. How come he has the perseverance to endure my beating like this? Could it be that I taught him a lesson before and gave him an epiphany? Or totally stimulated? Chapter 36. Peter Parker was in excruciating pain and didn't want to move. And Qin Feng, who was at this meeting, was refreshed. 2 hours of exercise did not make him feel tired. Instead, Qin Feng had a better understanding of some of his own powers. In the process of beating Peter Parker, he was also sorting out and digesting the combat experience he had gained. Although some fighting ability has not been displayed, the control of the current power has been strengthened a lot. After half an hour, Peter Parker, who was unable to move, had already stood up again from the ground. Not only did he stand up again, he had a bruised nose and a swollen face, but his face returned to normal. Seeing such a scene, Qin Feng couldn't help but praise it. The variation that Parker has acquired is quite comprehensive in terms of the various increases in his body. Defense, attack, reflexes, speed, and self-healing ability. Ordinary people, or ordinary mutants, if they are in the kind of injury before Peter Parker, they may not recover for half an hour, let alone recover from the injury, but Peter Parker is recovering. From this point of view, this kind of ability is very good. When Peter Parker recovered, he couldn't help but look at Qin Feng again, and was eager to try. He lay on the ground for half an hour, not lying in vain, but also recalled in his mind, Qin Feng's various attacks on him just now, and the harvest is not small. At this moment, he wanted to test how many attacks he could evade, or in other words, how many attacks he could defend against Qin Feng's attack again. Advertisement. As for winning, he hadn't thought about this for a while. That's it for today. However, just when Peter Parker was about to try and wanted to continue, Qin Feng shrugged at Peter Parker and said a word. This is the end. Peter Parker was startled, followed by a bit disappointed. Otherwise, my time is also very precious, okay, but I don't have time to beat you here all the time. Qin Feng. Peter Parker was speechless. Beat yourself up, you still have no time. What can he say? I just hope that when I become stronger in the future, I can find a sad reminder like myself, beat him for several hours, and then tell him that I don't have time to beat him anymore. Peter Parker comforted himself in the pain in his heart. Then walked out of the factory with Qin Feng. Parker, have you thought about graduating early? Qin Feng asked Peter Parker abruptly after leaving the factory. Yes. Peter Parker replied without hesitation. Then are you going to graduate early? Qin Feng. Although I have thought about graduating early, campus life is also an experience, and it's pretty good, so I'm still ready to graduate normally. Peter Parker said, turning around and looking at Qin Feng, could it be, do you want to graduate early? I'm still thinking about it. Sometimes, I think it's boring to read. Qin Feng. Yes, to gain power, especially to gain such amazing power as you have, actually reading is really boring, but if you don't read, what can you do? Work, or rely on your skills to make money. Peter Parker was stunned for a moment, then said in agreement that after gaining power, he sometimes had the same idea. Part-time work is impossible. Qin Feng. Advertisement. If you don't work, you can only be a boss, or use your ability to make money, but I hope you don't rely on your special ability to do some criminal things. Peter Parker. Why did I teach you a lesson before, and you are ready to teach me a lesson now? Qin Feng shook his head at Peter Parker, then said, don't worry, I don't have the habit of messing with ordinary people. However, using ability to make money, it must be necessary. Why, don't you want to use your ability to make money? Well, apart from committing crimes, I can't think of how I can make money with my ability. Rather than relying on this kind of power to make money, I prefer to make money with what I have learned. Peter Parker. So until now, you can't afford a car, the car you want to buy. Qin Feng. Peter Parker. Why, did I say something wrong? Qin Feng said with a smile. You're right, I really can't afford it. Peter Parker smiled wryly. He had long wanted to buy a nice car, and then go on an appointment with the girl he liked, but he was helpless and was always a diosy. If you want to improve your strength quickly, you can actually improve your combat power by participating in some underground black markets, playing black boxing or something. As far as I know, underground black boxing not only has the captains of ordinary people, but also has some mutant participated in the battle. If you go to participate, I will give you the training instructions. You should get the money very quickly. Qin Feng. Peter Parker's eyes widened. Black boxing or something. Sweat. He never thought of this. I didn't do a good superhero properly, and suddenly I hit the black boxing. This force is not a lot lower in an instant. Haha. Seeing Peter Parker like this, Qin Feng suddenly laughed. He was just teasing Peter Parker. Definitely, in fact, this suggestion is also good. At least, if Peter Parker really participates, it will indeed add a lot of practical experience. Chapter 37. Sure enough, you're just joking. Seeing Qin Feng laughing, Peter Parker followed. It's just a joke, but it's also really giving advice. At least, as long as it doesn't violate your so-called superhero morality, it's pretty quick to get money like this, and in terms of strength growth, it's really good for you. Qin Feng. Then I'll think about it. Peter Parker was silent for a while, then said. If you can really improve your strength, it's not impossible to go. The big deal is to wear a mask or something. In addition, if you really come to the money, you can also consider it. Recently, he is really not rich. After all, I am currently studying, and I don't have a part-time job, so I depend entirely on uncle and my aunt to take care of me. Seeing what Peter Parker said, Qin Feng didn't say anything more. Whether to go or not is naturally Peter Parker's own freedom. You and Harry have a good relationship, right? Qin Feng changed his words abruptly and asked Peter Parker. Well, it's pretty good, what's wrong? Peter Parker nodded and looked at Qin Feng curiously. After going to school, make an appointment with Harry, I have something to ask him. Qin Feng. Okay. Peter Parker nodded. Then the two didn't say anything else, and rode their bikes to school with each other. After arriving at school, Peter Parker made Qin Feng an appointment with Harry Osborn right away. Although Harry Osborn didn't understand why Qin Feng didn't ask him directly, but asked Peter Parker to ask him, he still came to the rooftop after class. When he came here, Qin Feng was already here. He came alone. Peter Parker didn't keep up. Advertisement. Give Qin Feng and Harry Osborn space to chat alone. Although Peter Parker was actually curious, what was Qin Feng's purpose for asking Harry Osborn, but he still didn't follow up. Qin Feng, are you looking for me? After coming here, Harry Osborn asked Qin Feng as soon as he saw Qin Feng supporting the railing with his hands and looking into the distance. Harry Osborn had no ink marks. Yet. Qin Feng turned around and nodded. What are you looking for from me? Harry Osborn. Make a deal with you. Qin Feng. Deal? What deal? Harry Osborn looked at Qin Feng in surprise. He didn't understand what kind of deal Qin Feng could do with him. After all, he was not familiar with Qin Feng before. There is no connection at all. You people in the Osborn family have a genetic disease, and if you have no other accidents, you are destined to live beyond the age of 23. Qin Feng looked at Harry Osborn lightly and said. Absurd. As soon as Qin Feng's words fell, Harry Osborn's expression sank, and he said in a cold voice. You called me here to tell me such absurd things, and if that's what you want to say, then we have nothing to talk about. Harry Osborn said bluntly. Really, then you make a phone call and ask your father to make sure I'm telling the truth. Qin Feng shrugged and said noncommittally. Harry Osborn frowned. Subconsciously, he wanted to refute again. But looking at Qin Feng's performance, it doesn't seem to be groundless. This kind of thing made him feel weird. He is pain-free and has been doing fine. As a result, Qin Feng said that he would not live to be 23 years old. How could this be possible? I'll give you a minute to think about whether you want to confirm it or not. It's up to you. The transaction I want to talk about will be discussed after you confirm it. Qin Feng said again indifferently. After speaking, he stretched out his wrist. Take a look at the time on the watch on your wrist. Upon seeing this, Harry Osborn was silent. Intentionally, he turned around and left, but after thinking about it, he still took out his cell phone and called his father. Norman Osborn made a call. Advertisement. Harry, I should have told you, don't call me easily during class time. As soon as the call was connected, Norman Osborn's voice came from the opposite side. His voice was very cold and serious. Such a voice made Harry Osborn's eyes flash with complexity. Everyone envied him for being the son of the Osborn group. But who knows, his father, in fact, did not like to see him, and has always been strict with him. Father, I'm calling to ask you to confirm one thing. Harry Osborn. What? Norman Osborn. I've been told that our Osborn family has a genetic disease and I don't live to be 23, is that true? Harry Osborn. Who told you that? Harry Osborn's voice just fell, when Norman Osborn's excited voice came from the other side of the phone. These things are things that Norman Osborn tries to hide. Except for a few people, no one else knows about such a thing at all. After all, he hadn't even told Harry Osborn before. Hearing what Norman Osborn said, Harry Osborn immediately turned his gaze towards Qin Feng. "Give me the phone, I'll talk to your father." Qin Feng smiled at Harry Osborn and held out his hand. Seeing this, Harry Osborn handed the phone to Qin Feng. "Hello, Norman Osborn," Qin Feng said calmly after taking the phone. Although Qin Feng wanted to contact Harry Osborn at first, he only wanted Harry Osborn to launder money for him, but Qin Feng changed his mind when he asked Peter Parker to ask Harry Osborn. Compared with money laundering, it seems more interesting to obtain the shares of Osborn Group. Moreover, after obtaining the shares, there is no need to think about money laundering at all. Become a shareholder, then he can naturally get a lot of money. Definitely, it is not easy to get shares. But although it is not easy, it is not impossible to try, or to plan. Chapter 38. Who are you? Hearing Qin Feng's words, Norman Osborn frowned and asked in a deep voice. Qin Feng, Harry's classmate. Qin Feng. You told Harry that there is a genetic disease in our Osborn family. Norman Osborn. That's right. Qin Feng. Why did you lie to Harry? Norman Osborn. Is it cheating? You know very well. I don't want to betray you. I have a deal to do with you. If you are interested, tell me where you are and I will find you. Qin Feng. I'm at Osborn Group headquarters. Norman Osborn. Then wait for me. Qin Feng smiled and said, almost as soon as the words fell, he gave Harry Osborn a smile, and then said, give the phone back to you. Then he threw the phone to Harry Osborn. The result of Harry Osborn's subconsciousness, the moment he took it subconsciously, followed Harry Osborn's eyes, and suddenly opened his eyes, only to see Qin Feng standing in front of him, suddenly swoosh from disappeared in front of him. With such a scene, Harry Osborn couldn't believe his eyes, and followed his gaze. Mutant? Or a mutant? There is a shock in his eyes, and envious. He really didn't expect that his classmate would have this special ability. On the other hand, Qin Feng disappeared in front of Harry Osborn, not using teleportation, but using speed force. In the blink of an eye, I came to the Osborn Group headquarters and the chairman's office of the Osborn Group headquarters. He had never been to this place before. Advertisement. But the Osborn Group is also well known in the Star Kingdom. As long as you know this place, even if you don't know where Norman Osborn is, you can naturally find the location of Norman Osborn's office as long as you run around the Osborn Group quickly. After coming here, Qin Feng knocked on the door. Come in. And when Qin Feng knocked on the door, Norman Osborn was still holding his phone, thinking in his eyes. And doubts. He was curious as to how Qin Feng knew that his Osborn family had a genetic disease, and at the same time, he was also curious about what Qin Feng wanted to trade with him. When he heard the door ringing, he didn't hesitate, and said indifferently. Following his opening, Qin Feng opened the door and walked in from the outside. Seeing Qin Feng's appearance, Norman Osborn was taken aback. Qin Feng felt very unfamiliar to him, and he had never seen Qin Feng before. Who are you? Who let you in? Norman Osborn frowned. Although he just opened his mouth to come in, he just subconsciously thought that it was his secretary or something, and there was something to report. Didn't we just talk on the phone? Qin Feng said with a smile. You are Qin Feng. Norman Osborn was startled. Advertisement? That's right. Qin Feng. You and Harry weren't at school just now. Norman Osborn frowned. Naturally it is in school. Qin Feng. Since you are in school, how can you be in my office all of a sudden? Norman Osborn. You want to know? Qin Feng said with a smile. Want to know, of course. Norman Osborn. Then let you see. Qin Feng shrugged his shoulders, and then suddenly appeared beside Norman Osborn. Without waiting for Norman Osborn to say anything, he grabbed Norman Osborn and disappeared into the room with Norman Osborn. It appeared again, already on the rooftop of a building. Seeing such a scene, Norman Osborn's pupils shrank suddenly, then his eyes fell on Qin Feng, and he said solemnly, You are mutant. No, I'm just an ability, I don't have the X gene. Qin Feng said. What on earth did you bring me here for? Norman Osborn. I'm not letting you see how I got from the school to your Osborn Group all of a sudden. Qin Feng shrugged. Norman Osborn was silent, and followed, What do you want to trade with me? In the beginning, I just had some money and wanted to ask you to help me wash it, but after thinking about it, I found that it was a bit low to ask you to launder money, so I decided to make another transaction with you, from you get some shares of Osborn Group. Qin Feng said with a smile. Chapter 39. Ridiculous, I can't possibly give you shares. Norman Osborn said without hesitation. Don't be in a hurry to refuse, you are a businessman, you can't give me shares because you think the value I give is not high enough, but if you achieve enough value and benefits, you will still give me shares. Qin Feng said with a smile. Norman Osborn fell silent. The people of your Osborne family all have a genetic disease, and you have been carrying out a research project on super soldiers all these years. Although this project seems to be cooperating with the country, mainly to provide super soldiers for the country, but this the main purpose of the plan, you and I are very clear, its main purpose is to solve the genetic disease of your Osborne family. Definitely, getting superpower by the way is also a multi-purpose thing. Qin Feng. You even know this. Norman Osborn narrowed his eyes, and then said, even if you know this, since you know that I am carrying out a super soldier plan, then you should know that you are the only one with me. The capital in exchange for shares is gone. You are right, shares are not really untradable. The interest is big enough to make my heart move, and the transaction is fine. After all, over the years, I have given out a lot of shares. But today's Osborne Group has already developed to the point where it does not need to give other people shares, nor does it require other people to inject capital or anything. It is impossible to buy the shares of Osborne Group in terms of money. You want shares, you can only help me solve the problem of the genetic disease of the Osborne family. But I can solve this problem myself, and the transaction becomes absurd. Advertisement. Definitely, you can also rely on your current strength, threaten me with force, and use my life to ask me to give you shares. But whether I am willing to give it to you or not necessarily. And with my status, I am not someone you can easily kill if you just say kill. Ha ha ha, don't worry, I don't mean to kill you at all. Trading shares with you is just a temporary intention. If you don't want to, I won't force it. As for what you said you can solve your Osborne family's genetic disease, maybe, one day in the future, in a parallel universe, or point in time, you can do it. But at least you can't do it now. Your so-called super soldier research project, I know very well, it is progressing very smoothly, it has come to an end, and only the final human experiment is left, but from the data point of view, the medicine you have developed is no problem, but it has a huge amount of hidden danger. Qin Feng laughed and said again. What hidden danger? Norman Osborn. People who are injected with that kind of genetic medicine will lose their minds and become beasts. The evil thoughts in their hearts will reach a certain extreme, and eventually they will become some kind of demons. At least in the eyes of many people, they are demons and villains. Qin Feng. Impossible. Norman Osborn shouted in a deep voice. He has pinned everything on this super evolution potion, how could he be willing to accept, super evolution potion, something with hidden dangers? There's nothing you can do if you don't believe me, but you'll know when you go back to conduct human experiments. Forget it, it seems that our deal today is impossible, and I'm not short of money recently, or after you go back to conduct the final experiment and determine whether your human genetic medicine is harmful or not, let's talk about the transaction. Qin Feng shrugged and changed the conversation. He is not in a hurry when it comes to transactions. Anyway, asking for shares is only a temporary initiative. Advertisement. If you can get it, you can get it, if you can't get it, there is nothing to lose to him. Hearing what Qin Feng said, Norman Osborn took a deep look at Qin Feng, his thoughts turned quickly, followed the conversation, and said to Qin Feng, you said you are not a mutant, can you tell me how you got what you are now? Is this one of ability? In addition, although I can't trade shares with you now, if it's just money laundering, I can help you. Oh, what is your request? Qin Feng changed his words. Let me study your physical condition. Norman Osborn. Ha, as expected of the helm of the Osborn Group, you really don't suffer. Qin Feng smiled dumbly, although this Norman Osborn was shocked by his sudden appearance and the abrupt revealing of the secret, but the other party soon recovering definitely, and turning to other things that may benefit, is indeed an old fox. Would you like to? Norman Osborn. It's impossible. I can't study anything for you. However, if you really want to do a similar study, I can get you a mutant. Qin Feng refused without hesitation. The conversation turned again. Although Qin Feng can transform into various super strong beings every day. But I have to admit, Marvel is a bit of a bullshit when it comes to cloning. DC 2. Superman can be cloned into a large number of Superman legions. Qin Feng's strength is strong enough, although it will not be cloned exactly the same, but it is annoying to cause some trouble. Chapter 40. Catch a mutant here. Norman Osborn's eyes moved suddenly, can you do such a thing? It's not difficult. Qin Feng said lightly, then turned around and said, also, if you don't like mutant, I can also catch you a mutant or something. Qin Feng's words made Norman Osborn unable to hold back his heart. Recently, the research on super evolution fluid has indeed come to an end. Although Norman Osborn is confident that the super evolution fluid he has researched is definitely no problem, it can definitely greatly increase the attack power, resilience, and physical strength of the human body, but it is difficult to obtain supernatural powers. Because he did not have good material research before. If Qin Feng can capture some mutants with supernatural abilities for him, then with the materials, he will definitely be able to perfect the super evolution fluid. Are you sure you want the shares of my Osborn Group? Thinking of this, Norman Osborn suddenly smiled at Qin Feng. That's right. Qin Feng. If you can catch me a few more special mutants, and don't leak the news, I can consider giving you shares. Norman Osborn. Just thinking about it, then forget it. Qin Feng pouted. Then I will give you 1% of the shares, and you will capture 10 mutants with special abilities, or mutants. Norman Osborn. 1% of the shares, it's a bit small. Qin Feng. You don't understand the gold content of my Osborn Group's shares, do you? 1%, you think it's too little. My Osborn Group's market value is hundreds of billions of dollars, even if it's only 1% of the shares, it can definitely make you be a rich man. Advertisement. Limelight Media. And once the super evolution fluid is completely developed this time, the stock price of my Osborn Group will inevitably skyrocket. At that time, the gold content of 1% of the stock price was even more expensive. If it weren't for the fact that you and Harry are classmates and you have shown good skills before, it makes me want to work with you for a long time. It is impossible for me to give 1% of the shares. Under normal circumstances, giving you a few tenths is already considered very good. After all you need to do is catch 10 mutants for me. If it weren't for the fear of unforeseen circumstances, I could have gone to the black market to hang up 1% of the shares. I believe that there are definitely a lot of people who are willing to catch 10 mutants for me. Norman Osborn frowned and looked at Qin Feng with a strange expression. It's not that I don't understand, it's just a habitual price increase. Okay, 1% is 1%, then I'll go get you 10 mutants with special powers. Qin Feng smiled. Norman Osborn nodded. Following Norman Osborn's nod, Qin Feng did not ink any ink, moved his body, grabbed Norman Osborn again, and brought him back to the office where Norman Osborn was before. These are all things done in an instant. Looking at Qin Feng's methods, even if he had experienced it once, Norman Osborn couldn't help but light up. This kind of means, he really wants to get it. This kind of speed, ability, is much stronger than the effect of the super evolution fluid he studied. Did they bring you directly to your house, or to the Osborn Group? Qin Feng said to Norman Osborn when Norman Osborn's eyes lit up. When can you bring people? Norman Osborn. Tonight. Qin Feng. Advertisement. So fast. Norman Osborn was startled. Time is money, of course it's better to hurry up. Qin Feng. We'll talk about placement after you've caught someone. Norman Osborn. Okay. Qin Feng nodded without ink, then moved and disappeared in front of Norman Osborn. Seeing Qin Feng disappear, Norman Osborn's eyes flashed. Can Qin Feng capture 10 mutants with special powers? If it is possible, and it can be done within a day, then I can give him the 1% of the shares. If not, delay the time. After I inject the super evolution fluid, then everything is naturally. If I didn't say it, then I won't be so passive. A cold light flashed in Norman Osborn's eyes. Being so easy to invade the group, and taking it out of the group and sending it out, this feeling of life not under his control, made him very uncomfortable. The reason why he gave 1% of the shares was only because he did not fully trust Qin Feng, but deliberately gave 1% of the shares to secure Qin Feng's heart. Followed him on the phone and called a few confidants to the office and asked them to deal with one thing. He has a secretly established laboratory. It has never been started before. If Qin Feng can catch someone this time, he can start it by the way. On the other hand, Qin Feng is naturally not afraid of Norman Osborn fooling him. If Norman Osborn fools him, Qin Feng doesn't mind letting Norman Osborn understand how expensive it is to fool him. At that time, instead of asking for 1% of the shares, he will directly control the entire Osborn Group. Chapter 41. Qin Feng, who left the Osborn Group, did not go back to school. Instead, they just walk around on the street. Looking at the passing pedestrians and speeding vehicles, Qin Feng was thinking about where to catch 10 mutants. And it's the kind of mutant with some special powers. Looking at the situation of Norman Osborn, he clearly didn't want a mutant that only evolved in the flesh, but needed some mutants with elemental ability and special power. When it comes to finding mutant, there is one place that is easier to find. Also, there is no need to search for anything on your own. That's the mutant school. Mutant schools naturally have a large number of mutants. But although Qin Feng was going to arrest 10 mutants for Norman Osborn, he was not going to be the villain either. Therefore, mutant school is naturally a pass. If you don't go to mutant school, you can only search all over the world. At my speed, it seems that it is not difficult to find 10 mutants. Anyway, whether I am running or flying, my speed is very fast now. Or rather, go to Brotherhood. There are also many mutants under Magneto. And there are a lot of special abilities. Advertisement. These mutants are basically villain mutants. They have a lot of lives on their hands and are stained with blood. To arrest them is completely in line with my part-time superhero character. Qin Nian turned his head. With his thoughts turning, Qin Feng didn't leave any ink marks, his body moved suddenly, and he suddenly reached the speed of light and ran. Travel around the city. There are traces of Qin Feng in the streets and alleys. However, he ran very fast, and other people couldn't easily find his existence. After running like this, Qin Feng suddenly stopped running in an alley. When Qin Feng stopped running, he saw that in this alley, there was a man burning with flames all over his body. In front of him, there were more than 10 corpses that were being burned by flames. Ha ha ha. Ants are a group of ants. Ordinary humans are destined to be eliminated. Only we mutants are qualified to occupy the earth and survive. The flame man looked at the burning scene in front of him and kept laughing. The sound is evil and scary. Creepy. Who told you that only mutants are qualified to live on earth? Qin Feng said indifferently to the flame man after seeing such a scene. Who? Well, who are you? The flame man was startled and shouted angrily. At the same time, he subconsciously turned his body, waved his right hand, and a ball of flames attacked Qin Feng, who suddenly appeared behind him. But Qin Feng only dodged the attack with a slight flash. Seeing such a scene, the flame man suddenly asked in a deep voice. Clean up your people. Qin Feng. Advertisement. Take care of me? Ha ha ha. It's just you. Why, you also have special abilities, and you are clearly a mutant. Don't you think what I said is wrong? You want to stand out for these ants, ordinary people? You want to win the so-called superhero? Worshipped by these garbage. The flame man laughed, and while laughing, he looked at Qin Feng with cold eyes. What you said is not right. Ordinary people are the foundation of this planet. Qin Feng. Stupid. You don't deserve to have power, die for me. The flame man shouted violently. At the same time, he waved his right hand, and a ball of fire slammed towards Qin Feng again. The fireball was the size of a head. The attack speed is very fast, and it also contains extremely powerful energy. The surrounding temperature suddenly rose as the fireball rushed. However, in the eyes of ordinary people, even in the eyes of some weak mutants, the speed of such a fireball attack is really fast, but in the eyes of Qin Feng, it is too slow. He just glanced at the fireball, and when he moved, he avoided the fireball's attack again. Die, die, die. Seeing Qin Feng dodging the attack, the fireman's eyes boiled with murderous aura, and then he drank again. While drinking violently, he waved his hands one after another. One fireball, one after another, was shot by him one after another, towards Qin Feng's storm-like bombardment. Superior. But. And eggs. Qin Feng just moved slightly, and lightly avoided all the fireballs. This is impossible. Don't hide if you have the ability, UBD, you can only run around like a mouse. Seeing such a situation, the flame man shrank his pupils and shouted again. Chapter 42. Just hide. Qin Feng looked at the flame man coldly, made a fist with his right hand, and bombarded the incoming fireball with a punch. Seeing Qin Feng like this, the flame man sneered. It seems that the guy in front of him is an idiot. He just ran it twice by himself, so he delusionally wants to use his body to fight against his fireball and wait to die. Judging from the speed of this guy in front of him, he should be some kind of speed evolver. Such a guy, in addition to super fast speed, what else can he have? However, in the next second, the flame man's pupils shrank, and he looked at Qin Feng in disbelief. I saw that after Qin Feng punched, a terrifying force suddenly erupted from Qin Feng's right hand. In the instant of punching, Qin Feng suddenly activated the small universe. At the same time when the small universe was excited, there was an eruption of ice-freezing gas, and then it collided with the fireball. Boom! Bang! As soon as it hit, the fireball was directly blasted away. In the process of bombarding such fireballs, Qin Feng did nothing at all. How is this possible? The flame man looked at this scene in disbelief, completely unable to believe that what he saw was true. The fireball he shot was actually blown up by the speed ability person in front of him. Is today April Fool's Day? Since he became a mutant, it's not that he hasn't seen other mutants, the speed ability, and he has also seen them. Advertisement. But I haven't seen any speed ability person who has the ability to blow his fireball with one punch. When he exclaimed, he saw Qin Feng move, disappeared from the front of the flame man, and reappeared, already appeared in front of the flame man, and punched the flame man. The speed is as fast as lightning, and it is as fast as lightning. The flame man failed to make even the slightest defense, and his body flew out. Even while flying backwards, Qin Feng followed suit, and then launched a series of violent attacks. Rumble rumble rumble. Boom bang bang. The sound of fisting to the flesh followed, and under the sound of fisting to the flesh, the flame man made a series of miserable screams and kept wailing. Every blow Qin Feng hit on his body made him miserable. A special ice power poured into his body, causing the burning flames on his body to be extinguished during the beating. It soon showed its true colors. This is an 18-year-old star country boy with yellow hair. It looks like a middle schooler. Eyes dark and evil. When he was beaten out of his true colors, he was looking at Qin Feng with incomparably resentful eyes at this moment. Seeing his eyes like this, Qin Feng didn't say a word, and continued to beat him without saying a word. The opponent screamed in agony, and his skin was ripped open. If it is the real The Flash, it is naturally impossible to clean up the flame man in front of you so quickly. Advertisement. But for Qin Feng, it's really too easy to integrate the exercises inherited from Wukong, fighting ability, and Glacier's fighting ability, combat experience and so on. This yellow hair is not very high on the development of his own ability. Don't say that the other party is not high, even if it reaches the Omega level, Qin Feng will not be afraid of the other party now. Not to mention the yellow hair in front of him, it's not at all. In the end, Huang Mao was beaten to death by Qin Feng's series of beatings. Looking at the fainted Huang Mao, Qin Feng pouted slightly. You fainted without even warming up, it's really weak, but as far as this flame ability is concerned, it's really worth studying, and I'll give it to Norman Osborn. I don't know what Norman Osborn can do. Then Qin Feng didn't have any ink marks. He twisted up the yellow-haired mutant, moved his body, and walked towards the Osborn group again. Originally, Qin Feng was going to send 10 of them together. But it seems that there is no place to secretly hide this kind of guy now, so it's better to grab one and send the other over. Wait for Osborn to figure out how to place these guys. Soon Qin Feng came to the Osborn group again, and came to Norman Osborn's office. This time, Qin Feng didn't knock on the door and entered directly. Forward. When Norman Osborn noticed that Qin Feng had appeared suddenly, with a yellow hair, he was stunned. Why are you here again? First, I'll send you a mutant. This is a flame mutant. It can shoot fireballs and burn flames all over the body. However, this guy's development of flame ability is very low, and he can't even fly. You should be interested in studying him. Qin Feng said to Norman Osborn. Blazing man? This guy can ignite flames. Norman Osborn's eyes were stunned for a moment, then he looked up and down the yellow-haired youth who was being pinched by Qin Feng, and looked at the embarrassed guy with a bruised nose and a bruised face. If Qin Feng hadn't said that this guy was a mutant, or the one who would command flames, Norman Osborn would have been a little unbelievable. Chapter 43. That's right. Qin Feng replied. I can't tell from the outside that this guy can set fire to fire. Norman Osborn. Naturally, you can't tell from the outside, but if you test it, you will be able to determine that he is a special mutant. Qin Feng shrugged and followed the conversation. It was given to you, see what you put it on. Go somewhere, this guy will be in a coma and won't be able to move, but when he wakes up, he will be tossed. Can you help me take him to one of my secret labs? The next people, please take them there too. Norman Osborn. Secret laboratory. Qin Feng's eyes moved, but he didn't say much, and nodded to Norman Osborn. Then, under the guidance of Norman Osborn, he took this mutant and Norman Osborn to the secret laboratory that Norman Osborn said. This is an underground laboratory. There are various safety devices. Ordinary people simply cannot break in easily. There are various security password authentication. At the same time, there are various research facilities here. After Qin Feng came here with Norman Osborn, he handcuffed the yellow-haired young man to a special alloy chair. The chair was full of technology and was linked to a supercomputer with a lot of special alloys on it. Clip, respectively clipped on the body of this yellow-haired youth. Is this chair able to trap this guy? Qin Feng asked Norman Osborn after assisting Norman Osborn to restrain the yellow-haired mutant on the alloy chair. Advertisement. Don't worry, there is absolutely no problem. These alloys are all specially made fire-resistant alloys. Even if this person can control the flame and the temperature is very high, he will never melt the alloy all at once. Moreover, those clips are all electrified and have energy induction. As long as the person pushes the energy, the electricity will be activated instantly, and then the electric shock will be applied to the person, which will definitely allow him to cooperate with the research honestly. Norman Osborn said with a smile. Really? Qin Feng's eyes moved a little suspiciously. However, the person was given to Norman Osborn anyway. Whether or not he can trap this person is also a matter of Norman Osborn. Qin Feng is naturally too lazy to say anything. If that's the case, then I'll leave first. This is the first one. There are 9 more to come. I'll send them over one after another. If possible, just stay here and I'll catch them soon. 10 mutants. Qin Feng said to Norman Osborn, and was about to leave the research room. Wait. Just when Qin Feng was about to leave, Norman Osborn stopped Qin Feng. Hi. Qin Feng glanced at Norman Osborn. Well, ahem, although I have confidence in the effect of this chair, after all, I haven't tested it with mutant before. If it is possible, delay your time a little, wait for me to wake this person first, and see if this person can. If you can't get out of trouble, leave again. Norman Osborn coughed twice, then said. Qin Feng was speechless, then shrugged and said, okay, let's delay it. Anyway, I'm more curious, how exactly do you want to study? With Qin Feng's words falling, Norman Osborn didn't have any ink, and then took out a huge amount of syringe from the side. A syringe as thick as an egg was pierced at the yellow-haired youth, and a tube of blood was drawn from the yellow-haired youth. Seeing this situation, Qin Feng couldn't help but twitched his lips. I don't know if Norman Osborn is a bad taste, or something else. Where do you need such a big syringe to draw blood? Advertisement. This thing is terrifying to see. After a tube of blood was drawn from the man, he saw Norman Osborn right after, activated a device beside the chair, and suddenly water spurted out, sprayed it on the face of the yellow-haired youth, and smashed it all at once. Awake. When the yellow-haired youth woke up, the eyes were sluggish at first, then regained clarity, and then struggled. But in the process of struggling, he did not break free. Damn, what are you trying to do? Let me go. Seeing that he couldn't break free, the yellow-haired youth roared, and with the roar, a raging flame suddenly burst out from his body, trying to melt the handcuffs or something. But with him like this, the handcuffs were not melted all at once, and even when he activated his power like this, there was a huge amount of electric current, which was suddenly generated from some small clips on him, let him scream out in an instant. Ability can't be controlled all of a sudden, so it returns to normal state. Sure enough, it is the flame ability. Compared to the screams of the yellow-haired youth, Norman Osborn's eyes were terrifyingly bright. He looked at the yellow-haired youth with burning eyes, completely transformed into a Frankenstein, with a ferocious and terrifying face. The yellow-haired youth gives a sense of anatomy. In such a situation, Qin Feng, who was on the side, couldn't help but feel a sense of discomfort. It seems that there is no problem with your device. Since there is no problem, I will withdraw it first. You can study it yourself. Qin Feng said a sentence to Norman Osborn, and then did not wait for Norman Osborn to answer. Left the laboratory. Chapter 44. 10 mutants, not a lot compared to Marvel's plethora of mutants. Mutants basically have all kinds of strange ability. In addition to the flame mutant at the beginning, Qin Feng followed by catching 9 other mutants for Norman Osborn. These mutants are not famous. In the process of Qin Feng watching Marvel before, I didn't know a single one. But some of the abilities they have are very similar to those of some well-known people. But although similar, in terms of power development, it is too weak. 10 mutants, none of which can be beaten. Makes Qin Feng very bored. In less than half an hour, all 10 mutants were sent to Norman Osborn's secret laboratory by Qin Feng. Such efficiency also makes Norman Osborn astonished. He couldn't help but be very interested in Qin Feng. In such a short period of time, you actually caught me 10 mutants, how strong is your strength? Can't you really study it for me? If you study it for me, I can give you another 101% of the shares. Norman Osborn looked at Qin Feng who had brought the 10th mutant, and said with hot eyes. Haha. Qin Feng shrugged noncommittally, everyone has given it to you, hurry up and make a share transfer contract. In addition, I will launder the money for me later. Advertisement. 5%, how about 5%? Seeing Qin Feng's unmoved expression, Norman Osborn said again. It's not 100%, let alone 5%. You should study your 10 mutants honestly. They are enough for you to study. Qin Feng. It's a pity, why can't you study it for me? It's definitely a win-win for me to study you. Maybe it can further intensify your use of strength and develop your mastery of physical strength. Norman Osborn. Not interested. Qin Feng. Okay, then come to me if you are interested in the future. It's the same sentence. If you study it for me, I can give you an additional 5% of the shares. Normanos shook his head in disappointment and followed. He spoke again. Without any ink, he began to work out the share transfer contract. Transferred 1% of the shares to Qin Feng. As he did this, Qin Feng followed him back to his residence, and then brought all the black gold he got some time ago to Norman Osborn, and asked Norman Osborn to help wash it. Where did you get this? Seeing Qin Feng bring a lot of boxes, each of which was full of banknotes, Norman Osborn couldn't help but look at Qin Feng strangely. Don't worry about this, you just need to wash it for me. Qin Feng. It's okay to wash it, so let's look at the amount of this money, because it should be about 20 million stars. Since you got 10 mutants for me so quickly, I will give you 50 million stars directly. Man Osborn's eyes moved, and he said. The extra money is because Norman Osborn is investing. I want to befriend Qin Feng. Qin Feng was able to get 10 mutants in such a short period of time. As far as ability is concerned, it is absolutely amazing. Befriending Qin Feng is absolutely very valuable in Norman Osborn's heart. What do you mean? Seeing such a situation, Qin Feng looked at Norman Osborn with a half smile. Just be a friend. Norman Osborn. Advertisement. Okay, I've accepted the money, I'll send you a card number, you can turn it around. Qin Feng took a deep look at Norman Osborn, and then prepared to issue a card number to Norman Osborn. Wait. Norman Osborn stopped Qin Feng. Hi. Qin Feng looked at Norman Osborn in confusion. I'll give you an anonymous bank card account number and password. Norman Osborn. Okay. Qin Feng replied without any ink, but when he answered, he couldn't help but glance at Norman Osborn again. Truly a business giant. Really work hard. The delivery of the anonymous bank card account number and password, under normal circumstances, is beneficial to Qin Feng and Norman Osborn. Can avoid some unnecessary troubles. Soon Norman Osborn gave Qin Feng an anonymous bank card account number and password. At the same time, he took out his computer and inquired Qin Feng about the amount in front of Qin Feng. Then everything is settled. Happy cooperation. Qin Feng said to Norman Osborn after taking the money, and was about to leave the secret laboratory again. Wait, let's find a place to have a drink and celebrate our first happy cooperation. I hope there will be similar things in the future. In addition, let's chat by the way. Norman Osborn stopped Qin Feng again. Okay, you can say a place. Qin Feng. Chapter 45. Norman Osborn's Villa. Qin Feng and Norman Osborn will be in this place. Norman Osborn proposed to find a place to drink. Qin Feng asked Norman Osborn to find a place. Then, Norman Osborn invited Qin Feng into the house. He has a collection of various fine wines here. At the same time, there are also private chefs. No worse than going to some hotels. The two would sit in the dining room and chat while drinking. During the chat, Norman Osborn was judging what kind of power Qin Feng had, but Qin Feng never revealed the slightest. Disappointing Norman Osborn. However, compared to his disappointment, Qin Feng had inquired about a lot of secrets from Norman Osborn. Some things that only the upper-class circles know. It is also an eye-opener. Osborn, do you know where there is a good villa for sale? Qin Feng asked Norman Osborn abruptly after chatting with Norman Osborn for a while. Are you going to buy a villa? Norman Osborn. Advertisement. Well. Qin Feng. Under my Osborn Group, there is real estate development. If you want a villa, I can sell you one at direct cost. Norman Osborn. Oh, the Osborn Group is still engaged in real estate development. Qin Feng looked at Norman Osborn in surprise. These villas are exclusively for the people inside the Osborn Group, unlike those professional real estate developers, but in terms of the quality of the house, you can rest assured. Norman Osborn. Are there any villas by the sea in the villa estate owned by Osborn? Qin Feng. By the sea. Norman Osborn. That's right. Qin Feng. That's not true, but, let's see, I have a villa by the sea, and I have never lived there. If you are interested, I can transfer it to you. The scenery there is very good. Norman Osborn. Where? Qin Feng asked curiously. Malibu Street, Building 10881. Norman Osborn. What, Malibu Street, 10881? Qin Feng was stunned when he heard what Norman Osborn said about this place, only feeling that this place was a little familiar. Yes, it's Malibu Street, Building 10881, why is there a problem? Norman Osborn asked in confusion when he saw Qin Feng's performance. If I remember correctly, Tony Stark, the famous playboy, should be in Building 10880 on Malibu Street. Qin Feng said. I said why you were surprised, it turned out to be because of him. Yes, that boy Tony is indeed in Building 10880, why do you think this place is not good? If you don't want it, I'll call you and find another place for you villa. Although I only have this villa by the sea, as long as you want it, as one of the current shareholders of my Osborn Group, I can get you a villa by the sea, of course it will not be a problem at all. Norman Osborn said with a smile. It's not that I don't want it, but the house price in that place is said to be very expensive. For Tony's house, the price is 79 million stars, and now I only have the 5,000 stars you gave me. Yuan, I'm afraid I can't buy it at all, so it's hard to make a down payment first. Qin Feng shrugged speechlessly. Ha ha ha, that's it, don't worry, it's enough. This house was a certain guy's company that went bankrupt and was liquidated by the bank, and I used some tricks to shoot it at a low price, and I got it for 17 million at that time. Now, if you want, I can transfer 30 million to you. Norman Osborn laughed. Advertisement? Is it really 17 million? Qin Feng asked Norman Osborn curiously. You know I'm a businessman, and I'm not a loser. Although compared to the current house price, it is indeed a loss to sell 30 million to you, but we are friends, aren't we? And I also made nearly half of the money. Now. Norman Osborn. This. Okay, let me transfer the house to me. I owe you a favor. Qin Feng thought about it for a while, then raised his glass and touched Norman Osborn. I have to admit, Norman Osborn is a nice guy. Getting along with him for a short period of time makes people feel that he is very good, and at the same time, people can't help but owe others favors. No wonder Peter Parker actually had a good sense of Norman Osborn in the beginning of the Marvel movies. Unfortunately, Norman Osborn was injected with super evolution fluid and eventually turned into Green Goblin, lost his mind and became the villain. It seems that Green Goblin can't die easily in the future. If something happens to this guy in the future, he will be rescued once and the favor will be repaid. Qin Feng thought to himself, but didn't think much about it. Only the strong will invest. Since others want you to owe a favor, and you can repay the favor, and the villa in that place, I have to admit, it's really good, so naturally there is no need to think more about whether it should be accepted or not. Just the 10 mutants he caught for Norman Osborn this time. In a sense, Norman Osborn has made a fortune. With these 10 mutants as specimens, Norman Osborn may be able to directly develop a complete solution to the genetic disease problem of his Osborn family. Chapter 46. Seeing Qin Feng taking over his villa, Norman Osborn smiled suddenly. Although if he sold the villa, he could indeed make a lot of money. But rather than making Qin Feng owe a favor, Norman Osborn would rather make Qin Feng owe him once. Anyway, I can't say it will be used later. As a successful businessman, Norman Osborn knows how to invest properly. With a smile, he followed Norman Osborn and Qin Feng to clink glasses and drink a glass of wine, then took out his mobile phone and made a phone call. 10,881 properties are given to Qin Feng. When the secretary received the call, he was quite surprised. Malibu Street, Building 10,881, is a seaside villa with a large area, luxurious decoration and a private beach, which is extremely popular. Even if you have money, it's hard to get it. Under normal circumstances, as long as Norman Osborn is not short of money and not bankrupt, it is impossible to transfer it. As a result, it is necessary to transfer it now, and it is transferred to someone who has never heard of it before, which naturally makes her feel incredible. And Norman Osborn didn't explain anything to his secretary. After calling and giving the order, he hung up. Advertisement. Send me the card number, and I'll transfer the money to you. Qin Feng said to Norman Osborn. The money doesn't need to be transferred. After the quarterly dividend is distributed, it will be deducted from your dividend. Norman Osborn said. Also. Qin Feng. Then the two continued drinking and chatting. After more than 2 hours, Qin Feng said goodbye and left Norman Osborn's house. When he left, both parties were satisfied. Qin Feng got a villa, and Norman Osborn got a favor. It's kind of interesting. Next, we'll see if Norman Osborn can completely solve his genetic disease. If he can solve the genetic disease, then the human favor will naturally have to find a chance to pay it back in the future. If not, then he can only make a loss. The business, when the time comes, I'll deal with him. Speaking of which, this guy is really an old fox. After Qin Feng walked out of the villa, he copied his hands in his pockets and rejected the matter sent by Norman Osborn. Just take a stroll. As he walked, he turned his thoughts. Forget it, I don't want this anymore, the house has been taken over, and the favor is owed. Next, go to Malibu Street, Building 10881 to see how the house is. Qin Feng's thoughts changed, and then his figure flashed, just headed towards Malibu Street, the seaside villa of Building 10881. Came here soon. After coming here, what caught Qin Feng's sight was an ultra-luxurious villa. Built by the sea. Advertisement. Built on sea cliffs. After arriving here, Qin Feng took out the key given by Norman Osborn, opened the door, and walked in. This villa gave Qin Feng the feeling that, in addition to being arrogant, it was still arrogant. The space is large, and the interior decoration is also quite good. There are huge amounts of floor-to-ceiling windows. Standing on the floor-to-ceiling windows and looking at the sea view outside, not to mention how beautiful it is. Although this house is good, unfortunately, it still lacks some sense of technology. Speaking of which, although it is also in Malibu Street, my villa still has huge amounts of difference compared to Tony Stark's villa. Tony Stark's villa has a smart housekeeper who controls everything, and here, although there are some security systems, compared to Tony Stark's force, it is too weak. It seems that the next step is to find someone to get a smart housekeeper. Better let that guy from Tony get me one. Qin Feng's eyes flickered, and his thoughts turned again. According to my memory, it seems that in this world, Tony Stark has not announced that he is Iron Man. In addition, there seems to be no Iron Man in the world. I haven't made the Mark armor yet, and I haven't experienced being kidnapped by terrorists. In this case, if I want him to get me a smart housekeeper, shouldn't I be polite to him and save him? But if it was to save him, it would be a bit of a loss just to get a smart housekeeper. Moreover, it is still unclear when this guy will have an accident, and he can't wait all the time. So, if you don't take the rescue route, how can you get the only housekeeper? Is it difficult to find him for cooperation? In other words, when I turn into a tech giant or something, I will make a set for myself? It seems that this is not impossible. Chapter 47. After admiring his new residence, Qin Feng then started to buy some things. Although the decoration of the villa is good, some daily necessities, naturally, you still need to buy it yourself. Some things need to be changed. At Qin Feng's speed, it is natural to replace all of them very quickly. After the replacement, Qin Feng thought about another question. Although my villa has a luxury garage, but I don't have a car, do I want it next? Like the Stark guy, get some sports cars? Although the speed of the sports car is far less than my own speed. But life doesn't require using ability all the time. Thinking of this, Qin Feng went to buy another sapphire blue supercar. Under the money offensive, he picked up the car on the same day. After picking up the car, Qin Feng drove his new car and wandered around the city. Various rides. It was not until the evening that he drove the car and drove back towards the villa. The speed is constantly increasing. More than one car after another. However, as he galloped towards Malibu Street, the more he got here, the fewer cars there were. There are not many houses in this sea area. In this place, there are naturally very few vehicles at night. And when Qin Feng was galloping like this, not far in front of Qin Feng, there would also be a sports car galloping. It's a red supercar. Advertisement. Sitting inside was a very attractive middle-aged man in a casual suit with a mustache. His eyes will be focused, and he is constantly accelerating. That man was Tony Stark. Just following him, suddenly, the car driven by Qin Feng suddenly overtook him. Huh? What? I was actually overtaken. Tony Stark was stunned for a moment when the car overtook him, with obvious confusion in his eyes, and then he looked at his dashboard subconsciously. At the speed of 100, Tony Stark was speechless for a while, and then a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Without any hesitation, he stepped on the accelerator and accelerated again. He chased the car in front of him. Travel to and from the accommodation every night. Toyu history. Stark knows very well that there are few other vehicles on the street at night, so every time he goes home, he will accelerate as much as possible. J.A.R.V.I.S. Comprehensively monitor this section of the road to ensure that the road in this section is unobstructed. If there is any unexpected situation, or if there is any vehicle coming in the opposite direction, please notify me as soon as possible. Stark said abruptly. Yes, sir. As soon as his words fell, a mechanical voice sounded in the Bluetooth headset he was wearing. Just as these voices sounded, Tony Stark suddenly accelerated again. The car was like a roaring beast, chasing towards the car driven by Qin Feng. Following Tony Stark's pursuit, Qin Feng, who was driving the car, suddenly saw the lights behind him from the reflector. After finding such a thing, Qin Feng pouted, "This is to catch up. Me? Think too much." With a grin, Qin Feng stepped on the accelerator again, and the speed of the already fast car increased again. Soon he reached the limit speed of his car. Soon a corner was reached. But even when he reached the corner, Qin Feng didn't slow down at all. With an extremely amazing hand speed, he controlled ability, responded to ability, and drifted through the corner with ease. Advertisement. Who is that guy? Tony Stark was startled when he saw Qin Feng didn't slow down when he reached the corner. As a famous playboy, Tony Stark is proficient in all kinds of playboy games. The racing car is one of them. He specialized in racing. And I often participate in some competitions. This is the first time I have seen someone drifting through corners at full speed on the road of Malibu Street. This made him very interested. So he also turned in a drifting way, but he did not turn at full speed, but with a certain deceleration. Definitely, even so, it is not the turning speed that ordinary people can achieve. After going through the corner, Qin Feng's car couldn't even see the tail lights. Tony Stark suddenly activated a device on the car, and then saw his car, behind his butt, suddenly burst into flames, and then the car sped away at a much faster speed. This is the flame thruster. As a super rich boy, his exclusive car has naturally undergone some transformations. As he did this, he immediately saw his car shooting violently. Although the car Qin Feng was driving was very fast, it was also caught up by Tony Stark. Soon the two cars were neck and neck. Following that, Qin Feng turned his head to look at Tony Stark's car. Qin Feng narrowed his eyes and recognized him. Tony Stark. It's this guy. No wonder the car is so fast at night, and he can break the limit of a sports car. He was clearly thrown off by me, but he caught up again. This is a failure. Qin Feng. When Qin Feng recognized Tony Stark honked his horn twice at Qin Feng, and then the car suddenly ejected again. The flame thrusters at the back of the car made his car accelerate again. Chapter 48. In the blink of an eye, Qin Feng's car was thrown behind. All right. In terms of the original speed of the car, Qin Feng was a little helpless when he saw this. But to say that losing is not necessarily. There are still corners ahead, and if I remember correctly, there are several consecutive corners. In Stark's situation, it's impossible not to slow down. As long as he slows down, then there is an opportunity. Definitely, in addition to this, you can also use special ability to kill Tony in seconds, but Qin Feng doesn't want to do that. So he continued to gallop at full speed, his expression indifferent and casual. Even put one hand on the window, leaned against it, and just controlled it with one hand. Under such circumstances, he soon came to the corner. When he came to the corner, Qin Feng went through the corner at full speed, 2 in a row, and immediately caught up with Tony Stark again. Seeing such a situation, Tony Stark was startled. The speed is so fast, this guy can keep turning at full speed even in this kind of continuous corners, isn't he afraid of accidents? Tony Stark saw this situation through the rearview mirror, and he was startled, but he couldn't bear it in his eyes. Zhu became more curious about Qin Feng. J.A.R.V.I.S. Find out who this guy is riding with me. Out of curiosity, Tony Stark asked J.A.R.V.I.S. again. Just when he was asking this question, before J.A.R.V.I.S. responded to him, suddenly, Qin Feng's car was forcibly attached to his car during the drifting process at an incredible angle. Advertisement. Is this guy trying to forcibly overtake? There's no space for overtaking at all. What is he going to do? Tony Stark's pupils contracted and his eyes widened. At this moment, my heart was raised. Just when he reacted like this, he saw Qin Feng controlling the sports car, sticking to his car at an incredible angle, suddenly turning his head sideways, and forcibly overtaking it. This angle is a little bit wrong. At such a super fast speed, under normal circumstances, both sides will inevitably crash and die. Definitely, Tony Stark didn't think he was going to die. Because his exclusive car is made of special materials and has various protective functions. Injured at most. Not the other guy. But that's under normal circumstances. Qin Feng is not an ordinary person at all, naturally not in this range. Don't say he succeeded, even if he didn't, with his reaction speed, he could get out of the car in an instant, and force his shot to reverse all this. With this situation, Tony Stark subconsciously slowed down. When he slowed down, Qin Feng's car quickly drove out of his sight and drifted away. Sir, the identity of the other party has been inquired. J.A.R.V.I.S said. While saying this, a virtual screen suddenly appeared on the dashboard of Tony Stark's sports car, recording various information of Qin Feng. Hey, Qin Feng? One of the properties is building 10881 on Malibu Street? Isn't this my neighbor? From the information, this guy should have no money to buy building 10881, and, if I remember correctly, that villa was bought by that guy from Norman Osborn, so why is it now Qin Feng's property? Tony Stark's eyes filled with curiosity. After reading the information for a while, I drove the vehicle and continued to move forward. But this time he didn't use the flame thruster or anything. Although the speed is still far beyond ordinary people, it can be regarded as very fast, but compared with before, it is a lot slower. Advertisement. In this situation. After a while, Tony Stark came to Malibu Street, where building 10881 is located. That is, outside Qin Feng's villa. After arriving here, Tony Stark stopped the car, then opened the door to get out of the car, walked towards the gate of the villa, and soon came to the door. Then the doorbell rang. In the room, Qin Feng, who was sitting on the sofa watching TV and drinking Coke, heard the doorbell, and there was a hint of doubt in his eyes. He had just moved into this house, and he hadn't told Susan about them. It stands to reason that no one could come to him. Could it be She Stark's guy? Qin Feng wondered who it might be. Although he didn't have any interaction with Tony She Stark, he knew very well that, with his performance just now, if Tony She Stark wanted to investigate him, it would not be difficult. Thinking of this, Qin Feng didn't have any emotions like excitement. Some are just indifferent. He opened the access control system of the villa at will, and immediately saw Tony She Stark's image appearing on the screen of the access control system. Although he doesn't have a smart housekeeper or something. But like this kind of access control configuration, not to mention this luxury villa, even some ordinary communities, there are many and many. Seeing Tony She Stark's image, Qin Feng shrugged, and then remotely controlled the door to open the door. Chapter 49. As Qin Feng opened the door immediately indicated that the door was successfully opened, so Tony Stark pushed the door open and walked in without any ink. After entering, his eyes flickered. There was a smile on the corner of his mouth. I became more and more curious about Qin Feng. The other party opened the door remotely, indicating that he knew him, but he did not come to open the door in person, which was a bit interesting. All the way. Soon, Tony Stark came to the living room on the first floor of the villa. When I came here, I saw Qin Feng really sitting on the sofa, drinking Coke and watching TV. There is something to drink in the refrigerator, take what you want to drink yourself. As Tony Stark saw Qin Feng's voice also entered Tony Stark's ears. Qin Feng's behavior made Tony Stark look strange, but he walked straight to the refrigerator where he could see it, and then opened the refrigerator, this open. Tony Stark was a little dumbfounded, seeing that the refrigerator was full of Coke. Bottled, canned. What a bad taste, or what a hobby, to put Coke in the refrigerator. He couldn't help shaking his head, followed Tony She Stark to get a can of Coke, pulled the tab, then walked back to the sofa where Qin Feng was, and sipped a Coke while sitting beside him on the sofa. There is Coke in the refrigerator, aren't you tired of it? Tony She Stark asked Qin Feng. Then you are very fond of hamburgers, aren't you tired? Qin Feng. Naturally it's not greasy, because burgers come in all flavors. Tony Stark. Coke also has its own unique taste. Qin Feng. Advertisement. Tony She Stark smiled dumbly and followed the conversation. Your driving skills are very good, why have you never been in the racing circle before? I have heard about you, and besides, are you interested in being my personal racing sparring partner? Not interested. Qin Feng. Price isn't an issue. Tony Stark. Do you think I look like someone who lacks money? Qin Feng. Like. Although you own the villa in front of you, according to my investigation of you, you only owned this villa today. You were not wealthy before. Tony Stark. It seems that your investigation is incomplete. In addition to this villa today, I also obtained 1% of the Osborn Group. Qin Feng. Naturally, there is no need to hide anything about acquiring the shares of the Osborne Group. Although he and Norman Osborne captured Mutant is secret. But the acquisition of shares will leak sooner or later. After all, there will be dividends in the future. Oh, it's interesting, how did you convince Norman Osborne? How could you get the old fox Norman Osborne to give you 1% of the shares? Shi Stark's eyes lit up, and he looked at Qin Feng with great interest. Secret. Qin Feng. Okay, you've managed to arouse my curiosity. Let's get to know him formally, Tony Stark. Tony Stark smiled, then raised the can of Coke to Qin Feng. Qin Feng. Qin Feng responded calmly. Dude, can you tell me where you learned your driving skills? Tony Stark. When your physical strength and reaction are far beyond ordinary people, you can naturally achieve my kind of operation. Qin Feng. So you're not an ordinary person. Tony Stark. Or else. Qin Feng. Haha, then I don't complain about losing today, you are very interesting, thank you for your Coke, I have time to invite you to drink. Tony Shi Stark smiled suddenly, then stood up from his seat, ready to say goodbye and leave. Although he is still very curious about Qin Feng. Advertisement. But Tony Stark knows how to master the rhythm. Although he likes to pursue excitement, at the same time, he also likes to keep certain things in his hands. At least not to fight unprepared battles. He was going to go back and investigate Qin Feng, and then contact Qin Feng. Seeing Tony Shi Stark like this, Qin Feng shrugged and didn't retain Tony Shi Stark. At the same time, he didn't say anything about making Tony Shi Stark get himself an intelligent system. Just watched indifferently as Tony Stark left the room with a Coke and walked out of the villa. What an interesting guy. I don't know if he is deliberately pretending to be indifferent to me, or he really doesn't care about my identity. Is it a new shareholder of the Osborne Group? Although 1% is not much, it is relative to Osborne. In terms of the group's share price, the value is also good. What is it that can impress Osborne and make Osborne give him 1% of the shares? Tony Stark's eyes flickered, then he started the car and headed for his place. With Tony Stark's departure like this, Qin Feng thought that today should be the end of the day. It seems that there is no chance to use his ability. He was also preparing to watch TV, then go to sleep, and directly wait for the next day to see what new ability he got. But Tony Stark had just left in less than 5 minutes. In the living room in front of Qin Feng, a gentleman-looking old man holding a cane, wearing a black tuxedo and hat, suddenly appeared in front of him. He looks very harmless. But when Qin Feng saw him, his eyes narrowed suddenly. He sensed a dangerous aura from this man. Extremely dangerous atmosphere. Chapter 50. Mo Faith. As he felt the dangerous breath, Qin Feng's eyes moved and he asked subconsciously. Although he hadn't met Mo Faith before. But in the Marvel world, people dressed like this, people who can appear so suddenly, and people who exude such danger, apart from Mo Faith, Qin Feng can't think of anyone else. You know me. Hearing Qin Feng's opening, Mo Faith looked at Qin Feng in surprise, but glanced at Qin Feng in surprise, and then said to Qin Feng with another smile, "That's right, I am Faithto, little one, and I am very interested in you. I'm afraid it's not me, but my soul that you are interested in." Qin Feng glanced at Mo Faith, then said lightly. Although he did feel the dangerous breath from Mo Faith. But he is not afraid of Mo Faith. Not only is he not afraid not to say it, but there is still a fighting spirit in his heart. Ha ha ha. Smart little guy, I like to deal with smart people. Little guy, you are right, I am really interested in your soul, how about it, are you interested in signing a contract with me? As long as you put your soul sign a contract with me, and I can give you powerful strength, immortal lifespan. Mo Faith laughed, and then the conversation changed. I'm not interested, you should stay where you are cool. Qin Feng. I just said that you are smart, little guy, why is it so unpleasant all of a sudden? You have to know that you are killing my subordinates one after another. As one of the kings of hell, it is impossible for me not to avenge my subordinates. So, if you don't sign a contract with me today, then according to the rules of hell, I can only forcibly plunder your soul today. Do you want to be right with me, the king of hell? Or, you don't take hell seriously and want to be right against all the hell kings? Mo Faith looked at Qin Feng with a smile. Heh. Qin Feng sneered, I'm afraid you don't have that ability. It's really a headache. I really appreciate you. I can feel your soul. It's extremely pure and wonderful. Signing a contract with me has huge amounts of benefits for you. Why do you have to choose hostility? What? Faith asked. SHH. In response to Mo Faith's request, Qin Feng's figure suddenly flashed, and he rushed out of the villa at an astonishing speed. A look ready to flee. What a naughty little guy. Mo Faith shook his head with a smile, and then suddenly followed Qin Feng without seeing any movement from him. Advertisement. You can't escape, little guy. After Mo Faith kept up with Qin Feng, he said to Qin Feng again. The answer to Mo Faith was that Qin Feng continued to attack without stopping. Why are you so disobedient? Mo Faith put a smile on his lips and followed Qin Feng like a shadow. Is Qin Feng trying to escape? Of course not to escape. Rather, just stay away from your villa. Qin Feng had just moved into the villa, but Qin Feng didn't want to live there on the first day. It wasn't even the night before, and his villa was destroyed by the battle. He ran just to lure Mo Faith on purpose. Otherwise, at his current speed, if he really wanted to escape, how could Mo Faith be able to catch up? He didn't perform a superlight attack, or flight, but just moved forward at supersonic speed. This speed, for most mutants, is naturally good, fast. It just doesn't look weak. Just used to lure Morpheus to the bait. Under such a rush, Qin Feng soon left the villa, and then came to a mountain peak by the road far away from the villa. After arriving here, Qin Feng stopped abruptly. Seeing Qin Feng stop, Mo Faith was taken aback for a moment, and then said with a smile, "Little guy, why don't you run away? You understand that running away is useless. Are you ready to sign a contract with me? I welcome you and me very much." The one who signed the contract. It's said that you, Faith, mainly capture the soul by deceiving others. When did you actually do such a forcible persecution? Qin Feng. Haha, it looks like another innocent little guy who was deceived by lies. Who told you that I would only deceive other people's souls? As the king of hell, all I am good at is capturing souls. As for how to capture souls, there are naturally various all kinds of ways. Ink Faith. Advertisement. Really? Qin Feng. You asked the little guy who should ask, come on, sign the contract. Mo Faith asked. You think too much, who gave you the courage to capture my soul? Qin Feng sneered, and then the microcosm was activated instantly. Almost at the moment when the microcosm was activated, the terrifying ice aura erupted from him, and more at the same time as the ice's breath erupted, Qin Feng's body moved, instantly reaching the speed of light, and attacked Faith. The right hand made a fist against Mo Faith's head. This punch contains an incomparably powerful force. When the fist was punched, the terrible ice breath froze the air. Not good. With Qin Feng's attack, Mo Faith's pupils shrank suddenly, and then his body was suddenly thrown out like a cannonball, fell to the ground, and there was a roar, and the ground was smashed out. A big pit. Qin Feng's sudden speed caught Mo Faith by surprise. It's an interesting little guy who hides such amazing speed and strength, but your strength is not strong enough. After Mo Faith fell into the pit, he quickly walked out of the pit. When he came out, nothing happened to him. Although Qin Feng's sudden action really caught him off guard. But as one of the kings of hell, in addition to being good at capturing other people's souls, Mo Faith is also good at converting magic power into other powers, thereby gaining extraordinary power and super defensive power. Seeing this, Qin Feng was not surprised. The punch was originally just a tentative punch. After a brief glance at Mo Faith, Qin Feng followed, "Then I hope you can be so indifferent to my next attack." The words fell, his hands danced, and the diamond star fist suddenly burst out. With him as the center, a large amount of snow fell, and the entire mountain suddenly turned into a sea of ice and snow. The dazzling light, like a meteor falling to the ground, shrouded towards Mo Faith. Superior. Chapter 51. The attack from Qin Feng. Mighty icy, freezing everything. At the same time, it also has an extremely amazing attack speed. The air was frozen, and the ground centered on Qin Feng was completely frozen. Trees and rocks were all turned into ice sculptures. The terrifying ice, with the snow falling and the rays of light bursting, came to Mo Faith in the blink of an eye. Mo Faith's eyes narrowed. Although he was just punched away, and it seemed that nothing happened, but in fact, he still had a solemn feeling in his heart. As one of the kings of hell, even if he was caught off guard, the power of those who could send him flying should not be underestimated. If he hadn't reacted fast enough just now, he could be considered a battle-hardened man, and the magic power in his body could run as he wanted. In that instant, he might have been injured. At this moment, the power and speed of Qin Feng's play are much stronger than before, which makes him naturally vigilant. Immediately, the magic was mobilized, and with him as the center, a magic shield suddenly appeared, protecting him at once, and while the magic shield was protecting itself, there was also a monstrous flame, which was generated from under his feet, rushing towards that. Two's attack greeted him. The diamond star fist seems to be just a move. But in fact, this type of attack, like Pegasus Meteor Fist, was a massive attack in that instant. So when Mo Faith urged his own strength to defend, he immediately heard the explosion of boom. At the same time as the roar was generated, the ground shook and the mountains swayed, ice and flames collided. Let this mountain show a very strange scene. What's going on? Jarvis. What's going on here? Is there an earthquake? And under Qin Feng and Mo Faith, in the distance, a cliff by the sea is located. There is a villa. In the villa is drinking red wine. Looking at some more information about Qin Feng, Tony Shi Stark suddenly felt a shock. Sir, this is not an earthquake. According to the monitoring and strength detection, someone is fighting on the top of the hill 1 kilometer away from the villa. J.A.R.V.I.'s voice sounded suddenly. What battle? Tony Stark was stunned, then followed, bring me the battle video. Yes. J.A.R.V.I.'s voice sounded again. Advertisement. Then, in front of Tony Shi Stark, a virtual screen suddenly took shape, and the battle scene between Qin Feng and Mo Faith was suddenly projected on the virtual screen. In the Malibu Street area. All the surveillance here has been invaded by Tony Stark for a long time, which is why, every time he goes home at night, he will speed up the car. And in addition to the original surveillance was hijacked by him. In addition, the surrounding area centered on his villa has also been specially established by him for a lot of monitoring. No way. Who put him at the helm of the Shi Stark group? Is a famous playboy, famous super rich man. For his own security, Tony Stark still pays great attention to it. After all, in his life, he has experienced countless attacks. This is Qin Feng. It's him. No wonder this guy said he's not an ordinary person, he's really not an ordinary person. Is this a mutation? Or a mutant? Also, who is the one fighting him? Tony Shi Stark saw the battle scene. After that, surprise appeared in his eyes. As soon as I was surprised, I saw the projection screen and suddenly collapsed. J.A.R.V.I.S. How could it be? Why is there no battle screen? Tony Stark. Sir, the camera in the combat area was affected and lost contact. JARVIS. Release the 3 drones in my lab. Tony Stark ordered immediately. Following his order, a drone suddenly flew out of his underground laboratory and flew towards the combat area. This drone is specially made. Whether it's the camera, the battery life ability, and the material. Their flight speeds are much faster than average drones, and so are their high-definition cameras. Reach the speed of sound. Advertisement. In just a short time, he suddenly went to the battle area. Appeared in the sky where Qin Feng and Mo Faith were fighting. After appearing in the sky above Qin Feng and Mo Faith, it presented 3 different directions, completely monitoring the battle between Qin Feng and Mo Faith. When the screen reappears, I saw the location of the mountain where the battle was fought, and this place has completely turned into a sea of ice and snow. The earth collapsed, the mountains turned into powder, and many bottomless pits appeared on the ground. And the battle center. The location of Qin Feng and Mo Faith. When the drone appeared, both Qin Feng and Mo Faith suddenly felt a sense of being watched, and then they all discovered the drone that appeared above their heads. Although that drone flew very high. There is no sound. But it still couldn't hide Qin Feng and Mo Faith's perception. When the drone was discovered, neither Mo Faith nor Qin Feng cared. However, compared to Mo Faith who didn't know how the drone came here, Qin Feng guessed at this moment that the drone might have been brought here. Is it the drone released by Shi Stark? It really deserves to be a superhero with banknote ability. Although this will not become Iron Man, everything that happens around him can't be hidden from him. Qin Feng raised his head slightly and glanced at the drone, and then put his eyes on Faith's body again. When he put his eyes on Mo Faith, he saw that Mo Faith was covered in flames. There were no injuries. His eyes were hot, and he looked at Qin Feng with awe. Little guy, I admit, I underestimate you a little, your strength is very good, but even so, your strength is still not enough. Obediently sign a contract with me, so that you can get stronger strength, otherwise, today, I must forcibly plunder your soul and turn you into the nourishment of my strength. Faith asked. Chapter 52. I said no. Pretend, are you going to die? Can't you look like you have nothing to do with my attack? Although your strength is really good, but you think I don't know, your strength can only be found in hell. Take it to the extreme, and on earth, every minute and every second of you, the power will flow away. In your situation, what are you using to forcefully capture my soul? Don't say that you don't have the strength to forcibly capture my soul. Even if you do, with my speed, how can you bear me? Qin Feng looked at Faith with a sneer. As far as deception is concerned, this Mo Faith really started to deceive him in various words since the first meeting. It's not a lie to be good at deceiving. Mo Faith narrowed his eyes. His powers will flow away on earth, which is top secret. Ordinary people don't know such a thing at all, and only the monarchs of hell know it. How did the person in front of him know? Joke, how could my power be lost? Little guy, since you are so uncooperative, then I can only let you really understand how big the gap between you and me is. Although Faith was shocked in his heart, but there was an expression on his face that was impossible. He scolded Qin Feng and then shouted violently. With the violent drinking, he saw the hellfire surrounding him, burning violently all of a sudden. Then it turned into a huge amount of fist, and slammed into Qin Feng. The monstrous demonic energy erupted from Mo Faith's body. At this moment, the strength displayed by Mo Faith is obviously much stronger than before. Thousands of meters are covered. Creatures within a kilometer can't help but tremble and are terrified. Diamond Star Fist. Tenfold World King Fist. In the face of Mo Faith's outbreak, Qin Feng's expression remained unchanged, and the Diamond Star Fist was used again, and while the Diamond Star Fist was displayed again, the Ji Wang Fist was also used suddenly. Immediately, Qin Feng's combat power skyrocketed. Under the surging terrifying cold air, Everything around was completely frozen, and the majestic power seemed to be able to pierce through the planet, resisting the attack of Mo Faith. Boom. Advertisement. Bang. Then the two forces collided together. As soon as they collided, the attack motivated by Mo Faith was bombarded. At the same time as the power was bombarded, Qin Feng's attack continued to be unstoppable towards Mo Faith, shrouded up and bombarded Faith's body at once. Immediately, I saw Mo Faith's body, which was blown upside down again. This time, when flying backwards, a lot of fist marks appeared on Mo Faith's body, and in addition, frost formed on the surface of the body. When he fell to the ground, his face was obviously pale, and the corners of his mouth were bleeding. Obviously, Qin Feng's blow made him suffer. Hateful. After Mo Faith fell to the ground, he stared at Qin Feng with horror. Rolling hellfire, raging fire. He was totally PD. I really didn't expect that Qin Feng's combat power could be so strangely improved. Before, he didn't feel any danger from Qin Feng's body at all, but at this moment, he felt the danger. With a loud shout, he immediately charged towards Qin Feng. Qin Feng's expression did not change. At super fast speed, he fought fiercely with Mo Faith. Although the ability he obtained today is the Flash's ability, the Flash's physical strength, attack power, etc., are not good. But I have to admit that the speed of the Flash is really amazing. With the combat experience Qin Feng inherited, fighting ability. Immediately I saw that even in terms of originally possessed power, Mo Faith was higher than Qin Feng, but Qin Feng couldn't help it. Instead, Qin Feng bombarded Mo Faith with wave after wave of attacks, leaving Mo Faith to deal with. At first, Mo Faith only had bleeding from the corner of his mouth, and no specific injuries appeared. But soon, Mo Faith's body had obvious cracks, and blood kept overflowing from the cracks. Damn! Ink Faith was furious. This kind of battle made him too embarrassed. Advertisement. He was restrained. Mo Faith, who would have to admit, was restrained. In terms of speed, he was not as fast as Qin Feng, which made it too difficult for his attack to land on Qin Feng. Only passively beaten. Passive defense. It made him unable to resist the desire to mobilize more power. However, he refrained from that thought. He is very clear that there are some powerhouses hidden in the current planet. Once he is full of power, he will inevitably attract the attention of those people, and it will be difficult for him to leave at that time. Little guy, next time, I'll make you understand what the price is for rejecting a Hell King. As his thoughts turned, Faith dropped a sentence to Qin Feng, the words fell, his body suddenly flashed, and he disappeared from the spot. Not see. Leave here. A long battle is not good for Mo Faith. It is unrealistic to take Qin Feng all of a sudden. Mo Faith naturally understands the trade-off. Next time, you'd better pray that I won't get a powerful transformation after 12 o'clock, otherwise, after 12 o'clock, I will immediately go to hell to find you. Qin Feng narrowed his eyes, how could he pouted? Although the Ink Faith was entrusted to be repelled. But Qin Feng has to admit that in terms of his transformation this time, compared with the previous Monkey King Super Saiyan transformation, and the Saint Seiya Glacier transformation with sacred clothes, it is too much weaker. With his mouth curled, Qin Feng turned his gaze towards the non-aircraft in the sky again. After a brief glance, he disappeared from the spot in a flash, and he appeared again in his own villa. After appearing here, Qin Feng sat on the sofa and sorted out the battle just now. In the previous battle, he did not fully display his trump card. Although the Zhuang Fist has been displayed, the Zai Zhe Gong has indeed never been used, and the Turtle Qigong is also something. Moreover, the Zhuang Fist displayed this time is only the Zhuang Fist with a 10-fold increase in strength, not a 100-fold increase. King Fist. Really continue to consume, Qin Feng has self-confidence, let Mo Faith hit hard. Chapter 53. It's a really strong power. It's even stronger than some of the mutants I've known before. After Qin Feng returned to his residence, Tony Stark was looking at the man in front of him with interest. Video recording. This video recording is exactly the battle scene between Qin Feng and Mo Faith. Among them, Tony Stark is particularly concerned about Qin Feng's speed. From the screen just now, he had some attacking methods, but I didn't see it, but this will start slow playback, but I can see something. Qin Feng? It seems necessary to find him again tomorrow. Tony Stark's eyes flashed, and then he stopped paying attention to the picture, but remembered other things. In fact, he has been thinking about one thing all these years. How to rely on your own strength because of the danger. I already had a prototype in my heart. But it has not been implemented. Today, I saw Qin Feng and Mo Faith fighting like that, but Tony Stark decided to officially start and act according to the thoughts in his mind. Individual soldier exoskeleton armor. That's what Tony Stark had in mind. He is also very clear that not only does he want to get individual exoskeleton armor, but at the same time, many countries are researching this thing. But it's not easy to get it out. And once this thing comes out, the impact is also very big. But although it was not easy to get this thing out, Tony Stark, who had an idea in his heart for a long time, had the confidence to get this thing out. So, he didn't have any ink marks and went straight to the laboratory in the villa. Ready to operate. At the same time, he also gave J.A.R.V.I.S a series of orders to assemble some materials for him. Qin Feng didn't know about such a thing. Advertisement. If he knew that he was being monitored by Tony Shi Stark because of his battle with Mo Faith, which stimulated Tony Shi Stark to prepare to make mark armor in advance, he would be surprised. Not to mention the two sides. After Mo Faith escaped the battle, he returned to Hell. When he returned to Hell, he sat on the throne of his own king, his eyes flickered, and a terrifying aura emanated from him. Today's battle made him very uncomfortable. He has captured the soul for so long. Although he has met some mutants with good strength before, it is the first time that he has been targeted like this, and he had to leave without leaving any lessons for him. It really surprised him a little bit, feeling awe. At the same time, this defeat also gave him a greater desire to spy on Qin Feng's soul. He must get Qin Feng's soul. Time flies. After Qin Feng returned to the villa, nothing else happened, time kept passing, and it soon reached midnight again. That's when it was 12 o'clock midnight. Qin Feng suddenly found that the power belonging to the flash began to weaken. But this weakening is quite different from previous ones. Whether he transformed into Monkey King's Super Saiyan form or Glacier, after the power faded, he inherited very little power. But this time, when the Flash's transformation ability passed, the power he inherited was half of the power he had when he transformed. At this time, he can clearly feel that he has the power of supernatural speed. Not to mention the direct speed of light, but the sublight speed is completely fine. How could this be? Qin Feng was very surprised. Advertisement. Is it because the Flash's power is not originally strong, so I inherit so much, or because, as my physique keeps getting stronger, or my combat effectiveness keeps getting stronger, so I'm inheriting some weak transformations ability, can you gain more power? Qin Feng's thoughts turned very puzzled, but he obtained this ability from somewhere, not a system, so no one explained it to him. After a little doubt, Qin Feng was immediately attracted by the new transformation power. Suddenly, surging energy was generated in his body, and this time the energy made him feel a little familiar. The reason why he is familiar is not that he has transformed into such a person before, but that his strength is somewhat similar. At least as far as the system is concerned, it is the same system. Bronze Saint Seiya, Ikki. Ikki the Phoenix. It's also Ikki who awakening the eighth sense. It turned out to be him. Qin Feng's eyes flashed suddenly, and the expression on his face was quite strange at this moment. After Mo Faith fled before, Qin Feng was thinking, Mo Faith had better pray for his transformation today, not a strong transformation, otherwise, he would definitely go to hell to find Mo Faith. Unexpectedly, he turned into Ikki. As one of the Bronze 5 powers like Glacier. Ikki's power can be said to be good for going to hell, and he can exert his power even more. And Ikki also has the fire ability. Very good. It's really good, Mo Faith, I don't know what's next, your surprise is coming soon. Qin Feng then closed his eyes, and carefully realized the transformation power he obtained this time. And when he realized the power of transformation, there was a holy clothes box in front of him. Inside that box was Ikki's sacred robe. Chapter 54. Phoenix Wing Tianxiang, Phoenix Magic Fist. As well as all kinds of combat experiences that are not bird yuhui, at the moment are all surging in Qin Feng's mind, and he has learned and absorbed them one by one. He could clearly feel the powerful power contained in his body. Although this power and the power of the Glacier are a system, they are different in nature. After all, what Glacier is good at is ice, and what Ikki is good at is fire. Definitely, although the attributes are different, the source of power all comes from opening the small universe. This realization is half an hour. After comprehending some strength, Qin Feng was mentally shaken and did not feel sleepy at all. Although it's already 12 o'clock, it's time to go to bed, but at this time, he really wants to vent and fight. Then, Qin Feng didn't hesitate for a bit. As soon as he thought about it, he saw that the holy clothes box flew out of the holy clothes and wrapped his body at once. In the moment of wrapping, Qin Feng's figure flashed and disappeared from the place. Not sea. The reappearance has already appeared above the sea. After appearing here, Qin Feng made a fist with his right hand, and punched it against the sea. Boom. Obviously it was just an ordinary punch, but the majestic force erupted, the sea surface was forcibly punched into a vacuum, and a large amount of sea water rose into the sky, rushing hundreds of feet high. Then Qin Feng turned around and slashed his right foot at will, and saw a sea gully with a width of dozens of feet appeared. The sea swept, and the sea shook. Advertisement. This situation caused the mountains to shake suddenly in a radius of tens of kilometers. J.A.R.V.S, check what's going on here. Tony Stark, who was studying the exoskeleton armor in the basement, was speechless after feeling the ground shaking, and then asked Jarvis. Sir, there is a tsunami in the sea 5 kilometers away from the villa. The voice of J.A.R.V.S followed. Tsunami? Why wasn't there any warning before? Tony Stark was startled, and then let J.A.R.V.I.S dispatch the drone to find out what was going on. Then the drone was sent out again. The captured footage was quickly sent back. Seeing that shot, Tony Stark was speechless. Qin Feng. Qin Feng again. This guy doesn't sleep most of the night, what's the trouble? Also, why the hair is different? Wasn't it black before, why did it turn into dark blue hair? What else are you wearing? Exoskeleton armor. Qin Feng actually has an exoskeleton armor. Tony Stark was speechless for a moment, and then his pupils shrank, quite shocked. K really didn't expect Qin Feng to have an exoskeleton armor. And looking at this situation, it is clearly still the full version of the exoskeleton armor. Where is the power plant of this armor? Why can't I see it at all? After being shocked, Tony Stark followed closely and carefully looked at Qin Feng's physical condition in the picture. But as he looked at it, he couldn't see where the power plant was at all. Advertisement. Isn't this an exoskeleton armor? These additions are not wrapped around the whole body, but wrapped around certain parts of the body, which are not connected to each other, which is obviously a bit strange. Tony Stark's eyes turned and his thoughts turned. And when Tony Stark was so puzzled, Qin Feng also discovered the existence of drones. When he saw several familiar drones above his head, he was also a little speechless. Tony, you don't sleep at night, what do you peep at me? Could it be that you have a habit of peeping? Qin Feng said speechlessly. Although the drone hangs above the sky, it stands to reason that he heard Qin Feng's words. But this did not prevent Tony Stark from understanding Qin Feng's words. J.A.R.V.I.S, translate what Qin Feng said. Tony Stark ordered JARVIS. Yes sir. J.A.R.V.I.S responded. Then it was translated for Tony Stark. He immediately translated what Qin Feng said to JARVIS. This is the application of lip language. Peeping? Who is peeping? Do I, Tony Stark, need to peep at others? Tony Stark shrugged after knowing what Qin Feng said, and didn't admit that he was a voyeur. Then, he suddenly discovered that Qin Feng in the picture had disappeared. The next moment, Tony Stark was shocked to find that Qin Feng, who was wearing a sacred robe, suddenly appeared in front of him. That's how it appeared in his laboratory. And also cracked his lab code. This. Tony Stark's eyes widened. Chapter 55. Qin Feng, why did you suddenly appear here? After his eyes widened, he followed Tony Stark and asked Qin Feng as if nothing had happened. You peeped at me, can't I appear with you yet? Qin Feng. Peeping, what peeping? Why can't I understand what you said? Tony Stark frowned and looked at Qin Feng with a puzzled look. Judging from the expression on his face, there is absolutely no flaw at all. It was as if he had never done anything like that before. Seeing this, Qin Feng couldn't help but sigh. Okay, no peeping if you don't have to peep, then I'm sorry, see you later. Qin Feng shrugged, followed by a sentence, and was about to leave. And many more. At this moment, Tony Stark stopped Qin Feng. Qin Feng looked at Tony Stark. What's the matter with this armor on you? Tony Stark asked Qin Feng. Holy clothes. Qin Feng said. Holy cloth. Tony Stark's eyes were suspicious. Qin Feng didn't explain much, but looked around, and saw that in the room, there was a 3D projection screen with the design of the Iron Man armor on it. Advertisement. Seeing such a scene, Qin Feng was stunned for a moment. This is the design drawing of Mark's armor? Are you ready to start making exoskeleton armor? Qin Feng froze for a moment, then said to Tony Stark in surprise. You know the exoskeleton armor, so does your holy garment belong to the exoskeleton armor? Tony Stark. To a certain extent, it is the same, but the exoskeleton armor you designed is completely different from the holy clothes I wear in this club in terms of energy supply. Qin Feng. What's the difference? Tony Stark. Your exoskeleton armor is going to be powered by a nuclear fusion reactor. Qin Feng. That's right. Tony Stark's eyes flashed brightly, and he nodded. To be honest, Tony Stark's interest in Qin Feng has increased a lot. His exoskeleton armor is just an idea in his mind now. Because his father once made an arc reactor, he is now going to use this arc reactor on the exoskeleton armor. But this is just an idea now, and no specific calculations or tests have been carried out yet. But he didn't want to. Qin Feng just glanced at his design drawings and could only determine his own energy supply method. From here, he vaguely understood why the old fox Norman Osborn gave Qin Feng 1% of the shares. My holy clothes are driven by the power of the small universe. Chu Dong. Small universe. Tony Stark was stunned. He understands the universe, but what is a small universe? Advertisement. The human body can be regarded as a universe. Everyone's body contains a small universe. When the small universe is opened, the potential of the body can be stimulated, thereby possessing incredible power. Then resonate with the holy clothes and get the recognition of the holy clothes, so as to exert their strength far beyond their own. Qin Feng. Then how to open the microcosm? Tony Stark's eyes lit up. If someone told him that before, he wouldn't believe the other party's words at all, he just thought the other party was joking. But seeing Qin Feng appear so abruptly, and the holy clothes on his body really gave him a very different feeling, Tony Stark immediately believed it. Secret. Qin Feng. Tell me how to open the small universe, and let me study your holy clothes. I will give you 10% of Stark Group's shares. Tony Stark took a deep look at Qin Feng, followed indifferently, saying this when he spoke, the clouds were light and the wind was light, and the expression on his face was extremely confident, as if he was not talking about transactions involving more than $10 billion. Money is not everything. Qin Feng shrugged. But no, money is absolutely impossible. In this world, there is nothing that cannot be traded or traded, it just means that the chips are not big enough and the benefits are not big enough. Tony Stark. Hehe, in this regard, you and Norman Osborn are really the same. Your ideas are very similar, but the banknote ability is really good, but at least this time, it really doesn't impress me. Qin Feng. That's a pity. Tony Stark frowned and said with a smile, and stopped talking about this matter, because he could already see from Qin Feng's expression that Qin Feng would be really uninterested. He didn't want to have a bad relationship with Qin Feng. Not now, but after a long time of contact, it will work sooner or later. Tony Stark has confidence in his own charisma. Chapter 56. Although I can't trade with you about the microcosm and the research on holy clothes, but if you are going to make exoskeleton armor, I can give you some advice in exchange for shares. Qin Feng's words changed abruptly. It's unrealistic to exchange shares for opinions. Tony Stark shook his head with a smile. Really, the exoskeleton armor you are preparing, its core power arc reactor is driven by palladium, aren't you afraid of being poisoned by palladium when you wear that armor? Moreover, palladium is the driving force. Its power source is not very powerful. Qin Feng said indifferently. Huh? Do you know any other power actuators? Tony Stark. No, I just know other elements. I don't want too high shares, give me 5% shares, and I'll tell you how to replace palladium. Qin Feng said with a smile. Tony Stark fell silent, his thoughts racing. Wondering if the deal is worth it or not. After thinking a bit, Tony Stark followed and looked at Qin Feng. My exoskeleton armor has just been designed, how can you be sure that I can make an exoskeleton armor? You have seen the scene where I fought with people on the mountain before, right? Qin Feng. Tony Stark was silent. I won't answer that I see it. Did you not admit that you peeped when you saw it? You saw me fighting with other people, so you're not curious, who is that old man? Qin Feng. Okay, you won. I did see your battle scene. Who is that guy? I have looked up his information, but I can't look up his information at all. Tony Stark smiled dumbly and followed. Make an expression that you have won, and then ask Qin Feng curiously. Ink Faith. Qin Feng. Mare Faith? Well, this name sounds familiar. Wait, are you talking about the one of the 7 demon kings of hell in myths and legends? Tony Stark was startled, and then said in surprise. Advertisement? That's right, it's him. Qin Feng. It's unbelievable. But what does this have to do with you being sure I can make an exoskeleton suit? Tony Stark was very puzzled. It definitely has something to do with it. I can fight against such a legendary character, which naturally means that I have some incredible abilities, and prophecy is one of my abilities. Qin Feng. Can you predict? Tony Stark was startled. To be precise, I can see some fragments of the future. Qin Feng. That is to say, in a future clip, you saw me create an exoskeleton armor. Tony Stark. Not only have I seen you make an exoskeleton armor, but I have also seen a hole in your mouth, with a lot of shrapnel embedded in your body, near your heart. In the end, the arc reactor had to be placed in the Hungarian mouth so that the shrapnel would not endanger your life, but in that case, the palladium element would damage your body even more, causing you to use it far more than ordinary people. The arc reactor is more likely to be poisoned. Qin Feng. How can I trust you? Tony Stark couldn't believe it, and looked at Qin Feng with a solemn expression. Anyone who suddenly tells you that he can see through the future and see how sad you will be in the future is absolutely unbelievable. Are you planning to go to country A for a weapons conference recently? Qin Feng. You even know this? Tony Turk narrowed his eyes. This was a trip he was planning to do recently, and the exact time had not yet been determined. Qin Feng knew all about it, which shocked him. He knew very well that he hadn't told anyone else, and he hadn't given Little Pepper a specific time yet. You were attacked when you were going to country A to hold a weapons conference to promote your newly developed Jericho missile, and then something happened. Qin Feng. Since you know that I will have an accident like this, why would you tell me these things? If I really have an accident like that, then you can wait for me to have an accident and save me. If you are in my crisis, save me, let alone 5%, 10% of the shares, I can give it to you. Tony Stark took a deep look at Qin Feng, his heart would be greatly impacted. He didn't know whether you should trust Qin Feng. Reason made him not believe Qin Feng, but he had a peculiar feeling in his heart, which made him unable to believe that Qin Feng was lying to him. I hate trouble. Qin Feng. It's a shocking reason. Okay, you tell me how to use other elements to make a power furnace, and I'll give you a share, but instead of 5%, I'll give you 10%. Tony Stark went deep again, taking a deep look at Qin Feng. He said abruptly. If someone else heard what he said, he would definitely be shocked. Because Qin Feng only gave 5% of what he said, but he gave 10%. Advertisement. Moreover, it is still in the case of exoskeleton armor, which may not be able to be produced. It's a big gamble. As the leader of the History Stark group, such courage is definitely not something that ordinary people can do. The reason for giving 10% is because Tony Shi Stark is also using 5% to buy Qin Feng's friendship. A man who can see into the future. Definitely worth getting acquainted with. And his arms are much bigger than those of Norman Osborn. Seeing such a situation, Qin Feng was silent. Follow with emotion. Is this the brilliance of these big capitalists? As far as this spirit is concerned, it is really not something that ordinary people can do. Given the scale of the Stark group, 1% is an astronomical figure. Let alone 10%. After sighing for a while, Qin Feng reached out to Tony Stark. It's a pleasure to work with. Well, it's a pleasure working together. Tony Stark smiled and held out his hand. The arc reactor, your father has a mature plan, so I don't need any advice on this. To avoid palladium poisoning, it is just a replacement element, and among the known elements, there is no element that can perfectly solve your problem. The problem, however, is not known. Besides, your father has already given you the new element, all you have to do is replace the palladium element with the new element. Qin Feng smiled to Tony Stark. Chapter 57. What? My father left me with a new element? How could I not know? Tony Stark's eyes widened. He always thought that his current ability had surpassed his father's. But Qin Feng actually told him that his father had left him a new element, and it happened to be a new element that could be used to replace the arc reactor. This really shocked him and made him suffer a great impact. Remember the city sand table model that your father made for you when you were young? Qin Feng said with a smile. Naturally remember, it's still in my office now. Tony Stark. The new elements are in the city model. Qin Feng. Tony Shi Stark opened his eyes again. He had played the city sandbox many times, and he had never seen it before. Let's go, I'll take you to see the city sand table first. When you're sure, we'll talk about other things. Qin Feng ignored Tony Shi Stark's shock, and said to Tony Shi Stark again, saying that he appeared in Tony Shi Stark. Besides Stark, he grabbed Tony Shi Stark's shoulder and disappeared suddenly with Tony Shi Stark. It appeared again, already in the president's office of the Stark Group. This is Tony Stark's office. Watching Qin Feng bring himself here in such an instant, Toyu, Stark couldn't help but envy Qin Feng's ability. If he has such an ability, then not every morning, he can go to other places to eat various burgers in an instant, and he can make appointments to various places in the evening without taking a special plane to delay time. A little envious, followed by Tony Shi Stark's eyes fell on the huge city sand table model placed in the corner of the office and covered by a cloth. Then the cloth was lifted, revealing the city sand table model. Seeing this city sand table model, Tony Stark is incredibly complicated. Just when he was complicated and emotional, Qin Feng also approached the past, then grabbed the city sand table model in one hand and Tony Shi Stark in the other and disappeared from the place. Appeared again, already returning to Tony Stark's villa laboratory. Advertisement. The things are brought back to you, and the new elements are in them. Presumably, you don't need me to guide you. How can you find the new elements? After all, this is the new element left by your father. I miss you. Because I should be very interested, I rely on my ability to crack it. Qin Feng said to Tony Stark with a smile. If it is Qin Feng in a normal state, he also doesn't know what the new elements contained in this sand table are, but his current transformation is Ikki who has awakening his 8th sense. After the 8th sense is activated, it is the state of God in an instant. Naturally, you can clearly see what the new elements contained in it are. Tony Stark nodded, then said to J.A.R.V.I.S. J.A.R.V.I.S scans the city sand table model. Yes, sir. Almost as soon as he ordered, the voice of J.A.R.V.I.S sounded, and then a light sensing scan appeared in the laboratory to scan the magic of the city sand table. Soon a holographic projection of the city sand table model suspended in Qin Feng and Tony Stark appeared in front of Qin Feng and Stark. After seeing such a holographic projection, Tony Shi Stark greeted Qin Feng something. His thoughts turned rapidly, his hands quickly moved the holographic projection, and there was a lot of data running in his mind. Totally devoted to thinking and researching. Seeing this, Qin Feng didn't bother Tony Stark. He found a chair and sat down, then watched Tony Stark's operation with a smile. I have to admit that both Tony Stark and Tony Stark's father are absolute geniuses. One can hide new elements with a city sand table model, while the other can introduce new elements according to the sand table model. Such a thing, falling in front of ordinary people, is a wasteland. Something that is simply impossible. At least, if Qin Feng is in an ordinary state and doesn't activate the microcosm or something, Qin Feng doesn't understand it at all. There is absolutely no way to start. But for Tony Stark, it's all that simple. Everything is so natural. Advertisement. I saw his eyes getting brighter and brighter when he moved the holographic projection, and soon, his eyes flashed with excitement. I found it, it's it. Then Tony Stark quickly started to operate in the laboratory. Make various arrangements. In just a short while, an arc reactor was made by Tony Stark. The arc reactor is only the size of a fist. But there is an incomparably terrifying energy in it. If it explodes, it is no worse than the power of a nuclear bomb explosion. The old guy really shocked me. I thought I had surpassed him a long time ago. As a result, he died, but he taught me a lesson again. My father, you really made me not know what to do. Say something. Tony Stark held the arc reactor in his hand, his face extremely complicated. Your father is indeed a very great and powerful father. Qin Feng said with a smile. We haven't even signed the contract, so you just tell me how to get the new elements, aren't you afraid that I will regret it? Tony Shi Stark said to Qin Feng with a smile after hearing Qin Feng's words. I believe in your character. Qin Feng said with a smile. Definitely, there was still a word in his heart that he didn't say. If Tony Shi Stark really did that, Qin Feng wouldn't mind and let Shi Stark pay the price. Even if he has a good impression of Shi Stark, if he really cheats like that, he can't keep his hands. In fact, both Qin Feng and Tony Stark understand this kind of thing. So after hearing Qin Feng say that he believed in his character, Tony Shi Stark couldn't help laughing again. Don't worry, my character is quite good, everything that can be solved with money, for me, is definitely not a problem. Although 10% of the shares are a lot, it will not make me regret anything. After saying this, Tony Stark asked J.A.R.V.I.S to make a share transfer contract. J.A.R.V.I.S is naturally the first to follow orders. Soon the license contract was created and printed. Then Tony Stark signed his name. Chapter 58. Since you have created the arc reactor powered by new elements, then I have nothing to do here, so I will leave first. Qin Feng said to Tony Stark with a smile after receiving the contract. I have to say, it's really easy to get your 10% of the shares. They say that I can make more money, but I found that it's easy to make money with your ability. Tony Stark sighed with emotion. Just make some money. Qin Feng. It's still a small amount of money, I know you Chinese are more humble, but you are too humble. Tony Stark. Isn't what I said a fact? Qin Feng. Tony Stark was speechless, not knowing what to say. After being speechless for a while, the conversation changed. Although it will be relatively late, in order to celebrate our happy transaction, should we have a drink? Wait a minute. Qin Feng. Hi. Tony Stark wondered. I need to go to hell. After I come back from hell, we will drink again. Qin Feng. What are you doing in hell? Tony Stark's eyes widened. Although I have heard Qin Feng say that the person who fought with him is Mo Faith, one of the 7 demon kings in the legend of hell, but no matter what, the matter of going to hell is still shocking. Faith attacked me before, so I naturally wanted to go back to the place. Okay, I won't tell you, the contract is put here first, you prepare the wine first, and I will come back and drink with you. Qin Feng said with a smile, and as he spoke, he put the contract aside on the test bench. Then I saw his thought move, and the little universe's 8th sense was instantly liberated. Almost at the moment of liberation of the 8th sense, the whole world gave him a different feeling. Everything seems to be in control, past, present, future. Mountains, rivers, earth. Advertisement. Everything was known to him. At the same time, he would be able to clearly feel the space mezzanine, and then, urging psychokinesis, a space portal suddenly appeared before the meeting. When the space portal appeared, there was an extremely evil and depraved aura coming from the space portal. As soon as people feel the breath, they can't help being horrified. It seems that there are endless evil things in that space portal. Just as the space portal opened, Qin Feng glanced at the space portal and stepped in. As he stepped in, the space portal closed immediately. In the next instant, Qin Feng had already appeared in a special plane. It's hell. The whole void gives a feeling of incomparable depression. However, Qin Feng did not feel depressed at all at this meeting. Not only did he not feel depressed, but at this moment, he still felt like a fish in water. Phoenix Ikki is the saint Sia of the Phoenix seat, and hell is not his belonging to him. The Phoenix is not dead and reborn, and burns everything, it is definitely not a false name. Hell couldn't suppress his power at all. Other ordinary earth people, or mutants appearing here, under normal circumstances, will inevitably be suppressed. This is rule suppression. Hell, under normal circumstances, only hell creatures can exert their strongest power. If other creatures step into this place rashly, their strength will be weakened. Advertisement. Who broke into my territory? Just when Qin Feng stepped into hell like this, in a palace, Mo Faith, who was sitting on the throne of the palace, squinted his eyes and said in a deep voice. Binge drinking. At this moment, he clearly felt that there were creatures outside hell who forcibly opened the gate of hell and stepped into hell, which belonged to his territory. This is something that hasn't happened in a long time. With the violent drinking, Mo Faith followed closely with Jun Wang Quan's handle to investigate the situation. This investigation, his pupils shrank suddenly, and his eyes filled with astonishment. Qin Feng. It turned out to be Qin Feng. It turned out to be the Qin Feng who had fought with him before. This guy was on the earth, relying on his speed, he was shriveled, and he had to lose because he couldn't exert his strength with all his strength. And now he has just returned to hell not long ago. This guy did not know what kind of means he used, forcibly opened the gate of hell and stepped in here, and he also appeared in his territory, which was clearly directed at him. Come. It's so brave, this little guy really shocked this king. This king is still thinking about how to capture your soul, but you brought it to the door yourself. Since that's the case, then you don't leave. Mo Faith's eyes flashed coldly, he patted the chair of the throne with his hand, and then disappeared from the palace as soon as he moved, and reappeared in front of Qin Feng. When appearing here, Mayor Faith is here with the chair of the throne. He sat on the throne, suspended in the sky, and looked at Qin Feng condescendingly. Little guy, are you here to give your soul to this king on your own initiative? If you did, then this king will accept it with a smile. Faith looked at Qin Feng lightly, saying this when he spoke, the surrounding void oscillated, and the demonic energy was overwhelming. Tens of thousands of miles were in a depressed, terrifying atmosphere, which made people creepy and terrified. Leaving hell, Mo Faith will be weaker. In hell, not only can his strength be fully utilized, but at the same time, if he is in his territory, his strength can increase exponentially, reaching an incomparably powerful level. Even if God came here, he would not be afraid, and he had the confidence to kill him. Chapter 59. Although it's already night, you still think too beautiful. You took the initiative to trouble me before, it's not such a simple thing. Qin Feng looked at Mo Faith lightly and said. At the same time as he said this, he suddenly exuded an extremely terrifying aura. Small universe motivated. Under the urging of the small universe, a phoenix phantom suddenly condensed out from behind him, and at this moment he seemed to have turned into a phoenix. At the same time, a raging flame suddenly burned on his body. This is the flame of the phoenix. When the flame was burning, the surrounding temperature suddenly increased extremely, reaching a very terrifying level. Qin Feng at this moment is extremely dangerous. Mo Faith's face was shocked, and he looked at Qin Feng with awe, with obvious confusion in his eyes. He had fought with Qin Feng before. Although Qin Feng at the time had hurt him, he only relied on that amazing speed, but now. What's going on? The guy in front of him just leaked his aura, and it actually gave him a sense of danger. Incredibly dangerous. You know, where you are now is hell. His strength is at its peak. This is his base camp and his home ground. His strength can be increased exponentially. Under such circumstances, this guy in front of him even makes him feel the danger, which is unscientific. Kill. In the next moment, Qin Feng didn't hesitate at all, and his figure surpassed the speed of light and suddenly appeared in front of Mo Faith. If the power of this blow is displayed on the earth, under normal circumstances, just one punch can cause the earth to collapse. And it is not just as simple as collapsing a planet, a large number of surrounding planets will completely collapse under the aftermath of such energy. This is an extremely terrifying, powerful blow. Advertisement. Bang. Faith held it between the electric light and flint, and his right hand made a fist to meet Qin Feng's attack. It blocked Qin Feng's attack, but as soon as he blocked the attack, he saw the throne he was sitting on collapsed suddenly, and even more so. At the same time as the throne collapsed, Mo Faith's body flew out all of a sudden. Puff. While flying backwards, blood sprayed from his mouth. Just this blow, Mo Faith was injured. Damn. After Mo Faith flew upside down, he was furious, and a raging flame suddenly burned on his body. The fire of hell was activated. At the same time as the fire of hell was activated, he also exuded a terrible aura, and then rushed towards Qin Feng. And on. Fenji Tianxiang. Faith facing Mo Faith, Qin Feng's expression remained unchanged, his hands were waving, and he immediately saw flames surging. At this moment, he spread his wings like a phoenix, forming a terrifying attack, shrouded towards Mo Faith. The space is shaking wildly, the earth is completely cracked, and tens of millions of miles are covered by such terrifying attacks. All the creatures under the shroud of such attacks suddenly have a sense of imminent disaster. Danger. At the same time, even Mo Faith, who rushed up, also felt an unprecedented danger. Immediately, he unabashedly motivated his full strength. In addition, he clamped the power of hell to himself. At this moment, he resonated with hell, as if he was completely integrated with hell, allowing his power to reach a certain extreme at this moment. And then waved his attack, which collided with Qin Feng's attack. Rumble rumble rumble. Bang. The roar exploded, the ground shook, the void collapsed, and the ground for hundreds of miles was forcibly smashed open. With these explosions, I saw Faith's body being blasted out again. When it was blasted out, blood spurted wildly from his mouth, and not only blood spurted from his mouth, but a lot of cracks appeared in his body. Blood poured wildly from those cracks, and his complexion became extremely pale. The clothes on his body were all smashed into tatters under Qin Feng's punch, and he looked quite embarrassed. Qin Feng at this meeting was wearing sacred clothes, and in terms of strength, it was many times more conquered than his normal state. Not to mention that he stepped into hell with his eighth sense activated. The power he can display is naturally incomparably powerful and amazing. It's impossible, how could your power suddenly become so strong? Mo Faith lay in a pool of blood, looking at Qin Feng with terrifying eyes, his face full of shock. Incredible. He had already exerted his full strength, so why was he still defeated like this? Advertisement. There is no backhand. Not a one-level fight at all. This situation made him extremely uncomfortable. Humph. What Faith answered was Qin Feng's cold snort. Aren't you very arrogant before? Didn't you want to capture my soul? Come on, I'll be right in front of you. You're here to capture my power. Boy, I admit that I underestimated you, but you broke into hell like this. You really think I can't do anything about you? Mo Faith roared, and while roaring, he saw that his body suddenly changed. From the old man's image of a gentleman, he suddenly turned into a demon with 4 sharp claws, huge amounts of tail, wings on his back, red body, and a height of dozens of meters. The image of the old man before is not the true face of Mo Faith. That's just his changed face with ability. As one of the 7 demon kings of hell, changing his appearance is one of his abilities. Even his current appearance may not be his true form. In hell, no one knows what Mo Faith's true form looks like. When it became such a form, I saw the momentum on Mo Faith's body skyrocketed wildly, the magic power was boiling, and the entire domain that belonged to him suddenly had an extremely terrifying sense of depression. Block everything, suppress everything. He shrouded up towards Qin Feng. This is his power of authority as king. It can suppress or reduce the strength of the other party's creatures that step into their own domain. Death to me, no matter how strong your power is, your soul is destined to belong to me today, Mo Faith. Mo Faith used his authority to suppress Qin Feng, and he shouted violently. At the same time, I saw his sharp claws waving, strong power, rolling up the undead flames, towards Qin Feng's unstoppable shroud. That flame burns everything, that power destroys everything. Powerful, invincible, evil. Chapter 60. They say you think too much. Qin Feng looked at Mo Faith indifferently, and danced with both hands. Fenji Tianxiang pushed out again, and at the same time Fenji Tianxiang pushed out. Ji Wangquan also pushed out at this moment. The Kai Wang fist he mobilized this time was 20 times the Kai Wang fist. Although it is only 20 times the World King fist, but with his current urging, with his current strength increasing his attack power by 20 times, he immediately sees the majestic power, like a cosmic explosion, like the destruction of the world, towards Mo Faith loomed over him. Even if Mo Faith entrusted Yunjun Wangquan's handle, even if he mobilized the power of the domain, he could not resist Qin Feng's blow. The attacks of the two collided, and they immediately saw the attack from Faithto, which was abruptly destroyed. At the same time as the attack was destroyed, the majestic force also bombarded his body. Hit his body all of a sudden to explode. Died. Just as Faith's body exploded, Qin Feng narrowed his eyes and looked at the void with curiosity. But after a little glance, Qin Feng's eyes froze. I saw that the ink Faith was knocked out of the body, and this would actually condense the ink Faith again. However, when Mo Faith recondensed, his complexion was obviously extremely pale, and there was an extremely obvious fear in his eyes. The force motivated by Qin Feng is the power of Iki, and the power of Iki's Phoenix constellation small universe, in addition to physical blows, at the same time, it is also targeted to kill the soul. Under normal circumstances, even if the body is blown up, it will bring injuries to Mo Faith, but it will not be too serious, especially in this hell. In hell, he is invincible. Because in hell, he couldn't possibly die at all. As long as he is still the 7 devils of hell, it will be impossible for him to be easily killed because of the rule. But, advertisement. Qin Feng's blow just now not only exploded his body, but also hurt his soul, making him extremely painful. Let him really feel the death threat. In contrast to Mo Faith's fear, Qin Feng saw Mo Faith recondensed his body, his eyes narrowed, he was puzzled at first, followed by his 8th sense, and quickly understood what happened thing. This guy is in hell, which is equivalent to a product of rule. It is difficult to kill. If you want to kill him, you must first destroy his domain. Qin Feng's thoughts turned. As his thoughts turned, Qin Feng followed his hands and danced again, ready to perform another nirvana. Phoenix Magic Fist. This is one of Iki's nirvanas, a type of spiritual blow aimed at the soul. The legendary magic fist that shatters the mind but not the body. It can attack the opponent's nerves, make the dark part of the opponent's heart expand infinitely, and produce the most feared hallucinations. The damage to the spirit will be fed back to the body, making the opponent lose combat effectiveness, and it can directly destroy all the opponent's nerves. Its spiritual will makes its soul fly away. In addition, it can also control the nerves of the opponent and see through the secrets of the enemy's heart. While preparing to perform these attacks, Qin Feng is also preparing to perform the King of World Fist again. Auxiliary attacks with Kai Wang Fist and Phoenix Magic Fist can definitely produce incomparably amazing power and kill. And many more. Just when Qin Feng was about to attack again, Mo Faith suddenly felt an unprecedented danger at this moment, his heart palpitated, and then quickly shouted to Qin Feng. Hi! Qin Feng stopped attacking, then looked at Mo Faith. He wanted to look at Mo Faith. What would he say? That, little guy, oh, no, Qin Feng. I admit defeat, this time I'm wrong, I shouldn't go to Earth to attack you, let's just stop. Faith asked embarrassingly looked at Qin Feng and said. When he said this, he took the initiative to change back to the old gentleman's image he had at the beginning. Harmless to humans and animals. It doesn't seem like he's threatening at all. Do you think it's possible? Qin Feng looked at Mo Faith lightly. Advertisement. I am one of the 7 demon kings of hell. If you want to kill me in hell, although it is absolutely impossible, it is impossible to do it in a short time. You have to destroy my domain. Even if you can destroy my realm, hell is not just me, a devil. There are 6 other demon kings. If you force your hands on me, even if it is embarrassing, I can only call for them to come. The 7 demon kings are one, even if you are very strong, you will never leave hell easily. Moreover, we have regulations with the human world. The 2 sides cannot easily start a war. If you insist on doing that, then our hell creatures will also invade the human world on a large scale. Mo Faith said solemnly to Qin Feng. Large-scale invasion of the human world? Let's not say that your hell creatures enter the earth, and their power will be weakened. Even some of the hidden powers on the earth are not easily invaded by you. Don't use these excuses to fool me. Qin Feng sneered. I'm not fooling. Although the human world is very strong, in addition to our 7 devil kings, there is a goddess of death in our hell. To a certain extent, we are all subordinates of the goddess of death, and our souls belong to the goddess of death. The goddess of death, and the way you want to kill me is clearly to do something to my soul from the root. If you do that, you will definitely anger the goddess of death, because you don't want to anger the goddess of death by killing me bar. You must know that the goddess of death is one of the 5 creation gods in the universe. Mo Faith said solemnly. Are you trying to scare me with the goddess of death? Qin Feng narrowed his eyes, and the pressure on his body erupted, dangerous and terrifying, as if he would attack Faith at any time and continue to do it. I'm just stating a fact, this time it's my fault, I'm willing to make it up. Let's not say whether you can kill me completely, even if you can kill me, it will take some effort, why not, let's just do this. It's good to stop. Faith asked. Qin Feng looked at Mo Faith, and his thoughts turned rapidly. Qin Feng naturally knows who the goddess of death is. That is the god in charge of the death of the universe. He can kill and resurrect almost all creatures in the universe. After the known life forms in the universe die, all their souls belong to the goddess of death. It is a truly powerful existence, not a super powerful existence comparable to the death god Hela of Asgard in the divine world. The 2 are not comparable, not the same level. But it is easy to confuse people into thinking they are the same person. Chapter 61. Some people who don't understand the background of Marvel are very easy to think of death god Hela and death goddess as one person. But Qin Feng is very sure that the 2 are not the same person. This will listen to Mo Faith's words, Qin Feng's thoughts turn, and he is also thinking about whether to continue. After thinking for a while, Qin Feng's eyes flashed coldly, and then he looked at Mo Faith with a sneer. You said it was the subordinate of the goddess of death? Why, Mo Faith, as the demon king of hell, when did you want to do this? It's a shame. The goddess of death holds the souls of a large number of creatures in the universe, but she may not be able to hold your soul. At this moment, Qin Feng didn't believe Mo Faith's words at all. This guy has always been good at deceit and lies. What he said was naturally unbelievable. What I'm saying is a fact, Faith said. Haha. Qin Feng sneered. Then, without hesitation, he mobilized the Phoenix Magic Fist, and at the same time, the King of Realm Fist was also mobilized again, this time directly displaying the 50 times of the King of Realm. Immediately, the Phoenix screamed and the flames burned. The powerful fist, carrying terrifying killing, with earth-shattering power, contains soul attack, shrouded towards Mo Faith. Damn! Qin Feng, you really have to be reasonable and not forgiving. I really thought I was afraid of you. Seeing Qin Feng like this, Mo Faith roared. Although he felt the threat of death, it was impossible to say that he had no cards at all. Hell is his stronghold. In this hell, if the hell is not broken, he can increase his power crazily. With the roar, Mo Faith suddenly used the handle of Jun Wang Quan to sacrifice a large number of souls and hell creatures in the hell field he said he controlled. Just as he did, he immediately saw his power skyrocket wildly. All of a sudden it reached an extremely terrifying and powerful level. Advertisement. Then he also punched to counter Qin Feng's attack. Boom! Boom bang bang! The sky was torn apart, the void exploded, and the terrifying spatial turbulence gushed out from the exploding void. At this moment, both Mo Faith and Qin Feng's strength were extremely powerful and terrifying. With this explosion, I saw Faith's body flying upside down again. When flying upside down, he kept spurting blood, his face was pale, and someone with high strength could see clearly if he could see his soul. To the soul of Mo Faith, this moment was hit hard. When Mo Faith was severely injured, Qin Feng's figure also took a step back. His face was stern. Isn't Faith weak? Absolutely not weak. Qin Feng is very clear that Mo Faith trusts this guy and seems to deceive others in various ways, but his strength, when it really shows, is very powerful. After all, this guy is in Marvel, but he has fought against the planet Devourer, known as one of the 5 creation gods. It's just that the Mo Faith in the story fought against the planet Devourer, but it also consumed a lot and his power was damaged. Obviously, that kind of outbreak did fundamental damage to Mo Faith. At this moment, Mo Faith confronted him, obviously using such a method. With Mo Faith's explosive strength, if there is no sacred clothing, if it is not the 8th sense of awakening, and he has the king of the world, Qin Feng wants to hit Mo Faith at once, it is impossible. It must have been a fierce battle. Instead of causing Mo Faith to be injured one after another in an instant, as it is now. Hateful! Mo Faith roared angrily, looking at his trump card, he couldn't help Qin Feng, his face was very ugly. This time his soul was damaged, and without hundreds of years of cultivation and recovery, it would be difficult for him to return to his peak state. Under the roar, he activated the power of hell, and the whole hell suddenly became dangerous and suppressed. As if it would explode in the next instant. Qin Feng narrowed his eyes when he saw this. Just as he narrowed his eyes, he saw a large number of hell creatures suddenly appear around him. Advertisement. Many of them exude an extremely dangerous aura. They all sit on thrones. Obviously, those who can sit on the throne must be demon lords. However, it is said that there are only 7 devils in hell. But at the moment, Qin Feng looked around, but found that the demon lord sitting on the throne was far more than the 6 major demon kings. Counting Mo Faith, there were far more than 7 demon lords around this meeting. Such a scene made Qin Feng a little surprised, but after a bit of surprise, Qin Feng was relieved. What is going on in hell, naturally only the demons of hell know. And hell is a special dimension. It is in the multi-universe, but it is not the only one. There is hell, there is the underworld, and there is a crimson hell. When these demon lords appeared, Qin Feng glanced at it for a while, and then his eyes locked on a female demon. That's an unsexy-looking female demon. Wearing a one-piece combat uniform with a strange polygonal helmet on his head, he looks strange and charming, revealing an alternative beauty. Although Qin Feng had never seen the other party before, the moment he saw the other party, Qin Feng already understood who she was. Death God Hela. It was the Death God Hela he had thought of before. An existence with the same title as the Goddess of Death. Although her strength cannot be compared with the real Goddess of Death, her strength is undeniably powerful. I really didn't expect that something would happen to Mo Faith, and she was called over. Besides her, Qin Feng doesn't know anyone else. Mo Faith, what are you doing? Why did you suddenly call us here? Haven't you always looked down on this king, thinking that this king is an outsider, and you will have a day to ask this king for help? One of them, the demon man with wings behind him, sat on the throne with his head on one hand and tilted his head, while jokingly asked Faith. He was the fallen angel Lucifer. Yes, tisk tisk tisk, Mo Faith, you are really embarrassed. Where is your powerful strength? I have already said, your position of the devil should not belong to you, you should have given me your realm of hell and let me control the underworld. Death God Hela. Chapter 62. If your strength is not enough, don't occupy the position of the monarch of hell. Mo Faith asks you to step down. That's right, Mo Faith, you Wang Quan handle should have been handed over long ago. It's really embarrassing to be beaten up for help. Who said no? Following the opening of Lucifer and the Goddess of Death, and the other demon lords around, they also opened their mouths to Mo Faith. Most of the openings were playful, and they looked like they had fallen into trouble. Hell is a special dimension. Every demon lord wants to have a bigger territory, because the bigger the territory, the stronger their strength will be. They are in conflict with each other. Although they often do bad things together, if one party is sad, they will also be happy. Seeing the schadenfreude of the surrounding demon lords, Mo Faith's expression did not change in the slightest. When he called them, he already knew it would be such a situation. He just shrugged, and then said, this person in front of me is very strange. When I went to Earth to fight him before, he was very fast, but he didn't have much power, but I just returned. It didn't take long for this guy to come to the door, but all of a sudden, his strength far surpassed the previous one, and he had a soul attack. The armor on his body is clearly not ordinary. His soul, because you should be able to clearly perceive it, is extremely pure, delicious, and very special. If you can get his soul, it will definitely allow us to make great progress. Mo Faith did not speak to convince the surrounding people to help, but only analyzed Qin Feng's situation for them. But as he opened his mouth like this, he saw the surrounding demon lords, their eyes flickered, and then they all looked at Qin Feng. There is scrutiny, greed, doubt, and curiosity. Soon a few demon lords looked at each other and made a decision. No matter what happened to this guy in front of him. After entering hell so powerfully, I really thought that their demon lords were easy to bully. Kill him. Since his soul is special, this king will laugh at his soul. Because I should have laughed at it. Advertisement. Kill. Then, without any hesitation, he saw the surrounding demon lords, most of whom suddenly drank violently, left the throne, and charged towards Qin Feng. When rushing up, they all launched their own attacks. A powerful burst of power. The void vibrated, the murderous intent was terrifying, the sky and the earth seemed to be shattered, and the extremely dangerous aura spread out in all directions. Humph! Qin Feng snorted coldly, and then his figure surpassed the speed of light to meet them directly. At the same time as he came up, a series of attacks were urged out, fighting with the hell demons who were rushing up. Boom! Bang! Puff! Boom blah blah! In just a blink of an eye, the roar exploded, and under the roar, a demon lord was sent flying, and blood spurted out of his mouth while being sent flying. The demon lords who rushed up quickly were completely knocked away, and none of them were by Qin Feng's side. Every demon lord who was knocked into the air stood at the moment with a pale face and looked at Qin Feng solemnly. Damaged soul! They all went up together with so many demon lords. As a result, all of them were sent flying, and everyone who was sent flying had their souls damaged. The speed of this guy in front of him was too fast, completely surpassing the speed of light, and his attack contained special features. The flames wound people's souls, and made them, these demon lords, fundamentally traumatized. Strong. Very scary. Hey, that's kind of interesting. Yeah, it's very interesting. One person fights so many demon lords, and he has the upper hand. Where is this fierce man who came out of nowhere? It's completely unheard of before. As this happened, Death God Hela and Lucifer, who did not rush up with the surrounding demon lords, were surprised when they saw such a situation, and they all turned their attention to Qin Feng. His eyes flickered, his thoughts turned. Little guy, who are you? Why haven't I heard of you before? Death God Hela suddenly said to Qin Feng with a smile as his eyes flickered. You're just the death god of Norse mythology, and you're not the death god of the multi-universe. You haven't heard of me, isn't it normal? Qin Feng glanced at Hela indifferently. Also, don't call me little guy, although you are indeed an old woman. Death God Hela's face was dark. Although she is a demon lord, she is also the queen of the underworld and the daughter of Odin. Whether it is among the demon lords or among the gods, there are a large number of suitors. Advertisement. It is a very attractive existence. As a result, the guy in front of her actually said she was an old woman. It's unbearable. Then I saw behind her, a cloak suddenly appeared. Almost at the same time as the cloak appeared, an extremely dangerous aura emanated from her body. It was the breath of death. With a wave, a burst of energy suddenly bombarded Qin Feng. This is the hand of glory. One of her stunts. The manipulation of a kind of magical power may seem like an understatement, but it is extremely powerful and terrifying. Even immortal beings will die if they are hit by such attacks as her. Even the god of Asgard could not resist such an attack. Facing such an attack, Qin Feng's expression didn't change at all. With his hands waving, Feng Wing Tianxiang shot out, and the phoenix turned into flames. He spread his wings, carrying majestic and astonishing power, and fought against the attack, and collided with the attack. Together. Boom. Boom. As soon as it hit, the power was instantly annihilated, and at the same time as the annihilation, the strong force also enveloped Hela. Hela frowned. Then she grasped it with her right hand, and under one grasp, she saw a long sword from nowhere, appearing in her hand. This is her artifact, the Night Sky Sword. At the same time as the Night Sky Sword appeared in her hand, the attack she faced in front of her was a slash. Suddenly, the sword intent erupted and the sword energy surged, turning into a piece of training, with the posture of severing everything, towards the rushing attack. The attack hits. Boom. Bang. As soon as the attack came out, before the attack fell, Hela slashed again between the lightning and flint. In the blink of an eye, thousands of sword beams were cut out, and the attack from Qin Feng was violently smashed. However, although Jean violently attacked, Hela's face was not proud, and some were just solemn. With distinction. And fervent fighting spirit. Chapter 63. As Odin's daughter and Odin's eldest daughter, she was once the founder of Ragnarok, the vanguard of conquering the 9 realms, extremely bellicose, with super ambitions. Even Odin feared her. Now suddenly encountering such a powerful existence as Qin Feng, Hela's fighting spirit suddenly erupted. Kill. The next moment, she swung her long sword and killed Qin Feng directly. Qin Feng's expression didn't change at all. He made a fist with his right hand without dodging or evading, and punched it directly, colliding with Hela's sword. Chong! The sound of Jin-Ji clashing sounded, Hela's attack was directly blocked, and while being blocked, Hela's body suddenly retreated. Obviously, Qin Feng not only ignored Hela's night sky sword, but at the same time, in terms of strength, he was stronger than Hela. However, as soon as Hela's body retreated, she rushed up again, waving the night sky sword, the light of the sword filling the sky, showing amazing swordsmanship. Her sword contained death and had the meaning of death. Ordinary creatures, and even some powerful races in the universe, are hit by her sword like this, or get a little bit of the body, and they will inevitably be eroded by the death gas, so the soul will collapse, and the body will die. He could only watch helplessly as he died. It is also because of this power and authority that in the process of death God Hela conquering the 9 realms, no one can stop her. Even after the death of the gods in the God realm, their souls belong to her. If it is an ordinary person, there is nothing he can do about Hela. But is Qin Feng an ordinary person? Naturally not. The power he possesses at this moment is the power of Iki. The Phoenix Iki originally possessed the power of immortality. Even if he dies, he can be resurrected, not to mention the Iki that activates the 8th sense, the Iki who possesses the sacred garment. So even if Death God Hela's attack contained the profound meaning of death, Qin Feng was not afraid at all. He waved his fist and collided with his long sword. Clang clang! In the blink of an eye, it hit hundreds of times, making Hela's attack less effective. After hitting hundreds of times, Qin Feng even punched Hela in the abdomen, knocking Hela out. Puff! Hela spewed blood and flew out hundreds of thousands of miles upside down. He fell fiercely on a mountain range in hell, smashing the mountain range into an explosion. Advertisement. It's really not a gentleman, and you don't have any pity for Xiangziyu. You are willing to be so cruel to such a beautiful woman as Death God Hela, man, you are very good. And with Qin Feng flying Death God Hela like this, Lucifer suddenly smiled and said to Qin Feng. Humph! It was Qin Feng's cold snort who answered Lucifer. How about a great beauty? If it is an enemy, to kill is to kill. Come on, let's go together. Since you want to help Mo Faith, let me see if you have the qualifications to help him. Qin Feng snorted coldly, and then turned to look at him. After talking to the other demon lords around him, he said indifferently. When he said this, his aura skyrocketed, and the 8th sense of the universe was driven to the extreme. At the same time, Zhuang Fist and Zai Zhe Gong also started to function. He didn't want to continue inking. Be prepared to solve problems in one click. Next, he will use the 100 times Realm King Fist, Zai Zhe Gong, and Phoenix Magic Fist to completely end the battle. This blow, even if the people in front of him are working together, he must let them understand what the price they need to pay for their appearance. With Qin Feng's breath soaring, Qin Feng's hair suddenly changed color. He originally had dark blue hair, but at this moment his hair turned silver. This form is similar to the Super Saiyan transformation. But this is the transformation of the free will. Almost at the moment when Zhuang Fist and Zai Zhe Gong was in operation, the sky and the earth shook. The void centered on Qin Feng suddenly collapsed. The turbulent flow in the space kept surging, creating a storm. Under the storm, there was an evolution. Trend toward a black hole. At this moment, Qin Feng felt extremely dangerous. Let all the surrounding demon lords feel the unprecedented danger. Strong. Very scary. At the moment, they all clearly felt that way. Make them all face to face. This guy's strength can still be improved. What kind of ability is he? Mo Faith asked his pupils to shrink. Sheet, Mo Faith asks what kind of existence this is provoked, how can it be so terrible? Advertisement. Mud Horse, it seems to be wrong. It's so dangerous, so scary, this guy in front of me is even more frightening than my demon lord in terms of momentum. Jean? Fighting shit, this is Mo Faith being attacked, not Lao Tzu being attacked, I don't care how Mo Faith will die. I'm just here to make some soy sauce and see what's going on, but I'm not here to fight, slip away, slip away. In the case of facing the enemy, among the many demon lords around, suddenly there were some demon lords, who disappeared as soon as they moved, and left the place directly. With a demon lord taking the lead, some other demon lords who were ready to fight were originally very resentful about this matter. I don't want to be soft on anything. But seeing someone leave beside him, after thinking about it, he also gave Qin Feng a hard look, and then disappeared. In the blink of an eye, there were only 3 people left in the field. The fallen angel Lucifer, and the death god Hela who flew back from a distance, and a handsome man who sat on the throne from beginning to end, did not move, did not look like a demon, but a human being. He sat on the throne as if asleep. He didn't even notice what was going on around him. Qin Feng didn't know who he was, but the death god Hela and Lucifer next to him knew who he was. Hades the Hades. Although Hela is the queen of the underworld, the real agent of the underworld is Hades. This is a demon lord well known in the multi-universe. Although his strength is actually a powerful soy sauce character in Marvel, it can be seen from his name that his strength is not simple. After all, in the Saint Seiya universe, Hades is also an extremely powerful character. Definitely, the Hades of this world, not the Hades of the other world. Chapter 64. Hades, don't sleep, tell me what to do now. When only Lucifer, Hela, and Hades were left on the scene, Lucifer suddenly turned his gaze to Hades on the throne and looked. Is it over? It's over, I'll go back. With Lucifer's words, Hades who appeared was awakened like a dream, and then hit a hatch and stretched. What's over? It's not over yet. Lucifer was speechless. Although I know that the goods in front of me may be fake, it is a bit embarrassing to leave like this. It's not over yet? Isn't it just someone who wants to kill Faith? If you want to kill him, let him kill him. Killing just happens to us to occupy his territory. What else do the rest do? Hades definitely took it for granted. It looks like, said to Lucifer, while saying this, he also looked at Lucifer with some contempt, a posture that your IQ is very low. Lucifer's face darkened. Then he glanced at Hades. I knew this guy was acting stupid on purpose. What's your name? Hela asked Qin Feng abruptly after returning to the conversation between Lucifer and Hades. Dead man doesn't need to know my name. Qin Feng. Humph, I'm Death God, not Dead Man, and I remember today. Hela snorted coldly, followed her figure and disappeared. Obviously, there is no intention to continue the fight. The breath that Qin Feng exudes at this meeting is not only the demon lords who just left feeling the danger, she is also the same. Even if she is Death God, it is impossible to be killed by Qin Feng. But knowing that the battle is invincible, isn't it looking for abuse if you continue? Although she is ambitious and belligerent, she also does not want to seek abuse. And just like what Hades said, Mo Faith was whitewashed, and it happened to occupy his territory, so why not do it? The idiot was fighting to the death for him. As soon as Hela left, Hades also hit a hatch and disappeared. Advertisement. Mo Faith, ask yourself for more blessings, come on, touch it. Seeing this situation, Lucifer shook his head speechlessly, and then his eyes fell on Mo Faith, smiling at him. Mo Faith To said. Then he moved and disappeared. In the blink of an eye, only Mo Faith was left in the field. When Mo Faith saw this, his face was dark. Although he knew the selfish character of the demon lords and their situation, he was still a little angry seeing them leave like this. You won, come on, let's do it. Mo Faith said to Qin Feng with a deep voice after being angry. When he said this, he tried his best to mobilize his strength. A posture ready to fight to the death. Qin Feng glanced at Mo Faith, and then completely urged the out-of-bounds King Fist to completely punch the Phoenix Magic Fist. This time, it is the 100 times Realm King Fist, and there is also Zizige Gong. With the increase of 100 times World King Fist and Zizige Gong, the power of Phoenix Magic Fist has reached an incomparably terrifying level, surpassing the strength that Iki originally could display. A strong force devoured towards Mo Faith. Huge amounts of Phoenix appeared, screaming in the void, and wherever they passed, they burned and turned to ashes. At the same time, it has a special power to shake the soul. With just this cry, a large number of demons in hell turned into ashes, unable to resist at all. Kill! Mo Faith shouted violently, and then tried his best to cover Qin Feng's attack. Boom! Bang! The attacks of the two collided together. Under the impact, Faith's body was swallowed up at once, completely unable to resist Qin Feng's attack. Not only was the body turned into powder, but even the soul was destroyed. At the same time, in the hell realm mastered by Mo Faith, a large number of creatures and demonic creatures have also turned into powder. Advertisement. Even hell is broken. It seems to explode at any time, and it will be silent. However, it seems that it is going to explode and die, but with Qin Feng's eyesight, it is clear that these are just illusions. Hell doesn't really explode and die. Because hell is a special dimension. It is the evolution of the rule of this world. With Qin Feng's current strength, it has not yet reached the level of completely destroying hell. Taking a look at this situation, Qin Feng urged psychokinesis to search the surrounding area. After confirming that Mo Faith's soul was not found, and that Mo Faith's breath was not sensed, Qin Feng moved his body and tore his right hand, and he saw the space portal. Open, Qin Feng stepped into the space portal and left hell. With his departure, almost as soon as he left, Death God Hela, Fallen Angel Lucifer, and Hades, suddenly appeared in hell again. Appeared on the battlefield. After the three appeared, they looked at the broken hell in front of each other, and their eyes flickered. Is this guy really killed by Mo Faith? Lucifer. He is a special demon born between heaven and earth. How could he be completely killed? Although he is dead on the surface, but no accident, he will be born. Hades, the king of the underworld. Hell is immortal, he cannot be completely killed. After all, this hell has not been completely destroyed. Death God Hela. So, this hell belongs to Mo Faith. Lucifer. I think too much, how could it still belong to him? Although the hell in front of him is his domain, since he was beaten to death, he doesn't know how long it will take to be resurrected again. During his resurrection, his hell is naturally ours. Yes. Hades. That's right, even if he is resurrected again, his power will be pitifully weak, and there will be no capital that is hostile to us in the future. Under such circumstances, his domain naturally belongs to us. Hela sneer. Who does it belong to? Lucifer narrowed his eyes and looked at Hela and Hades with a half-smile. Why, do you still want to fight against the two of us? Do you have the confidence to defeat the two of us? Hela looked at Lucifer coldly. Don't, it's just a joke, just give me a little benefit. Lucifer smiled, looking low-key and modest. Chapter 65. After hearing Lucifer's words, Hela and Hades couldn't help but glance at Lucifer. Anyone who regards Lucifer as someone to be bullied is definitely a fool. As a fallen angel, Lucifer is naturally not easy to bully. The strength is definitely an extremely powerful existence among the demon lords. Compared to the division, I am more curious about who the little guy just now is. I can feel that he is very young, at least compared to us, too young and too young. Lucifer's words changed, followed, and said. Well, I'm also curious, Mo Faith should know the situation, but unfortunately, this guy has been beaten to death now, and he doesn't know when he will be resurrected, so it's impossible to know from his mouth. Who the hell is that guy? Hela. Although we can't know who Mo Faith is from his mouth, we can investigate. With our love network, we want to investigate his identity, because it should not be difficult. Hades. Then investigate who he really is, and closely observe his specific situation. According to Mo Faith, when he saw that guy before, the guy's strength was not very strong, but he can see it again. When he had the strength to hang and fight Faith, and, just now, even we felt heart palpitations, unprecedented danger, his strength is really terrible. His kind of ability is not like a continuous possession, but a temporary increase, because he should have some kind of secret technique that can activate potential. Hela. I think so too. Hades laughed. Then the three stopped discussing the topic and began to divide up Mo Faith's territory. Just like what they said, no matter whether Mo Faith can be resurrected or not, it is impossible for Mo Faith to regain his previous strength at once, even if it is resurrected, after they divide the realm of Mo Faith. Mo Faith asks this guy to never try to plunder from their hands again. Tony Stark's villa. Restaurant location. I saw at the moment this place, prepared a lot of food and wine. This was all prepared by Tony Stark after Qin Feng had just left. For Tony Stark, as long as he has money and is not used to it, whenever he wants to eat food, he can eat it as soon as possible. SHH. Just when the wine and food were ready, Tony Stark, who was sitting on a chair, manipulating the virtual keyboard, and continuing to draw design drawings, suddenly saw in front of him, and suddenly opened a space portal. With the appearance of the space portal, Qin Feng, who was wearing a sacred robe, immediately walked out of the space portal. It's all done? It's pretty fast. Tony Stark looked at Qin Feng, and then looked at the time on the watch on his wrist. It was found that less than half an hour passed. Advertisement. In less than half an hour, the legendary Hell Demon King such as Mo Faith Tana was solved. Such a time is really fast. There was a little interlude in the middle, which caused a delay. Qin Feng shook his head, followed by unceremoniously pulling out a chair and sitting down. Originally, he was preparing to make a quick decision and solve the problem of Mo Faith in the shortest possible time. As a result, after going to hell, he couldn't help but test his current strength, and made ink marks with Faith Toto. Otherwise, it won't take that long at all. If you use the ultimate move directly from the beginning, you will definitely be able to return in less than a minute. Instead of being inked like it is now for almost half an hour. Then did you get rid of that Mo Faith? Tony Stark. It has been killed. Qin Feng. Oh, is it completely killed? According to legend, those Hell Demon Kings all possess the regenerative healing factor, and it is difficult to completely kill them. Tony Stark. Whether it is completely killed, this is not clear, but at least it has not been hundreds of years, or thousands of years, or some unexpected things. Mo Faith, that guy, it is difficult to appear in front of me again. Qin Feng. Oh, why do you say that? Tony Stark. I not only destroyed his body, but at the same time, I also destroyed his soul. According to the situation of normal creatures, it is impossible to resurrect, but Mo Faith is a bit special. He is a product of rule. In the case that hell has not been completely destroyed, there is still the possibility of resurrection. In addition, if there is some special existence who is willing to help him, he should be able to resurrect because of it. Qin Feng said. Special existence. Tony Stark's eyes filled with curiosity. This world is very big. Myths and legends are not necessarily myths and legends, but on top of myths and legends, there are some special extraordinary beings, the so-called creation gods. In addition, there are some special organizations. Those people, all have special power. Destroying the planet, and resurrecting people from the dead are not difficult things. It is easy to destroy a universe, and even a plane. Qin Feng said. No, there really are people like that in the world. Tony Stark was shocked. I'm not lying to you, definitely those are still far away from you. Now, you should first consider how to design your mark armor to be more powerful. Otherwise, when the Earth faces disasters in the future, if you don't have any ability, you are very difficult to contend with. Qin Feng. What do you mean, did you foresee something? Tony Shi Stark shrank his pupils and asked Qin Feng in awe. If someone else said this to him, he wouldn't think much about it at all, but Qin Feng in front of him said this, but he had to think more. After all, Qin Feng in front of him can predict the future. I do know some things. Qin Feng. Then what's going to happen? Tony Stark asked again without hesitation, with a very solemn expression on his face. Earth-facing catastrophe? Advertisement? What could bring disaster to the Earth? It is impossible that the legendary god will appear on the planet, or that some other alien race will invade the Earth outside the universe. Speak. It seems not impossible. Now that even the demon lord of hell and Mo Faith have appeared, why can't some other gods invade the Earth, or some other alien races invade the Earth? Thinking of this, Tony Stark suddenly felt a sense of crisis. However, while having a sense of crisis, Tony Stark's eyes suddenly lit up. As a super-rich playboy, and a fairly capable playboy, Tony Stark's life, in fact, has already reached its peak. He has nothing to pursue, and there is nothing too much that can make him ignite his passion. That's why he practiced fighting, drag racing, and various extreme sports to pursue excitement. But now that he knows this world, there are actually hell demons, there are really gods, and there may be alien creatures invading the Earth, so he immediately finds his future direction. Build an exoskeleton armor and fight those legendary beings. He wanted to see whether it was the money ability or the super ability. He believes that the wisdom of human beings can enable human beings to overcome all kinds of dangers, even demons and gods. Tony Shi Stark's change was immediately perceived by Qin Feng. Seeing that Tony Shi Stark suddenly became passionate and frantic, Qin Feng couldn't help laughing. This is Iron Man. That saucy, handsome Iron Man with a very strong personality. Not afraid of any danger at all. This is why, among Marvel, his popularity is so high, far more popular than some heroes with super ability. Because he is an ordinary person, but he can contend with everything. Chapter 66. Eat, chat, and give Tony Stark some advice on exoskeleton armor. Although Qin Feng doesn't know how to make exoskeleton armor. But after all, I have seen the movie. Know what Stark's exoskeleton armor looks like in the movie. So all of what he said made Tony Stark's eyes light up and he felt relieved. With Tony Stark's intelligence, even if Qin Feng doesn't say this, with his own non-stop experimentation and manufacturing, he can keep updating. But some things are often blindfolded. When Qin Feng exposes these, it will naturally allow Tony Shi Stark to start higher. This meal took 2 hours to finish. After dinner, Tony Stark was already drunk. And Qin Feng was naturally not drunk. Looking at the drunk Tony Stark, Qin Feng smiled slightly, then said to J.A.R.V.I.S, J.A.R.V.I.S, let Ms. Chili Pepper take care of Stark Shi, I'll go back first. Okay, sir. J.A.R.V.I.S responded immediately. Then Qin Feng didn't have any ink marks and disappeared as soon as he moved. With his departure, J.A.R.V.I.S also informed Pepper. Pepper was originally Tony Stark's full-time assistant. Not only 380 is in life, but also in career. In this kind of thing, naturally small Pepper is the professional. Qin Feng did not take care of the habit of being a drunk. Appearing again, Qin Feng has returned to his villa. After returning here, Qin Feng stood on the villa's viewing platform, came with his hands tied, and looked at the sea in the distance. I have to say that Iki's power is indeed powerful, as strong as Mephisto, and he can only be crushed. In addition, definitely, I also have to say that 100 times World King Fist, Zizag Yi Gong is very powerful. Obviously I am not in Super Saiyan form, but this time I was able to display such a strong fighting power all at once. Qin Feng's thoughts turned. As his thoughts turned, Qin Feng couldn't help clenching his fists. Holding such a strong power, this kind of power is really intoxicating, making people not want to lose him at all. Advertisement. But Qin Feng knew very well that with the arrival of 12 o'clock, such power would still disappear. But fortunately, this time he can inherit some power. In the case of superposition of power, even if the transformation obtained this time is not strong, it can still make his combat power still terrifying. I just don't know if the inheritance of power this time, under the condition of superposition of power, will allow me to directly reach the level of the 5th sense, or the level of the 6th sense. If I can reach the level of the 6th sense, with the combination of the ultimate freedom, 100 times World King Fist, when some supervillains do not appear, other people will only be crushed when they meet me. Qin Feng's thoughts turn again. Haha, compared to the above battle gains, this time there is an additional gain. Not to mention the 10% stake in the Shi Stark group. When I just had dinner with Shi Stark also promised to come tomorrow and give me a special order. A personal housekeeper. In this way, the quality of my villa has improved a lot. 35 Qin Feng thought of one thing and couldn't help laughing. Qin Feng watched the seascape for a while, then went to wash up and sleep. The next day. Morning. Qin Feng was woken up by the phone ringing again. Qin Feng picked up his phone and saw that it was marked Little Spider-Man. This is what he specifically marked. Needless to say, Little Spider-Man is, of course, Peter Parker. Parker, what are you calling this early in the morning? Isn't it Saturday? Qin Feng said angrily. When do we start sparring today? Peter Parker. Qin Feng was startled, and then he remembered that he had promised Peter Parker to be a sparring coach. There were so many things yesterday that I woke up early this morning and forgot about it. But, CF was only a little startled. Qin Feng said, then I'll give you an address, come here. You're not home. Peter Parker. Yes. Qin Feng. Then I'll be right at your door. Peter Parker. Oh, I moved. Qin Feng. Peter Parker. Qin Feng ignored Peter Parker's speechlessness, and then sent his new address to Peter Parker, and asked Peter Parker to buy him something to eat. After doing these things, Qin Feng went to wash up. After half an hour. Advertisement. Peter Parker came outside Qin Feng's villa. And rang the doorbell. Then the door opened automatically, and Peter Parker pushed in. When he pushed the door and entered, there was obvious emotion and surprise in his eyes. Malibu Street, Sea View Villa. This is where the super dude from the Stark Group lives. He really did not expect that Qin Feng would suddenly live here. Although the place where Qin Feng lived before was okay, but compared with this place, there is no comparison at all. With this complicated expression, Peter Parker came to the living room of the villa. After coming here, I immediately saw Qin Feng sitting on the sofa watching TV. This is the breakfast you want? Peter Parker handed a bag to Qin Feng. Qin Feng took it and opened the bag. He just told Peter Parker to buy some breakfast, but he didn't tell him what to buy. He'll be here to see what Peter Parker bought him. Qin Feng was stunned when he opened it. Soy milk fritters. It turned out to be soy milk fritters. After being stunned for a while, Qin Feng followed with a smile, dude, you're thinking about it. Hey, you should like it. Peter Parker laughed. After preparing to learn something from Qin Feng, he went to learn about the eating habits of the Chinese. Knowing soy milk fritters, it is an extremely common breakfast food in. Although not everyone eats it, there are basically many who like to eat it. It took him some time to find this. If he hadn't traveled all the way, he would have used his ability, and he wouldn't have been here for half an hour. Well, it's all right. Qin Feng smiled. After laughing for a while, he continued, just because of your point, I will give you some pointers on how to attack. Thank you. Peter Parker's eyes lit up. Chapter 67. After 3 or 2, Qin Feng wiped out the breakfast. After destroying it, he took Peter Parker directly and walked towards the sea. Although it is said that you can't exercise after eating. But that is for ordinary people. For an existence like Qin Feng, exercising after a meal, naturally, there is no problem at all. As for why not exercise in the villa? Qin Feng is not stupid. Even if he and Peter Parker are suppressing their strength, what if they get too high, and if they try a little harder, they destroy their villa? By then it will be a big loss. Therefore, whether it is sports or fighting, the seaside is fine. It just so happens that no one here, very few people come. And the place is big. After a while, the two moved away from the villa area to a certain extent. Arrived at a beach location. After arriving here, Qin Feng looked at Peter Parker and said, I'll give you a chance to attack today, come on, you attack, I'll defend. 39. Then I'm here. Peter Parker's eyes lit up when he heard this. Before he came today, he had already made plans to be beaten up again by Qin Feng, but he did not expect that Qin Feng would let him take action today and be defended by Qin Feng. It's not what he thinks too much or what revenge. Although he understood that it was impossible for him to injure Qin Feng, but yesterday he beat himself so badly. Today, he is the main attack. If he hits Qin Feng, will Qin Feng be embarrassed? Thinking of this, Peter Parker was a little excited. Then he rushed up without hesitation. Then it turned out that Peter Parker was still too young and still thinking too much. An hour later, Peter Parker was bruised. And Qin Feng has nothing to do. During these battles, Qin Feng did not break his promise, he was indeed defending. Advertisement. But defending doesn't mean not fighting back. So, the attacking Peter Parker was naturally beaten badly. But although he was beaten badly, Peter Parker had excitement in his eyes. Because Qin Feng was fighting back while pointing him how to attack, pointing out some flaws in his play and fighting flaws. Great benefit to Peter Parker. Although it was only an hour of duel practice, it was a great improvement for Peter Parker. The battle between the two finally ended because of a phone call. Someone called Qin Feng. Qin Feng took out his mobile phone and saw that the caller was Tony Stark. As for the phone numbers, of course they exchanged with each other last night. Immediately connected to the phone. Hey man, are you going to be home here? Tony Stark's voice came out as soon as the call was connected. Yes, what's wrong? Qin Feng. Didn't I talk about getting you a smart housekeeper yesterday? If you're at home, I'll go and get it for you. Besides, you shouldn't go to school on Saturday, so I'll take you to some places to play. Just a moment. Tony Stark. Okay. Qin Feng replied. Then, without saying anything, he hung up the phone. Okay, today's battle is over, let's go, we're going back. Qin Feng said to Peter Parker. So I'm not going to practice. Peter Parker was startled, a little unfulfilled. Although he was beaten badly, this progress made him excited. He is confident that with his fighting ability, if he faces some criminals or some extraordinary criminals again, he will be able to arrest them better, instead of being full of loopholes like before. Well, that's it, if you want to continue, I will introduce you to a person later, and I will ask him to get you a special institution for training. Qin nodded and said. I'll trouble you then. Peter Parker hesitated for a moment, then thanked Qin Feng. Qin Feng smiled and shook his head, then took Peter Parker back to the villa. After returning here, I took out 2 bottles of Coke from the refrigerator and handed one to Peter Parker. Advertisement. Then the two sat on the sofa, drinking Coke and watching TV. Under such circumstances, the doorbell rang soon. Qin Feng gave the authorization immediately, and then saw Tony Stark walk in. When he walked in, there was an intelligent robot behind him. The robot has a box in its hands. Seeking flowers. Hey Qin Feng, good morning. Tony Stark greeted Qin Feng when he walked in. Roar said. Good morning, Tony. Qin Feng also responded. After responding, he looked curiously behind Tony Stark and looked at the intelligent robot. Who are you? Tony Stark didn't answer, but moved the box from the intelligent robot's hand. Then opened the box. When I opened it, I saw that there was actually iced wine inside. There are dozens of bottles. What is this? Qin Feng asked stunned. You have Coke in your refrigerator, so I'll bring some of my own and keep it here. 99 Tony Stark. Point 0. You are preparing to run here for a long time to play. 35 Qin Feng. Aren't you welcome? Tony Stark. Naturally not. Qin Feng shook his head with a smile, and then his thoughts moved, and he saw the box that Tony Stark was holding suddenly flew up, and then the bottles of wine also flew towards the refrigerator. The refrigerator automatically opens and enters it. What a handy ability! Tony Stark praised. Although it is not the first time to see Qin Feng's special ability, but seeing Qin Feng's ability like this is still emotional. After sighing for a while, Tony Stark turned his eyes to Peter Parker. What's the matter with you, man, why are you bruised? Who beat you? Hello Tony Stark, my name is Peter Parker. Following Tony Stark's words, Peter Parker stood up from the sofa, and called Roar to Tony Stark. Well, hello, Parker. Peter Parker smiled and held out his hand. Peter Parker hurriedly reached out his hand, and the two shook hands amicably. Going back to the previous question, can you tell me, what's the matter with you? Tony Stark asked Peter Parker again. He was really a little curious. In the past, he wouldn't take the liberty to ask others such a thing. However, this person with a bruised nose and a swollen face appeared in Qin Feng's house, and Qin Feng was not afraid to use ability, which made Tony Stark feel a little interesting. Chapter 68. This naturally made him curious about what happened to this person in front of him. Why did he appear in Qin Feng's house with such a bruised face? Peter Parker opened his mouth, not knowing what to say. I was beaten. Qin Feng said suddenly. You? Tony Stark was taken aback, completely clueless as to what was going on. I don't understand why Qin Feng hit Peter Parker. Spider-Man knows, Qin Feng said to Peter Parker. That little Spider-Man who's been running around the city lately, fighting crime of all kinds. Tony Stark said with a laugh. Well, it's him, Parker is Spider-Man. Qin Feng. You're little Spider-Man. Tony Stark 380 looked at Qin Feng in surprise. He really didn't expect Peter Parker to be little Spider-Man. Well, I'm a Spider-Man, but I'm not little Spider-Man. Peter Parker. Don't pay attention to these details. Tony Stark said. He turned his head and looked at Qin Feng again. But what does this have to do with beating him? Is it possible, you see little Spider-Man in the city all day long, you don't feel good about swinging, so you beat him up? How is that possible? Of course it's not like that. The reason why I beat him is because Parker wants to learn his skills from me. You have also learned to fight, because you should have heard such a sentence. If you want to beat someone, you must first learn to be beaten well, learn combat skills from being beaten, and learn from practice, so that you can master combat skills as quickly as possible, and you can completely integrate combat methods into your own bones. After all, if you are used to being beaten, you will naturally know where others will attack you. 35 Qin Feng denied with a smile. So that's the case, I have heard what you said. However, in fact, learning does not need to be learned from being beaten, and other gentle ways can be used. Tony Stark smiled suddenly. There are definitely other ways, but the premise of my promise to teach Parker's combat power is to let him be a sparring coach for me, a sandbag. I don't have that much time, and I keep giving pointers to a person. If Parker wants to learn from me, naturally he can only take the fastest and most efficient way. End. Advertisement. With Parker being a superhero in various ways, in a gentle way, don't you think it's harmful? Look at the things he has done since he became a superhero. Know how many innocent people have been hurt. It's also because the relevant departments don't know his existence, or they don't take him seriously. Otherwise, he will not be able to pay the compensation alone in his life. He only has to work for the relevant departments because he was born in an ordinary family. No money at all. Qin Feng shrugged. If that's the case, that's true. Parker, Qin Feng's words are right, you have really caused a lot of trouble, you'd better be careful in the future, don't be noticed by the relevant departments, otherwise, say no someday they will actually use your compensation as an excuse to include you, then, will you be included, or will you be included? Tony Shi Stark heard Qin Feng say that, and followed with great interest. Watch Peter Parker. Little Spider-Man, are you interested in doing things with me? You know I'm Tony Stark, so you should be clear about my identity and financial resources. I'm short of a professional bodyguard now, I think you're good, and you're interested in following me what? This. Peter Parker opened his mouth. Although he is a Diozzi, it is true that he was asked to be a bodyguard. If his aunt and uncle found out, they still don't know what to think of him. Don't be in a hurry to refuse, you can think about it more, or when the relevant department finds you, you can consider it, accept my kindness, and then I will pay you back everything. Tony Shi Stark see Peter Parker changed the conversation and said to Peter Parker with a smile. Well, I'll think about it. Seeing this, Peter Parker nodded. And Qin Feng on the side couldn't help laughing when he saw Tony Stark like this. He didn't care much about Shi Stark's poaching. Although he also thought about making Peter Parker his little brother. But with Peter Parker as his little brother, Peter Parker has to solve some troublesome things, it's too troublesome. Just forget it. With his strength, if he really wants to accept his younger brother, he doesn't have to worry about not being able to accept it. Tony Shi Stark wants to dig, then let him dig. Anyway, he now owns 10% of the Stark Group and, for now, has a good relationship with Tony Stark. Tony, didn't you mean to install a smart housekeeper for me? If so, can it be started? Qin Feng smiled, then changed the conversation and said to Tony Stark. Well, we'll start right away. Tony Stark didn't hesitate, and then let the intelligent robot go to the car and get another box. Then started to install a smart housekeeper for Qin Feng. Advertisement. It's actually easy to follow the smart housekeeper. Just copy a copy of the J.A.R.V.I.S program and place it in Qin Feng's home. Soon Tony Stark was placed successfully. Then, let Qin Feng carry out a series of main recognition procedures to ensure that this procedure will only follow Qin Feng's orders in the future. Definitely, as to whether there is any backdoor in this program. Qin Feng didn't think about anything. Tony Stark didn't do that either. Since he promised to give Qin Feng a smart program, Tony Stark never thought of regretting it. Although smart programs are actually important. Such a smart 2.5 capable program has not been asked by anyone before. Take Obadiah Stane, for example. She is one of the major shareholders of Stark Group, and at the same time a partner of his father. But he never gave Obadiah Stane. Because smart programs involve a lot of things. The reason why I gave it to Qin Feng is entirely because Qin Feng has the ability to predict, wants to make friends with Qin Feng, and... When I was drinking with Qin Feng last night, I got drunk and agreed. To be honest, it is impossible to say that there is no regret. But still that sentence, since he chose to agree, even if he regretted it a little, he would not regret anything. In addition, he could not use Qin Feng for things like opening the back door. He didn't want to ruin his friendship with Qin Feng. Chapter 69. Qin Feng, what name are you going to give your smart program? Tony Shi Stark asked Qin Feng after Qin Feng let the smart program recognize a series of owners under the guidance of Tony Stark. Name. Qin Feng was stunned, he really hadn't thought about this before. Subconsciously prepare to be also called JARVIS. But this will be Tony Shi Stark reminding, Qin Feng suddenly sounded, J.A.R.V.I.S is Shi Stark's intelligent program, naturally there is the meaning of Shi Stark's name, and now his intelligent program, although born out of J.A.R.V.I.S, is already a new smart program. Just calls IO by. After a little startled, Qin Feng said immediately. Little White. Tony Stark's eyes widened. Not only did Tony Stark open his eyes, but so did Peter Parker. Why, this name is not good. Qin Feng frowned. Of course it's not impossible, but your name is too arbitrary. It's like picking a pet name. Some pet names seem to sound better than the name you picked. Tony Stark couldn't help laughing and laughing. As long as it listens to me, it doesn't matter whether he sounds good or not, as long as he calls it smoothly. Qin Feng shrugged and said nonchalantly. Okay, this is your name, whatever name you want is your freedom. Tony Stark was speechless, and then he opened his mouth and said, changing the conversation, what kind of character are you going to have? Designed to be an animal. Give me a two-dimensional sister paper. Qin Feng said without hesitation. Con, I didn't see it. Qin Feng, you still like this tone, you are still an otaku. Tony Stark looked at Qin Feng in surprise and couldn't help laughing. Judging from the strength Qin Feng showed, he really didn't expect that Qin Feng subconsciously likes the two-dimensional girl paper, and it seems that he is still an otaku. I never said that I'm not an otaku. Qin Feng. Then what kind of two-dimensional girl do you want, a big one with long legs? Or a loli? A girl? Tony Stark. Can I design it myself? Qin Feng. Okay, now, you just need to draw the characters as you want, and I can directly operate the program and generate your intelligent program image later. Tony Stark. Seeing this, Qin Feng did not hesitate, and followed the use of the holographic projection keyboard and mouse set up by Tony Stark to quickly operate. Advertisement. There are a lot of two-dimensional sister papers in his mind. So it is not difficult to get one naturally. Just find a girl to put it on. Because of the name Xiaobai for the smart program, Qin Feng couldn't help but think of the image of an anime girl. Then operate quickly. Soon, a blonde, naturally dumb, three-nun girl appeared on the screen. However, Qin Feng frowned as soon as the name appeared. Then the image of the girl was quickly deleted, and another blonde girl appeared on the screen. But it is different from the previous sister paper. The previous sister paper, at first glance, is a three-nun, naturally dumb, and belongs to the kind without strength. But Qin Feng's second sister paper is a skin that is better than snow, with golden hair with a shawl, a pair of green eyes, and a very beautiful woman without makeup. Her body exudes a kind of king's breath, and there is a dull hair on the top of her golden hair. In addition, her hair is tied up with a blue ribbon, which looks like a noble girl in a medieval European court. Except for this picture. Next to him, he made a similar girl paper, but the other party was wearing a golden crown, a blue-bottomed white-edged dress, silver-bottomed armor with blue lines on the outside, and pure white long legs. His trousers, feet, and hands were completely covered by thick silver armor, and he wore a thick cloak, and he held a golden sword in his hand. The king's breath is unreservedly distributed. This is. Seeing such a situation, both Tony Stark and Peter Parker have a feeling of being amazed. She is obviously a two-dimensional character, but just looking at the picture makes people want to get close to her involuntarily. At this moment Tony Stark understands why so many otakus like the second-dimension girl paper. I have to say that the appeal of the two-dimensional sister paper is indeed very strong. Advertisement. Saber. Qin Feng said indifferently. Isn't it Xiaobai? Peter Parker on the side asked suspiciously. I have to pay attention to it. The image of the intelligent program can only change, right? Clothes, etc., can only change, right? Qin Feng glared at Peter Parker, and then at Tony Stark asked. Well, yes, there is no problem at all. Tony Stark said without hesitation. In addition, not only the clothes can be changed, but also the voice and so on, definitely, in fact, the appearance and so on. If you are dissatisfied or tired of watching it later, you can also let Saber convert by himself. That's it, make it for me. Qin Feng nodded, then said to Tony Stark again after 380 hours. So Tony Stark started to operate for Qin Feng again. The initial image of the smart program was immediately confirmed, and the roar setting was changed according to Qin Feng's request. Master. When Qin Feng set the exclusive name Roar, whether it was Tony Stark or Qin Feng, the eyes that looked at Qin Feng were very strange. They all look at each other. I just feel that Qin Feng's hobby is really special. Owner. He even asked such a girl to call him master. Tisk tisk, it seems that subconsciously, Qin Feng prefers the tune of conquest. Judging from the situation of this two-dimensional girl, the other party looks heroic at first glance, and her body still exudes the breath of a king. Is a king. As a result, it was set by Qin Feng and must be called Roar his master. This is not what a conquest tune is. Qin Feng, so you like this kind of thing? If you have time, I will introduce a few princesses to you. As long as you have the ability, you can ask them to call you master. Tony Stark looked at Qin Feng with a smile and said. Qin Feng was speechless. I'm too lazy to explain why I set the master's exclusive name Roar. Chapter 70. After a while, in the void of the room, a holographic projection portrait appeared, which was the saber image set by Qin Feng. It was exactly the same as the saber in his memory. Okay, the matter is finally settled. In the future, you can not only let Saber manage the villa for you, but at the same time, you can let her supervise you on mobile phone calls, internet access, etc., and you can also ask her to do some things for you. With the image of Saber, Tony Stark said to Qin Feng with a smile. It is said to build a smart housekeeper for Qin Feng, but in fact, it is a big upgrade for Qin Feng's villa, holographic projection screen, and various smart devices. No way, if you don't build these things, the effect of intelligent programs is, in a way, greatly reduced. Take projection, for example. Projecting on a computer and holographic projection in the void are naturally two differences. This kind of technology, although it is nothing in the Marvel world, but ordinary civilians or something, if they do not have super technical ability, they are generally unlucky to enjoy. Well, thank you Tony. Qin Feng nodded with satisfaction. You're welcome. Tony Stark laughed, and then changed the conversation. Since the smart programs are all set, let's go out for a walk and take you two to have a good time. You can just go, I don't need it. Peter Parker quickly refused when he heard this. No need, little Spider-Man, it's Saturday, don't tell me you have something important to do. Tony Stark. Well, nothing today. Peter Parker. If there's nothing to do, then you refuse to do anything. Tony Stark. I want to train more with the fighting ability, but my fighting ability is still not strong enough. Peter Parker. So hard. Tony Stark looked at Peter Parker in surprise, then said, although hard work is good, strength is not something that can be achieved overnight. Go out to play today, and after today, if you really want to improve your strength, I will arrange an agency for you to train you. With your current situation, it is not only because you should train your combat ability, but at the same time, you should also use your ability rationally and give full play to it. Hard work alone is not enough. This. Peter Parker hesitated. As the saying goes, he is embarrassed to accept the benefits of Tony Stark. Advertisement? Don't talk about it, the matter is settled like this. The person I was going to introduce to you before was Tony. Since Tony took the initiative to introduce you to the training institution, then you can ask Tony to introduce it to you. Qin Feng tapped Peter Parker's shoulder with his hand. Qin Feng is right, hee, little Spider-Man, we are all friends now, there is no shame in accepting help from friends, and with my financial resources, anything that can be done with money is not a problem, it doesn't cost you a lot of money to let you train or something. Tony Stark laughed. After saying this, he didn't say much, and walked out of the villa. Seeing this, Qin Feng chose to follow. Peter Parker looked at Qin Feng and Tony Stark, thought about it, and followed. As for the robot that Tony Stark brought before, it was left in Qin Feng's house by Tony Stark. This robot was also given to Qin Feng by Tony Stark. Not to mention particularly smart, but sweeping the floor, tidying up some things, etc., is still completely fine. There are a lot of robots like this in Tony Stark's lab. Many times, when he does experiments, some robots help him complete it. Next, Tony Stark took Qin Feng and Peter Parker and ran to Chi-Chi. Gambling, picking up girls, clubbing, all kinds of chic. It shows the rotten life of the upper class. Paper drunk. People can't help but immerse themselves in it. This kind of life, ordinary people, simply do not have the financial resources to maintain. So many people keep trying to climb up. Various celebrities, courtesans, opened the eyes of both Peter Parker and Qin Feng. Some people who are very decent in the newspapers show a different side in private. Among them, the impact on Peter Parker is the biggest. Peter Parker is still a virgin. Although there are girls who have secret crushes in school, they are afraid to confess. Advertisement. Result. After I came out to play with Tony Stark, there were some goddess-level girl papers that were out of reach before, and they came over. Among them are the girls who are popular in film and television. Peter Parker couldn't let go at first, but soon, he was immersed in it. After all, he is now a Spider-Man, with confidence and confidence. Soon, relying on his good physical fitness and reaction, he became a star character who can speak, and showed a series of incredible hip-hop moves, which made many girls scream again and again. This play is most of the time. In the blink of an eye, it was 9 o'clock in the evening. Qin Feng and Tony Stark were sitting at the bar at this time, drinking wine. As for Peter Parker, this will be on the stage not far away, dancing with a nice girl. Haha, little Spider-Man let go very quickly, it's hard to imagine that when he first brought him out, he was still a shy boy. Peter Parker said to Qin Feng with a smile. He has been suppressed for too long. Before, he didn't gain strength. He was just a diosy and was often bullied by his classmates. Now, he is a Spider-Man who is admired by many people. He has a presumptuous and confident confidence. Feng laughed. Well, I really envy you, good money, people who have good power. Tony Stark nodded and followed the group with a sigh. When your exoskeleton armor is fully developed, you won't be envious. Qin Feng. Come on, no surprises, you'll see the finished product tomorrow. Tony Stark. Then I'll wait and see. Qin Feng. Yeah. Tony Stark nodded and followed the conversation. However, as for the space equipment you mentioned, I still have no clue. Do you have any information on this? 5. No. Qin Feng shrugged. That's really disappointing. Tony Stark. Well, I'll take you to meet someone, she should have the information you want. Qin Feng's eyes moved, and he said to Tony Stark. Oh? Who? Tony Stark's eyes lit up. Ancient One. Qin Feng. Chapter 71. Ancient One? Who is that? Tony Stark was surprised, the thoughts racing in his mind, wondering if he had heard of this name before, but he thought about it quickly, but found that he had never heard of it at all. It stands to reason that if it is really a professor or doctor of space, he should not have never heard of it. Sorcerer Supreme Ancient One, an extremely powerful and mysterious magician on Earth, Qin Feng said. Magician? Is there really such a magician on Earth? Tony Stark was shocked again. Since there are hell creatures, gods, and mutants, why can't there be magicians? Qin Feng laughed. That's true. But, I really didn't know such a thing before. Tony Stark. Many things are secrets, and only those who have entered the circle know about it. Although you were famous before, but you didn't enter a special circle, you naturally didn't know it. Definitely, because you haven't conducted any investigations in this area before. For the sake of. Otherwise. With the financial resources of your History Stark group, I really want to investigate some things that ordinary people don't know, not to mention that I can definitely investigate it, at least I can drop some cobweb traces, and it will not be as shocking as it is now. 35 Qin Feng. Ahem. I really haven't investigated these things much before. Although mutants are good, but as far as I know, some of the mutants have the same strength, so I didn't pay too much attention to it. Tony Stark. Qin Feng smiled and didn't comment much. He understood Tony Stark's old thinking. In the past, when he reached the peak of his life, he was intoxicated with money, and his sisters posted all kinds of backwards. He was like a spotlight when he walked there. He has his own area. In his own exclusive field, it has almost reached the extreme. Under such circumstances, how could he possibly investigate some myths and legends, some incredible things? In other words, even if it is an investigation, it is just a taste of it, and it is too lazy to delve into it. How powerful is that Sorcerer Supreme Ancient One? Are you more powerful? Tony Stark asked Qin Feng again after changing the conversation. She is proficient in time and space magic, and has lived for at least thousands of years. She is one of the Asgardians in the darkness of the earth. You say how powerful she is? Qin Feng. CFCF, having lived for thousands of years, how long can humans live? Isn't this the realm of gods? Tony Stark was shocked. As long as it is a human being, there is no one who does not want to live forever, and who does not want to have an endless lifespan. Advertisement. Tony History Stark is naturally not immune to the same. At this moment, while he was shocked, his eyes couldn't help but glow with scorching heat. Seeing Tony Stark like this, Qin Feng was startled, followed by relief. The current Tony, he has not yet become Iron Man completely, he has not yet competed against God, he has not experienced too much, and his longing for longevity is naturally a normal thing. At the same time of relief, Qin Feng's eyes couldn't help but become weird. Because, he suddenly thought of something. Today's Ancient One is looking for a successor. Although the destined heir should be Doctor Strange, if Tony Stark saw the Ancient One step before Doctor Strange, and showed the same good ability, as well as the protection and respect for everything, what would happen to the Ancient One? Choose? What will be the fate of Tony Stark? I won't turn Iron Man Tony Stark into a magician Tony Stark. Is that Tony History Stark or Tony History Stark? But after thinking about it carefully, Qin Feng followed with a dumb smile. I just think too much. Tony Stark is a genius, he has extremely powerful ability and love for the manufacture of arms and weapons, various super powerful inventions. Even if he became a magician, Tony Stark's first thought was how to enchant his exoskeleton armor to make his exoskeleton armor more powerful. An Iron Man with magical abilities? Qin Feng was suddenly stunned. Such a picture, I can't imagine it. Just thinking about what kind of combat power such Iron Man can exert, it makes people look forward to it. To a certain extent, Ancient One is indeed a godlike existence. Qin Feng said with a smile. That's really hard to resist seeing her for the first time. Tony Stark's eyes flashed. Since you want to see her for the first time, let's go, we'll find her right now. Qin Feng. Advertisement. Let's go here, aren't you ready? Tony Stark. What to prepare? There is nothing to prepare. She doesn't care about the details. Qin Feng said with a smile, and after saying this, he walked towards the stage, quickly walked to Parker's position, and patted Parker's hand with his shoulders, then gave him a wink, and walked off the stage. Seeing this, Peter Parker immediately smiled at the girl who was dancing with him, and then followed Qin Feng. Returned to Tony Stark's position with Qin Feng. What's wrong Qin Feng? What happened? After returning here, Peter Parker asked Qin Feng curiously. Stark and I are going to leave here. Do you continue to be cool here or leave with us? Qin Feng. Leaving with you, of course. Peter Parker. Let's go then. Qin Feng didn't have any ink marks and walked directly towards the door. Peter Parker and Tony Stark followed suit. After walking out the door, the three of them walked towards the position of the car and walked a little distance. Qin Feng looked around, then stretched out his hands, grabbed Peter Parker and Tony Stark respectively, and disappeared from the spot. Not see. The reappearance is already at a door. This is an inconspicuous-looking portal, and the doorway, opposite this doorway, is a temple that looks extremely luxurious and magnificent. Also, it's daytime here. The time here is 10 in the morning. It's not like Xinghuo, at 9 o'clock in the evening. What means is this? Tony Stark was once again shocked by Qin Feng's ability. It was night before, but now it has become day. Obviously, it is no longer in the Star Country area, otherwise, there would not be such a big change in the time difference. It's just a blink of an eye, across a country, but across continents. Such an ability is simply terrifying. Chapter 72. Not only did Tony Stark open his eyes, but so did Peter Parker. That's the difference. Such an ability, Peter Parker simply does not know. If he fought Qin Feng, Peter Parker knew at this moment that even if his strength was exactly the same as Qin Feng, he would not be able to help Qin Feng at all. As far as Qin Feng's special ability is concerned, unless his space ability is restricted, it is impossible to do anything to him. Why are you looking at me like that? Qin Feng said to Peter Parker and Tony Stark with a smile. Where is this place? Or which country is it? Tony Stark. This is the location where the Sorcerer Supreme Ancient One lives. As for the kingdom, it is of course the state. Qin Feng said without hesitation. In the blink of an eye, from Star Country to, that's incredible. Tony Stark. Yeah, really shocking. Peter Parker. This is nothing to be shocked by. I will take you to see Ancient One later. If you can be favored by her and let her pass on your magic, then you can also have this method. Ancient One has a special arbitrary door magic that can open the space portal, allowing people to travel around the world and even the universe. Qin Feng said with a smile. Real. There is such magic. Whether it was Tony Stark or Peter Parker, they couldn't help but open their eyes again, and while they opened their eyes, there were expectations and doubts in their eyes. The doubtful person is, of course, Peter Parker. Because he didn't know about the Sorcerer Supreme Ancient One, Qin Feng just told Tony Stark about this before, but he didn't tell him. Qin Feng smiled and didn't answer, then stepped forward and knocked on the door. As he knocked on the door, he saw a black man in a practice uniform, opening the door and walking out. The moment he saw the other party, Qin Feng had already recognized the other party. Lord Mordo. Advertisement. One of Ancient One's disciples. Are you the ones waiting for Ancient One? When Qin Feng recognized Baron Mordo, Mordo would also look at Qin Feng and the three of them curiously. Confused about the three. That's right. Qin Feng replied. Not surprisingly, the Ancient One knew what they had come to do. With the strength and realm of Ancient One, if she came to her door, she didn't even know that if someone came, then she didn't deserve to be the Sorcerer Supreme Ancient One. After all, this is her dojo. Please come with me. With Qin Feng's response, Modu nodded, then stepped aside, motioning Qin Feng and others to follow him in. Qin Feng and the others naturally followed Baron Mordo without any hesitation. Although from the outside, the door of the practice hall is very simple, the inside is not so good. But in fact, after really stepping into it, here is a different scene. Pavilions and pavilions. Not to mention luxury, but it is refreshing, and the mind can't help becoming serene. After walking all the way, they came to a hall. When coming here, I saw Ancient One, dressed in a golden robe and with its iconic bald head, sitting beside the coffee table in the hall, brewing tea. Beside her, there was an old man with white hair and a discolored beard, who looked extremely immortal. Ordinary people come here, if they see the situation in front of them, they will immediately think that the old man is the Sorcerer Supreme Ancient One. In fact, not only ordinary people, but even Peter Parker and Tony Stark at this meeting, after seeing such a situation, their eyes were subconsciously locked on the one who looked very immortal for the first time. On the old man with wind-duct bones. There is a certain enthusiasm and anticipation in his eyes. Although they had never thought that they would come here before. But Qin Feng just said that the Sorcerer Supreme Ancient One has a special magic that allows people to travel through space at will. If they can learn it, it will definitely have huge amounts of benefits for them. Qin Feng, have you figured it out and are finally willing to learn magic with me? When Peter Parker and Tony Stark looked at the immortal old man, Ancient One suddenly smiled at Qin Feng asked. Advertisement? You think too much. I'm just here to visit you. In addition, I'll take my two friends to see if they have the chance to learn magic from you. Qin Feng said with a smile. 4 flowers. You can see through the future, of course, because they all have their own specific destiny, they have no relationship with me. Ancient One glanced at Tony Stark and Peter Parker, and then said to Qin Feng indifferently. What about me? You and I are in the future segment, aren't we equally unrelated? You know who your destined successor is, but why do you want me to learn magic? Since you can change like this, why can't the fate of the two of them be changed? If they come here with me, then they are destined with you and with magic. Qin Feng said with a smile. Haha. You are sophistry, but it's a bit interesting. You have to say it, but it's actually right. Ancient One laughed. 0. And with Qin Feng's conversation with Ancient One, Peter Parker and Tony Stark will understand who the real Ancient One is. After realizing this, the two looked at each other. Unexpectedly, the bald woman in front of me is the Sorcerer Supreme Ancient One. After understanding such a thing, the two couldn't help but raise their doubts. From the outside, the Ancient One in front of me is also very old, and she doesn't seem to have any strength. Does she really possess the magic that enables people to teleport in space? Sit down. After Ancient One smiled, he motioned Qin Feng and the three to sit down. Qin Feng didn't have any ink marks and walked over directly, and then Tony Shi and Stark Peter Parker followed. And as he sat there, Master Ancient One, I'll step back first. The old man who looked immortal stood up abruptly, gave Ancient One a salute, and then stepped back. At the same time, he brought Mordu, who came in here with them. The Baron also retreated. In this room, there are only Ancient One and Qin Feng left. Hello Ancient One Magician, I'm Tony Stark. After the others retreated, Tony Stark introduced himself to Ancient One with a smile. Well, I know you, a world-renowned super dude. Ancient One glanced at Tony Stark before speaking. 66, Tony Shi Stark Dry. Chapter 73. It is not once or twice that it is said that Playboy is a playboy. After all, Tony Stark was originally a veritable playboy. But Tony Stark really did not expect that Sorcerer Supreme, who is known to have lived for thousands of years, is good at space and time magic, and is one of the secret protectors of the Earth, would even say that he had heard of him and knew that he was extremely famous. Playboy. Make Tony Stark a little embarrassed. Definitely, just a little bit. Following Tony Shi Stark returned to normal, smiled and said to Ancient One, yes, I am that Tony Shi Stark, but I am not a super playboy, I am fraternity. To be able to describe Huaxin in such a refreshing and refined way, Shi Stark, in this respect, you are also amazing. You are exactly the same as your 380 father. Ancient One. I'm just stating a fact, and besides, do you know my father? Tony Stark said with a smile, looking at Ancient One curiously. I have paid attention to him before, and he is considered a little guy with good abilities, but as for his private life, it is unpleasant. Ancient One. Tony Stark didn't know what to say. It's weird to look as weird as it gets. It was the first time I heard someone say that my father was also a little guy. Sweat. And Ancient One ignored Tony Stark's strange expression, looked at Tony Shi Stark again, shook his head, didn't say anything, then looked at Peter Parker again, you are also a very good person. An interesting little guy who was bitten by a spider, thus mutating and possessing a series of abilities of spiders. Unfortunately, you are not strong enough to develop your own strength, otherwise, your strength is far more than it is now. Also ask the Ancient One Magician for guidance. 39 Peter Parker. Ancient One didn't answer, but looked at Qin Feng, you brought them here, do you really want them to learn magic with me? Tony is developing an exoskeleton armor recently, which involves the issue of space equipment. With Ancient One, you have mastered the space ability, I believe you have relevant information here to help him. Qin Feng said, and the conversation changed again. Definitely, it would be great if you could teach them magic. I do have space-related information here. If Shi Stark is interested, I can give it to you. As for magic, you really have no relationship with me. Ancient One said with a smile. The previous words made Tony Stark very happy, but the words behind Ancient One made Tony Stark a little disappointed, not only Tony Stark, but Peter Parker as well. Advertisement. Hehe, don't be disappointed too much, you have your own destiny, even if you don't learn magic from me, you can become extremely powerful. Besides, hehe, although you and I have no fate, you can't learn magic from me, but... As Qin Feng said, meeting is fate, and it is fate that you can come here. Well, I can teach you a space teleportation magic, I believe you will all be interested, but, I can teach you, but there is a premise. Ancient One said again with a smile. What premise? Tony Stark. Yeah, what premise? Peter Parker also looked at Ancient One curiously. Ancient One looked at Qin Feng and said, it's okay to teach you space magic, but you have to convince Qin Feng to learn magic from me. 99. Tony Stark. Peter Parker. Whether it was Tony Stark or Peter Parker, they were shocked and speechless at the same time. What's the situation? They wanted to learn magic from the Ancient One, which the Ancient One didn't teach. Listening to Ancient One's meaning, she wanted to teach Qin Feng magic, but Qin Feng did not learn it. This is really upside down. Make them cry. Then they all turned their eyes to Qin Feng. I don't know how to speak to Qin Feng. Glancing at Qin Feng for a while, they both fell silent. Based on the strength and contact they have shown Qin Feng, it is obvious that Qin Feng is not a person who likes trouble. Moreover, his strength was already strong from the beginning. Since he doesn't study, there is naturally a reason why he doesn't study. Naturally, they should not force Qin Feng, and they are not qualified to force Qin Feng. Advertisement. So after being silent for a while, both Tony Stark and Peter Parker gave up learning space teleportation magic from Ancient One. Although, in fact, they all want to learn. After all, after learning this space teleportation magic, you can quickly reciprocate around the world in the future. Whether it is fighting crime, or doing some other things, it is more convenient. Why do you have to let me learn magic from you? I've said it many times, I'm really not interested, you should go to your destined successor. 35 Qin Feng also looked at Ancient One with a dumbfounded expression. I really don't know what Ancient One is obsessed with. Doctor Strange, isn't it a pretty good heir candidate? I will look for him, but you are indeed suitable for learning magic with me, little guy. I don't understand why you are making excuses. Your power is indeed special, and it is indeed very strong, but you need to learn one more skill, isn't it good for you? And I didn't say, let you bear the responsibility. Just purely wanting you to learn magic. Ancient One said with a smile. I don't believe you. In this world, there is no free pie and free lunch. It is definitely a troublesome thing to take your teaching. Qin Feng. How can people live in the world without going through trouble or causing trouble? Even if you don't provoke trouble, there will be trouble. 2.5. This is the development of rule, and no one can escape it. Ancient One. But at least, you can take the initiative to avoid some trouble. Qin Feng. Hehe, well, I don't ask you to follow me to learn, as long as you watch while I teach these two little guys. Ancient One smiled and followed the conversation. This. Qin Feng was stunned for a moment, and followed his thoughts. Fine. Then Qin Feng nodded and responded. In this case, it's not too late, let's start now. Ancient One heard Qin Feng's response, and there was no ink, and he said. Her words made Peter Parker and Tony Stark's eyes light up. Chapter 74. Then Ancient One stood up from her position. After standing up, with a wave of her right hand, a space portal suddenly appeared in front of her. At the same time that the space portal appeared, Ancient One stepped into it. Disappeared instantly. This is? Is this space magic? Tony Stark and Peter Parker couldn't help but widen their eyes. Well, yes, this is space magic, let's go, keep up. Qin Feng said, stepping into the space portal that did not disappear, also disappeared from the sight of Tony Stark and Peter Parker. Seeing this, Tony Stark's eyes glowed with scorching heat, and his eyes were extremely bright. As a super scientist with excellent abilities. A being who likes to study the truth. At this moment, Tony Stark has a great interest in this space portal, this magic. Then, without any hesitation, he stepped into the space portal and disappeared. 25. Seeing Tony Stark leave like this, Peter Parker quickly followed. The next moment. A library. Peter Parker suddenly found himself here, and when he appeared here, Qin Feng, Ancient One, Tony Stark, who had stepped into the space portal and disappeared, also appeared here. Although I just decided to teach you two little guys space teleportation magic, if you want to use magic, you must first understand what magic is and understand some basic magic knowledge, so you should read the book here first. After Peter Parker also appeared here, Ancient One said to Peter Parker and Tony Stark with a smile. While saying this, he gave Qin Feng a focused look. Just following her glance, Qin Feng suddenly had a feeling that he was in a trap. However, as soon as this feeling arose, Qin Feng pouted. If Ancient One is really determined to pit him and throw Sorcerer Supreme's cauldron on his head, he will definitely throw the cauldron directly to Tony Stark in the next moment, regardless of whether it will affect the future development of Tony Stark towards. Advertisement. According to Qin Feng's idea, Tony Stark becomes the Sorcerer Supreme. It is absolutely possible. After all, Tony Stark's ability is extraordinary, and he is just, perfect, a savior-like existence, and an extremely good genius protagonist. Thinking of this, Qin Feng's mood suddenly improved a lot. Speaking of which, the Marvel plot is too complicated and has a lot of timelines. Even if he has seen a lot of Marvel plots, he can't say that he has an absolute and complete understanding of the Marvel plots. I don't know if Tony Stark actually became a Xeon magician in a certain timeline. Maybe, throwing the pot to Tony Stark himself didn't affect him, and I'm not sure. Thinking of this, Qin Feng narrowed his eyes, followed by a sudden whim, and suddenly activated his eighth sense. With the activation of the eighth sense, Qin Feng suddenly fell into that strange perception again. Present, past, future, this moment seems to be totally insightful. With this activation, he turned his gaze to Tony Stark. Then, Qin Feng was startled suddenly. At this moment, he suddenly saw a picture. That's a picture of Tony Stark's future. In that picture, Tony Stark turned out to be a Sorcerer Supreme dressed-up image, although his image still has an exoskeleton armor, but it is obviously a combination of magic and technology. As soon as I saw this picture, it disappeared. If Qin Feng was not very clear, when his eighth sense was activated, the pictures he saw couldn't be an illusion, and he almost thought that what he saw was an illusion. Tony will actually become the Sorcerer Supreme on a certain timeline. Qin Feng widened his eyes. Before asking Tony Stark to come to find Ancient One, he also thought that he might change the direction of Tony Stark. After a long time, in fact, this is not a change, but on a certain timeline, Tony Stark will really become a Sorcerer Supreme. P.S. Con, because some children's shoes in the book review have made comments on the previous training of Spider-Man, the author did not change their power direction too much, and asked Tony Stark to come to Ancient One, just to get it out in advanced space equipment. The result, well, thanks to the I really want to go to Gensokyo children's shoes, and the reminder of Yanzi children's shoes, Beidou searched. Indeed, at a certain timeline, Tony Stark became Sorcerer Supreme. Since he originally had the timeline to become Sorcerer Supreme, it would be interesting to bring him here this time. This kind of situation made Qin Feng feel interesting, but he couldn't help shaking his head, and then turned his eyes to Ancient One. Followed by a little speechless to Ancient One. It is said that men are big hooves. The woman is obviously a big pig's hoof. Advertisement. Too bad Ancient One just said Tony Stark and Peter Parker didn't get along with him. Since Tony Stark can become Sorcerer Supreme at a certain timeline, and belongs to the same vein of Sorcerer Supreme, how can it be said that it is missed? Just as Qin Feng looked at Ancient One like this, Ancient One immediately sensed the situation, then turned his gaze towards Qin Feng, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Then with a wave of his right hand, 2 magic books, thinking of Tony Stark and Peter Parker, flew over and fell into their hands respectively. Read the book yourself first, don't worry, you can understand the text inside. Ancient One said, glanced at Qin Feng, and walked towards the depths of the library. Seeing this, Qin Feng chose to follow 380. After the two walked forward, they came to a stone platform. When I came here, I saw a gem on this stone platform. That's a pretty special gem. However, the moment people see it, they can't help being attracted by it, and can't help but want to immerse in it. To get it, possess it. I couldn't help but feel the breath of time. Time gem. Seeing such a situation, Qin Feng murmured. Yes, it is time gem. Ancient One said with a smile. Can I take a closer look at it? Qin Feng. No problem at all. Ancient One. Then Qin Feng stepped forward, and from the stone platform, he took out the time gem that was placed in the groove specially made by the stone platform. I saw that the time gem was now mistaken for a necklace. Carry it on your body. When Qin Feng held the time gem, Qin Feng's pupils shrank suddenly. The 8th sense of the small universe couldn't help being urged. Then, scenes suddenly appeared in Qin Feng's mind. The earlier glimpses of Tony Stark reappeared. In that scene, Qin Feng met Tony Stark again and became Sorcerer Supreme. Real existence. Chapter 75. Besides Tony Stark, he also saw some other pictures. It's so dreamy that people can't believe it's real. Roar. After looking at it for a while, Qin Feng stopped such behavior. You really can see through the future. When you first came into contact with Time Gem, you can actually see the future picture with Time Gem. You are really suitable for practicing magic. 35. As Qin Feng got out of the picture, Ancient One said to Qin Feng with a smile. When he said this, the look in Qin Feng's eyes was very curious. Although Time Gem has the ability to let people see the future, but it also needs to cooperate with time magic. And Qin Feng can see the future picture just by holding the Time Gem, which is quite abnormal. In the future picture I saw, Tony clearly became the Sorcerer Supreme on a certain timeline. Since he can become the Sorcerer Supreme on a certain timeline, why do you say that he has no relationship with you? 33. Qin Feng did not answer Ancient One's words, but changed the subject and asked Ancient One. In a certain timeline, he did become a Sorcerer Supreme, but not every timeline, he is a Sorcerer Supreme, and he became a Sorcerer Supreme, and he was not taught by me, naturally it has nothing to do with me, missed me. Ancient One. It's really an unconvincing reason. Qin Feng. There is nothing convincing or unconvincing, he has the qualifications to become Sorcerer Supreme, but now let him become Sorcerer Supreme, it may not be a good thing for him, he is not perfect without going through everything, his way is in the future, not the present, is his destiny. Ancient One. Fate can be changed. Qin Feng. It's true, but I'm too tired. I don't want to get into trouble anymore, just like you don't want to get into trouble. If you want to change, you can train him after you become Sorcerer Supreme. Ancient One. You still want me to take the blame for you, it's impossible. Qin Feng was speechless, then looked at Ancient One angrily. I said, what the hell is going on with you, why do you have to hold me? Come on, even if you don't want Stark to be the Sorcerer Supreme, you can go to Doctor Strange, Stephen Strange. 5. Hehe, you think too much, I didn't hold you down, I just gave you a suggestion, I didn't force you to inherit Sorcerer Supreme. Definitely, if you want to be Sorcerer Supreme, it's even better, you are completely, it can be considered that this is an old guy's curiosity and bad taste. Ancient One laughed. Advertisement? I don't understand, what exactly do you value about me? Qin Feng was puzzled, and was really puzzled about this. I can't see through your future, I can't spy on your time segment. Even if you use this time gem and use time magic, it's the same. In addition, you just held the time gem yourself, so you shouldn't have seen anything about you. Your own future. Ancient One. Hi. Qin Feng narrowed his eyes, and his thoughts turned rapidly. Just because of this. Qin Feng. This is enough. In the universe, although not all creatures, I can see the future of each other, but at least I can see some fragments, pictures. Unlike you, I can't see your past at all, and a little bit of the future picture, as if, in the long river of time, you have already jumped out. You, like this, represent infinite possibilities. Represents unlimited potential. In addition, your strength is very special, so I want you to learn magic with me. This kind of learning does not make you responsible, you can completely regard it as an investment I have made in you. One day in the future, you can take care of my lineage. Ancient One said with a smile. Qin Feng was silent. At this moment, my heart was relieved. He said why from the first time Ancient One saw him, he wanted him to learn magic along with him. It turned out that it was because Ancient One couldn't see through his future. It was only at this moment that he knew that the Ancient One could not see through his future. After thinking for a while, Qin Feng already understood why. His ability is that he can transform into a strong man in the heavens and the world every day. And this kind of transformation is random, and it is impossible to know who will transform into the next day. And how strong is it? But one thing is very clear, that is, since he can transform into all the powerhouses in the heavens and the world, one of them must have the ability to prevent others from spying on the timeline. With just one point, it is naturally difficult for others to see through his time. Advertisement. See through his past and future. This kind of insight has given Qin Feng a better understanding of the power of his gold finger. This is really a powerful ability. In this case, he doesn't need to worry about any powerful existence, seeing through his past and future is not good for him. Okay, let's not talk about this, if you like time gem, you can give it to you. Ancient One said to Qin Feng with a smile. You'd better keep it for yourself, old woman, you are really bad, and you want me to take the blame. Qin Feng gave Ancient One an angry look again. Time gem is really good though. But it's the same as in some terrific novels. This thing has a cause and effect. Getting this thing means that to get involved with Dormammu, you must clean up Dormammu. Although, the group. If Dormammu really invaded the earth, Qin Feng would definitely take care of him too. But it doesn't mean that Qin Feng is willing to touch something, and not, good money, have to get involved with that guy. After glancing at Ancient One, Qin Feng waved it casually, and saw that time gem fell towards the stone platform where it was originally in full bloom, and was reinserted in the groove. After doing this, Qin Feng turned around and left. Ancient One smiled and followed Qin Feng. As soon as he caught up with Qin Feng, Ancient One frowned and said to Qin Feng, I have some things that need to be dealt with. You and the two little guys should read the book here first, and come back. I will officially instruct them on space magic. After saying this, without waiting for Qin Feng to answer, she saw Ancient One waved her right hand, and a space portal appeared, and then she stepped into it with her hands on her back, and instantly disappeared from Qin Feng's sight. What made Ancient One leave? Qin Feng was a little curious when he saw such a situation. He couldn't help but move his eyes, and then directly followed Ancient One. Chapter 76. Qin Feng followed Ancient One, but did not leave through the space portal where Ancient One left. Because when Ancient One left, the space portal was directly closed. It is not like before, waiting for Peter Parker and others to arrive at the library, and it has been opened. The ability he casts is teleportation. In addition, activate the eighth sense, activate the Alaya consciousness, search for psychokinesis, and then lock the location of the Ancient One. This is a street. When Qin Feng came here, he saw that Ancient One would be in this place. While she was here, on the street opposite her, there was a middle-aged man with dark circles under his eyes and wearing a training uniform, and behind the middle-aged man was a group of people who were also wearing training clothes, both male and female. Each of them gives the impression that it is not simple. There is an air of magic. All are magician. I said why Ancient One suddenly left, it was because of these people, the guy with dark circles, no accident because Caecilius, Ancient One's student, also made Ancient One smooth sailing in the movie and let him kill him people. Qin Feng's eyes flickered, his thoughts turned slightly, and he recognized the identities of the leaders in front of him. Caecilius, turn around and give up your unwise behavior. Ancient One suddenly said to Caecilius when Qin Feng was looking at the situation in front of him. Shut up, you hypocritical person, I used to think that you were really selfless, but then I realized that you are an extremely hypocritical person at all. You asked us not to use magic to be too dry and reality to reverse our destiny, but what about you? Can you tell me, how did your long life come from? Why can you live long, but we can't? 33 Caecilius shouted to Ancient One coldly. You don't understand, if I can, I don't want such a long life. Ancient One sighed complicatedly. I don't understand? Ha ha ha. Ancient One, you are still as hypocritical as ever. What do I understand? Didn't you just draw dark power? Since you can draw dark power and have an endless lifespan, why can't I contact Dormammu? Also has endless lifespan and power. Caecilius said coldly, and while he laughed, he saw him approaching Ancient One. When I approached, I saw that the surrounding roads suddenly changed with huge amounts of change. Not only the road has changed, but also the houses and buildings of Zhoubang. I saw that the road suddenly bulged, and stairs were built, and the buildings next to it, the major buildings, were twisted one after another, like a Rubik's Cube, constantly shape-shifting and moving. Advertisement. Ordinary people standing here will be affected in an instant. If you are caught off guard, the battlefield changes, and if you are not careful, you will be caught and attacked. Qin Feng looked at the street, the house changed, and watched this scene with a little interest. Distorted reality. Change the character of everything. I have to say, in this regard, the power of magic is indeed very special. If it is dealing with ordinary people, use it in normal. Such magic can engulf an army in an instant. These buildings are not just distorted, they are completely transformed into magician weapons, which can kill people and devour people. Qin Feng clearly saw that in the process of changing the building, there were some ordinary people who were involved in it, panic in their eyes, and they were about to be hanged. This is the sadness of ordinary people living in the Marvel world. The weak have nothing to resist ability. This is a method comparable to natural disasters. It's like a sudden earthquake, and in a way, it's even scarier than an earthquake. This, scene made Qin Feng frown. At the same time as his brows were frowning, Ancient One suddenly thought about it. Those buildings and streets that had changed suddenly returned to normal, and at the same time that the surrounding environment returned to normal, the void suddenly changed. Mirror magic was cast at once by the Ancient One. Whether it was Caecilius and other magicians, or Qin Feng, they were all swept into the mirror magic. It's really hypocritical. What's the use of you getting us involved in this mirror magic? You can save them, but you can't drink them all your life. Obviously you are an evil magician, obviously you are. Don't you feel disgusted when you have absorbed the power of darkness, but you always like to do these hypocritical things. The void changed. Caecilius didn't have the slightest shock on his face, just looked at Ancient One coldly, and scolded him deliberately in a deep voice. Advertisement. Ancient One didn't answer, but turned around and looked at Qin Feng. Why are you here? Ancient One. Curiosity. 35 Qin Feng. 05 Ancient One smiled and continued, you shouldn't have come. 35. Hi. Qin Feng. Die. 99. Almost at the same time Qin Feng was puzzled, he saw Caecilius suddenly drink coldly. In the moment of the cold drink, with him as the center, a magic circle spurted out, flashing a dazzling light, and even more so. At the same time as the dazzling rays of light flashed, many buildings in the mirror space suddenly changed shape-shifting state and turned into a giant hand, facing Qin. The wind and Ancient One slapped upwards. In the instant of slapping up, Ancient One suddenly disappeared, leaving Qin Feng alone. Let Qin Feng face the attack head-on. Seeing such a scene, Qin Feng understood why Ancient One said he shouldn't come. Clearly, Ancient One was ready to hand over the battlefield to him. Tell him with the facts, watching the game and playing soy sauce will also be affected. Curling his lips slightly, Qin Feng didn't look much at the giant hand that was bombarded down by the building. With a random wave of his right hand, Qin Feng greeted the giant hand like chasing flies. Boom! Boom! Then the deafening explosion sounded, and under the deafening explosion sound, the giant hand that was bombarding the sky was directly bombarded and turned into powder. Who are you? You're not a magician? Not a new disciple who learned magic from Ancient One. Seeing Qin Feng blocking his attack Caecilius like this, he narrowed his eyes and asked Qin Feng with a deep voice. Just now, he saw Qin Feng appearing not far behind Ancient One, and Ancient One brought Qin Feng into this mirror space, which made him subconsciously think that Qin Feng was a disciple of Ancient One, so the first shot was to bring the two of them together. All affected. I don't want to. The power that this person is playing is not magical power, but physical power. Chapter 77. Who told you that I'm a disciple of Ancient One? Qin Feng glanced at Caecilius and said indifferently to him. At this moment, Qin Feng clearly felt that there was a terrifying power hidden in the body of Caecilius in front of him, but that power was not his own. It also has the breath of dark power. Apparently, this Caecilius also draws on dark powers. After thinking about it for a while, Qin Feng understood that this was a normal thing. In order to resist the invasion of Dormammu, the Ancient One resisted various evil creatures from entering the earth, and would even draw dark power to resist. And the Caecilius in front of him had already taken refuge in Dormammu. Now that he has taken refuge in Dormammu, how could Dormammu not lend him power and guide him on how to absorb dark power? Not everyone can absorb the power of darkness. Not everyone can be like the Ancient One. After absorbing the power of darkness, they can still maintain their original heart and not fall into the devil's way. Then who are you? Don't meddle in your own business, get out of here. Caecilius said again coldly. It's you who should get out. Qin Feng. I don't know who you are, whoever you are, kill him for me. Caecilius' face sank, and then he said to the many practitioners behind him. Almost as soon as his words fell, he saw many practitioners behind him, holding each other's hands in the air. There was a magic activation, and at the same time as the magic activation, magic weapons appeared in their hands one after another. Kill! Then I saw two of them, magician, who moved like a cheetah, and catapulted out, appearing in front of Qin Feng in the blink of an eye. One of them was armed with a long gun. The other was holding a long stick. When they appeared in front of Qin Feng, the magical weapons in their hands flashed with dazzling light, with magical power surging in the weapons, suddenly bursting out with extremely powerful energy, bombarding Qin Feng. Who gave you the courage to let you magic scumbags compete with me in melee combat? Qin Feng couldn't help being a little speechless when he saw such a situation. He stretched out his hands separately, and grabbed the attacking weapon directly. Go up! Between the lightning and flint, he grabbed the spear and long stick abruptly. At the same time as it was caught, the long spear and long stick seemed to be misfiring. The enormous power they carried suddenly became calm before they had time to erupt. How can that be? Sheet, what is this all about? Advertisement? The two magicians who shot were so shocked that they couldn't believe their eyes. They are very aware of how strong the magic power they are urging, and such power, breaking mountains and rocks, is not a problem at all. Now that he was caught directly behind the house in front of him with his bare hands, this is too wrong. Just when they were shocked, in the next instant, their bodies suddenly flew up uncontrollably. It turned out that in the flash of lightning, Qin Feng suddenly swung his weapon to affect them, and smashed them into the ground. On the ground. Pfft. 35. Crack, click. Boom. Year. With just this smash, a deafening explosion sounded, and then the ground with the smashed as the center exploded completely, sweeping 100 miles away. At the same time, the two smashed magicians spit out blood, their bones shattered, and then turned into a pool of flesh. During the process of being smashed to the ground, some magical powers appeared on their bodies, and some formed a magical protective shield. 1. The protective shield failed to protect them. When they were completely smashed to the ground, the magic hood was smashed to pieces. So there is a process of spraying blood first, then breaking bones, and then turning into flesh. Although these processes are actually completed in an instant. But even if the process is completed in an instant, it is not a process. Ordinary people can't see it, but these people in front of them are not ordinary people. Hateful. Elsa. Jackson. Kill him. 35. Avenge Elsa's and the others. 66.99. When the other magicians saw these two magicians rushing over, they became like this, their expressions changed greatly, and anger appeared in many of their eyes. Then in the next instant, several magicians rushed towards Qin Feng again. There is a woman holding two swords. There is a bald man with an axe. Advertisement. There is a man with a long knife. Seeking flowers. Various weapons. And no matter what kind of weapons they are holding, one thing is the same, that is, the weapons they hold all contain magical power and have amazing magical attacks. Seeing these people kill them, Qin Feng sneered. At the same time, the expression on his face was even more speechless. When I was watching the movie before, Qin Feng wanted to complain very much. Seeing these people attacking like this, he felt that there were too many points. You say you are a good magician and possess the power of magic, so you can just launch magic attacks from a distance. If you have to learn warriors, what is the stock of melee attack? Even if the magical power of these people can be used on weapons, they can be used on their own bodies, so that their attack power, reflection speed, and physical strength are far beyond ordinary people. But when you play close to a soldier, is it too much for the longevity star to eat arsenic and seek death? After being speechless, in the next instant, Qin Feng's eyes flashed coldly, and psychokinesis suddenly activated, the small universe erupted, and then an incomparably terrifying and powerful aura suddenly spread out in all directions. With the spread. Crack. Puff. Boom. Immediately, I saw the magicians rushing up, many of them suddenly stiffened, and then the bones on their bodies suddenly shattered. Breath pressing. One of the abilities that these Saint Seiyaki possess. This kind of ability, in fact, most of the saints will. However, not all Saint Seiya can be as powerful as Iki. You don't need to do it yourself, you only need breath pressure, you can make people's bodies explode and die directly. Under the pressure of this kind of breath, it was just a blink of an eye, and when I saw the magician rushing up, there were only 3 people left, and there was no death. However, although they did not die, blood was overflowing from the corners of their mouths, and their bodies were cracked. In addition, their bodies were still alive. Trembling non-stop, a pair of eyes looked at Qin Feng with incomparable horror and fear. At this moment, they only felt as if they were locked by God. Make them creepy, let them not give birth to the slightest resistance. It's not a one-level fight at all. Chapter 78. While the 3 magicians were terrified and trembling, they couldn't resist for a long time, and their bodies also exploded, following in the footsteps of those who exploded before. How can it be so strong? What a terrible strength! What is this ability? Damn! 6699. In such a situation, the remaining magicians looked at each other in dismay, trembling with fear. Even Caecilius had obvious fear in his eyes, and his expression was extremely solemn. Very strong. At this moment, Caecilius clearly perceives that Qin Feng's strength is very strong. This is an extremely dangerous figure. He didn't understand how such a guy got to know Ancient One, and he would actually help Ancient One. What kind of 393 are you? This is a battle between our magicians and an internal battle of my Sorcerer Supreme lineage. It has nothing to do with you, Your Excellency. Why do you want to intervene in such things? Under the fear, Caecilius immediately followed Shen Sheng and shouted to Qin Feng. I interfered? Did I interfere? I just made a soy sauce and watched the show, but you attacked me as soon as you came up, and now you are attacking. You attacked me first, but first you said I interfered. Did your brain get caught in the door, or did you grow a pig brain? Qin Feng said to Caecilius angrily. Caecilius was startled, then his face turned dark. It was the first time someone dared to scold him in front of him. Even Ancient One has never scolded him like this, scolded him. In other words, before today, if someone dared to scold him like this, he would definitely pay the other party a heavy price, and he would definitely let the other party understand what an unprovoked existence he was scolding. But this moment, Caecilius looked dark, but he held back. Qin Feng like this made him feel too dangerous. Advertisement. Let him subconsciously not be in conflict with him again. Just want to stay away from each other. Qin Feng faintly gave him the same feeling he had when facing Dormammu. I'm sorry, it's my fault, I apologize to you, and ask my friend to step aside. After forbearing the matter, Caecilius followed up and said to Qin Feng. A look of apology and peace of mind. Seeing Caecilius like this, Qin Feng couldn't help but glance at Caecilius. I really didn't expect that this guy would choose to endure like this. Isn't this guy very arrogant in the movie? After all, with Dormammu's backing behind him, he has mastered a powerful dark power. I only thought of an apology at this time, it's too late, okay, if you have any means to quickly take it out, otherwise, you will die here today. Qin Feng glanced at Caecilius a little more, and then said. Although he really had no interest in intervening at first, he just came to see what the Ancient One had left. But, since this Caecilius took the initiative to shoot him, and this guy also colluded with Dormammu, ready to destroy the earth. It's fine if he didn't meet him. Since he met him, wouldn't it be a natural thing to kill him? Your Excellency, are you arguing? Caecilius looked gloomy. What can you do if I don't forgive me? Qin Feng. Arrogant. You really think I'm afraid of you? Give me death, take action with me, don't fight him at close range, kill him from a distance. Caecilius roared, and under the roar, he attacked some people behind him who had not participated in the battle before. The magician said. At the same time as he said this, he took the lead in activating the magic power, and immediately saw a magical star formation appearing with him as the center. At the same time as the magic formation appeared, dazzling rays of light surged, even more so. At the same time, I saw that behind Caecilius, a space portal suddenly opened. When the space portal was opened, there was evil, and the power of darkness poured out from the space portal and poured into Caecilius' body. In the moment when this power was infused into Caecilius, Caecilius exuded an extremely dangerous, terrifying, and evil aura, which made people horrified and terrified. The void suddenly vibrated violently. Looking around, I saw that Caecilius was mixed up and down, surrounded by dark power, the dark power surging around Caecilius' body, turning into black mist, forming black wings. Advertisement. At the same time as Caecilius was doing this, the magicians around him were also urging energy one after another, and the magic circles appeared one by one. At this moment, it gives a feeling of danger. Caecilius, stop your behavior, absorb the dark power, it is not good for you, and it will definitely make you fall into a state of doom. With the changes of Caecilius and others, the disappeared Ancient One, this moment reappears. She appeared in the void and stood suspended. Looking carefully, you can find that there is a magic circle under her feet. Shut up Ancient One, what a doomed situation, it's your lie, it's your hypocrisy, you're afraid that we have the same power as you, and you're afraid that we will surpass you. Ha ha ha. Ancient One, it's too late now, I already have this great power, you see, what a fascinating, addictive power it is. With this power, there are endless orders and endless possibilities. Today, not only this guy in front of you is going to die, but my respected and hypocritical teacher, you are going to die too. Caecilius scolded Ancient One in a deep voice, and after scolding Ancient One, he immediately laughed, and while laughing, he waved himself. When he waved his hands, he saw a dark power surging in his hands. Powerful, vast, mysterious, evil. 2.5. Just a little surging makes the void feel eroded and destroyed. Seeing this, Ancient One suddenly sighed. When she instructed Caecilius, except for telling him how to draw dark powers, she gave no reservations. There is no deception. But Caecilius thought he had been deceived. This left Ancient One not knowing what to say. In her long life, such a thing is actually not the first time. But every time, she still chose to forgive. Want to guide them on the right path. But too difficult. Fate, is it really irreversible? This made her eyes couldn't help but feel tired. She was a failure as a teacher, and sure enough, it was time for her to call the curtain. Chapter 79. Thinking of this, Ancient One couldn't help but look at Qin Feng. Just as she looked over, Qin Feng frowned. Although he had already released his eighth sense after arriving here, at this moment, he still clearly felt some emotional changes in Ancient One. After the perception and other things, Qin Feng was a little speechless while frowning, and then turned his eyes to Caecilius. This guy is not trying to cause Ancient One's curtain call in advance. Ancient One wasn't going to be here, just let Caecilius kill himself and throw the pot on his head. Thinking of this, Qin Feng's face was dark. If you have the intention to leave here, don't bother to pay attention to such troubles. But after thinking about the situation in Ancient One's life, he thought that Peter Parker and Tony Stark would still be in the library, waiting for Ancient One to go back to instruct and teach. Qin Feng dispelled the idea of leaving. Forget it, who made me a soft-hearted man? Qin Feng sighed, and then said in a deep voice, enough, shut up for me. This 25 shout was earth-shattering and contained infinite power, which made Caecilius and the magicians behind him couldn't help but look at Qin Feng. A bunch of wolf-hearted guys, I really don't know how Ancient One taught you magic so softly in the first place. With Ancient One's strength, you thought that she could not perceive the ambition in your heart, but even so, she still gave you pointers. I teach you magic and want to guide you to be kind. As a result, if you learn magic, it's fine if you don't appreciate it. But it is because she thinks that she is clumsy, that she hides some things, and does not teach you, thus making you angry. Even if you betray your teacher, you want to take revenge on her and kill her. Don't you have any humanity when you ride horses? Qin Feng scolded angrily. He really doesn't understand how there are so many wicked people in this world. Just because you have hidden some things and means, you have to betray your teacher and kill your own master. Is this also worthy of learning skills? Isn't it a normal thing to hide a hand in a master? The real ability, how can it be easy? You can learn all the kung fu of pressing the bottom of the box. The core skill, who is not only to wear to the air. Throughout the history of the disciples taught by Ancient One, most of them were physically disabled or suffered various misfortunes. They finally joined the Ancient One gate and became Ancient One disciples, changing their sad fate. Advertisement. But these people changed their fate and gained power, but in the end they thought that the Ancient One did not teach them wholeheartedly, that people hid their power for the Ancient One, they were hypocrites, and they were no longer worthy of being their masters. To kill her. How funny this is. How do you say that sentence? Domain raises me Joe. This is typical of these people. They don't think that they have changed the fate of mortals because of the Ancient One, they just think, why can't the Ancient One pay more? Why is it that she can absorb the power of darkness? I don't think about it at all, whether I can withstand the power of darkness. It is precisely because she can perceive our ambitions and teach us magic that I say she is a hypocrite. Since she knows that we have ambitions, why can't we teach everything, why can't we tell everything? I wait. Even if the dark power is terrifying, but she won't let us try, how can we know that we can't bear such power? And such power is obviously so wonderful. So extraordinary. Exclaimed Caecilius. I didn't feel any shame or embarrassment because of Qin Feng's scolding. Qin Feng shook his head. Then he was too lazy to talk nonsense. Since you think it is so unfair, since you think the dark power is so good, so be it, then, you can all die for me. Qin Feng shouted. At the same time as he shouted, his aura erupted again. Small universe surging. The eighth sense was suddenly unsealed. For a time, the sky and the earth shook, and the void roared. Thinking of him as the center for hundreds of thousands of miles, all became depressed and scary. Advertisement. People cannot help but nervous, cannot help but tremble. Humph, I admit, your power is indeed very strong, but now that I have communicated with the dark power, it's just you. If you want to kill us, you think too much. The one who will die is you, UBD. Caecilius saw this, his eyes narrowed, and he snorted. While snorting coldly, he waved his hands, and immediately saw the dark power, which turned into two black huge amounts of energy balls, and charged towards Qin Feng. This black energy ball contains incomparably astonishing and terrifying power. Under normal circumstances, if it falls into a city on Earth, it can turn the city into ashes with just one blow. Roll! Facing the rushing energy ball, Qin Feng shouted coldly. At the same time, he made a fist with his right hand and punched it out. Suddenly, flames surged, and the majestic power erupted, and the dark power would be blasted all at once. Caecilius looked gloomy. Qin Feng bombarded his power. In fact, he was not too shocked. What he was shocked was that after Qin Feng bombarded his power, nothing happened. This is dark power. Under normal circumstances, the creatures of the earth cannot resist the invasion of the dark forces at all. As long as they are contaminated by the slightest bit, they will lose their minds, become lunatic, fall into the devil's way, or be eroded by dark forces, and their bodies will turn into ashes. But this guy in front of him, obviously with his bare hands, not only destroyed the dark power, but also blocked the erosion, which is too weird. With a gloomy face, he followed him and waved his hands again, even more terrifying than before. A powerful dark force burst out from his hands, and other magicians around him followed suit. Immediately, a huge amount of dark energy ball appeared. That dark energy ball is like a giant mountain, hundreds of feet high. Pressing the top of Mount Tai and destroying everything, attacked Qin Feng. The energy contained in it far exceeds that of a nuclear explosion. The planet will collapse in the face of such an attack. It is also in the mirror space. If it is on the Earth, I am afraid that there will be a large number of creatures in the moment when the breath is released. They will not be able to withstand the erosion of this dark power, and their bodies will collapse and disappear. Chapter 80. This kind of power has already reached the level that can bombard the planet. Facing such power, Qin Feng just glanced at it. This is your limit? This is your presumptuous and arrogant confidence? If so, then I will blow your confidence. Such power, I really don't know where you are. Faith that comes, can be arrogant before me. 35. Qin Feng sneered. At the same time as he sneered, his right hand made a fist, and he didn't even use Fenji Tianxiang's tricks, and his body was not equipped with a sacred garment. It was just a punch from the eighth sense of the flesh. One punch. A far more terrifying and powerful force erupted than before. There is flame burning from the fist. That is the flame of the phoenix. The flame of the phoenix combined with the power of the fist, and it collided with Qisilius' attack like a destructive force. As soon as it hit, the huge amounts of energy balls exploded violently. The torrent of terrifying energy, centered on the attack, spreads in all directions. Then I saw the surrounding cities turn to ashes, and the earth collapsed and collapsed. Like the end of the world. If such a scene were seen by ordinary people, it would definitely be extremely shocking. Because this is simply not a power that ordinary people can touch. However, under the outbreak of such power, Qin Feng stood indifferently in the same place, letting the energy torrent swept through. He obviously did not stimulate the slightest force, but the energy torrent fell on him, but it did not affect his body. Deal half damage. On the contrary, Qisilius, who was activating the dark power, and the many magicians behind him, their expressions changed greatly at this moment, and they all activated the magic power to form a protective shield to protect themselves. But even so, puff puff. Under the protection of the magic hood, they were still impacted. They vomited blood frantically, their bodies were trembling, their faces were pale, and their spirits were all impacted by Qin Feng's punch. How can this happen? 25. This is impossible. It's not true. How can you be so powerful? This is not a power that mortals can master. Advertisement. Qisilius roared angrily, his eyes were red, and he really did not want to accept this fact. Rubbish. The answer to Qisilius was Qin Feng's indifferent eyes, and then Qin Feng made a fist with his right hand and punched Qisilius and the others again. This punch was also very ordinary and very casual. But it was just a random punch, but it made Qisilius and all the magicians around him feel an unprecedented fear of death. They all tried their best to motivate. Then, boom, boom. Qin Feng's attack landed in front of him, easily blasting their protective shields, and then landed on them. As soon as they landed on them, they saw all the other magicians except Qisilius, and their bodies turned into powder. Even Qisilius's body cracked wildly at this moment, and his eyes stared at Qin Feng. You can't kill me, I am a servant of Dormammu, my life now belongs to Lord Dormammu, I will come back. 35 Qisilius said to Qin bitterly. The moment the words fell, his body exploded violently. And as his body exploded, his soul suddenly emerged. His soul would be very wilted. Illusory. Ordinary people can't see his soul at all, but both Ancient One and Qin Feng can clearly see Qisilius' soul. For a magician, soul astral, is nothing amazing. The death of the body, the existence of the soul, is also not a shocking thing. However, judging from the current situation of Qisilius, his soul was obviously also attacked by Qin Feng's fist power, and he was traumatized. Today's revenge, I will definitely get my revenge back. When Qin Feng and Ancient One saw Qisilius' soul complained to Qin Feng, and as soon as he moved, he would open the mirror space and escape from here. He studied with Ancient One. In addition to drawing dark power from time and space and time magic, other magical abilities, Ancient One, were passed on to Qisilius without reservation. Advertisement. Therefore, the mirror space, Qisilius also mastered. Want to run? You're probably dreaming. Qin Feng looked at this scene indifferently, then made a fist with his right hand, and punched again. This punch killed his soul. Even the soul of Mephisto's other Hell Demon Kings was blown up by Qin Feng in Mephisto's Hell base camp. How could Qisilius at this time be able to stop Qin Feng's punch? Although this punch is still not a fighting ability, but it contains soul killing, as long as it hits, under normal circumstances, it is enough to blow up Qisilius. Do not. Feeling the invasion of that kind of power, Gisilius searched with his pupils, and the terrified roar cried out hysterically for help, "Master Dormammu, save me!" Just following his words, the mirrored space of Ancient One suddenly shook. With the shock, huge amounts of changes occurred in the world in the mirror space. Then a huge amount of human heads surfaced in the void. This is a human head composed of many special powers, and the face cannot be seen clearly, giving the intuitive feeling that it is evil, mysterious, powerful, and extremely terrifying. He fills the world. It seems that the whole world has been transformed into his head, which is omnipresent and omnipotent. At the same time, there is endless dark power surging, madly sweeping and pouring into the mirror space. Sir Dormammu. Good promise. Seeing such a situation, Gisilius' soul, the great roar who was suddenly surprised, was extremely excited. At this moment, he understood that since Lord Dormammu appeared, it was impossible for him to die here. He has confidence in the strength of Lord Dormammu. Just when he was excited, he didn't see any power that Dormammu used, and a large amount of dark power suddenly turned into a big hand, collided with Qin Feng's attack, and made Qin Feng's attack violent. Dormammu. Qin Feng was not surprised when he saw this, but looked at Dormammu up and down. At this moment, he felt a special breath from Dormammu's body. He was clearly in front of him, but he didn't seem to be in front of him. It seems to be in a large number of space-time interlayers, multi-universe. Let people face it directly, but it seems that they are far away from many multi-universes, and it is necessary to communicate with him. Chapter 81. Boy, your strength is very good, but you are not qualified to kill my followers in front of me. 35 When Qin Feng was looking at Dormammu, Dormammu also glanced at Qin Feng and said lightly. After saying this, he turned his attention to Ancient One. Ancient One, we meet again. Dormammu said lightly. Dormammu. Ancient One. Ancient One, I said, you can't stop me, sooner or later the earth is mine, and your universe is also mine. Dormammu. You think too much, you don't have that ability. Ancient One. Really? Soon you will know if I have the ability or not. I will take this person away. Next time, I hope you can still have such confidence. Rest assured, the time will definitely be very fast, I promise. Dormammu uttered another sentence to Ancient One. After he said a sentence, he took another deep look at Qin Feng, and then saw his huge amount of head suddenly disappear. With his disappearance, those dark forces also disappeared completely. The entire mirror space has returned to its previous normal state, as if nothing had happened before 393. This kind of thing is so weird. However, neither Ancient One nor Qin Feng were surprised. What an arrogant guy. Looking at where Dormammu left, Qin Feng said lightly. But he's arrogant, isn't he? Ancient One laughed. Yeah. Qin Feng nodded. I have to admit that this Dormammu is really strong. Being afraid of Dormammu is naturally impossible for him, but it is not realistic to want to win Dormammu, given his situation just now. Because that Dormammu didn't really appear in the mirror space. It uses some kind of ability, and it will actually be in the multi-universe, not in the plane of the current universe. In the situation just now, even if you shoot at Dormammu, you can't deal with him at all. Advertisement. Therefore, Qin Feng did not block or attack. Since they are not Dormammu's real body, it is useless to attack. Attacking under such circumstances will only appear to be ignorant and stupid. Although his strength, CF, is really good, if he feels that he came to the current universe by himself, our universe can take care of him too much. I really don't know why you chose to call the curtain. Also, I noticed you just want to call the curtain in advance? 35 Qin Feng nodded, followed by looking at Ancient One and said solemnly. Haha, that's right, I really wanted to call the curtain early, but wasn't it destroyed by you? Ancient One laughed. Why? Qin Feng. It's too tiring, it's a failure. You know, I teach a lot of apprentices, not only from the current universe, but also from the multi-universe, but among the apprentices I teach, those who really recognize me, after learning the cost, there are very few people who follow me. Even Mordo, who is with me now, doesn't know that I have absorbed the power of darkness. If he knew, he would abandon me. Ancient One said with a light smile. However, although it is said very lightly. But these words fell in Qin Feng's ears, but Qin Feng was silent. Is the dark power really that scary? Why can't you tell them that you have absorbed the dark power? Tell them about the dangers of the dark power. Qin Feng. You haven't absorbed the dark power, so naturally you don't understand its dangers. This is really a power that people yearn for and fear. Not everyone can resist the erosion of the dark power on the soul, even I have several accidents. As for not telling them about the dangers of dark forces, you are wrong. I have told them the horrors of the dark powers from the very first time I taught them magic. But maybe it is because I told them about the power of darkness that they should not touch the power of darkness. When they know that I have absorbed the power of darkness and have an endless life, they will not agree with me and part ways. Because they all thought it was cheating. Why can I absorb the power of darkness and have super strength, but they can't? If I can, they may not be able to. Am I being selfish? 35 Ancient One said with a smile. Advertisement. Qin Feng was silent. Selfish? If it was a normal person, not everyone would take this approach. It is not selfish to say, but Ancient One really did not tell others that she had absorbed the power of darkness. Because of the power of darkness, for the magician, it was originally a heresy. Is to be judged. But Ancient One draws dark power, but it is to better deal with Dormammu, deal with invaders, and she is not eroded by dark power. So, Qin Feng couldn't judge anything. Everyone has their own way of doing things. At least judging from the circumstances of Ancient One's life, she was absolutely right. Why, don't you know what to say? If it was you, what would you do? Ancient One laughed. If it was me, all those who questioned me were killed. If I saw that there was something wrong with him, I wouldn't be able to teach him magic and ability from the very beginning. Come out, rebel against me, and betray the door of death, and I will also let him understand that life is more terrible than death. You have powerful strength, and you can do this too, but you are too soft-hearted. Qin Feng was awe-inspiring to Ancient One said. Ha ha ha. Yes, I am soft-hearted, sigh, I have lived for so many years, and I have not been able to pass this threshold. Maybe this is my weakness. No matter, anyway, I am also a person who is waiting for the curtain call at any time. Wait. After I die, no matter what the flood is, there is no need for me to worry about anything in the future. Ancient One laughed. Qin Feng was silent upon seeing this. Then shook his head. At this moment, he vaguely understood the state of mind of Ancient One, but he did not agree. In a word, he and Ancient One really are two people with fundamentally different ideas. Okay, let's stop talking about this, let's go, we're going back. Although, after this incident, I understand that fate still cannot be changed, but it seems that changing something is not meaningless. If the two little guys you brought are willing to learn more, it's not like I can't pass them on. As for you, if you want to learn, learn, if you don't learn, you don't need to watch. I don't force it. Ancient One changed the subject abruptly, as if he had figured out something, and said to Qin Feng with a smile, and then the space portal appeared. Chapter 82. With the appearance of the space portal, Ancient One immediately stepped into the space portal and disappeared. However, when she disappeared, the space portal she opened this time did not disappear, and was still suspended in the void. Seeing this, Qin Feng smiled, also raised his heels and stepped into the space portal. Next moment. Or the library. Ancient One and Qin Feng appeared here. The position they appeared was right next to Tony Stark and Peter Parker. Tony Stark and Peter Parker of this session are both holding magic books, studying and watching. How, do you have a basic understanding of magic? After appearing here, Ancient One had no ink marks, and immediately turned his attention to Tony Stark and Peter Parker, and asked them with a smile. Both Tony Stark and Peter Parker nodded. Very good, then start learning magic with me now. Ancient One smiled, and while smiling, with a wave of his right hand, he saw two rings that appeared out of nowhere and flew towards Tony Stark and Peter Parker respectively, past. Forehead. Peter Parker and Tony Stark stared at each other for a moment, then shot and grabbed a ring. Ancient One magician, is this? Tony Stark asked Ancient One while looking at the oddly shaped ring in his hand after grabbing the ring. This is the sling ring, an auxiliary tool for magicians to cast magic. If you want to learn space magic, you must have its support. Definitely, if you are very capable of magic, after reaching a certain level, you can also open any portal without using it. Ancient One said with a smile. After speaking, a space portal appeared again in front of him, and stepped into it. Qin Feng looked at Tony Stark and Peter Parker, then followed Ancient One again. Peter Parker and Tony Stark quickly followed. Appearing again, they still appeared on a cliff. At this cliff position, the clouds are shrouded in mist. Standing on the edge of the cliff, looking down, I have no idea how deep the cliff is. Advertisement. You can't see the end at all. It feels so scary. Some people with acrophobia, just stay here, they will be frightened. But neither Qin Feng, nor Peter Parker nor Tony Stark felt that way. Qin Feng originally possessed super strength and could even survive in the universe, so why would he care about a cliff? As for Peter Parker, he is now a Spider-Man. Although he can't fly, he can be a human ape in a city building all day long. Would be afraid of such heights. And Tony Stark. Although Tony Stark is still an ordinary person. His exoskeleton armor has not been completely manufactured, but he is a person who pursues passion and excitement. Such a cliff would not frighten him either. After appearing here, Ancient One took a look at Peter Parker and Tony Stark, then explained how to build any door, and instructed them to build a portal. Under the guidance of Ancient One, Qin Feng, who was standing beside him, could not help but learn how to construct any door. And learned in an instant. He found that with his current Iki's transformed state, with his current psychokinesis intensity, this arbitrary gate can be constructed without the aid of a sling ring. Because magician originally cultivated spirit and cultivated magic power. Although he has no magic power, his spiritual psychokinesis is far beyond the spiritual strength that a normal magician can contain. You only need to know the construction method of any door, magic spells, and you can cast them naturally. After discovering such a situation, the expression on Qin Feng's face couldn't help but become a little weird. I learned it all at once in the transformation state. If I wasn't in the transformation state like Iki tomorrow, would I still be able to use any door I learned? Qin Feng couldn't help thinking. After thinking about it for a while, Qin Feng was immediately attracted by Peter Parker and Tony Stark. To be precise, he was attracted by Tony Stark. Advertisement. In the Doctor Strange movie Qin Feng watched, Doctor Strange has amazing ability and a fast learning speed, but it took him a lot of time to build an arbitrary gate, and he was finally brought to the top of the snow mountain by Ancient One. Let him endure the erosion of ice and snow, and only succeed in constructing the arbitrary gate when he is in danger of death. At the moment, I saw that after Ancient One directed Peter Parker and Tony Stark relied on the sling ring according to the magic spell, and only tried 3 times, and then he succeeded in drawing all at once. An arbitrary door. Ask for flowers. Such a scene made Qin Feng couldn't help but widen his eyes. He can learn it because he has a strong mental power, but how did Tony Stark learn it all at once? Although Qin Feng knew very well that Tony Stark was a person with extremely good abilities. But that kind of ability is in science, but I didn't expect that Tony Stark also has the ability in mysticism. Better than Doctor Strange. It's no wonder that Tony can become Sorcerer Supreme on a certain timeline. As far as this magical ability is concerned, who else can become Sorcerer Supreme if he doesn't become Sorcerer Supreme? However, Tony will show such amazing ability, so will Ancient One not become Sorcerer Supreme? Will it change the successor of Sorcerer Supreme? So that Tony Stark will inherit the position of Sorcerer Supreme instead of Doctor Strange? If that is the case, it is really interesting. Qin Feng was very emotional, and his expression changed after he sighed with emotion. Can't help but get weird. When Qin Feng was so emotional, Ancient One on the side looked at Tony Stark in surprise. With doubts in his eyes, he couldn't help but glance at Qin Feng. Although Ancient One actually watched Tony Stark become Sorcerer Supreme on some timeline. But Tony Stark wants to be the Sorcerer Supreme, he has to go through something first, he has to believe in the occult, he has to have an interest in the occult. And Tony Stark was originally a super scientist, good at all kinds of inventions. His scientific attainments are very high. It is actually not easy to make him agree with mysticism at once. But the current Tony Stark, who learned magic all at once, obviously agrees with the occult, and the reason for all this, needless to say, must be because of Qin Feng. Because. In fact, in some of the timelines Ancient One has seen, she has never seen Qin Feng beside Tony Stark. In the long river of time, Qin Feng did not leave a trace. As if he didn't exist at all. To be honest, Ancient One's interest in Qin Feng is really big. Chapter 83. Seeing that Tony Stark built an arbitrary door so easily, Ancient One couldn't help but think about it after taking a look at Qin Feng. One thing came to mind. Whether to wait for Stephen Strange, wait for him to come to him, and let him be the heir to the Sorcerer Supreme. Peek through the timeline. Among those many timelines, it seems that only making Stephen Strange her heir is the most perfect one. But this will see Tony Stark's amazing ability. She has to admit that Tony Stark has the qualification to inherit the Sorcerer Supreme, and also has that potential, ability. After turning his thoughts for a moment, Ancient One smiled dumbly. When, she also learned to think so much about 393. It just doesn't work. Anyway, she is going to call the curtain, and Qin Feng exists, she believes that even if she calls the curtain, Dormammu can't do anything. If Tony Stark is willing to continue to learn magic, and is willing to inherit the position of Sorcerer Supreme in the future, then let him become Sorcerer Supreme. If not, then naturally wait for Stephen Strange to arrive, let Stephen Strange become the Sorcerer Supreme. After all, whether it is Tony Stark or Stephen Strange, they all have the character to save the world. With this smile, Ancient One turned to look at Peter Parker. When she looked at Peter Parker, she saw that Peter Parker did not build any door. Of course, he is also doing the same thing as Tony Stark, with a sling ring in his left hand, stretched out his hand and placed it in front, and his right hand keeps drawing circles towards the front position, but no matter how he draws the circle. But they couldn't get any door. Only a few strands of sparks from Mew Mew flickered as he circled with his fingers. In such a situation, Ancient One couldn't help but laugh again. This is the most normal situation for learning the magic of any door in the space. Tony, are you interested in learning some other magic with me? Ancient One said to Tony Stark after another smile. Advertisement. Ancient One magician, are you willing to teach me other magics? Tony Stark's eyes lit up. With the construction of any door to a successful space, Tony Stark's interest in magic can be said to be extremely strong. In his mind, he couldn't help but think of how powerful it would be if he integrated this magic with the exoskeleton armor he was going to make next. If you learn some special magic, enchant some magic on the exoskeleton armor. Technology meets magic. So, what about alien races, what about so-called demons and gods? He couldn't help but want to create his ideal exoskeleton armor as soon as possible. Your ability is very good, worthy of my exception to teach you other magic. If you are willing to learn, I will teach you. Ancient One. Then thank you, Ancient One Magician. Tony Stark immediately responded and thanked Ancient One. Parker, you continue to practice space magic here first. I will take Stark to learn other magics, and I will let Mordo guide you, not only about space portals, but also about space portals. There were some clever pointers. Ancient One nodded to Tony Stark, then turned his eyes to Peter Parker and said to Peter Parker. Thank you, Ancient One Magician. Peter Parker nodded hastily. Although a little bit not like Tony Stark, I continued to learn some other magic with Ancient One, and I was a little lost. But being able to learn this space teleportation magic is a pleasant surprise, not to mention, next, after listening to the meaning of Ancient One Magician, someone will give him instructions on his fighting skills. Then Ancient One didn't have any ink, and left the cliff with Tony Stark. When he left, he glanced at Qin Feng slightly. Qin Feng shrugged. No option to keep up. Seeing this, Ancient One didn't say much. The next moment, the space portal opened and Tony Stark disappeared. What's wrong, Parker, are you a little lost? After Ancient One and Tony Stark left, Qin Feng walked to Peter Parker's side, patted Peter Parker's shoulder, and said with a smile. No. Peter Parker. Advertisement. Haha, if you have it, it's not a great thing, it's just human nature. After all, you came here with Tony, and it turns out that Tony has the qualifications to continue studying, but you don't. Qin Feng. Cough, okay, I admit, there is a little bit, but only a little bit, I'm quite satisfied, after all, I can still learn this space teleportation magic, right? Tony Stark coughed twice, then stopped cover up, he said with a sly smile. It's right to think so. The inheritance of magician is about fate. You are a Spider-Man now, and you have been blessed from the beginning. As long as you develop your own strength, you are destined to be famous in the universe in the future. Qin Feng said with a smile. Universal fame. Peter Parker's eyes widened. Why, dare not think about it. Qin Feng. Don't dare. Peter Parker. Be confident, although you were beaten by me in various ways during my dual training, you looked very weak. But that's just because my strength is too strong. When you fully develop your own strength, you will definitely not be weak. Qin Feng laughed. Well, I see. Peter Parker responded. Seeing this, Qin Feng didn't say anything more, and then with a thought, he disappeared from the spot. The reappearance has already appeared in the library. When appearing here, I saw Tony Stark and Ancient One, which would be 2.5 right here. Ancient One, let me read the book here, no problem? 35 Qin Feng asked Ancient One. As long as you want to read, you can read the books here. Ancient One. Thank you so much. Qin Feng nodded. Then there was no ink, so he walked to the bookshelf and picked up the book to read. Although he really didn't want to learn magic with Ancient One before, but since he has come here, it is natural to read books or something. After all, I have already met that Dormammu. Sooner or later it has to be right. Thinking of this, Qin Feng's eyes flashed. I have to say that the Dormammu I saw today is really strong. It's a pity that the guy didn't come in real form at that time, otherwise, Qin Feng really wanted to fight with him to see. Chapter 84. There are many magic books in the library. There are various systems of magic here. There is the current universe, and at the same time, there are other universes. With the strength of Ancient One, it has long since achieved the ability to travel through the multi-universe. During her long life, she has not only been in the current universe, but has also been to other universes. The knowledge of these magic books is absolutely invaluable to every magician. Ordinary magician, if they know that there are so many magic books here, they will definitely be extremely hot, and they can't wait to stay here all day long. Only Qin Feng regarded reading here as a very casual thing. This looks like 2 hours. When the time came here, Qin Feng squinted his eyes, followed him to put down the book, and after putting down the book, Qin Feng thought about it, and then tried to describe the space portal according to the space door he learned before. Suddenly sparks. Soon a light 25 doors appeared. Arbitrary space gate is successfully constructed at one time. It's an amazing ability. With Qin Feng's successful construction, Ancient One suddenly appeared beside Qin Feng and said with a sigh. It's not an ability, it's purely because my mental power is too strong. 35 Qin Feng. With strong spiritual power, isn't it an ability? Ancient One. It seems to be the same. Qin Feng was startled, followed by a dumb smile. So, your magic ability is good. If you are willing to learn magic, I will pass on my position as Sorcerer Supreme to you as soon as possible. Time gem, time magic, etc., I will teach you all. Ancient One. Did you fool me when you said you gave me the time gem? Qin Feng didn't answer, but looked at Ancient One with a smile. You didn't have it at that time. Since you didn't want it at the time, it's not easy to get the time gem again. This thing, although it's not important to me now, after all, I want it. The curtain call is over, but its value is well understood by anyone who knows it. Ancient One. I never said that I wanted it, and among the heavens and the world, the time gem is not the only one who can control time. Qin Feng. Advertisement. I believe what you said. There are many multi-universe strange things. Time gem is indeed not the only treasure that can control time, but such treasures are extremely difficult to obtain. Ancient One. Well. Qin Feng nodded, then said, okay, I won't tell you this, I'm going back to bed, good night. Sleep. Ancient One was stunned, and then looked at Qin Feng with a strange expression. Why, don't you sleep? According to Xingguo's time, it's almost 12 o'clock in the morning, so naturally I should go back to sleep. Qin Feng. With your mental strength, is there any difference between sleeping and not sleeping? Besides, didn't you read so many magic books just now, you can completely not sleep, but meditate. Ancient One. No, sleeping makes me happy. Qin Feng. Ancient One. Okay, if I delay any longer, I'm going to run away from sleep, An. Qin Feng didn't blame Ancient One for being speechless. He uttered another sentence to the ancient saying, followed by stepping into the arbitrary door of the space he had drawn. The next moment. Qin Feng's villa living room. I saw that a space portal was opened here, and Qin Feng walked out from the gleaming space portal. After walking out, Qin Feng waved his hand slightly, and the space portal was closed. It's not a teleportation, it's purely an arbitrary door magic. I didn't expect that the arbitrary door space magic I built for the first time was really successful. After 99 Qin Feng closed the space door, his thoughts turned and his eyes were strange. Then he looked at the time on the watch on his wrist. 11:50. 11:50 in the evening. It's 10 minutes until 12 o'clock. That is to say, there are 10 minutes before he will make a new transformation. His transformation will not be delayed or accelerated by the change of the jet lag as he travels to other countries. His transformation time is from the moment he came to this world, after 12 midnight for the first time, a stable 24-hour transformation mechanism. I don't know who will be transformed this time. Qin Feng's thoughts turned, slightly looking forward to the next transformation. He sat on the sofa with Qin Feng, and said indifferently, Saber, turn on the TV. Yes, Mr. A solemn and pleasant voice followed in the room. Advertisement. As soon as the voice sounded, the TV in the living room suddenly turned on. Saber, let the intelligent robot bring me a bottle of Coke in the refrigerator. Qin Feng ordered again. Okay, master. Saber's voice sounded again, and he saw the intelligent robot on standby in the living room that was given to Qin Feng by Tony Shi Stark, walked towards the refrigerator, and quickly brought a bottle to Qin Feng. Cola. Master, do you have any other orders? Saber. No, thank you Saber. Qin Feng took the Coke from the intelligent robot and said to Saber with a smile. 393. While saying this, he opened the bottle cap, took a sip, and let out a long breath. This is life. This life is truly beautiful. Speaking of which, with Marvel's technology, it should be possible to create a bionic robot. No, it is not because it should, but it must be possible. After all, Ultron has been brought out in the movie. If this is the case, does that mean that if I want to, I can use the saber as a prototype to make a real saber? Qin Feng suddenly thought of something, and his brain was wide open. But after thinking for a while, Qin Feng shook his head and dismissed his thoughts. I was just thinking about something. It's okay to even think about making a sister paper. What is this going to do? They all say that they are full of warmth and desire for silver. This is really not true at all. After dismissing his thoughts, Qin Feng remembered other things. It looks like I bought a villa. I haven't notified Susan and Jonathan yet. I'll tell them about my new house tomorrow. In addition, let them come to my place again. Qin Feng smiled. Then continue to wait. In a blink of an eye. 12 o'clock officially arrived. The power belonging to Ikki suddenly dissipated greatly. Chapter 85. It's just that in a very short time, the remaining power is not 1 in 10. However, although there is not 1 out of 10, Ikki's combat experience, fighting ability and the small universe cultivation technique have all been inherited. In addition, compared to the last time he turned into a glacier, the holy clothes could not be inherited. The holy clothes disappeared again. Seeing such a situation, Qin Feng's eyes flickered. Although the power has been greatly weakened, Qin Feng took a look and found that his comprehensive combat power at this meeting has improved a lot compared to the previous time when he did not transform into Ikki. However, the small universe failed to reach the level of activating the sixth sense. But although there is no very thick sixth sense, it is already close to the sixth sense. Looking at this situation, as long as you calm down and sort out your income a little, breaking your sixth sense is a matter of course. Moreover, at this moment, if he activates the 100 times Realm King Fist, the supreme willpower, and the power of his current small universe, the formidable power that can be exerted is definitely more powerful than that of the general Saint Seiya who activates the sixth sense. The only pity is that there is no holy garment. If there is a holy garment to assist, the combat power can also be increased. The sixth sense is close at hand, and I can advance at any time. I don't know what the ability will be if I break through the sixth sense. Qin Feng thought about it and didn't think about it, because in the moment he turned his thoughts, a special power was also generated in his body at this moment. Even at the moment when this peculiar power was generated, a large amount of information was instilled into his mind. Under the dual installation of power and information, Qin Feng suddenly narrowed his eyes, and his expression was strange no matter how strange it was. King of Heroes, Gilgamesh. Demigod Gilgamesh. 35. Although I have thought about how to get Arteria into a real body before, but it's just a random thought, but what does it mean to give me the transformation of a hero king? Hero? When did the king get involved with my king? But, ahem, fortunately it's the king of heroes. If it's Arteria, don't I want women's clothes? Speaking of which, if I become a strong girl, will I wear women's clothes? 99. 6699. Advertisement. With a strange look on his face, Qin Feng suddenly thought of something and was a little confused. To say that he never thought of this matter before, it was naturally impossible, but he subconsciously ignored it, and subconsciously did not want to think about it. His transformation ability is to transform into the powerhouse of the heavens and the world. In theory, it is also possible to transform into a strong girl. But changing into a strong girl paper will not change the physical characteristics. Qin Feng is not sure. Because it won't change my physical characteristics. After all, I transformed into a Super Saiyan, Glacier, the Flash, Ikki and the four of them. It's just a change in hair color and a certain physique, and the change of clothes. I want to become a sister paper, because I should just inherit the power and equipment. No matter how bad it is, I will inherit the length and color of the hair at most. Qin Feng murmured that he was a little insecure about this. No way, he hasn't changed. The ghost knows if it is true that if he obtains the ability of a strong female, there will be a huge transformation. This made Qin Feng a little confused. For the first time, I felt that my gold finger was not so perfect. After thinking about this for a while, Qin Feng stopped thinking about it. No matter what, the transformation will only take a day. Anyway, after a day, it will transform back. At that time, all that is inherited is strength, and physical characteristics will not be inherited, so even if you transform into a sister paper, you don't need to be afraid. It's hard to transform into a day, and he can open the door to a new world. Think more. After suppressing the wild thoughts in his heart, Qin Feng then carefully sorted out his transformation state at the moment and the ability he obtained. This finishing. Qin Feng's eyes narrowed, and the expression on his face became strange again. According to Qin Feng's understanding, the King of Heroes is the heroic spirit in the Holy Grail War and the Knight of Fate. In that anime, in terms of the strength of the King of Heroes, although it is considered very strong, in terms of the scenes shown in the anime, nor has it reached the level of annihilation. But at this moment, as Qin Feng gained the fighting experience of the King of Heroes ability, Qin Feng discovered that his body contained extremely powerful energy. Advertisement. Has a divine nature. In a sense, the Hero King is equivalent to a god, although he is only a demigod. But also god. Moreover, Qin Feng found that among his treasures of the king, there were a large number of noble phantasms. Many of these noble phantasms are only possessed by legendary gods. And there are treasures aimed at gods. For example, the Chain of Heaven, the function of this noble phantasm is to rule the gods. The higher the deity of the captured person, the hardness of the chain will also increase, and the harder it is to break free. In theory, no, not just in theory, in essence, it is a special noble phantasm for God. You are not God, you do not possess the divine nature, and that's all. If you are a god, I am sorry, these noble phantasms are your nightmares, and they have the ability to attack you. In addition to the Lock of this day, among his noble phantasms, there are many mythological noble phantasms. They are all weapons possessed by the legendary gods. For example, the most classic, the most famous noble phantasm in the current world. Eternal Gun. Yes, the Gun of Eternity. In the current world, one of the artifacts possessed by Odin. An artifact that can only be used by Odin, but in Qin Feng's treasure of the king, there is also a Spear of Eternity. Finding such a thing made the expression on Qin Feng's face even more bizarre. I actually have the Spear of Eternity, and I don't know who is stronger between the Spear of Eternity and Odin's Spear of Eternity. The treasure of the king, is this the treasure of the king in the legend? From the number of these treasures, and in terms of identity, it's really a bit surprising, but I don't know what the power is. 99 Qin Feng murmured, and then looked at his body. He found that as he turned into a hero king, the clothes on his body also changed. At this moment, he was wearing a set of golden armor. This armor shone with golden light, giving people a rather extraordinary feeling. At first glance, it was not ordinary, but it had special power. Chapter 86. Taking a look at the armor on his body, Qin Feng couldn't help but laugh. The king of heroes really deserves to be the man called Jin Shining. Whether it's the armor or the radiance emanating from his various noble phantasms, it's all right. 35 Qin Feng. Then he thought about it, and saw the armor on his body suddenly turned into a suit. This is one of the Hero King's abilities. After turning the armor into a suit, Qin Feng couldn't help but test other changes, and found that as long as he wanted, no matter what style, the armor on his body could be changed. As far as this ability is concerned, if you inherit it, at least you don't need to buy clothes in the future. Qin Feng touched his chin with his hand, and following his thoughts, he wanted to test the Hero King's other abilities. For example, the treasure of the king. Test the power of the many treasures of the King of Heroes. However, Qin Feng dismissed this idea as soon as it came up. It's already 12 o'clock in the morning. It is unacceptable to stay up all night with a continuous burst of liver. In order not to be bald, sleep and sleep. So he went to wash up, and then went to sleep. Sleep till dawn. Sleep until you wake up naturally. No one bothered him today. Peter Parker, who was going to be his sparring partner, didn't show up either. 393 Because Peter Parker will still study at Camartage. The same goes for Tony Stein. After Qin Feng woke up, he took a shower, then took the breakfast delivered by the intelligent robot and ate it. As for how this breakfast came about. Advertisement. Naturally, Qin Feng asked Saber to order takeout. After eating, Qin Feng walked out of the villa and came to the beach. When I got here, I started punching. There are various boxing techniques inherited from Sun Wukong, and there are also boxing techniques inherited from Bing He and Iki. However, Qin Feng did not exert any effort during the exercise. Just punching at will, it is equivalent to the general health exercise. Definitely, if someone is hit by these attacks, even if it looks like a health exercise, in fact, the lethality it possesses is still terrifying. Ordinary people will die if they touch it, it is definitely not bragging. After punching for a while, Qin Feng returned to the villa again. Then he thought about it, picked up the phone, and called Susan and Jonathan. The first to hit was Susan. Qin Feng, what's the matter? Susan asked Qin Feng curiously after answering the phone. Susan came to building 10881, Malibu Street at 8 p.m, there was a surprise. Qin Feng. Malibu Street? I don't remember that place is a seaside villa area, by the way, Tony Stark, the person in charge of the Stark Group, seems to live in that place. How could you let me go to that place at night? What happened? Susan was startled and asked Qin Feng curiously. Secret, you will know when you come tonight. Qin Feng. Okay, I see. Susan replied, changing the conversation, today is Sunday, are you interested in going out for a walk together? No, I have something to do, it's inconvenient, see you in the evening. 35 Qin Feng. Okay. Susan. That's it. Qin Feng said again, then hung up the phone. Susan, who was on the other side, looked puzzled, and couldn't understand what Qin Feng was asking her to do. Make her very curious. And a surprise? Advertisement? What surprise? Let her curiosity be completely turned up. After Qin Feng called Susan, he called Jonathan. Yo, Qin Feng, did the sun come out from the west today, and you actually called me? What's the matter, do you miss me and want to go out with me? Jonathan said in a ruffian voice. Came out. Come to building 10881, Malibu Street at night, there is a surprise. Qin Feng repeated, CF, what he told Susan before. What time did you say Malibu Street 1088? Jonathan. 10881 Qin Feng. I remember Tony Stark, the famous playboy, he lived Indiana 10880 you actually let me go to 10,881, could it be? Qin Feng, are you walking the street to buy a sea view villa? It's amazing, man, where did you get so much money? Oh, wait, you now have a super ability, man, you won't make a fortune by relying on your powerful ability. Is the way you handle it reliable? Is the finish clean? Hurry up and tell me your whole process, and I will give you a reference to see if you want to run away in advance, or whether you can make up for the loopholes. Jonathan was startled and said to Qin Feng in awe. Qin Feng's face darkened and he was speechless. Could it be that only a crime can get so much money at once? Qin Feng. Otherwise, isn't the fastest way to get money in the world written in the Constitution? 35 Jonathan said definitely. I'm sorry, you're wrong, I didn't commit a crime, but you guessed right before, I did buy a sea view villa on Malibu Street. You and Susan will come over at night to have fun. Besides, don't do it for the time being. Tell Susan that I bought a sea view villa and wait until she arrives. Qin Feng. Oh, it's good if you don't commit a crime. You really bought a sea view villa, man, can you tell me, how did you get so much money all of a sudden? The price of villas on Malibu Street is not low. I specifically learned about it on the internet, and the houses in this place are all expensive and have no market, and they have not been sold to the outside world for a long time. Jonathan responded and asked Qin Feng curiously. I got off the train with Shi Stark, and then I got a share of Shi Stark Group from him. In short, I'm rich now, the kind of rich thief. Qin Feng. It's amazing, man. It's amazing. Are you going to be in the villa now? I'll go look for you right now. Jonathan. I will have some things to deal with, come back tonight. Qin Feng. Okay, see you that night. By the way, I need to call a few girls, friends, etc. Let's go over and have a fun together. Let's just throw a party, otherwise, just the three of us won't be fun enough. Jonathan. Okay, you can arrange it, but don't call everyone over. Qin Feng's eyes moved and he smiled. Well, don't worry, I understand. Jonathan laughed. Chapter 87. Then Qin Feng hung up the call with Jonathan. Since it's a party, let's call all the people I know, think about who I know after I crossed over, and whoever I'm related to can still come here. Ghost Rider is okay, you can call on. In addition, Norman Osborn can also make a phone call, and Harry Osborn is the same. After all, it is through him that he can know his father. Then there's Tony Stark and Peter Parker. By the way, there is also the Ancient One. I just don't know if the Ancient One should join the party or not. After hanging up the call with Jonathan, Qin Feng followed his thoughts. Then there is No Ink. Called Norman Osborn and Harry Osborn and asked them to come to his villa for a party at 8 o'clock in the evening. When Qin Feng called, both Harry Osborn and Norman Osborn agreed. After calling Norman Osborn and the others, Qin Feng called Ghost Rider. As soon as I connected the phone, I heard the roar of Boom Rumble. Qin Feng, is something wrong? Ghost Rider. Hey, man, what's that voice over there, are you fighting? Qin Feng asked with a smile. Well, this will be picking up a Trask. Ghost Rider. You're still dealing with demons? Didn't I go to hell to blow up Mephisto's soul? It stands to reason that in Mephisto's situation, even if he didn't die completely, he wouldn't be able to resurrect in a short time. Why are there still demons harassing you? Qin Feng was a little curious. What? You blew Mephisto's soul? What happened? It's not true. Ghost Rider's surprised roar. With the shock, Roar only heard a bang, someone was knocked out, and then fell to the ground, and there was a roar. Just what happened yesterday, that guy from Mephisto came to provoke me, so I went to hell to deal with him. Qin Feng. Advertisement. It's just incredible. Ghost Rider. It's alright, since you're fighting, then I'll make a long story short. Come to building 10881, Malibu Street at 8 o'clock in the evening. I've built a villa here, and I'm completely ready to hold a party. Qin Feng changed the subject and turned to Ghost Rider. Said again. Okay. Ghost Rider. See you that night. Qin Feng. Well, no problem. Ghost Rider. By the way, how did you let your whole body turn into flames without hurting your phone? Qin Feng suddenly thought of something, and then said to Ghost Rider. Hellfire can be controlled by myself. As long as I don't want to destroy the things on my body, it will not be destroyed. You forget me. Is it intact? Ghost Rider. Well, I think about it, then I understand. See you that night. Qin Feng. Ghost Rider. Then Qin Feng hung up the phone again. The only ones left unannounced are Ancient One and Tony Shi Stark, and Peter Parker. The three of them, Peter Parker and Tony Shi Stark, I have a phone, but Ancient One doesn't. Forget it, just go to see Peter Parker and Tony Stark's practice progress, just go to Camartage and let them know in person. 35 Qin Feng's eyes flashed, and he tried to build an arbitrary door in the space. Then, Qin Feng found that in the state of the King of Heroes, there was no sling ring in any door in this space, and he also constructed it with the same ease. No effort at all. With the successful construction of the random door in the space, Qin Feng stepped in immediately. The next moment, in the dojo where Camartage belonged to Ancient One, Qin Feng appeared here. The location where he appeared was the library. Advertisement. At the moment this place is 9 o'clock in the evening. When Qin Feng appeared here, I saw Tony Shi Stark was in this place. Tony Stark is reading a book. The appearance of Qin Feng instantly attracted the attention of Tony Stark, who was reading a book. Yo, Tony, don't you sleep at all? You're still reading, but the time difference here is different from that of Xingguo. Did you get used to it all at once? When Tony Shi Stark saw Qin Feng naturally also watched when he arrived at Tony Shi Stark. He said to Tony Shi Stark with a smile for the first time. Ask for her flowers. After practicing magic, I didn't feel sleepy at all, and now my mental power is very high, and if I feel sleepy, just a little meditation can restore my spirit. 35 Tony Stark. You really give people a very inconsistent and unaccustomed feeling. Why did you decide to study magic with all your strength? Are you not going to make your exoskeleton armor? Qin Feng said with a smile. Definitely not, the exoskeleton armor still has to be manufactured, but I am going to combine magic with my exoskeleton armor to make an exoskeleton armor that combines magic and technology. Once it is made, I believe, at that time, it will definitely be extremely powerful. Tony Stark's eyes flashed, and when he said this, the expression on his face was enthusiastic and confident. Well, I believe you. Qin Feng nodded and continued, then how long are you going to study here? Are you going to study around the clock, or are you going to study here only when you are free? Knowing that Saturday and Sunday will soon be over, don't you run the Stark Group? Tony Stark was startled when he heard Qin Feng's words, and continued, I almost forgot about this. I'll call Stanley later and let him manage the group on my behalf first. Stanley? You're talking about Obadiah Stanley. 39 Qin Feng. Well, yes, it's him. Tony Stark nodded. If it's him, I advise you not to do that. Qin Feng. Tony Stark looked at Qin Feng puzzled. There is a saying in our country that the intention to harm others is indispensable, and the intention to guard against others is indispensable. If I remember correctly, Obadiah Stanley is the second largest shareholder of the Stark Group besides you. If you give him the power of agency, aren't you afraid that he will cause some trouble? Qin Feng said with a smile. Did you see something from the future clip? Tony Stark's eyes moved, and he looked at Qin Feng and asked. Chapter 88. If an ordinary person told him such things, he would not care about the other party's words at all. Even if I think about it for a while, I don't care too much. After all, Obadiah Stanley was his father's partner. He is a person who has been in the Stark Group since the establishment of the Stark Group. He has helped him a lot over the years. But Qin Feng said so, he had to think more and be vigilant. After all, Qin Feng can see through the future. If, in the future that I see through, the reason why you will be attacked by terrorists, resulting in you being shot in the mouth, with shrapnel embedded in the heart, and having to use the arc reactor to isolate the shrapnel, the mastermind behind all this is Austria. Obadiah Stanley, do you believe it? Qin Feng said with a smile. This. Tony Stark opened his mouth, followed Shen Sanju-san and fell silent, his thoughts turned rapidly, and the expression on his face suddenly turned into a wry smile. He is the second largest shareholder of the Stark Group besides me, and one of the veterans of the Stark Group. With his current status, he makes a lot of money. I don't understand why he does that. Tony Stark You really don't understand? It's just that you don't want to accept it. What else can you do? Naturally, it's because you don't want to be under you. It's true that the Stark Group was founded by your father, but Obadiah Stanley, to be able to occupy the shares from the beginning, of course, you have contributed a lot. After your father's death, the Stark Group will be controlled by you, not him. Do you say he is willing? In addition, in the arms business of Stark Group over the years, you are not allowed to cooperate with some reactionary forces, terrorists, etc. You are blocking their way of making money, and you say that he will deal with you but not. Qin Feng. Well, I understand, of course it will. Tony Stark smiled bitterly again, with his cleverness, with his thoughts turning, he naturally understood that what Qin Feng said was true. However, although he understood that this was the case, he was really unwilling to accept it. Fortunately, it wasn't the first day he was in the mall. Although he was unwilling to accept it, he would not be so upset because of the impact of such things. Then what will you do next? Qin Feng said to Tony Stark with a smile. Advertisement? Continue to hand over the agency to him. Tony Stark. Hi. Qin Feng's eyes moved. Since he did something to me in the future clip you watched, then this time I will give him the power of agency and give him the opportunity to do something to me. If I don't do it, I will not do it to him. Let him continue to settle down, and if he does, then just get rid of him. According to your words, I call it a snake out of a hole, right? Tony Stark. It's up to you. You can find me when it's inconvenient for you to deal with it. In addition, if you want to do something with him, you'd better be careful about the strength behind him. He's from Hydra. Qin Feng smiling and shrugging. Hydra. Tony Stark's eyes flashed coldly. His father was attacked and died that year, and everything pointed to the mysterious organization Hydra. Although the investigation at the time was an ordinary car accident. But he was not stupid, how could he believe that his father would die in an ordinary car accident? He has been investigating Hydra all these years, but the Hydra organization is too secretive, and even if he investigates, he has not been able to investigate much useful information. Do you know where the Hydra headquarters is? Tony Stark asked Qin Feng in awe. I don't know. However, if you catch some Hydra people and ask questions at every level, you will naturally know the specific location of Hydra headquarters. Definitely, it is useless to find Hydra headquarters. Hydra members are all over the world, even if the headquarters are destroyed, Hydra can also be reborn from ashes. In the world, many businessmen and dignitaries belong to them. Qin Feng shrugged, then shook his head. Oh, Qin Feng, if I want to destroy the Hydra organization, what do you think I should do? Tony Stark nodded, followed the conversation and looked at Qin Feng again with awe. If you can adopt the principle of would rather kill the wrong than let go, wait for your magic to achieve certain achievements, make your own exoskeleton armor, go all the way recklessly, it is not difficult to do, definitely, you can't do such a thing. Qin Feng said with a smile. Yeah, you're right, I can't. Tony Stark smiled wryly. Rather kill the wrong, don't let it go. How many people have to kill? He's not a murderer. Otherwise, it would not be promoting peace while promoting weapons. He sold weapons to some military. Advertisement. I just hope the military can suppress the reaction. Suppress the rebellion. Qin Feng didn't say much after seeing this. Even if his strength is very good, but seriously, if you want to solve Hydra at once, it is really not something that can be done in a short time. It is not difficult to blow up an interest. But if you want to dig out the hidden identity of one of them from the vast sea of people, it is not easy. At least he hasn't reached the point of omniscience and omnipotence. If you can't do such a thing, then Tony will give you another direction. Qin Feng looked at Tony Stark and followed. What direction? Tony Stark. Becoming the Sorcerer Supreme. Qin Feng. Hi. Tony Stark was startled, isn't the Sorcerer Supreme Ancient One magician? Ancient One is too tired, always wants to step down as Sorcerer Supreme, and wants to find an heir. With the magical ability you have shown, you are qualified to become Sorcerer Supreme, so if you want to become Sorcerer Supreme, chances are not without. Qin Feng. What does it take to be a Sorcerer Supreme? Tony Stark. Protect the Earth, prevent the invasion of alien races, gods, and demons, and even various evil creatures from other dimensions of the multi-universe, in short, become the nanny of the Earth. Qin Feng. 2.5. Tony Stark was silent. He is a playboy, what he pursues is stimulation, only, not restraint. To become Sorcerer Supreme, he will be bound in this position, and this kind of thing is not what he is willing to face. There are many ways to destroy Hydra, this way, from the current point of view, is obviously not suitable for him. It seems that I have to use other methods. Forget it, I don't think about it for the time being. Anyway, Hydra is not a day or two on the Earth, and it will be destroyed one day, and you just said that I have the opportunity to become the Sorcerer Supreme. Ancient One magician may not want me to be the Sorcerer Supreme, and now I'm talking about this, obviously I'm thinking too much. Tony Stark rubbed his brows with his hands after being silent for a while, and said to Qin Feng with a smile. Chapter 89. Okay, you're right, no one at Ancient One knows exactly what she thinks and who she wants to be the Sorcerer Supreme. Qin Feng also smiled and was not going to talk about this topic. But as soon as his words fell, he saw a space portal suddenly appear beside him. Then the Ancient One walked out of the space portal. At the same time as it came out, the voice of Ancient One also rang. Who can't tell what I think? You really don't know what I think. I obviously want you to be the Sorcerer Supreme, but you just don't agree. Qin Feng was speechless. I really didn't expect Ancient One to appear like this all of a sudden, and then demolish him. In contrast to his speechlessness, Tony Stark, who was on the side, couldn't help laughing when he heard this. While smiling, Tony Stark couldn't help looking at Qin Feng and Ancient One curiously. I wondered how the two met and what their identities were. From the time they came to Camartage, Ancient One wanted Qin Feng to learn magic from her, but Qin Feng refused. He really didn't understand the relationship between the two. Why did I say something wrong? Seeing Qin Feng's speechless expression, Ancient One said with a smile. I'm speechless, right? Qin Feng shrugged gloomily. He couldn't bring up the topic of Ancient One. He's been on this topic for a long time, and God knows what will happen. Seeing Qin Feng like this, Ancient One smiled again, then put the time on Tony Stark, and said, although I really want Qin Feng to be the Sorcerer Supreme, Tony, you can see that Qin Feng don't want to be Sorcerer Supreme. So, I'm definitely going to have to repick an heir. And your potential is very good, if you want to be Sorcerer Supreme, I can give you a chance. How about you Tony, are you going to be the Sorcerer Supreme? I'm a person who doesn't like to be restrained, and I don't think Sorcerer Supreme is suitable for me. Tony Stark hesitated, then said with a smile, and the expression on his face was very when he said this. Serious? Advertisement? I know. After all, you are a famous playboy, the power holder of the Stark group, you have everything in fame, fortune, status, and beauty, and almost no one in this world can limit you. If you are not responsible, you can be free and unrestrained. But Tony, it is precisely because you have experienced all these fame and fortune, enjoyed the power and status, that you have actually become the Sorcerer Supreme. Ancient One took a deep look at Tony Stark, then spoke again. But at least not now. Tony Stark. That's right, not now. You'll be a perfect Sorcerer Supreme when you've come to your senses, when you've figured it out one day and grown up. 35 Ancient One. Thank you Ancient One Magician for holding me so highly. Tony Stark. It's not a high opinion, it's just the way it is. Ancient One shook his head and looked at Qin Feng. Qin Feng, you also saw that I gave Tony a chance, but he didn't want to inherit me. In this position, so, are you really not interested in being a Sorcerer Supreme? Con, can you stop pulling me all the time, are you always making fun of me? Qin Feng's face darkened, and he glanced at Ancient One again speechlessly. Knowing that the old woman's bad taste has done it again. Ha ha ha. Ancient One laughed. After laughing for a while, he followed Qin Feng with strange eyes and looked up and down curiously. Qin Feng, you feel very wrong to me today. Today you are full of divinity. What is your situation? Yesterday you can clearly perceive that you are not a god, and you do not have the slightest bit of divinity, but you will have divinity in your body. Although for ordinary people, the strength reaches a certain level, as long as he can destroy the sky and destroy the earth, he is actually a god. With the strength you have shown before, for most people, it is actually the combat power of God. But although you are strong like that, I am quite sure that you are not God. Because there is no divinity in you. But you have it now, which is strange. Can you perceive the divinity in me? Ancient One, your strength is really not simple. Qin Feng's eyes flashed with surprise, and he said with a smile, without explaining why he has a body. Seeing Qin Feng's attitude, Ancient One also knew that Qin Feng didn't want to explain, so he didn't ask any more questions. Then he looked at Qin Feng again, and after a thought, the space portal appeared in front of him again, and it seemed that he was about to leave. Comes suddenly, and goes away casually. Just like that. And many more. Advertisement. Just when Ancient One was about to leave, Qin Feng suddenly stopped Ancient One. Ancient One stopped and turned to look at Qin Feng. Tonight at 8 o'clock, I will have a party at Building 10881, Malibu Street. If you are interested, come and join us at night. Qin Feng. Okay, I see. Ancient One nodded, followed by stepping into the space portal and disappeared. Are you going to have a party? After Ancient One left, Tony Stark looked at Qin Feng. Yeah. Qin Feng nodded. How did you think of inviting Ancient One Magician? She doesn't look like someone who's going to a party. Tony Stark. Why 393 do you think so? Qin Feng. She's mysterious, powerful, rigorous, and has a sense of detachment. Tony Stark. Have you forgotten that Kamartaj also has Wi-Fi? Although she is indeed mysterious, powerful, detached, and sees through everything, at the same time, she is also unfettered and does not derail the world. Qin Feng laughed. Well, I'm overthinking it. Tony Stark laughed. What about Parker? Where is Parker? Why isn't he with you? Qin Feng changed his words. Because I'm taking Mordo's fighting instructions. Tony Stark. It's so late, still fighting training, Parker seems really serious. Qin Feng. Tony Stark. Let's go and see how Parker is doing. In addition, by the way, let's see whether the arbitrary door of the space you have constructed is stable. 35 Qin Feng said. Okay, just let you see. Tony Stark laughed. He then put down the book in his hand, stretched out his left hand, and quickly drew a circle with his right hand, and immediately saw a light door forming rapidly. Although not like Qin Feng and Ancient One, there is room for any door to appear between thoughts. But in terms of casting speed and success rate, it's pretty good. Chapter 90. The next moment, a martial arts field where a cliff is located. A door of light opened here. Then I saw Tony Stark and Qin Feng walking out of the door of light. How about it, I can build any door. After walking out, Tony Stark asked Qin Feng with a smile. It's really possible, I promise, if you show this to Little Pepper after you go back to Xingguo, you will definitely make Little Pepper scream. Qin Feng said with a smile. Haha, I think so too. After hearing you say that, I can't help but have the idea of rushing back home immediately. Tony Stark couldn't help but laugh when he heard this. He has always had a good relationship with Pepper. However, in front of him, Xiao Chili has always been more rigorous. He really wanted to see what his expression would look like when Little Pepper saw him showing his magical side and displaying this kind of space arbitrary door. That must be very interesting. During the conversation between the two, they also looked to the side. Looking at it, I saw that not far away, Mordo was holding a long stick and was fighting with Peter Parker. The two of you come and go, and the fight is similar. While attacking, Mordo will also activate magic, and occasionally show some special skills. For example, when the long stick is chopped up, magic power suddenly bursts out, turning into a beam of light and attacking Peter Parker like lightning. Or it was clearly a stab of a long stick, but when he was about to approach Peter Parker, the long stick suddenly turned into a whip and wound towards Peter Parker. All attacks are incoherent and abrupt. Varied. Makes it impossible to guard against. Ordinary people, facing these attacks by surprise, will instantly feel sad. But Peter Parker at this meeting reacted to these attacks, either dodged the attack in a flash, or disintegrated the attack as if he knew in advance. After a little look, Qin Feng found that Peter Parker's progress was not small. Compared with the first time he met Peter Parker, the current Peter Parker has improved a lot in terms of fighting skills and on-the-spot response. However, the improvement is not small. But his attack still has a lot of flaws. Advertisement. Or training time is too short. Just have to keep training. With the current situation, there is no other interference, and after a month and a half, or a month or something, he can officially graduate in a year. Boom! In a roar, Peter Parker collided with Morton's fists, and during the collision, Peter Parker suddenly stepped back. And that Modu also retreated backwards. In terms of power, Peter Parker is definitely not weak. Although Morton is a magician, Kamar-Taj's magic method has the ability to train melee combat, and at the same time, can use magic in defense and strength. It's not a life and death fight now. Mordo was naturally not injured. Parker. And with these two attacks, with them being so separated, Tony Stark called out to Peter Parker abruptly. Tony. Qin Feng. 35. Peter Parker immediately turned his gaze towards Qin Feng and Tony Stark, then smiled at them and greeted Roar. Let's be here today. Mordo said to Peter Parker after seeing this. Well, thank you Mordo. Peter Parker replied. Mordo shook his head, put away his long stick, glanced at Tony Stark and Qin Feng slightly, then turned and left without making any move with Qin Feng and Tony Stark Roar. Soon disappeared from their sight. Tony Stark shrugged and didn't care. And Qin Feng just glanced at it and didn't care. In front of this Modu, to be honest, Qin Feng didn't know how to evaluate him. In the movie, Mordo is a disciple of Ancient One who did not betray Ancient One, but in the end, after knowing that Ancient One has absorbed magical power and seeing Doctor Strange using time ability, even if Doctor Strange cast time magic to save the world, it is still because disagreement of ideas, left Kamar-Taj. And in the comics, it seems that this Mordo was originally a villain. Advertisement. After all, he joined Ancient One far earlier than Doctor Strange. As a result, Ancient One would rather hand over the Sorcerer Supreme to Doctor Strange than to Mordo. For Mordo, this is a bit of a challenge. Not fair anymore. Make him jealous. Qin Feng didn't know what Modu was thinking, but Qin Feng could see the complexity in the eyes of the other party looking at Tony Stark before. After all, Mordo has been studying magic for many years. Before he mastered the arbitrary door of space, he must not have learned it all at once. Definitely not overnight. And Tony Stark will learn after playing it, such an ability will definitely stimulate Mordo. Glancing at the place where Modu left, Qin Feng then turned to look at Peter Parker. Parker, how have you learned about the random gate of your space, can you build it? Cough. Still can't build it. Hearing Qin Feng's words, Peter Parker coughed twice and said embarrassingly. When he said this, he couldn't help but glance at Tony Stark. Little Spider-Man, look at what I'm doing, I have extraordinary abilities, and I am born to learn magic materials, so you should honestly go the way of mutation. 39 Tony Stark. Cut. Peter Parker pouted. Parker, I'm going to hold a party at 8 o'clock in the evening. Come over with Tony at 8 o'clock in the evening. Qin Feng smiled and looked at Tony's relationship, and then said to Peter Parker. It's 8 o'clock in the evening in Star Country, well, I'll go with Tony then. Peter Parker nodded. Then, in line with the principle of coming here, Qin Feng fought Peter Parker again, or because it should be said that he, beat Peter Parker as usual. Teach him some new fighting skills, fighting tactics, and the control of fighting. After chatting with Tony Stark for a while, and went to the library to read the magic book for a while, Qin Feng walked out of Ancient One's dojo alone, strolled in the village of Kamar-Taj, and admired the stars and moonlight. It went out like this for about half an hour. Qin Feng's eyes narrowed suddenly. The moment he narrowed his eyes, he saw behind him, a man who appeared out of nowhere, holding two swords, slashing towards him. This man is wearing the same red one-piece uniform as Spider-Man. There is this special belt around the waist. The moment he slashed out, the two swords cut the air, and the sword energy exploded. It seems that the void is about to be chopped apart. His attack was extremely abrupt, making people unaware before his attack came out. Chapter 91. Almost as soon as the man slashed down at Qin Feng's body swirled, and with a whip, he attacked the man who was slashing upwards. The child bombarded the opponent's body. Boom. 35. Pft. 5. The roar sounded, and along with the sound of the roar, I saw that the person who was hit by Qin Feng flew out all of a sudden, and then fell to the ground in the distance. When he fell to the ground, blood spurted from his mouth, breathless, and he looked like he had been kicked to death. Seeing this, Qin Feng's expression did not change, he walked up to the other side indifferently, and walked in front of the other side. Just as he walked in front of the other party, he saw the person on the ground, who suddenly stabbed Qin Feng with swords in both hands. Speedy. Fast as lightning, swift as thunder. In addition to being fast, his attack is also extremely fierce. Even alloys will be cut under his sword. Such attacks are also extremely abrupt. Absolutely unpredictable. But the sword failed to stab Qin Feng's body, only to see Qin Feng's two hands stretched out between the lightning and flint, respectively grabbing the sword that was stabbing towards him. Empty hand to grab the blade. Let the sword not be able to take a step forward. 393. Yo, buddy, it's very powerful, it was able to escape my 2 assassinations, I forgot how many people were able to escape my attack under such abrupt attack, I still remember a long time ago, there was a man. At the same time Qin Feng held the 2 swords, the man in the one-piece uniform suddenly said to Qin Feng with a smile. Advertisement? To shut up. Without waiting for the person to continue speaking, Qin Feng scolded coldly. While scolding, Qin Feng also revealed the person's name, Wade Winston Wilson. You know me? When did I become so famous? Ha ha ha, is my business so wide now, and now anyone who comes up can even know my name. Sure enough, it's time for me to raise my employment price, however, rather than you calling Roar my real name, I prefer you to call Roar me Deadpool. Deadpool said with a smile, looking at Qin Feng. There was no fear at all because his katana was caught by Qin Feng. Shut up, why are you here, who asked you to kill me? How did you know I was here? Qin Feng, CFCF, frowned and shouted again. Being able to recognize the other party is not only because of the nature of the other party's talkativeness, but also because Qin Feng will be the king of heroes. He has a noble phantasm called the omniscient and almighty star. Like the brilliance of a star, it spreads all over the earth and sees through all phenomena. Permanently activated noble phantasm, which can see through the opponent's real name or noble phantasm at a glance, which has applied multiple hidden truths. So the moment he saw Deadpool, Qin Feng already knew the name of the other party. Who asked me to kill you? I think about it, it seems that no one asked me to kill you. I want to kill you myself. I heard that you despised my goddess. There is a problem, you even despise my goddess of death, where do you have the confidence to despise my goddess and slaughter my goddess of death's subordinates, don't you know that I am a faithful dog of the goddess? Deadpool said to Qin Feng with a smile. When he said this, his figure suddenly disappeared from Qin Feng's face. The reappearance was already abruptly behind Qin Feng, and at the same time as it appeared here, the right hand became a knife and slashed at Qin Feng's neck. The speed is fast and the attack is fierce. In addition, it is still so abrupt. So to speak, a normal mutant or something, fighting Deadpool, can't beat him at all. The 3 sudden shots he made were enough to kill many people. Boom! Before Deadpool's attack landed on Qin Feng's body, Qin Feng's figure twitched again between the lightning and flint, and then punched Deadpool's mouth, and he immediately saw Deadpool fly upside down. Advertisement? When flying backwards, blood spurted wildly from his mouth. Its Xian Cow position has obviously collapsed and sunk. This punch definitely shattered Deadpool's heart. After Deadpool fell to the ground, Deadpool was completely breathless again, as if he had been beaten to death again. Seeing this, Qin Feng's expression turned cold. Don't pretend to be dead for me, I know that you have the ability of immortality, and ordinary attacks can't kill you at all. Qin Feng said coldly. Yo, man, how do you know me so well, you can't fall in love with me, right, I'm a Wade who is loved by everyone, and flowers are blooming, you fell in love with me because of what you should, before it's not that I haven't seen my male compatriots fall in love with me, but unfortunately, I rejected them all, and you are not the first, so I can only reject you, you are a good person, Deadpool like a corpse on the ground, you can hear it after Qin Feng said this, he suddenly opened his eyes, sat up from the ground with a hippie smile, patted the dust on his body, and stood up. It's said that you are very noisy. Today I saw it. Are you sure that someone else asked you to kill me? Qin Feng looked at Deadpool indifferently. It wasn't originally, I said it all because you despised my goddess, why, you are very upset, you want to kill me, come on, come quickly, kill me quickly, kill me, I can go see me the goddess of death, I can't wait to meet my goddess, you know, the goddess of death is the most beautiful goddess in the world, but I want to be with her in my dreams. Deadpool hippie smiled to Qin Feng. He spoke again. While saying this, he also gave up all resistance and let Qin Feng attack him. Qin Feng's face turned black. In Marvel, Deadpool is basically a shit stick and a funny character. Can't kill you, stick to you. Once it sticks, the nausea will disgust you to death. Because this guy is a guy who has been cursed by Thanos, unless the strength exceeds Thanos, or the immortality curse is lifted by Thanos, otherwise, under normal circumstances, no one can kill him. In addition, this guy is also a bug-like character in Marvel. In some parallels, it's one guy, the guy who can slaughter all Marvel heroes. Although the superhero of the parallel world is not as powerful as the hero of the main world, and the setting is a bit funny, but no matter what, Deadpool is not simple and inevitable. After all, this is a guy who is said to be able to break down barriers and know that he is a dimensional character. Chapter 92. Roll. The answer to Deadpool was Qin Feng's cold drink. Followed and looked at Deadpool, just dropped Deadpool's 2 knives, and walked away, too lazy to pay attention to this teasing. The more you entangle with him, the more you appear to have low IQ. You can't kill him, you will be disgusted to death by him. And if you kill him, he got his wish and could go to his goddess of death. So it doesn't matter what you do with Deadpool. This is also the reason why Deadpool can make many Marvel characters feel disgusting and difficult to deal with. Dude, don't go, I attacked you, You won't be angry? Come on, kill me, I'll let you do it, really I won't fight back, hit me whatever you want, or you can cut me with a knife. Well, if you don't have a knife, you can use my knife is specially made, it is a carbon steel knife, it can suppress the healing factor, you can use it to cut me as much as you want, I'm not sure I can't recover from the injury. Seeing Qin Feng like this, Deadpool stopped Qin Feng's way abruptly, and then said to Qin Feng with a hilarious smile, and then he told a series of stories about how he got this knife and how many times he had killed it. Man, how many victories have you had, or something? Anyway. Talkative, disgusting. Just like brown sugar. Such a Deadpool made Qin Feng's face darken again, and then looked at Deadpool coldly, again, get out of here. Why are you angry? I like you when you are angry, come and kill me when you are angry. Deadpool continued with a tone of voice that a dead pig is not afraid of boiling water, and said to Qin Feng, not only did he not have any fears because of Qin Feng's attitude, but very excited. Qin Feng shook his head, followed by a hold of his right hand, followed by a sword that appeared out of thin air in his hand. The moment the sword appeared, Deadpool's eyes narrowed. Threaten. Almost as soon as Qin Feng's sword appeared, he subconsciously felt the threat. Slaying the undead blade. Advertisement. This is one of the many treasures of the King of Heroes. This is the divine sword of Greek mythology, with a special shape like a sickle with a blade inside. Its original quality is not excellent, but after being injured by it, the wound is absolutely irreversible, and this sword has the power to invalidate the undead attribute. Legend has it that Medusa's head was cut off. What kind of sword is this? It made me feel threatened. Dude, your sword is very powerful. Come on, kill me, hurry up. Deadpool said to Qin Feng excitedly while feeling the threat. It's just like a shaking M. As you wish. Qin Feng said indifferently, the words fell, his figure flashed, and he disappeared from the front of Deadpool. In the next instant, Deadpool's cold hairs stood up, and a terrifying aura of death enveloped him. Will die. If you get hit in the deadly part, you will really die. SHH. Then, in that flash of lightning, Deadpool's figure flashed and disappeared from the spot. He activated his teleportation belt between the lightning and flint. At the same time as he disappeared, Qin Feng's sword slashed at the position where Deadpool had left. The strong force erupted, and the sword chi gushed out, slashing the ground into a bottomless ravine. My darling, what kind of sword are you? It really gave me a feeling of death. After Qin Feng slashed out with such a sword, on Qin Feng's left hand, on a big rock, Deadpool was going to die. Appearing here, he looked at the sword in Qin Feng's hand curiously and fearfully. Aren't you looking for death? Since you are looking for death, why are you running? Qin Feng looked at Deadpool indifferently. That, haha, I suddenly remembered that I haven't collected the clothes I was drying, so I won't die, man, I'll find you next time I want to die. Deadpool rolled his eyes and said yes with a smile. Qin Feng said. As soon as he said that, he activated the space belt suddenly, and he was about to leave the place. Come here if you want, leave if you want, where do you think this is? Qin Feng sneered, and in the instant of sneering, he saw that the clothes on his body suddenly turned into golden armor, and even more so when the clothes turned into golden armor at the same time, a king's breath emanated from him. At the same time as this breath was radiating, a dazzling light suddenly appeared behind him. At the same time as that light appeared, a large number of noble phantasms suddenly appeared behind him. The moment those noble phantasms appeared, they rushed towards Deadpool like a gust of wind and rain. When they rushed up, the space was torn apart, and the space was disturbed. Moreover, the speed of the attack was so fast that Deadpool didn't even have time to start the instant. When he moved his belt and left, he was pierced by many treasures. Ask for flowers. What? Advertisement? Then hysterical screams came from Deadpool's mouth. Although Deadpool has the ability of immortality, it does not mean that his injuries will not hurt. And there are so many noble phantasms motivated by Qin Feng, like light rain, like 1,000 cuts to Deadpool, that kind of feeling is naturally unbearable for Deadpool. Although he is actually a ruthless man, he has long ignored injuries. But at this moment he had to admit that it was still too painful. Moreover, many of these noble phantasms that attacked him also had special abilities, and some of them had their own curses, which made Deadpool even more difficult. His healing abilities are obviously limited. The blood was flowing, the arm was broken, the body was completely pierced, and the flesh and blood flew. It was just a blink of an eye, and Deadpool would not see any intact human figures, only fleshy bones and intact human heads. But that's it. Qin Feng clearly perceives that Deadpool is not dead. This guy is still alive. It's really a very tenacious life, but, don't you want to die? Do you want to see your goddess of death? I will fulfill you today. Qin Feng watched this scene indifferently, and then stepped closer to Deadpool. He doesn't care whether Deadpool is good or bad. Regardless of whether this guy is in Marvel, his popularity is not bad. Since this guy will assassinate him, he also wants to die like that. Then let him die. When approaching, Qin Feng held the blade of slaughtering undead, and was ready to attack Deadpool's bones and the remaining human heads. If it can't be chopped to death at once, then it will be completely chopped into scum. Qin Feng couldn't believe it anymore. Relying on the special effect of the slaughtering undead blade, he chopped him into scum, and even smashed powder, and he could still not die. Even if you don't die, you will never have a complete body in the future. However, just as Qin Feng was about to do this to Deadpool, Qin Feng suddenly discovered that an attack was falling from the sky and shrouded him. Chapter 93. This attack fell from the sky and pierced through space, as if it was struck from multiple dimensions and distant galaxies. Locked Qin Feng completely. Qin Feng instinctively felt the danger. Forcing Qin Feng to give up his continued attack on Deadpool, the slaughtering undead blade in his hand suddenly disappeared, and at the same time as the slaughtering undead blade disappeared, another sword appeared in Qin Feng's hand in the flash of lightning. The star of the world's departure from the world. This is the most powerful noble phantasm of the King of Heroes. As soon as the heaven and earth deviation star appeared in Qin Feng's hands, Qin Feng did not hesitate to face the rushing attack and slashed into the air. As the beheading went up, the space was instantly shattered. The space was directly smashed open, and at the same time, the powerful attack that rushed towards was also smashed at once. Suddenly there was a deafening roar. The astonishing storm centered on 393 Qin Feng and spread in all directions. For several kilometers, they were all hit at once. Almost at the moment when the power spread, a space door suddenly opened beside Qin Feng, Ancient One suddenly appeared, and at the same time as it appeared, the magic circle was activated, and all of a few kilometers were suddenly enveloped by the magic circle. Resisted the storm that erupted, preventing such forces from continuing to spread to Zhou. What's the matter? Ancient One turned his eyes to Qin Feng in confusion after mobilizing the magic circle to resist the attack. Qin Feng didn't answer, but looked towards the sky. His eyes seemed to pierce through the atmosphere, through numerous galaxies, and through the universe. But even if he looked at it like this, he couldn't see who moved his hand to him. Advertisement. He made Qin Feng frown, and then turned his gaze towards Deadpool's location. Upon seeing this, he immediately found that Deadpool had disappeared. I don't know if he took advantage of the situation to escape when Qin Feng was suddenly attacked by the attack from the sky, or if someone rescued him. But no matter what, all of this has something to do with the attack that just suddenly appeared. If it wasn't for that attack, Deadpool wouldn't be able to go. Could it be Thanos' hand? In the current universe, the only person who doesn't want Deadpool to die is Thanos, who also likes the goddess of death, and he also has the ability to strike from a long distance. Qin Feng's thoughts turned, one person was locked in quickly. But Qin Feng didn't know if it was Thanos or not. Although the hero king he transformed into today is very strong. Has super strength. And there is also an all-knowing and all-powerful star who can see into the situation of others. But it has not reached the level of true omniscience and omnipotence. After all, that person had never appeared in front of him just now, but only attacked him from a long distance. If the other party appears, he will definitely know the identity of the other party, but if the other party does not appear, he can only rely on guesswork. Someone attacked me just now, can you detect who did it to me? Qin Feng asked Ancient One as he thought about it. That person is just a blow from a long distance, and I can't see it through. If I replace you with someone else and cooperate with Time Gem, I can see through the fate of the other party and lock the enemy, but you are not in the long river of time. I can't determine the identity of the person who shot you based on your situation. Ancient One shook his head. Hearing what Ancient One said, Qin Feng nodded. Have you provoked any enemies recently? If you think about your enemies carefully, you may be able to infer their identity. Ancient One. Enemies? Of course there are. I went to hell before and blew up Mephisto's soul. He should be my enemy, but I blew up his soul. Even if he didn't die completely, he wouldn't be. He may recover so quickly, and even if he recovers, he would never dare to provoke me again so quickly. In addition to him, there were some demon lords who were scared off by me at that time. If they were not willing to come and find some places, it was not impossible. Advertisement. In addition, it is the former Dormammu. Qin Feng thought for a while and said. You blew up Mephisto's soul? And he blew it up in hell? Are you sure you blew him up in hell? His soul blew up. With Qin Feng's words, Ancient One suddenly looked at Qin Feng with a strange expression, with obvious surprise in his eyes. Mephisto is the king of hell. In hell, he possesses super strength. And hell is Mephisto's base camp. In that base camp, even she can't destroy Mephisto's soul at all. Most traumatic for Mephisto. But Qin Feng actually blew up Mephisto's soul, which is a bit incredible. I'm pretty sure I did blow up his soul in hell. Qin Feng. Okay, you are really a bit special, it makes me curious about what your power is all about. Although you have fought with you before, judging from the means you have shown before, you shouldn't. It's good to have the ability to destroy Mephisto's soul. If you want to destroy his soul, you must have some means of finding the right soul, and it's not a general method. Ancient One looked Qin Feng up and down. I am curious about Qin Feng again. Qin Feng shrugged and didn't answer. Seeing that Qin Feng didn't want to say anything, Ancient One smiled and didn't ask any further, then continued, I really don't know whether to say you are brave or what to say about you. Don't you know that Mephisto has a relationship with the goddess of death? Is it related? If you blow up Mephisto's soul like that, the goddess of death may also trouble you. Besides, if nothing else happens, Mephisto should be almost resurrected, or already resurrected. Is he really related to the goddess of death? How is this possible? Isn't Mephisto transformed by the energy of the ancient gods of the earth, and the goddess of death is one of the 5 entities that were born with the beginning of the universe, because I should ignore him? Yes. Qin Feng. You even know the origin of Mephisto? I really don't know where you know these things. You are right, Mephisto is indeed transformed by the energy of the ancient gods of the earth, but really, he is many ancient gods and demons of the earth. Of power. Legend has it that a long time ago, a group of gods were born on the earth, which were extremely powerful. One day, one of the gods suddenly found that he could absorb other gods to improve his strength, so he absorbed the power of other gods to improve himself by 2.5, thus becoming the first demon on earth, and finally other gods followed that demon to learn, leading to an ancient war. It wasn't until the creator Engia gave birth to God Eater and devoured those gods that the war ended. In the end, God Eater also became a demon because he absorbed too much blackened power. Fortunately, he found his way back and released the power absorbed by himself, hiding in the sun to practice, prevented the occurrence of even greater disasters. Among the energies he released, the second batch of demons was born. Among them, Mephisto is the first demon born. He gathered the characteristics of many ancient gods and mastered the hell space, and hell is a special dimension that can open the door of death and lead to the location where the goddess of death came out. The more souls in hell, the stronger his strength. Since he knows how to open the door of death, how could he possibly have nothing to do with the goddess of death? Ancient One. Chapter 94. Hearing Ancient One say this, Qin Feng was surprised. He really didn't know about this. After all, the Marvel timeline is extremely chaotic, with a lot of plots and various branch lines, and it is impossible for him to fully understand Marvel. And now that it is the real world after all, it is inevitable that some things are different from the Marvel he knows. However, he was only slightly surprised. Qin Feng didn't care. Whether or not Mephisto is resurrected, he has no fear. If you can beat Mephisto once, you can naturally beat Mephisto a second time. As for the goddess of death, Qin Feng knew very well that it was impossible. The goddess of death is one of the 5 gods of the universe, and her strength is not false. But if I remember correctly, the goddess of death seems to be imprisoned by eternity. Although you can use your ability to communicate with some people, it is impossible to say that you can deal with some people in person. Forget it, let's not talk about this. Although I don't know who shot the shot, I think it has something to do with Deadpool. Ancient One, since you can see the time, then 25, can you help me? Let's play Deadpool's time segment. Just look at who he is in contact with, because it should be able to lock the person who shot me, and I owe you a favor. Qin Feng. Deadpool? Are you talking about the talkative Wade? Ancient One was startled, then said. Well. Qin Feng. How does this matter have anything to do with him? Ancient One. Before, it was because he attacked me, and then I was about to kill him, that someone suddenly attacked me. 35 Qin Feng. So that's the case, but I'm curious how he would do something to you? Besides, do you have the power to kill him? He is also related to the goddess of death, and he was cursed by a powerful being in the universe. Immortality. Ancient One. It wasn't because of Mephisto. I blew up Mephisto's soul. Who knows where the Deadpool guy got the news and came to assassinate me, and, most importantly, he knew I was in Camartage, which is obviously abnormal. His intelligence network is not that strong yet. I came to you today, but it came unexpectedly. Advertisement. It seems that all this has nothing to do with the demon lords in the region. Qin Feng said, saying here, his eyes narrowed. To say the information network is powerful. Hell must belong to the existence of the powerful intelligence network. After all, hell can control souls, dead creatures. It's really interesting, but Qin Feng, I can't help you spy on Wade. Ancient One. Qin Feng looked at Ancient One in confusion. Since the goddess of death and some powerful existence in the universe are implicated behind Wade, if he rashly sees through his time, he will contact the goddess of death and the person in the long river of time. This is not me who is destined to call the curtain. The thing to do, I hate trouble. Ancient One. Sorry, I was abrupt. Qin Feng quickly apologized to Ancient One when he heard this. He really didn't know it happened. After all, he's not good at time magic. Although I have spied on the future clip of Tony Stark before, but it was in the case of the 8th sense of the small universe and holding the time gem. No, you don't need to apologize. However, although I can't help you, Qin Feng, do you really not consider becoming a Sorcerer Supreme? If you become a Sorcerer Supreme, all this will be solved naturally, and I can give you the time gem. Ancient One shook his head and looked at Qin Feng with a smile. Qin Feng. I don't want it anymore, I'll think of a solution myself. Qin Feng said to Ancient One after being speechless, and then changed his words, remember to come to my party at night, I'll leave first. After saying this, Qin Feng's thoughts moved, and he disappeared from the spot. Appearing again is already returning to the villa. After returning here, Qin Feng sat on the sofa in the living room, thinking about some abilities and many treasures in his current state. Although the King of Heroes claims to be able to use any noble phantasm, all the noble phantasm prototypes in the world also passed away from his king's treasure. But in fact, Qin Feng checked carefully and found that many treasures were basically used for fighting. There are very few auxiliary classes. Advertisement. Seeing this, Qin Feng couldn't help but sigh. It is said that God is all-knowing and all-powerful. But as a demigod, even if he had a so-called omniscient and omnipotent star, he could not be omniscient and omnipotent at all. It's really a headache. Although I am in a very strong fighting state now, even if I really come over, I can beat the opponent, but there are many flaws. However, it seems that it is not only the King of Heroes, but even the Odin of this world, Thanos, the goddess of death, etc., it's not the same, they can't be omniscient and omnipotent, so, thinking about it this way, it seems that there is no entanglement. It seems that only the Xiangxia side can be omniscient and omnipotent. A calculation, understand all calculations. Qin Feng rubbed his brows slightly with his hands, and then stopped thinking about these things. After not thinking about these things, Qin Feng immediately instructed Saber to prepare various supplies, wine, and ingredients for the party, and hire a chef and a band. In short, it is the first time to party, and it must not be too unprofessional. After putting Saber in charge of these things, Qin Feng was sitting on the sofa with nothing to say, so he couldn't help but think of the previous speculation. What happened this time is likely to have something to do with those demon lords. If Mephisto is really resurrected, maybe it has something to do with Mephisto. Qin Feng couldn't help but think of going to hell again. Although he is not in Iki's Saint Seiya state now, he is still a hero king anyway. As demigods, heroes still have strength. In addition to having been to hell once before, Qin Feng's coordinates of the hell dimension were not lost because of the release of Iki's state. With his current situation, if he uses any door in space, he can go to hell. And even if he doesn't use any door in the space, Qin Feng can also use the Star of Heaven and Earth deviation, that is, the deviation sword, to cut through the space, forcibly lock the dimension of hell, and step into hell. Thinking of this, Qin Feng's eyes moved. Then I didn't bother to ink anything, and immediately a space portal appeared before the meeting. After the space portal appeared, Qin Feng stepped into it. Chapter 95. To hell again. However, this advent was completely different from the previous ones. Before Qin Feng came here, he was in a state of Iki, and his strength had reached a certain and terrifying level. And this time he is the King of Heroes. The King of Heroes is also very strong. In all aspects of the noble phantasm, the overall strength is absolutely good. But Qin Feng had to admit that in terms of the original strength, the King of Heroes was really inferior to Yuhui. However, although the strength is not as good as that of Yuhui, the King of Heroes is a demigod after all, and his status is special, but he is not limited by the power of this dimension. Came here again. As soon as he arrived, Qin Feng suddenly found that compared to when he left before, there has been a great change. At the moment here is no longer the broken look he had attacked. Completely recovered. And not only has it recovered, but there are still a lot of undead creatures here at the moment. Such a scene made Qin Feng frown, and his eyes filled with surprise. Could it be that Mephisto is really resurrected? Qin Feng couldn't help thinking. Just when he turned his thoughts like this, he saw a sudden flash of light in front of him. With a flash of light, I saw a throne suddenly appear in the void in front of him. With the appearance of the throne, there is still a person sitting on the throne. A woman in a black uniform with bare shoulders, long hair like a waterfall, and a wine glass in her hand. She sat lazily on the throne. Looks incredibly sexy. Death God Hela. Advertisement. Qin Feng recognized the other party as soon as they appeared. Although Death God Hela's costume this time was completely different from the one he saw when he first came to Hell, the all-knowing and almighty star clearly told him that the person in front of him was Hela. When Qin Feng was looking at Hela, Hela would also be looking at Qin Feng lazily. Why Qin Feng is you again, and what are you doing in hell? Besides, your situation is very strange, and you have a divine spirit. Hela looked at Qin Feng lazily, and asked Qin Feng curiously. Road. It seems that you have investigated me. Qin Feng. You left without leaving a name, of course I want to investigate you. Hela. So, that guy from Deadpool ran to assassinate me, is it really what you demon lords did? Qin Feng. Deadpool went to assassinate you? Who is Deadpool? Hela looked at Qin Feng with a puzzled look in her eyes. Judging from her performance, she doesn't seem to know this. However, although she didn't seem to know, but with the blessing of the omniscient and almighty star, Qin Feng would feel tomorrow that Hela was deceiving him. She knew who Deadpool was. You are deceiving me. Qin Feng narrowed his eyes. I don't. Hela. Humph! Qin Feng snorted coldly, and suddenly appeared in front of Hela with a movement. At the same time, he formed a fist with his right hand and slammed it down. Fenji Tianxiang displayed it at this moment. The small universe is activated for the first time. Immediately, a powerful force erupted from him, and at the same time behind him, a phoenix phantom appeared, with the flame of the phoenix burning, covering Hela. This punch is strong. But in the face of Qin Feng's punch, Hela's face did not show any panic. Not only did she not say it, but she couldn't help but be surprised. Although Qin Feng's punch was very strong, ordinary demons can't resist. But compared with the kind of power Qin Feng showed when he first came to Hell, it was obviously not a level. Too bad. Therefore, Hela's expression remained unchanged, and with his left hand between the electric light and flint, he slapped a palm and faced Qin Feng's attack. Boom. 35. Advertisement. Boom. The roar exploded, and with the roar of the roar, I saw Hela's body, together with the throne, suddenly retreated several kilometers to the back, and at the same time, Qin Feng's figure also took a few steps back. Ha ha ha. Qin Feng, your strength has become weaker. What's the situation with you? You suddenly possessed divinity, but your strength has become weaker. It's really interesting, it's really interesting. Although you are still very powerful like this strong, but you shouldn't come to Hell, this is my home ground now. Since you have come like this, then you should stay. It happens to be this king's side, and there is still a lack of a decent guard. This king thinks you are very good. When Qin Feng stepped back, Hela burst out laughing. Along with the big laugh, the aura on her body suddenly soared, and at the same time as her aura skyrocketed, her outfit suddenly changed. Suddenly, a cloak appeared behind her, and at the same time as the cloak appeared, a peculiarly shaped helmet appeared on her head. In addition, the wine glass in her hand disappeared, and she faintly grew from the throne. Get up! Almost at the same time as she stood up, an aura of a king who was invincible and invincible in the world radiated from her body. She is the god of war in the god realm. Even Ares, when she was in the 9 realms, was not as famous as her. Such Hela is full of ambition and domineering. Seeing Hela like this, Qin Feng's expression did not change at all, and his clothes were also changed at this moment. The golden armor appeared. At the same time as the golden armor appeared, golden earrings also appeared on the ears. At the same time, an aura of a king who is also invincible in the world, the only one in the sky and the earth, radiates from him. As if everything in the world belongs to him. Where he is his kingdom, is his territory. Under the eruption of this momentum, the surrounding void roared. This is the spirit of the King of Heroes. Not even hell can suppress it. Your strength has improved to a certain extent, but I can perceive that the you in front of you is far less powerful than the one I saw last time. How promise good, so, even if your strength improves, today, you can only if you can obediently become my bodyguard, your soul will be stamped with my Hela's mark and become my exclusive personal pet. Hela looked at Qin Feng with fiery eyes, extremely excited, not at all because of the increase in his aura, but rather what is there to fear. The last time Qin Feng fought with her, she felt an incomparably terrifying combat power. Qin Feng like that, she has to admit, she is not as good as him. But Qin Feng of at the moment, although strong and divine, is not invincible. For her who has ambition, she is naturally very excited to conquer such a strong man, make him her exclusive personal pet, and make her soul imprint her mark. After all, this is the guy who defeated her before, no, because it should be said that it was the guy who crushed her. Chapter 96. Let me be your personal pet. I'm afraid you are thinking too much, you old woman. Even if you give it to me, I am not interested at all, let alone make me your personal pet. Qin Feng is indifferent, glancing at Hela. Although his strength was indeed lower than when he transformed into Iki, he had no problem dealing with the Hela in front of him. Because Hela is not only the queen of the underworld, but also a demon lord, at the same time, she is also a death god. She has a divine spirit in her. Since it has divinity, then facing the noble phantasm of the hero king, the lock of heaven will inevitably be restrained. Damn! Boy, you have successfully angered me, then you will see if you will become my personal pet. When I catch you and subdue you, then I will make you this boy understand and insult your queen. What a price! Hela's face turned black, and as her face turned black, she held her right hand, and her divine weapon, the night sky sword, appeared in her hand. Almost the moment the night sky sword appeared in her hand, as soon as she moved, she rushed towards Qin Feng. The figure pierced through the void, like lightning, a dazzling light surged. The space was torn apart in the instant of the attack. While rushing, she 393 waved the night sky sword in her hand and slashed towards Qin Feng. Immediately, an astonishing sword energy erupted, shrouding Qin Feng like a gust of wind and rain. Between heaven and earth, at this moment, it seems that only her swinging sword is left. It's shocking, it makes the scalp tingle and the legs go weak. At this moment, she has a special temperament. That is Death God's harvest and suppression of mortals. The profound meaning of death is completely contained in her sword. Ordinary creatures could not resist her at all. Facing such an attack, Qin Feng's expression remained the same. With a hold of his right hand, the deviant's sword appeared in his hand, and at the same time as the deviant's sword appeared, he shouted, "Heaven and Earth Deviant's Star." With the violent drinking, he immediately saw the sword of Heaven and Earth Deviants in Qin Feng's hand, which suddenly burst into an extremely dazzling light. At the same time as the light erupted, a strong force immediately confronted Hela's attack. This sword opened up the world, as if to destroy chaos. The sword of deviance from heaven and earth is known as the sword that can sever the world, and its power is not weak. Advertisement. As a hero king who has survived since the existence of gods, and is also a hero king with demigods, the combat power he can exert is definitely not low. Boom! Boom! The attacks of the two suddenly collided. Almost at the moment of the collision, the ground shook, the mountains shook, the void shook, the space burst open, and the rolling spatial turbulence overflowed from the crack, sweeping in all directions, while in the Qin Feng and Hela on the battlefield were affected almost immediately. However, being affected by such power, he saw that neither Hela nor Qin Feng had anything to do. Not only did nothing happen, but after the two hit each other with a sword, they fought fiercely. The artifact in each other's hands collided, and every collision was extremely astonishing. Their attacks are also extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, the two of them turned into two beams of light, and ordinary people couldn't see their battle situation at all. What's the matter with this guy? I clearly feel that his strength has dropped a lot, and he clearly feels that his strength is weaker than mine before. How come after taking out such weapons, his combat power has increased so much, and why is the weapon still getting stronger in the course of the battle? Death God Hela, while fighting fiercely with Qin Feng, is also turning his thoughts rapidly, with obvious confusion in his eyes. Based on her previous perception, she clearly knew that as long as she had the strength, she could capture and suppress Qin Feng in a very short period of time. But now, CF has become like this, which makes her very unhappy. It's the second time that I've misestimated this guy's strength. Moreover, compared to the first time, this guy's strength, for no apparent reason, has dropped a lot. Even when it has dropped a lot, he still can't deal with him, which is too unreasonable. So Death God Hela suddenly urged the Hell authority he had just acquired. Immediately, she saw that she resonated with Hell, and a large amount of power was suddenly instilled into her body, causing her strength to suddenly skyrocket at this moment. Instilling into her body makes her strength constantly improve. Chong! Then the sound of Jinji clashing sounded, and Qin Feng's figure suddenly retreated under the sound of this time Jinji clashing. He was actually forced back by Hela with a sword. Seeing Qin Feng being forced back by himself, Hela's eyes became even more frenzied. Ha ha ha, little guy, I said, if you can't escape, you should be suppressed by me. Seeing this situation, Hela laughed. Advertisement. Qin Feng pouted. Just warming up, I really don't know what Hela is excited about. In the next moment, he was too lazy to continue fighting. As soon as he thought about it, a large number of noble phantasms suddenly appeared behind him. At the same time as the large number of noble phantasms appeared, dazzling rays of light flickered out of those noble phantasms, and at the same time as the rays of light flickered, a chain flew violently out and shrouded towards Hela. Heaven's lock. The noble phantasm that flew out was the lock of the sky. I saw that the speed of the sky's lock was very fast, so that Hela didn't have time to react, so he didn't bind the chain at once. And the trapped pose is awkward. It is completely the otaku's favorite tortoiseshell binding. She completely outlines her perfect figure. Damn! What's the situation? 39. Break me. 9. This situation made Hela's face change drastically, and he drank violently. At the same time, his strength was madly motivated, trying to shatter the lock of the sky. 18. The more she urged her energy, the more forcefully she saw the lock of the sky tying her up. Make her even more immobile. Seeing such a situation, Qin Feng nodded, as expected of a noble phantasm. This kind of pertinence is really strong. In a sense, the lock of the sky is very similar to the fairy rope in myths and legends. Unless his strength is far greater than Qin Feng, he will be bound by the lock of the sky, and he will not be able to break free. Chapter 97. With Hela struggling like this, Qin Feng put away the sword of heaven and earth in his hand, walked slowly and calmly towards Hela, then walked in front of Hela and raised Hela's chin with his hand. Old woman, you are not. Do you want to suppress me and make me your personal pet? Why can't you move now? Who is suppressing who? 55. Humph, what kind of skill do you have to use these special artifacts? If you have the skill, let me go and confront me head on. Death God Hela looked at Qin Feng with great resentment, and snorted coldly. Ha, you're all a death god, how can you be so naive? You were caught by me, and you want me to let you go. You're probably thinking too much. Tell me, what happened to Deadpool? I wonder if you instigated him to attack me, and who rescued him? Qin Feng glanced at Hela and said indifferently. Listening to Qin Feng's words, Death God Hela suddenly fell silent. She doesn't understand the truth of winning or losing. It's just that this meeting is really difficult to accept, and he was actually suppressed and bound. It was quite unsatisfactory to lose. Obviously, the strength of this guy in front of him is much weaker than when he first saw him. Obviously, from the perspective of perception, he can suppress him. Result. This guy took out an unknown divine sword, and the combat power skyrocketed all of a sudden. When he was playing his trump card and preparing to violently cede, this guy took out such a chain and tied her directly. It made her completely unable to break free. At this time, she can clearly perceive that her strength is still there. But the more she struggled, the more she burst out, the more tightly the chains bound her. And this binding posture is too embarrassing. Shame. It's abominable. This damn chain seems to be absorbing her divinity, and suppressing her by absorbing her divinity. Before this, she never knew that there was such a strange artifact specifically aimed at gods in the world. Advertisement. Silence is useless, tell me, my patience is limited, tell me what's going on, don't force me to be rough. Qin Feng touched Hela's face with his hand and said with a smile. However, although he was smiling, he gave Hela a feeling that if he didn't say anything, he would be in a terrible situation. Make her subconscious heart beat faster. In her long years, although she does not say that she has always been the victor, she has never been a prisoner in previous battles. The only one who was imprisoned was by Odin. That's because Odin was afraid of her, so he touched her. As for the enemy, no one has done it, let alone been treated like this. It felt a little too special. I didn't instigate Deadpool to trouble you, but the news that Mephisto, as a subordinate of the goddess of death, was blown up by you was indeed spread from hell and passed it to Deadpool on purpose, but it was definitely not passed on by me. As for who rescued him, I don't know. Death God Hela bit her lip and said. Sure enough, it has something to do with your hell. Qin Feng's eyes moved, his eyes became cold, and then he looked at Death God Hela. Are you sure you don't know who saved Deadpool? I really don't know. Death God Hela. Then have you seen my fight with Deadpool? Qin Feng. No, I've been dealing with hell before, I haven't seen you fight, and if you hadn't said Deadpool was rescued, I wouldn't have known about it. Death God Hela. Really? Qin Feng narrowed his eyes. That's what it is. Death God Hela. Qin Feng nodded, which would sense that what Death God Hela said was true. Although the omniscient and omnipotent star cannot achieve true omniscience and omnipotence, it is still very clear about such insight. Advertisement. Although he nodded, Qin Feng followed and looked at the surrounding hell environment, then changed the topic and said to Hela, how did hell get back to this state, and besides, is Mephisto resurrected? Hell is a special dimension. This is one of the places where the undead creatures go. It has special rules. As long as it is not completely destroyed, it can quickly recover. In addition, I have transferred a large number of undead creatures and souls from the underworld. It accelerated its repair. As for Mephisto, I don't know if he was resurrected or not. Death God Hela. Ask for her flowers. Why don't you know anything, you are not the queen of the underworld, don't you master this hell now? 35 Qin Feng frowned. Although I am the queen of the underworld does not belong to me completely. I and Hades rule together. As for the current hell, hell is also not controlled by me alone. We just divided up the realm that originally belonged to Mephisto. And it is divided among 3 people, and it is not omnipotent and omnipotent. 35 Death God Hela. Then do you think he is resurrected? Qin Feng. This, because it hasn't. Death God Hela. Why do you think so? Qin Feng. If he is resurrected, he will definitely come to see me, Hades and Lucifer, and will find a way to take back his territory from our hands, or deceive it back. Even if he is resurrected, his strength will definitely be greatly weakened, he will not hide from us either. 1. He has never appeared in front of us now, so I think it is possible that he has not been resurrected. However, although he is not resurrected now, he will be resurrected sooner or later. After all, he has a relationship with the goddess of death. If he is blessed by the goddess of death, he can be resurrected as soon as possible. Death God Hela. Oh. Qin Feng. I've said what I have to say, what are you going to do with me next, kill me, or something else? I'm your captive now, and you have the right to control my life and death, and everything. 35 Death God Hela change. Huh? You said that I am qualified to control everything about you? Why did you suddenly become so obedient? You have changed a bit. Qin Feng was startled, then looked at Death God Hela with a half smile, thinking about Death God, what kind of calculations is Hela doing? In the battle of the gods, the god of victory originally has the power to judge all the gods of the losers. Moreover, in the universe, the victors do not always obey these rules. Besides, I can feel that at the moment you possess divinity, you are also a god, since you have defeated me, you are naturally qualified to control my everything. Death God Hela dry. Chapter 98. So, you are willing to surrender to me. 33 Qin Feng. Number 35 Death God Hela. Then you said that I am qualified to control everything about you. Qin Feng. I was forced. Death God Hela. What's the difference? I don't see it, you're still shaking. Qin Feng was speechless and looked at Death God Hela with a strange look. How is it possible? Death God Hela said in a loud denial with some uncomfortable eyes. But although she denied such things, her performance made Qin Feng more sure of his thoughts, and even more speechless. Turn with your thoughts. Wondering what to do with the Death God Hela. Killed? Still stay. Although Death God Hela is in a sense, it is difficult to kill completely. After all, she was the Death God in the first place. 393 also holds a special dimension. But just like with Mephisto, if not completely destroyed, at least she can be silenced. As his thoughts turned, Qin Feng couldn't help but think of Tony Shi Stark. Thinking of Tony Shi, Stark has the exclusive life secretary of Little Pepper. He seems to be a rich man now. He owns 10% of the shares of the Stark Group and 1% of the Osborn Group, but he doesn't even have a life secretary or assistant. Or get an assistant. Looking for a life secretary? Under such thinking, Qin Feng's hand subconsciously touched Death God Hela's face, which made Death God Hela feel extremely complicated. This feeling. Too weird. For the first time being dominated. Shame. But why? Why is there a special kind of excitement, heart palpitations? Are you really a shaker? Advertisement? Bah, impossible, she wouldn't admit such a thing. Obviously, she used to be the one who dominated the life and death of others and controlled everything. Since you are my captive, and according to the rules of the universe, you are a loser, and I have the right to dominate your everything, so I won't kill you this time. From today onwards, woman, listen to me, you are this king's personal property, just like you wanted to make this king your personal pet before, you will be this king's personal pet in the future, and everything you own belongs to this king. Qin Feng's thoughts turned, his body the aura of a king was exuded, and he learned from the words of the hero king, and spoke to Death God Hela domineeringly. Definitely, it seems domineering, but in Qin Feng's heart, he also feels that the words are full of middle and second breath. Shame. Following Qin Feng's words, Death God Hela blushed and replied softly. The sound is very light. When I responded, I only felt my face get hot. It's so embarrassing. Shame. If the situation in front of her is seen by the gods and the 9 realms races that she has known or defeated in the past, I am afraid that their eyes will be shocked, and I can't believe it is true. The ambitious, domineering, and cold goddess of death, Hela, has such a side. How can that be? Seeing Death God Hela answer so softly, Qin Feng glanced at Death God Hela, but did not force her to answer loudly. This woman just needs to promise. At least he will be able to see through the omniscient and omnipotent star that this woman really promises. So you say that you have received a god as a personal favor? Or the goddess of the underworld? Thinking of this, Qin Feng's expression became even more strange. He just felt that the development of this matter today caught him off guard a bit. What is the purpose of coming to hell by yourself? It's obvious that he is looking for someone to settle the account, but by the way, let's check whether Mephisto is resurrected or not. Why did it become like this? Thinking of this, I couldn't help but glance at Death God Hela. Could it be that this woman has some kind of strange charm magic that charmed herself? The old woman is really bad. They're all big pigs. Not tidy up. It's also that Hela didn't know what Qin Feng was thinking. If he knew, he would be very speechless. If you go to Earth, will your strength be weakened? Qin Feng glanced at Death God Hela, then changed the conversation and asked indifferently. There will be a certain degree of weakening, but I am not just a pure queen of hell, at the same time, I am also the god of death, the god of Asgard, so the weakening of the strength will not be too much. Hela. Oh. Qin Feng nodded and said again, you look so ugly, change me back to the way I just saw you, cloak, helmet, etc., give it to me. Advertisement? Hela replied softly, followed by disappearing the helmet and cape, and once again turned into the lazy, sexy beauty with a good figure that Qin Feng had just seen. However, although the helmet and cloak disappeared, she still maintained the appearance of being bound by the chain of heaven. And because the cloak and helmet disappeared, she looked even more embarrassed. The figure is perfectly outlined by the lock of the sky. Seeing Qin Feng was speechless. After half an hour. Qin Feng's villa. Qin Feng walked out of the space portal with Hela. Hela this time, wearing a black uniform, bare shoulders, sexy, beautiful, and at the same time, heroic. At first glance, it is a rose with thorns, which is not easy to mess with. In the future, remember what I just said to you in hell. From now on, you will be my full-time life secret on Earth, responsible for my diet, daily life, and all trivial matters. Qin Feng said to Hela indifferently after returning here. Yes. Hela responded. Then why don't you hurry up and get me a bottle of Coke in the refrigerator? Qin Feng. Hela was speechless, but she hurriedly looked to the side, then found the location of the refrigerator and walked over. Quickly walked to the refrigerator and took a bottle of Coke from it. Then he walked back to where Qin Feng was and handed the cola to Qin Feng, who was sitting on the sofa watching TV. Qin Feng took the 2.5 and opened the bottle cap without any ink and drank it. Hela sat next to Qin Feng not far away and looked at Qin Feng. Her eyes were complicated, and her mind was confused. She didn't even understand what happened to her. Why are you freaked out? It became Qin Feng's personal pet, and it was completely shaking. So be obedient. Even. He didn't even stop him from doing that to her. She didn't know that, although she was convinced by Qin Feng's power, at the same time, it was also because Qin Feng's current passive attribute of the Hero King. Pretty Girl in Red. One of the passive attributes of King of Heroes. Has the charming effect of killing both men and women. Although these charming effects can be avoided, if someone is defeated by him, convinced, and attracted to him, then these effects will strengthen to an amazing degree. Just like Hela is now. Chapter 99. Contrary to Hela's doubts, Qin Feng was drinking coke while thinking about all the previous things. Thinking about some changes in Hela. Qin Feng was also a little puzzled at first. But with the analysis, Qin Feng quickly understood what happened to Hela. It's nothing more than that this powerful woman felt his powerful charm and was convinced by him, which made her feel a different situation than before, which inspired the trembling trait hidden deep in her heart. In addition, there is the ambition of this woman. The level of strength that he has shown makes Hela curious that he has a useful value for her. In addition to this, there is the special attribute of his own Hero King. This special passive skill of Beauty Boy. At first Qin Feng also ignored this matter, but in-depth analysis, naturally thought of this. After realizing this, Qin Feng didn't think much about it. Anyway, Death God Hela will be his life secretary in the future. It doesn't matter if she has ambitions, or whatever, no matter why she surrenders to her. At least 25. One thing is very clear, this woman's current submission is not a fake, it's not a fake, and the rest is up to him. Too lazy to get a headache. It's okay to listen. I've been watching what I do, look at me, I can't give you my coke, if you want to drink it, you don't know how to get it in the refrigerator. After drinking coke for a while, Qin Feng suddenly said to Hela who had been looking at him. Advertisement? Who wants to drink your coke? Hela was speechless. Then you keep looking at me. 35. Qin Feng. Can't I take a closer look at what my future boss will look like? Hela. It's not like you haven't seen it before. Qin Feng. I can't see enough. Hela. Okay, it's up to you, but woman, pay attention to your attitude towards the boss. Qin Feng glared at Hela. Hela rubbed her brows with her hands. What kind of evil did she have, and she surrendered? How does Thor's strength compare to yours? Qin Feng ignored Death God Hela's speechlessness, followed the conversation and asked Hela curiously. I'm better than him. Hela said without hesitation. Really? Qin Feng looked at Hela in disbelief. It's definitely true, I'm his sister. Hela. Since you are his sister, then why do I hear that you and him are enemies? It seems that the two of you are super different. Qin Feng. The idea is different. He was brainwashed by the old man Odin, and even his own elder sister is hostile. I think he is destined to be alone in his life. Hela. I don't think so. It is said that Thor has a lot of little fans in God's domain. One of them is called Sif, who seems to be Thor's childhood sweetheart and has a good impression of Thor. Qin Feng. Hehe, so what if you have a good opinion, when is that old thing? Do you think that a rebellious idiot like Thor would understand this kind of thing? At most he regards Sif as a brother who fights together, and Sif's the girl doesn't know whether she worships Thor's idiot or what, and they haven't met for more than 1,000 years. Hela. Being a brother. Qin Feng opened his eyes wide, which seemed to be different from what he knew. We trained and fought together since childhood, and that girl was tricked by Loki a long time ago. She shaved her blonde hair into a bald head using special methods, and she couldn't grow naturally. Later, if the girl hadn't cried so much, Loki was afraid of being shaved. The old man Odin punished him and went to the dwarf family to make a natural wig for Sif, who is still bald now. Hela. Qin Feng was speechless and didn't know whether to believe Hela or not. Then he asked Hela about other things about the god's domain. Whenever he asked, Hela had an answer. Soon Qin Feng knew a lot of secret things about the god's domain. Advertisement? Some gossip or something. Basically, it is difficult for anyone else to know except for the people of God's domain. How much do you know about Loki's situation? Qin Feng changed the subject and asked Hela again. What do you mean? Hela's eyes moved. About his background. Qin Feng. You actually know about this? This is a top secret. Even that idiot Thor doesn't know about it. Hela looked at Qin Feng in surprise. Looks like you already know. 33. Qin Feng. The offspring of the giants of Jotunheim, the guy who was adopted by the old man Odin, how could I not know about this? The old man would rather be good to the child he adopted, but hate his own child. Even my daughter is afraid, and has to be imprisoned. Humph, sooner or later, he will occupy the immortal realm and drive him out of the position of God King. Hela's face sank, and there was a clear cold light in his eyes. How long have you been detained? Qin Feng. Thousands of years. Hela. Then how did you come out? Qin Feng is a little curious. According to the plot of the movie, Hela was supposed to be released after Odin's death, but the current Hela is obviously not. Escape. Hela. Escape. Qin Feng was even more curious. That's right, escape. The old man thought that if I was imprisoned in the immortal prison, I would not be able to escape, but after all, I am the death god of the underworld. In addition, when I fought in the 9 realms back then, there were quite a few people under my command. When I deliberately hibernated, showed weakness, took advantage of the negligence of the old man Odin, and when the old man of Odin had been weakening all these years, he should cooperate with the inside and the outside. Naturally escaped. Hela. Then Odin knew that you escaped and didn't come to arrest you. Qin Feng. I have cut off my relationship with the realm of the gods, why would he arrest me again? Now I'm just the underworld death god. If he arrests me, he will be against the whole underworld, and he will provoke a war between the gods and the underworld. I am not afraid of the underworld. If he dares to do that, I will dare to use my authority to cause massive deaths of the warriors of the divine realm. Moreover, when he sealed me back then, it consumed a lot of his divine power. After thousands of years of the seal, his power has not stopped. Consumption, lifespan is the same, he simply doesn't have that much energy to catch me again, unless he wants to call the curtain early. Hela sneered. Oh. Qin Feng nodded, then asked Hela something, and asked Hela to assist Saber to prepare the party. Seeing Qin Feng's order, Hela complied even though he was speechless. After all, her current status is Qin Feng's full-time secretary. P.S. The plot about Hela has been modified by magic. After all, Marvel's movies and comics, the plot about Hela is different from the beginning. One is Loki's daughter and the other is Odin's eldest daughter. It can only be rewritten in combination with being possessed, or that in other words, some things are really messed up in Marvel, and it can't be rewritten without magic. It's not an author at all, and a large number of people put it together, and there are all kinds of bugs and contradictions. Chapter 100. With Sabe, the smart housekeeper, and death god Hela assisting in party affairs, Qin Feng is naturally leisurely, and he doesn't need to worry about these things at all. At most, when Hela picks something and reports it to Qin Feng expresses his opinion. Don't look at Hela as the death god of the underworld, which seems to be incompatible with the earth. But in fact, Hela is not out of touch with the times at all. After all, the underworld has undead entering the underworld every day, and she often pays attention to the situation of the earth, so she naturally has an understanding of the earth's fashion and all kinds. Time flies. Except Qin Feng was attacked by Deadpool in the morning when he went to Camartage, and he went to hell to bring Hela back from hell and became his full-time life secretary, nothing else happened. It was 7:30 in the evening. When it was 7:30 in the evening, Qin Feng's villa has already changed. Totally party atmosphere. The band, the food, and so on are ready. As time came to this point, the villa attracted the first group of guests. I saw Jonathan and Susan coming. Besides them, they were followed by some pretty and sexy girls. In addition, there were 2 men. One of them is a burly man, and the other is a young man who looks a little decadent. Those sexy girls, although Qin Feng can't name them, but according to his original memory, they are a little familiar. They are all the sister papers that Jonathan had messed with. Well, when I was racing, I met some girls. As for the burly man and the decadent young man, Qin Feng also knew them. The burly man is called Ben Grimm. And that decadent youth was called Reed Richards. Speaking of their real names, some people may not know them, but if they are nicknamed in Marvel, they must all know them. Advertisement. The burly man is the guy who will become a stone man in the future. As for Reed Richards, it was Fantastic. The reason why Qin Feng knew them was because they were both classmates and colleagues of Susan, and they had met many times and got together. In addition, when this guy was studying, he also confessed to Susan, but was rejected by Susan. Well, Qin Feng couldn't help but smile when he thought of the change in his mind that was different from Marvel's original plot. Obviously this is because his appearance affects the plot. After these people arrived, Qin Feng went to greet them in person at the first time. Wow, Qin Feng, you really built a big villa, it's amazing. He also followed Qin Feng to meet them. Jonathan smiled at Qin Feng for the first time after Qin Feng greeted them. Said, and beat Qin Feng's mouth with his hand. Although I have heard Qin Feng talk about buying a villa here. But I haven't really seen it before. When I saw it this time, I was naturally shocked. It's alright. Qin Feng said with a smile, followed by another move with Susan, Fantastic and the Stone Man roar. Follow them to welcome them in. They stayed with them for a while, and then someone came to the door. Ghost Rider coming this time. As always, wearing a black trench coat, it looks cool. Long time no see Johnny. Qin Feng greeted Ghost Rider roar with a smile, and stretched out his hand into a fist. Long time no see Qin Feng. Ghost Rider also responded with a smile, and also reached out his hand into a fist to touch Qin Feng. After touching it, Ghost Rider looked at Qin Feng with some doubts and worry. Qin Feng, why are you different today than when I saw you before? your strength seems to be a lot weaker now. It's normal, don't worry. Qin Feng said with a smile. Oh. Ghost Rider didn't say anything more after hearing this, and was greeted by Qin Feng. Then he led Ghost Rider towards the location of Jonathan and the others. Hey, man, you're here too. As soon as he led Ghost Rider to Jonathan and the others, Jonathan's eyes lit up when he saw Ghost Rider, and he smiled at Ghost Rider and greeted Roar. Ghost Rider responded to Jonathan. Advertisement? It's still cool as always, how about we go out later? Jonathan. Aren't you tired of losing all the time? Ghost Rider laughed. Cut, as long as you don't use ability, I may not lose to you this time. 99 Jonathan. Okay, I'll go out and compare. Ghost Rider replied. Then it's settled. Jonathan. While Jonathan and Ghost Rider were talking like this, Susan, the Stone Man and Mr. Fantastic all looked at Jonathan and Ghost Rider with a puzzled look, and the focus was on Ghost Rider with a puzzled look. They don't know who Ghost Rider is. Also, curious as to what Jonathan is going to compare to Ghost Rider. What else is called not being able to use ability? Seeing their doubts, Qin Feng immediately introduced them with a smile. This is Johnny Blazer. Hi, I'm Susan Stone, Jonathan's sister. 35 Susan heard this and smiled and reached out to Ghost Rider. Hello. Ghost Rider reached out a friendly hand and shook it. Hello, I'm Ben Grimm, Susan's colleague and classmate. The Stone Man also stretched out his hand. Hello, I'm Reed Richards. The same goes for Mr. Fantastic. For the two peoples reaching out, Ghost Rider did not refuse to shake hands with them, both of them were friendly acquaintances. Then everyone started chatting again. Qin Feng, is it only us, is there no one else? During the chat, watching the time go by and it was almost 8 o'clock, Jonathan asked Qin Feng curiously. The more lively the party, the better. There are a few more friends who will be here soon. Qin Feng said with a smile. As soon as his words fell, Saber informed him again that someone was coming, so Qin Feng went to greet him again, this time seeing Norman Osborn and Harry Osborn. Qin Feng also greeted the two with a smile. Then introduced them to Jonathan et al. Although Harry Osborn is not famous, Norman Osborn is more famous. When he appeared, Susan and others were all surprised.